switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Seeing sport out. Oh, big shot.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. We are back once again for the PMWL East as we have our 16 teams looking to get themselves their final points on this final day of our Super Weekend number 2. My name is Kyle Laris. I'm your host throughout all of this, and I'm going to head over to some of our commentators that are bringing us some of the games. We have one of the heads of the gangs of New York in Imperium here, and of course we have Maxman as well. Are you fighting around the world today, my friend?
Yeah, look at here, see, look at here.
Oh damn it! Okay, every time like it's called like someone like of WWE. Who is it already? Like Shima?
Bray Wyatt.
Yeah, Bray Wyatt too. Like
even.
He brings up WWE and I'm here. I'm like, yeah, I'll just give them all.
Yeah, I'm not too knowledgeable on that one. I know stuff about PUBG Mobile. That's why I'm here.
We're the cool guys. We're the cool guys.
Yeah, the cool guys that like WWE. How about yourself, Max? You looking forward to these games?
I'm looking forward to it. No, dressed in black after the great games of TSM Entity yesterday, and they now breached actually top 10, so maybe top 5 today. We'll see.
Maybe.
So, I think the team I'm looking out for, in my opinion, is Orange Rock. They've had a little bit of a flat week, so I want to see them last day of the week come back strong.
All right, well, thank you very much, gents. Check in with you later on as we are heading over now to the analysis desk. We're doing the juking and the jiving. We've got Avenger, we've got Froz. Froz looking quite dapper, I might add.
Thank you.
Yeah, not too bad.
I'll tell you this.
What?
Ryzen in one hand.
Yes.
Yuhai in the other hand.
Yes.
Which one is going to be the best one today?
Is this a seesaw again?
Yeah,
Is
I was
this-
gonna, oh my god, the seesaw is just, it's even. It's, where is it the more heavy? I know if you and I were to get on a seesaw, you would never be.
I would be on the top all the time.
I would not
You
be
would on the bottom.
No, that's a good thing, being in the bottom. You'll just be flying in the like in the sky. You'll just like, oh, I can't get down.
I don't know, I'd rather Froz's position. The
No.
like, nice, high, lofty
Right.
spot. It's
Getting the
quite nice.
view.
You'll
we
get
don't,
hurt
we don't
if you
look,
get hurt.
The
if
thing
you
is,
get
we
down
don't
here.
always get the view. We are not as tall as you.
That's true.
That is true.
That's
We
very
gotta
true.
enjoy the moment when we get it.
We're talking about not you guys don't
All
have
right.
the same viewing angle on the.
Rein in this in. This is ridiculous. We are going over to the format here for a moment. We're in the midst of week 2, of course, here. We've got the Super
Halfway.
Weekend on the way, and we are in our last day of that second Super Weekend. So it's the final chance for a few days' time for all of these teams to gain points towards that league final towards the end. The 4 days, which will conclude, and Maine, we know, our champion for the PMWL East. And so far, so good for some of the teams, always sitting towards the top. Of course, we'll look at their overall ranking later on. But Bigatron managed to seize that #1 spot after not having that #1 spot for a little while.
Yeah, they didn't have it for a while, but I think it's not about Bigatron getting that spot, actually. I think it's about RQ Athena dropping that spot. Because what we've seen from RQ Athena so far this weekend is that they've been going super passive. This is not the aggressive RQ Athena we're used to that goes for the early fights and get those early kills.
Yeah.
Instead, we're seeing a RQ Athena that is going very passive, going for the positioning instead,
Right.
and actually struggling a lot.
Yeah, and they're often hitting teams where they're fighting in the mid game, losing a few players, and then they get into late game with 1 or 2 players rather than 3 and 4, where they actually manage to be able to do something from there. So yeah.
All right, point distribution time. Let's take a look at how all of these teams are able to gain themselves points towards not only that league standing, but also the finals towards the end. It's 20 points for first place if you get yourself that chicken dinner, and then all the way down to the 1 point per 11 through 16th. And if you manage to pick up yourself a cheeky kill or 2, you can get 1 point per kill too. Not bad.
One team that knows about that 20-point chicken dinner is, of course, TSM Entity. Getting himself 2 of them yesterday, and also we saw 1 in the first day. These are the first 3 chicken dinners for the team, so really happy to see that they're doing it.
Yeah, especially since, a lot of people came in for TSM Entity. They had high hopes of their performance. And we even asked Jonathan yesterday, and I think they probably understand it too. The beginning of this tournament was rough for them.
Right.
But now, lately, they've really stepped things up, and they could be pushing up the charts nicely.
They can definitely be pushing up the charge. Honestly, I think with this kind of tendencies we're seeing for them, they're kind of maturing in a really good way. We're obviously starting here. You want to have all your mistakes and make all your rough kind of points throughout the week before you get to the league finals, and try to do that in the kind of Super Weekend. So if this is just kind of our halfway point and how they've been performing so far, I'm really excited how they're going to be able to perform in our last Super Weekend and, of course, in the league finals.
It's a good point. I forgot that everything is super here on the Super Weekend.
Right.
So let's take a look at that super prize pool here for the tournament so far. It's 50,000 for first place for that regular season. That is pretty super.
50 super thousand.
50 that's too many supers.
That's too many supers. But don't forget, after today, of course, we also have the $2,000 for the winner of this weekend, $1,000 and $500 for second and third place as well.
Yeah, so that will be determined today throughout all of this. And then if you qualify on through to that grand final, first place for that is $100,000.
What would you do with $100,000?
Buy a lot of Krufka cake. That's right.
Nice.
I would too.
You got your first sampling of Krufka cake today. What did you think?
It was awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah, I loved
I
Fantastic.
like Krufka as well. That was
Yeah.
great.
Good old, you know, so a little bit of caramel there for you, a little bit of caramel. So anyway, regardless, let's talk about some of these teams then, because I do actually want to bring this back to TSM Entity here for a moment, because they were one of the standouts from our entire Super Weekend this time, and if you'd have told me in the previous Super Weekend that they were going to be, I would have called you a liar.
You would?
Yes.
Well, luckily I'm not a liar because they changed it up and now they're super good because we're in the Super Weekend, of course. No, but it's really good to see them stepping up. We also saw a little bit of roster changes earlier this week. We saw Gatag get in and play, I think it was 2 games.
Correct.
But after that, they
that was
changed
the
it back.
switch.
Sometimes you need a little bit of a change up in terms of an IGL as well. It's a good changing of the pace and stuff like that. Make sure that the players actually understand it.
Let's take another look at a different team though, of course, because Box Gaming throughout a lot of this as well has blasted out of control. They've got themselves some very good placements throughout the last couple of days. A lot of second places. Did they get themselves a first place?
They got themselves
they won the last
themselves a first place.
They won the second last game of yesterday.
They won the Sanhok one with 8 kills when they were holding the compound.
What an awesome
That was on the west side.
Avenger.
And they had 2 second places as well, so their consistency is just through the roof. 109 points so far, and the Super Weekend is looking very promising. And at this point, they can basically already guarantee themselves a spot in the league finals.
Yeah, yesterday I had a fantastic day with 79 points, 25 kills. And I mean, it shows that they can actually do this. They can be this consistent. We saw them, of course, in the last Super Weekend as well, getting 157 points, which ended them up on a 7th place.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's a good average to keep yourself up there.
And obviously, it's great to see Lewis and Break continuing to fragging out, but also Pime getting in there and doing this. Obviously, this was one of the rougher times we saw from that clip where they didn't manage it. But overall, we've seen some really good stuff from these guys, and they're really stepping up to it. And I really like that they're putting themselves into like like slightly outside the top 3 as a contender to vie for the top spots.
This was, of course, a game we saw him getting, 17 kills, I think it was. Pretty amazing. And they were just holding that top there of that hill with 4 players, basically building a box. They were living up to their name. And I loved how they were doing that because they made sure that no one could pressure them, no one could actually push them. And that's what we want to see. We see that a lot when they get into a position where they actually can do that. They actually take advantage of it.
Yeah, some brilliant spray downs and focus fire as well. In some of these clips that we just saw against them, Orange Rock, for example, the entire team is lasering one position. So very focused about what they want to do in the game, Avenger, and making it happen.
Yeah, and also the mechanical skill of these guys is so impressive to watch. Like, I'm just obviously all the time when I'm looking at these guys, it's amazing how they're able to control this. Their 3-finger holds, they're playing with the gyro and everything. I think it's amazing to see. But some of these sprays with 6x's, 4x's, I'm baffled. Like, how are these guys able to control this? And especially some of the sprays we've seen from Break and Lewis as well.
That's actually a good point, though, because you guys have mentioned in the past, you know, when we're playing and stuff like that, we have a very in-depth knowledge of this game. However, there are just moments where our brain wants us to do something, but we're unable to make it happen in the game. And that's where the mechanical skill comes in of some of these guys, where they are god levels of execution for us.
Yeah, I mean, it comes all down to, of course, how you set up all your buttons and stuff, but also down to things like your sitting position. How are you sitting down when you're playing the game and so on? All that kind of things will matter in the long run for you to feel good. And when you feel good, you're gonna do good. And of course, the mechanical skills comes in so in handy when it comes to that, because you're gonna be executing stuff like you're gonna vault out, maybe throw a nade. All of that happens in a split second, and you can't really think about it. It's a lot of muscle memory.
I like that, a life lesson. When you're feeling good, you're gonna do good.
Yes.
I like that a lot. I like that a lot.
Super good.
We'll get us to 2 with that.
Huh?
We'll get us to 2 with that.
No.
Good.
No. I'm never getting a tattoo. Let's take a look at Team Secret, though, as they, so far in this Super Weekend, Avenger, have been top dogs, and by quite a margin.
They are sitting at 137 points so far with only 10 games played, an average of 13.7 points per game.
That's some quick math.
That is absolutely amazing.
That is pretty decent, but what we should be looking at is comparing this to the last Super Weekend. Last Super Weekend, they were having an average of 6.5 points per game, which means that was half of what they're having right now.
Right.
And we only played 10 games. They still have 5 more games to play, and they only had 97 points last Super Weekend.
Yes.
Now they're at 137, meaning they have 40 more points already.
Yeah.
With 5 more games to go.
That's impressive.
That's
Good.
impressive.
They could do a new record here for themselves.
That's big.
And I mean, I really like to see Team Secret is one of the teams that have changed the roster a lot. And we've seen Rex and Bew actually changing it up, the spots.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure why, but I feel like it's working for them because sometimes it could be, hey, I'm not feeling that good today. I'm probably not going to hit my shots. You step in instead and play for me.
Good flex.
Sometimes that happens, and I feel like they're having a good synergy because it's not always easy when you have a core of 3 players and just changing one out like that mid-tournament. It could be a drastic change, but they're making it work, and they're making it look seamlessly without us noticing it almost.
One of the things that stands out for me, Avenger, is that a lot of it, it's even more consistent now than it definitely used to be before. For a lot of these teams, sometimes when they're getting wins, there's like 2 alive, 3 alive, whatever. Every time I see Team Secret get themselves a win, I feel like there's always 4 alive.
Right.
They seem to be very, very good at keeping the longevity there.
And that's one of the things that's extremely important, right? Because the more people you have allowed late game, the bigger your chances of winning. And it feels like they're really prioritizing this. And also, even though the games where they don't have that many alive, they still manage to have a player that is able to snake and able to get really far into the late game, just as a solo player as well. So they're good at salvaging games, and they're really good at making sure that they have 3-4 players alive for late game, so they can actually vie for some of those chicken dinners in the second.
And if it wasn't for Sneaky Jonathan, they might have got another chicken dinner at the end of the day.
Yeah, they could have gone. But I mean, it comes down to the decision making on the team itself, where to rotate, which fights to take, and this is something they improved on enormously from the start of the season to now. In the start, we saw them taking basically every fight. Even if they would have the disadvantage, it would still go in. And they would lose 2-3 people and then be down to 1 and just lose that one and get himself like 2-3 points in a game. But now we've seen them make sure, okay, do we have the upper hand? If yes, that's when we go in. We're going to take the fight, grab those points, and then we move on.
Top 10 killers time from the lobby so far here across the entire tournament, in fact.
Oh.
G9 will still sit at the top because he's a crazy guy. But actually, he has been beaten in terms of damage by some of these players so far that we might look in terms of rankings. But you can see them there, Ryzen and Luxy, slightly above. But the kills matter, Avenger.
Yeah, kills massively. You can also see he's got 10 more kills with nades than Ryze, 9 more than Luxy. So he's really being efficient with those nades and really getting on point of them. And obviously, the nades are somewhat balanced and strong here for them. But if you're able to really pinpoint them and throw them exactly where they are and use them well, then you get this amount of nade kills.
I want to take a look at Ryzen here. He got 74 kills so far, and we see Yuhai with 63 kills. Why I'm mentioning them is because they've been the top fraggers for the past 2 days, right? And Yuhai, he got himself 22 kills in these past 2 days.
Wow.
Ryzen got 18 kills. That shows the caliber of these two players.
Insane.
Yeah,
that's such a good stat as well. 2.2 being above 2 KD is insane.
Yeah,
or kills per match.
So Yuhai wasn't in the top 10 until very recently.
Like now.
Right now. That's that recent.
I'm pretty sure this was the first time we showed him in the top 10 there.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff. Now, let's take a look at some of the highlights that we want to break down here. Froz, any more wildlife you want to share with us? Or?
No, not this time, not this time.
Okay, all right then, fair play.
I haven't found any wildlife on the maps yet.
Maybe he'll find it. Mr. David Attenborough over here might find it later on. What have we got to show us?
Well, actually, Avenger's going to start this one.
Oh, okay.
I can start.
All right.
That's fine. That's completely fine by me.
Get on with it.
All right, so I want to show yesterday, Frost and I were talking about how well Synergy was actually able to get out of this warehouse, because usually you can actually get in a kind of in a stuck position where you get under so much pressure and you'll be held in there. But they were able to use smokes really well. At this point, CRV has already taken a car and actually gotten out there, survived, not getting knocked, he's low himself, but he's knocked and smokes are coming out. And what you really want to do in this position is you want to make sure that you have a smoke wall that covers you as much as possible.
I just want to add one thing. Just before this moment, we actually saw that it was 4 versus 4 versus 4.
Correct.
And as we can see here, Synergy still have 4 up. Box Gaming only got 3, and our Reject Scholar only got 2, meaning that Box Gaming and Reject Scholar already lost players.
Exactly. So let's play the clip. It's sped up a little bit so we can see how it's going and how they're able to do that. So obviously they're taking cars. Circle is coming in slowly, and they're utilizing these smokes, and they're lining them up very nicely. At this point, as you see right here, Sivir is already off with his ghillie suit. Remember, he's going over further out to the sides and taking a really important angle, which is actually going to be crucial for them to put themselves into a winning position. But as you see here, they're using the smokes, they're getting into a great position, and they're being very well aware where all the other players are and putting pressure on them with multiple angles. You can see here they're lining up super nicely with a side, like a full side kind of angle, and they're making sure they have more than just 2 angles to make sure that they can put pressure on the rest of the teams. Let's play the rest here. Meanwhile, you see Sirvi out on the edge. He actually gets into a really great position. If you can't see him, he's right there, and he gets into a position where after reaching Scarlet, that there's no chance for Box unless they win 2 1v1s. There's no chance for Box to win this. Like they're in such an advantageous position that there's absolutely no chance that they're gonna be losing this position here. CV gets up, Loki's gonna go down, and they synergy win this from executing very well with smokes and being well aware where all your enemies are and positioning yourself for kind of a lockdown with a what do you call it? A kind
Pincer maneuver?
Yeah. Pincer maneuver. That's a good one, yeah. That's
I mean, Survey having the ghillie suit as well really helps him to be the one that's going off on his own as well, Froz. You got to make use of the tools that you've been given.
Well, not only that, but we also see him actually holding on to that trigger, not being too trigger happy.
Yeah.
Because once he starts shooting, that's when Box Gaming would have focused on him.
Yeah.
But he made sure that he got into a position where he actually had a little bit of cover. He was using an airdrop as cover for that fight itself. Meanwhile, he was, of course, taking an off angle compared to his teammates.
Yeah.
exactly.
Got to use everything available to you, including the element of surprise.
Yes.
Very nice. Let's take a look at the overall rankings, because that might be a surprise to some. But of course, up towards the top, Biggitron Red Aliens is 1 point away from breaking into that 300-point club up at the top. Our RQ Athena was previously #1, but they have been knocked down, dashed against the rocks. But maybe not that dramatically. They're still in it. We have TSM Entity getting up into the top 10 as well after a brilliant performance by them so far. 3 chicken dinners in 2 days worth of games. Brilliant stuff.
That is super impressive, especially coming into the Super Weekend without a single chicken dinner. And we saw them, sure, they had like 1 or 2 second places, but it wasn't looking that good. It wasn't looking like a chicken dinner potential.
We actually have a lot of teams that are sitting in that top pack. You know, we'll have between Team Secret 234 and up to Box Gaming 266. That's a lot of teams that are, and Box is sitting obviously on 3rd place. So 4 teams that are vying for that top 3 and potentially vying to try to take one of those top 2 spots away from either Biggitron or RQ.
That's correct. Do you know what time it is? Schedule time. Let's look at the 5 games that we are going to have today. We have Erangel, Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel. Erangel is our first destination on our world tour when it comes to PUBG Mobile, except for Livik, that's not in yet.
Erangel is the map that we're going to be playing most throughout the whole season. That's why it's so important that you take control over that map, know exactly what you want to do, and be the best on that map. And right now, we have one team that is just so much better than all the other teams on that map. And of course, it's Biggitron.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Well, gentlemen, it is time to get our first game going of the day. We are heading over to our commentator springers, the Grassy Pastures. Let's do it.
The Grassy Pastures indeed will be coming up. Thank you very much, Kalaris. It's our 3rd day, ladies and gentlemen, for this 2nd Super Weekend. After today, the scores will be locked for an extra week, so this is the final moment for these teams to grab a few extra points before they have no chance to change their standings for the 2nd Super Weekend.
Yeah, that's why I kind of mentioned about Orange Rock kind of wanting to see them get out of the slump that they're currently in coming into the end of the Super Weekend #2. And I think because we are past the halfway mark of this World League East, I think there's a certain level of teams are really looking into the league finals, right? Because teams in the top 10 pretty much have, even top 12, top 13, have pretty much secured their spots, right? So it is about preparation for those league finals.
It's all about preparation, but Imperium, I think that we are all prepared right now for this very first game of the day. It's going to be, of course, on Erangel as always, and it's going to be starting from the south, but it's not going to be fully south this time around. I'm sure Froz is going to be happy about this one. We're going to be going all down the eastern line from the south up to the northern side, all on top of Stolber.
Yeah, but will the phase 1 circle complement it,
Will
right?
it be on the east again?
I think it will, although knowing the circles we have had, it could easily be a far west phase 1 circle. And, you know, just to touch upon kind of what Frost said about Erangel, and he was dead right, because it is the most played map in the whole of PMWL, it is so important that you at least feel, if not become, very dominant and very confident on that map. So of course there's a much higher chance statistically that you're going to score more points overall.
You got to be confident going into this one, but I am feeling confident that we're going to be seeing Yasna and Poliana under the hands of 2 teams. That should be Reject Scarlet and TSM Entity, because they're, especially TSM Entity, they're way too far away from George Pole, so that's not going to be a viable option for them. Of course, T1 also going to go for Melter Power, because since Morph is not here for the past 2 days, they've been taking that location time and time again. We'll have to see once again if this phase 1 circle, as you mentioned, Imperium is going to complement it, but interested to see where it might indeed pop up.
What I'm also finding interesting, although it does make sense, is that you level up instead of going for Primorsk because of the plane path to the east, you're actually going for Severny. But look at that, phase 1 circle, it is to the northwest. It's not too bad, but definitely is going to create a couple of hard rotations for the teams down in the southeast like T1, BTR and Synergy.
I'm sure Team ID are really happy with this one. Like, hey, look at that, easy rotation on the western bridge. It should be easy, unless there's going to be a team that's going to try and screw their way over on that bridge location. But no, Imperium normally was to go. Oh wait, actually no, we've got a fight breaking out early on. That's going to be Gil, one of the top fraggers and damage dealers in the lobby, instantly taken out of the game. And that is an unfortunate event for Orange Rock, a team that you mentioned that has to get some good results today.
Yeah, but they're landing in a location that is a little bit unusual for them, right? It's not like they can't make it to Watertown. I understand, but they've also got to be aware of where the likes of Team Secret land. And 4 members coming in onto Mavi, the IGL. It's going to be incredibly hard. He's got a scar. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's going to be enough to take a 1v4. I don't think he has enough bullets to take them all, and they are even able to take 1 member down. There you go. That's 2 members of Orange Rock instantly eliminated in the start of this game. But I mean, coming out from Team Secret, seeing the positive side of this fight, right? If we were on the first week, right, we would not have seen Team Secret play as synergistically as we just saw right now. I think that we got to respect the amount of work they put for the recent past 2 weeks.
Yeah, and also, and in fairness to Orange Rock, Team Secret don't normally land there, right? They normally land, you know, basically past Pachinki. So, you know, credit to Orange Rock is just one of those things where you can get called out. It's life, I suppose, from that point of view. Not to sound too philosophical.
I mean, it is definitely true. They tried a different drop-in location, and Super Weekend did really not go in their favor.
We're like Frank Sinatra. That's life. That's what all the people say is Orange Rock clap back.
Hey, they clap back pretty strong. Nice kill for them onto Team Secret. Rex is going to be a little bit caught out in the open. Have they caught up any utility in the compound nearby? I'm pretty sure they do have a bunch available to allow potentially that one player of Rex to move back to the rest of their team. But Viru, once again, playing on the rooftops is good on the early stage, because you're pretty sure that, especially on this area next to school apartment, there's not many teams that are going to try and take shots on that location, because they're not really big points of pressure early on. They also have loot in the early stage for you to really pressure down the compound of Orange Rock.
The only thing is, of course, I fear for the fact that Viru doesn't have a vest. He does have level 1 helmet, and when being on the roof, in theory, having a helmet is better than vest. But of course, it's still not going to be easy. Scout with level 2 vest and helmet, that should help him at least. But he's using a third-person perspective. I do respect the fact that Orange Rock didn't look to fully disengage, even though I kind of would like to have seen them do that overall. I gotta respect them, because it kind of shows me that they are ready to put up a huge fight.
I mean, I also think it's just they can't move away right now. If they try and move out, I think that Team Secret will have somewhat of wind of information about this team moving away, especially where Mad Toy's localized. He has information on the entire compound.
Fair.
Almost. If he sees them move, they're going to go in the compound, they're going to go for the backstab, because Orange Rock, if they want to leave this area without a car, is going uphill towards Pachinki, making things a little bit risky for them. But here it is, Team Secret going for the push. That's a weird push. What is going on from Rex? And iShots is almost doing the same. That you don't push in the open like that.
Especially when iShots knew exactly where Vera was, right? That was definitely poor communication. There's another player's knocked. Grenade being cooked up by Vera. Actually, no, this is smoke. Okay, that's weird. Oh, because he's trying to confirm the kill without getting killed himself. It's not much, but I actually really like that intelligent play from Vera.
It's not much, but it's honest work. You know what? They should have put that smoke way earlier. If they wanted to push like that, should have put even a few more.
I don't know much. But no, I love you. Okay. Sorry.
Was that meant for
Yeah,
me?
it was towards
It was
you.
for me. Thank you, Imperium. I appreciate that. But Scout's got a nice little position, actually. I like that. Making 2 points of pressure. Nani in the compound right now gets another nice knockdown onto eye shots. I mean, Team Secret, they're just crumbling into pieces and really struggling to find any position and anchor to really engage this. Like, this is just not worthwhile. Putting himself with 2 members in the open. Of course, Viru, he's going to go for the push because he knows now that they have not the man disadvantage anymore. They can take this fight versus Team 3, create like even Stevens.
And it just touches upon what I wanted to see from Orange Rock and what I was saying about them, that, you know, I want to see them kind of pop off a little bit more. I want to see them, you know, really show and sparkle in this last day of Super Weekend number 2. Of course, make no mistakes about it. Team Secret made mistakes there, right? There's no reason for Rex to run out in the open. Eye shots got caught out, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, Orange Rock, the resilience, I love to see it.
You bite the orange and the orange bites back. It will come and get you, Imperium, eventually. And this time, Mad Toy is just going to stay in his watchtower and avoiding any kind of detection.
Do you like orange juice with bits or without bits?
I like both, actually. Actually, you know what? I actually like my orange juice with toothpaste. Just makes it all up. Ah, it's so tasty, man. Oh my god, I'm cringing just saying that. Oh my god, it's disgusting. Oh,
I was going to say I like it with rocks. Orange rock.
get out of here.
Okay, anyway. I won't quit my day job. This Phase 1 circle was incredibly good for you level up. We see Synergy rotating on the north as well, relatively early, which I absolutely love to see. But most of the teams are actually heading towards Roshawk area, which does create a lot more space for the likes of BTR to wrap in past Farm and come in on the south side of Pachinki. And one thing, even though they don't have a lot of pressure, I am a little bit surprised that Team IND are slow to rotate out of Military Island.
Yeah, I think that they would have lootated. It's a mix
enough.
of loot and rotated. You know, you lootate Imperium. Really fun stuff. We'll add it to the dictionary. But, you know, I do definitely agree with your point right there. I think they could have rotated a little bit earlier, but there's so much room. I think it can easily make up for that little bit of late rotation from them. It's fine. It's okay.
It's more in the perspective of they don't necessarily know, and sometimes I feel like they got to prepare a little bit better and just rotate a little bit quicker. But it is what it is. They should be okay. Megastar is heading for that bridge push. And, you know, one thing that I've been thinking about, and a question I want to put to you, Max, do you think because a good few of these teams, especially the likes of BTR and RQ, they've already settled themselves up as being some of the best teams, coming into the end of the Super Weekend, do you think they're basically stepping back a bit and trying a couple of things, testing a couple of, as in not revealing all of their secrets, so to speak?
I mean, I do definitely feel like they are feeling a lot more confident. So because they're feeling confident and they know that they're going to that big finals at the end of the PMWL, I think they are going to try a few different things, maybe have different approaches, and they also do not have that pressure, which I think that a lot of teams in this lobby deal really well under pressure. So that's something that they don't have anymore. So we'll have to wait and see, because like right now, a 4-man car rotation, if you were hoping to get yourself in a really good position, I don't think you would be seeing this.
Yeah, no, and that's pretty fair. I don't think he could have asked for a better shot.
There you go, perfect.
Sum up your point. But now Synergy, they're going to have T1 clashing close by. Now, T1 are a team that we were talking about before the broadcast. A fantastic job done. They've really performed. Average points per game in this Super Weekend 2 have been 8.4. Really well done. But the lack of aggression has kind of hurt them in the overall standings.
Two Hindi teams going to be facing up against each other. That's TSM Entity and Galaxy Racer Celts. And Galaxy Racer Celts, they do not have the upper hand in this one. 2 members get knocked away, and that's TSM Entity. They are going aggressively, sending their first, followed up with Jonathan. I like to see this. They are taking this fight in their very own hands. They see Ultron go for the flash. Nicely done. They're going to be normally picking up 2 kills in this fight versus Galaxy Racer Celts, which, I like to see them being proactive like that.
Yeah, and when you kind of think about it, I feel like that's a little bit of a poor rotation from Galaxy Racer Celts. I get the idea of them shifting up east, but when you look at Synergy, they got past TSM fine because they did it a little bit earlier. Whereas when you leave it a bit later, TSM aren't the team to go for the center circle, right? They have no problem rotating a little bit later and playing towards the edge. So they had no risks. So they benefited from Galaxy Racer Celts.
Vox Gaming, interesting rotation right up on the western side of Yasnai Polyana. There are 2 teams there right now. You've got Galaxy Racer Celts and you've got TSM Entity. They're very spread. They're going towards the aerial stall, but they're very split. So potentially a few players might go down on their side if TSM can connect them shots. Hit 1 bullet with 11 damage onto Break at a distance, but Loki is going to be just completely cut off from the rest of his team, so he'll have to rethink how he wants to play this one. He's still got a car, but TSM now know that potential players could come through this way. They should be a little bit more alert.
Yeah, definitely some weird rotations, but even BTR seem to be heading in that direction. So we'll see if a little bit of a third party onto a third party comes through. There is still the two remaining members of Galaxy Racer Celts hanging around there, but this 1v1 between Box and Jonathan as Break gets broken down by the legend himself.
Jonathan Bolte right there picks up the fight. He's the man of the 1v1s. Take the 1v1 versus Scout, gets the kill, gets another 1v1 here, gets it once again. I mean, definitely he is known as one of the, the best fraggers in the world in PUBG Mobile, and he's definitely proving himself over the course of this second Super Weekend.
Well, it's been clear that they were suffering from the issues, and then, of course, huge credit to the guys of 8-Bit Soul that came in and said, hey, look, you're welcome to use our bootcamp, stronger connection, happy days. And we know how much that connection loss can really suffer the focus of a player.
Yeah, so Big Pog basically out there for 8-Bit and also to Soul, helping out the boys. You love to see it, but now the upper ground for Synergy is going to be going in their favor. Got a little bit of early damage down onto Concept of King of Gamers. King of Gamers that have yet to get chicken dinner, but still standing strong in 5th position. That is a huge stonker of a performance so far in these Super Weekends. You've got to rethink, I want to take this one. They do have a little bit of a dip that makes it a little bit of a better hiding spot overall for King of Gamers. But overall, they are seeming safe right now. They will easily be able to heal up their wounds, and Synergy will not fully commit to this one. I mean, they could, but I would feel that to be a little bit weird.
Yeah, King of Gamers, 115 points in 8 games. That's a huge average compared to a lot of these teams in the lobby, and they've really stacked it up on 22 points, 21 points, 21 points, 16 points, and they've even had some solid point scoring games on games that they haven't really done the best on. So, definitely a team that are evolving and growing and really adapting to the rest of the teams around them.
I'm seeing some fights popping out, especially in that was Yasnai Poliana, where a member of Megastars got naded up by Pimai. So interesting stuff over there. I mean, a lot of teams rotating right next to Yasnai. You had Box doing that, you had Megastars doing that, and Megastars, unfortunately, they're going to be losing one of their players. I'm surprised to see teams rotate around there. I don't know what you think about it, but like rotating next to a compound, do you know that teams drop there on a regular basis? I find that really risky, and like a risk that should not be taken so early on.
It was always going to be a little bit tricky.
Oh, that's an circle.
Talking about tricky, that circle shift was very tricky. Now, it is going to be quite easy for Team I&D because they have plenty of space, but RQ could stop them in their tracks, but there's that little bit of a compound. At the end of the day, for King of Gamers, Synergy, you level up Valdez, TSM, Box, and all the teams basically in the Southeast, is going to be very, very hard. And also because it's in the water, there's less land available.
Ryzen of Bigatron going to be pushing forward onto this area held so far by Freestyle as a replay plays off onto our screen, but that's okay. That was a replay when Pimai did get a little bit of an engagement. Then you got the nade kill confirmed onto Pimai. That was greatly done. But Freestyle going to be healing up their wounds. They got a knock on their side. They'll have to keep that in mind. But how you see the Bigatron, they got multiple angles under control. They want to engage on this gas station, and those grenades to get the initial knockdown would be huge to allow Bigatron to just easily breach it and get rid of the entirety of Freestyle. We
also have a little bit of engagement between RQ and Reject. Initial knock, we see how it comes through. But look at the grenade by Microboy inside the vehicle, into the building. In amongst the smokes as the members of Freestyle are just trying to hold on.
They're not even engaging that fight. It's just a fight of grenades. That was so clean. You saw also what Ryzen was doing. Got into the car, got a little bit more height, could easily chuck it over into the gas station. They didn't. Did they even shoot bullets in this fight? I think it was just grenades.
I think the initial knockdown, but then after it was just BTR using the utility as they do. Talk about utility. Valdez looking to get onto Synergy.
They're going to try and get on top of them indeed. Valdez got to be careful. There's a lot of teams around them. We've got TSM Entity. Synergy, I like it. The fact Servi just leaving the scene entirely. He's scouted and played passive as a scout should do. I like to see that coming out from them. But Synergy going for the underground section. I talked about this multiple times, Imperium. When you're underground, you're safe. But when you have to rotate away, teams know exactly where you're going to come out from. It's really hard to peek from the underground sections.
Totally agree with you. Synergy. Hang on to the overview. They do get a player knocked. The hands of Servi by T1. T1 looking to maybe be a little bit more aggressive like I talked about. Teams on the east are heading towards Severny. We currently have Megastars, I believe Box Gaming, and then even Galaxy Racer Celts heading towards there. So 3 teams on the eastern edge of the circle as you level up sit very pretty on the southern tip of this circle.
Even King of Gamers, like high up north on the coastal line, no teams are going to really pose a big threat to them. I even think they're like below, like next to sea level right now, where no team can really scout them too easily unless they get really, really close. It's an original approach, but it really does require the circle to get in your favor multiple times in a row. But here it is, the push onto shooting range is going to be coming on through T1. You mentioned you want to see them come aggressive. I even mentioned that a lot in the past. You need to get them frags. If they do so, they can climb extremely high in the standings, get a nice knockdown onto Schreider, but there's just no opportunity as of yet to get those kills confirmed.
Then look on the field, Galaxy Racer Schultz get the kill onto a member of BTR. Galaxy Racer Schultz only 2 members up, but don't really take up a little bit of a fight. Confirmation comes through onto Servi, putting Synergy down to 2 players. You see that spread as ZZP and Youngjun hold on to that angle. Although they got to be aware with the circle shifting once again up and towards the north, which benefit Kings Gamers. You could have you level up and even Orange Rock come in behind, so be careful about that T1.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught out in the open. If you still got them cars, they could be extremely useful. But the fact is now, Ted almost has no impact in this fight. You have to use the smoke, but he can't peek out because they know exactly how he's going to fight Imperium.
Do you think T1 should just full send it and push as a full squad?
I think that they got already 1 knockdown, they got 1 kill confirmed. It's a 4v2. I would go for the push personally. Hey, now they go third. Now you have no reason to not go for the engagement. Zigsaw is left alone. He's in that shack. You can get close enough and just chuck a grenade. It could be an easy frag on them. They need to go for the frag right now because, as you said, they could get caught out in the open by you level up, by Valdus. There's a lot of teams around them.
You're so dead right now. They do look to cook up the grenades, but time's ticking by, right? The longer you leave it to close that engagement, the longer you're leaving it to get information on the other teams, the higher chance they're going to get third-partied. But T1 definitely 3 kills so far in this game, looking pretty strong.
You know what? Now that they confirmed 3 kills, is it really worth taking a fight in the open once again just for 1 extra kill? Maybe it would be worth it actually for them to leave it. Because now you don't have to confirm them 100%. There's like 2 options. You want to go aggressive for 1 extra kill or aim for better position in the circle. We'll have to see what T1 want to commit to. As back over to the circle, teams are moving in. Bigatron and Megastars will be clashing up against each other. That'll be Megastars. And 1 member knocked away. 1 member died earlier, and he has now Pollyanna. And the blue zone is ticking quicker and quicker. They've got to get himself in circle right now as BTR get eliminated in 13th position.
Yeah, definitely a couple of teams being punished coming in from the east as they did clash together. Megastars proving proving that they are dangerous in the right situation. Of course, Encore is going to get knocked. Vexy is going to be taken out on his own. That is going to be Valdus punishing Megastars, and they get a couple of kills. 3 so far for Valdus. And you pointed out, TSM Entity in a very strong position on the eastern side of the circle.
TSM Entity, they've been being more and more confident, and that means they've been taking more confident positions. Positions that apply pressure on teams trying to rotate in the circle. You love to see it. We saw it yesterday on Miramar. We've seen it once again on the first game of the day. And they still got a full squad too, which is going to be huge for them on the long run. Interested to see how it will be unfolding for them. But Valdus, they are in circle, they got the high ground, but the chance of the circle going in their favor once again is very slim, so they've got to try and look forward to an extra position later on in the game.
And even though we have a little bit of water occupied in the circle, because we have lost a number of players and teams, we're down to 34 players. In theory, that does create a little bit nicer level of landmass available for these remaining teams and players. But nice DP28 spray coming out from Jonathan.
I don't know how they do it. I just can't spray with a DP.
I know, right?
I think like only pro
Actually,
teams use a DP.
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I like it too, but I just can't use it. I'm too bad at Imperium. I'm so sad. But it's good to see some competitive esports action here where you can see them use the weapons properly, unlike us, which is cool to see. But ZZP, as I said, right, I mentioned, and you mentioned it too, Imperium, right? They're in the open. A lot of teams have an angle on them, and one specifically, that's Valdus. They got the high ground. They can just peek easily over the road. T1 got to try and rethink and reposition right here, right now.
And also, even then, when you look on the other side of T1, you have you level up. T1 have allowed you level up to come in around them as well to the west. So even though T1 are far from looking in a poor position, I definitely think they maybe didn't think too much about the next couple of circles. Either way, we are getting into the next phase as it looks to shift its way up. Will it stay towards the water, or will it once again head towards the land?
It goes towards the land. That means King of Gamers, they're going to have to push a little bit away from their point of interest up north. But RQ, Athena, and Orange Rock, 2 teams that got themselves really good positions, especially Orange Rock. They lost 2 members earlier up against Team Secret. That 2-member advantage, they're going to have to make the most out of it because it will be hard to go against squads that still have 4 members. That's going to be extremely a lot of pressure on Orange Rock.
Love the instant response from Valdez. Really strong as a full squad, sending it into the circle from the east. It is out in the open, but when you do it early and you stick to the edge, you can definitely get information and react to that. That's exactly what they're doing. Look to engage onto the members of T1.
Yeah, T1, they haven't rotated fast enough. They like indecision. They didn't know if they wanted to engage for finish to fight versus synergy. They didn't know if they wanted to rotate in circle, and now they're just indecisive, and they're getting pressure because of that. Making a decision, even if it's a bad one, it's always better than making no decisions, Imperium.
And TSM Entity, a team that did a similar reaction to Valdez, but they're getting a little bit punished by Valdez. That's because Valdez got in there first, so they're able to see that rotation. They were able to take down that member of TSM.
Seen also a little bit of a party down here was Galaxy Racer Celts is going to be engaged by Team IND. A grenade comes out. Not even sure. That was MJ's grenade right there. Nicely done, and they do get the knock on to that one player of Team IND. That'll be an extra kill going over to Galaxy Racer Celts.
Yeah, Team IND yet to really find their feet now. They're down to 2 players, just 420 OP, full sending it in with Slayer. That's a very crazy rotation, but it's kind of working out for now, as the 2 members of Galaxy Racer Celts will have to make their way in. Arndrock trying to hold on in towards the circle. Smoke grenades being thrown out as Velmoth gets a knockdown onto T1.
I mean, here it is. That's what we were talking about for the past few minutes. Imperium is coming together. Back on over to Team IND. Another fight. Where's Galaxy Racer Celts getting absolutely destroyed in that fight. Now we're down to 9 teams. Imperium going into this Erangel game. It's really intriguing. And once again, this is the final day of this Super Weekend. These teams need to get some good results right now.
Yeah, RQ still up as a full squad. Kept themselves relatively quiet on the west. Allowed all the teams on the east to really take each other out. Grenades are being flying out. You level up under a lot of pressure. 420 OP. Look to throw up another smoke grenade. Actually, no, that was just a grenade. Okay, that's a little bit interesting. Maybe it's a pre-grenade.
Yeah, just in case maybe someone is pushing him. But he is the last member standing so far for Team IND. He has to do his really best he can. A little bit of smoke coming out there. Going to be stopping teams from trying to know when he's going to be forcing out. And he's going to go for a little bit of a grenade right there. Can he get the long throw onto you level up and get that lucky nade? If he could, that could allow his rotation a lot easier to get in center circle, because he potentially still has to cross over the road, which is going to make things even more stressful for Team IND.
Talking about stressful and crossing the road, we talked about it. We called the T1 now under pressure, being put down to 1 player at the hands of Valdez because they took too long. TSM in the open, they lost Jonathan, but Jonathan had done a great amount of work up until then, as the next circle does shift down south, a little bit centralized. Valdez once again responding. Arndrock gifted another circle position for now as TSM Enti hold on to the north edge.
I talked about it, right? King of Gamers, that northern side is intelligent for the early stage, but it's going to be very hard to move away from it. The circle goes back inland, which is exactly what it's doing right now. Imperium, they have to move away from their primary location, and now they even have to go over a road with teams that have high ground like RQ, Athena, and also Valdez, the murder. So things are going to be very stressful. I don't think King of Gamers can make it out alive from this game. As T1 get eliminated, we called it. Indecision is never a good thing.
There's still 1 remaining player of Box Gaming, and who is it? It's Pime. Pime is a man that has definitely really helped send Box Gaming to obscene levels at times, and he's really showing up when it's counted. Can he do it again?
I mean, I'm definitely intrigued to see what he can do, because PM has been one of those, stellar players going into PMWL. Nice break coming out from Martin, able to get himself a little bit of initial damage down to Z-God. But GSM Entity, not the best position to really take a fight versus Valdez the Murder, because they got the high ground for the time being, but they got to also potentially think about rotating in, especially Valdez. They got 1 player, which is Armjane, a little bit more forward. They got to full send the entire squad in circle right now, because no one's really taking control. The first team to do that could have huge potential in this game.
That's fair, but it's also the kind of circle where it's hard to really take control, because you got to play around the edge, because it's in the open, and use that little bit of elevated high ground like Valdez have to in some way try to get the shots off. But the second you over peak, you are going to get your head blown off.
At least control on the edge, which is what Valdez are doing. Now they've rotated in a really nice, efficient way. They got control of the eastern section of the circle right now. So I do like how they are doing this game so far, as RQ Athena now pushing on forward. Still has a full squad. And you know what? When you see RQ Athena in the late game stage, you know it's very scary for the squads around them.
We've seen what they can do as a 1-man team in the late stages of the game. Never mind as a full squad, as a grenade being cooked up by Ernie. They know where Orange Rock are. Of course, that little bit of a will at least protect the members of Orange Rock, as grenades being thrown up by Viru. Try to push back the members of RQ, because at least Orange Rock are inside the circle.
Yeah, G9 pushed a car forward, nicely done, but they get Ernie. That's actually going to be a nearly interesting fight. 420 of Team ID is going to get a little bit of a third party, but at the end he will get eliminated swiftly. 5 teams still remaining into this one, and now all the teams are currently in the circle, but I like how G9 pushed forward, putting a car next to Rock. That's a great little bit of defense, but the other players of RQ getting absolutely battered right here.
Because they left it maybe a little bit too late to go into the circle, they didn't get that much information, and when they did move in, they got shot from multiple angles that they weren't really prepared for.
Yeah, that's why you want to try and cover a little bit more land, just like Valdus are doing right now. That makes it that you can't easily get flushed as an entire squad just by 1 or 2 players getting some nice extra sprays, but Pime not getting scouted out, and Pime goes for the spray onto Martin of Valdus the Murder, instantly going to be flushing out the kills because he knows he might not stay alive for very long. He might not go into the very, very late stage. He will not be able to pull off a Jonathan maybe into this. He gets scattered out, trying to run into the smoke, but will be way too late. Godard will put an ending to the killing spree of Pime and eliminate Box Gaming in 5th position.
Not only did he get a kill, but he also somewhat helped TSM because Valdus had the better of TSM up until that point. But we did see the next circle centering up. The only team that is somewhat inside it is Orange Rock. But of course, the second they move out of that little hut, they are going to be spotted out by at least G9 of RQ. Valdus, they are the furthest away from the circle, but they do have 3 members up.
Yeah, TSM, they need to push on forward right here and right now. As Valdus, they're going to be one of the first teams responding. They're going to be crashing on top of Orange Rock into the shack, but Orange Rock, they're not going to peek out. Grenades could make things so much easier. As I say that, Velmoth is going to be chucking one out, forcing Orange Rock away from that shack. Easy spray from Velmoth, taking up that 1v2. Greatly done, eliminating the squad of Orange Rock in 4th position. 3 teams still in play. TSM Entity, Valdus the Murder, and also G9, the top frag of this lobby, is still in play.
And even though TSM Entity had a great reaction to the members of Valdus moving in, they didn't count for the man, the myth, the legend, G9 spraying his way through the smokes to punish TSM. So that's really nice information as it's going to leave Neoless standing. As we did see Clutch God go out, it's going to be the end of TSM Entity.
G9, the legend, back at it again. He's getting himself 3 extra frags on top of that one, but Valdus the Murder, up to their best kill count game so far, was 15 frags, and they're looking for a 16th. Still, they're going to be full sending it on top of G9. He's the top frag of the lobby so far. Can he take the 1v4? We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be actually 1v3 as Martin was taken down early by Pime. Godard's going to go on the right side. He's going to go for the flank, and there you have it. Valdus the Murder taking the first chicken dinner of the day, dominantly 16 kills. That is a huge win for them.
Like we can't, not that we predicted it, but we saw it so early on, the way they rotated, the way they controlled the circle from the likes of T1, even Box Gaming, Megastars as well, and then they react to those circle shifts, and they even pushed back TSM Entity so valuably that when they did need to push onto likes of Orange Rock, they were able to do it with such confidence. Very well played on Valdus.
I mean, they were proactive. They saw Synergy, they saw T1, TSM Entity, RQ Athena, even Orange Rock. They just took control of the map and they took the game because of that. A lot of great plays coming out, so we're going to be checking all of that out over on the desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
A great game one there for Valdus.
The Murder.
Doing very well for themselves here as they get themselves the chicken dinner up towards the north of Erangel. Brilliant stuff. A lot of kills to boot as well. Joining me, I have Avenger and Froz. Froz partially my mouthpiece here for just a moment. Brilliant game from them.
Welcome back, Valdus.
Yeah.
Where have you been? Yesterday, we saw them getting 33 points with 15 kills.
All right.
They already broke that with the first game here.
Nice.
Amazing. Good to see them stepping up. Now we can continue to say their name. I think they have a fantastic name and continue to make our pronunciation of it
I like it a lot. Let's take a look at
like
the points coming on in. We have, for all the way up towards top, Valdus will get themselves the 36 points with that chicken dinner. RRQ, though, 25 points. They are not happy that Biggitron took them over yesterday.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? We saw them being passive. We saw them not killing people. Well, they changed that up. They were like, hey, we're not going to let Frost be right about this. We're going to turn back to our old self, and we're going to go and kill people.
Well, TSM Entity continues their form with 17 points coming in Avenger.
It's good to see they're climbing the leaderboards and they're into the 200 points club now, and they're going to be continuing going at this. Obviously, they want to try to end as high as possible for the league play so they can get a bigger share of the prize money, but also look good and be ready, feel good for the last Super Weekend and the league finals as well.
And here's on 9th through 16th. Whilst it is, of course, you know, a little bit of a grievance if you miss out on being the #1 in our league play and stuff like that, there is no better, in inverted commas, practice for the final, the grand final, than the games that you're playing right here. So when we're seeing these teams having a spurt of form or a resurgence to form, like TSM Entity Froz, that bodes well for them potentially in that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a warm-up for them. They're just feeling the teams, they're gonna just saving all their energy for the finals itself. I mean, if you get the top 16, sure, there's still money on the line here for the league play, but it's all about the finals. No one's gonna remember the winner of the league. Everyone's gonna remember the winner of the finals.
All about the title. You want to take that trophy home.
Let's take a look at the team stats of our winners. It's Valdus the Murder with 2,400 points of damage. Not much healing.
That is really impressive considering how they were playing. They were playing super aggressive. And I mean, we saw Martin example on the little hill there west of Severny, how he was just rocking that M24, just shooting everything. Basically just reloading, shooting, reloading, shooting. He was basically not even aiming.
I might get a decent shot. Who knows, you know? May as well if it's that range.
Hey, it might be a highlight shot, you know?
They're not going to shoot back at you from that position, I suppose.
That's what they're vying for, you know? The big scopes, they're like, guys, I'm going to stay here in the back so I can get some moments on the do moments.
That's right. And speaking of which, it's the Mountain Dew do the
yes.
I
want to talk about right this moment here. We see, of course, Jill going down early in the game. Now, Team Secret and Orange Rock, none of these teams actually dropped there. We have Team Secret usually dropping towards Gatka and, of course, Orange Rock towards Watertown, but they ended up both going here because of the very eastern plane. So they thought, hey, no one's going to be there, but seems like both of these teams went here. Now, this is a very nice play from Vira as well. We saw him getting first knock. Not really sure about that push, but you see the smoke over there? That smoke was put down there so he could take the flush without getting shot at. And also, of course, getting free kills here on Secret.
Vero had a DP with a holo, but I could only assume he ran out of ammo and was just then switching to his 5.56.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw how starved that fight was. They started fighting straight away from the drop. None of them actually had any loot. We saw how Viro was sitting there without a armor, for example.
I loved how Mato is already rocking he was ready for next game already, wearing the white teddy bear costume so he can blend in better on Vikendi.
That's also why it was such an amazing game from Orange Rock. Gave himself a 4th place after losing 2 players, but also making sure that they turned that around and got himself a lot of points.
Moving on here, Jigsaw Cells trying to pick themselves up a few kills here and there, not too bad. T1 was a team that went out in about 9th place here for them. They got a few kills on the board though, so not too bad.
Yeah, 3 kills. I mean, they could have ended up a little bit higher, but we saw them being stuck there on the southeast side of the circle with a lot of team congesting around them, and that made it really hard for them to try to move in. And that is what we talk a lot of times about. When is the right moment to move in? I thought TSM Entity moved in too early from this compound later on in the game, but turns out, well, it wasn't too early because they managed to wipe out King of Gamers, of course, and get himself a 3rd place in this game.
King Gamers was up on the north position, right?
Exactly. One of the teams that actually took a good position, but they didn't do too much about it. I was kind of surprised they didn't put more pressure or try to make a move earlier rather than be a bit patient. Yes, they did lose a few players, not to TSM Entity, but they could have gotten better, and because there's so much base in the north and so much base in the west, so I was kind of surprised they didn't get further ahead of it.
So one thing we also saw in the beginning, actually, that I kind of missed up, but I want to talk about is how Mega was taking very easy when they were crossing the bridge. They were taking super slowly because they thought they were going to get bridge camped by Biggitron. We remember that we saw Biggitron camp Megastars in the blue before. Just one time. That one time have made Megastar so afraid now that they are super passive and take it very Yeah.
Yep.
They don't want to like rush it and make sure that they get camped again.
Exactly.
And this is buying Bigetron a lot of time actually, without even needing to camp them.
Exactly, and they were super passive, obviously because it's Super Weekend. Otherwise, they would have been super passive. So the double is because we were playing the Super Weekend.
Exactly.
Although I really like this push here from Valdez. They're able to execute it super quickly. Vira try to dispose of them. I will say though, Orange Rock being able to get this late into the game, considering the rough start they had, is really impressive. So this is a really good salvage game from them as well.
Yeah, and of course, again, big games from both RQ and Valdez making it to the top. We've seen both of these teams struggling a little bit, but maybe it's a fresh start today. It's still 4 more games after this as well, of course.
Look at G9, this monster.
Disgusting. This is just disgusting.
Stop, they're already dead. Not really, almost.
See, that's also why you want to not group up when you're in a smoke.
Yeah.
Not only, of course, the case of if a random nade comes in or a Molotov, but also that it's so much easier for someone to just spray you all down if you're clumped up together. Make sure you spread out. Take a lot of ground.
And of all the people that you have to go 1v3 against, G9 can oftentimes be that spoiler to try and actually ruin that. But Valdez, full sweep round, giving him no chance.
Timing was perfect for them. They were, yes, they did. They could have maybe avoided losing, you know, one player, but it was so close that he was able to get the finish on G9. Yes, they lost the point, but doesn't matter too much. They managed to take the win and finish it off.
All right, let's look at an abstract set of stairs now as we take a look at the total damage. And oh yeah, not too bad actually.
Nice.
Pretty step progression-esque.
Very top heavy there. Of course, we see Valdez, they had a really good position to play from. And again, of course, RQ Athena being back on the track with the with the aggression. And of course, TSM Entity, we saw them playing on the north side there, holding off really well. They went for Yesnaya again, back there, not playing on the South George part. But, I mean, they were struggling a little bit.
I feel like Bigetron is just... of course, they were top of the leaderboards before this. And every single time they go out early, they're like, we're not going alone. You're coming with us. Yeah. And they say like 2 or 3 or 4 people with them, even when they go out very, very early. So they're just a very scary team to fight against, regardless of the time in the game.
It's like a Kraken, you know, taking all the sailors down with them when he goes down to the deep.
Yeah, I know all about that. I like sailing. Let's take a look now.
I like sailing.
It's true. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this game. Froz, what do we have for me?
All right, this time we're not going to break down a whole fight, but I want to show you something that is super impressive. It comes down to the mechanical skills, the game knowledge, and how it can give you an upper hand. Now, if you look here, Microboy, he's at the gas station here against Freestyle, of course. He's going to try to nade him, but look, he's not really finding an angle. So, what do you do if you can't find an angle like this? Well, you can basically... You could just run around, of course, this side and go around there and just shoot them from the front. But then you're going to expose yourself. And then you can see that his teammates, they're on this side, so they can't cover him either if he goes around there. What he do instead is he's going to jump into the car to elevate himself and to get that angle to actually throw the nades. Now, it doesn't matter if you miss the nades or not, because still throwing a nade towards them, it's going to put pressure on the team. And you can see how they're just starting to panic here and running outside, inside. They don't know where the nades are landing. And just like that, they take out Freestyle.
So dirty. To think of that in the split second of it happening while being under a fight, like the adrenaline running through and everything, it's just talks to game awareness to an extreme degree.
I suppose you could have switched to underhand, but then you don't have the same range.
Yeah, then you don't have the range, so it's going to be super hard to be precise.
True, true. All right, well then, moving on into, I believe, we have Valdez and RRQ Athena head-to-head here so far in terms of what they've been able to do average.
In 50 matches, guys, 1,000 damage on an average.
That's nuts.
I mean, if you look at it, Valdez is not very far behind, though. They're not very far behind at all. And this is the RQ Athena, we know, are super aggressive, right?
Well, look how that converts to kills, because extra kill and a bit up. That's very impressive.
Yeah, so basically we see around 200 damage per kill. And it comes down to, of course, you're getting some knocks, you're going to shoot at people without knocking them. And also, of course, you got to convert those knocks to kills. That is the most important one.
Avenger?
So 50 some more kills than Valdes as well. And obviously on the long run, when you're playing in the league and league play, it's going to make a massive difference. So it's good to see that they're putting on the top. But again, they are one of the, if not the most aggressive team with us here. So you're expecting them to have that, like the high amount of kills from RQ at least.
All right. Well, in-game right now, it is the Royal Pass Season 4. Do you want to be the Knight Commander like me? I'm the Knight Commander. Let's take a look at the Knight Commander. Nobody else matters. It's only the Knight Commander.
James, did you lose the backpack again?
No, I didn't lose the backpack again.
You were the Knight Commander.
Okay, maybe I did lose the backpack.
Again?
People, I don't know why people want to steal my level 3 backpack, all right?
I want it.
I know you want it. You want
it's a
every
nice skin.
Yeah, exactly. You want every skin. This is what I have to deal with. We're going to the overall rankings, guys, and let's see how that's shaking
Yes!
things up.
Back to the top!
Chasing back, 309 points. 2 teams in the 300 Clubberoonie.
2 teams, yeah. 2 teams above 300, but look at Box Gaming. They're 3rd place right now, but they're still 30 points behind there. That is actually a lot of points because, I mean, in average, all the teams are getting points per game, right? So it's not just about winning one game with 10 kills and you're going to be up there. The other teams are getting points as well.
Let's go down and see some of the other teams as well, and then we can take a look at the schedule, etc., etc. It's T1 being able to do something down here. They actually got bumped down from the top 10, so that's how the standings are so far. We'll take a look at the schedule too, because we are very close to the game. So, what's coming up next is going to be, of course, Vikendi, and then we've got Miramar, then we've got Sanhok, then we've got Erangel. All the games are coming at you, rapid fire, like left and right and left and right. Avenger, what did you want to say?
I was just going to point out that King of Gamers Club is only 23 points.
That's awesome, Avenger. Thank you. And also, you could be lucky in-game as well. Great contribution to Avenger as we take the points that you've been accumulating in-game and spend those on the lucky draw. And you could also contribute as much as Avenger contributed in this segment. It's time to head to the commentator team. Thank you very much, Avenger. Time to go to Imperium and Maxman. Let's do it.
Well, okay, super excited people on the desk. Let's get ready for game 2. Maxman, now, you know what goes great with Vikendi?
I'm going to say watermelon.
Watermelon, baby. Hashtag watermelon gang in chat, of course, as we're about to get ready into Vikendi. God damn it, I love it. Now, they talked about or mentioned King of Gamers. They've yet to get that chicken dinner. Max, will they do it in Vikendi?
Well, they do it while we're casting. All it would be was John Amber.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
Would be nice indeed, but we'll have to see. But ladies and gentlemen, direction Vikendi is going to get frosty, is going to get chilly, but the action is about to heat us all up, as we all know. Going to go from Krisha/Sport up on the northwestern side, or down south on the east next to Cement Factory/Contra Hot Springs. It's a pretty good one. Teams that like to go towards Miramar, Winery, especially Bigatron, as we like to know they like to go there. Their team, they might have to go for a little bit of a longer drop, but otherwise it's a pretty decent playing path.
But will we see a 50% water phase 1?
That's always the question.
I know we're used to it, but like I've mentioned before, the PMWL, it's been pretty fair, it's been pretty centralized. I think the biggest thing that we've seen in PMWL is actually the river in play. It's towards the northeast, which kind of complements the playing trajectory, but it's still going to be a little bit difficult.
The team now, just as it stays on circle, I want to see a good performance from. That's going to be, of course, 2 teams specifically. You got Team Entity, they're going for Cosmodrome, but also Reject Scarlet. They always go towards Trevno area/Pishkova. They have like an easy position in this game. They're going to be next to the water, so they only have to focus on like everything that's down south to the western side. I'm expecting big things from Reject Scarlet going into this.
But sometimes being in an easy position in the early circle can make you complacent in some way, shape or form, right? Of course, they've still got to prepare and react to the fact that they are very nicely inside the circle. But who knows?
As Bigatron I mentioned, they like to get towards Milner Winery because the playing pass wasn't really working out for them. They went to a location which is actually already taken up by 1 player of Team ID, and that's going to be Kratos. And I think we might actually have an early 1v1 with Kratos and a player of Bigatron.
Kratos landed earlier. He's gotten into a vehicle and he's actually disengaged.
He's getting the hell out of here.
And here's the thing, a player of Team IND don't normally drop there. They all normally land in Cement Factory. So we're already seeing in the first couple of games, teams trying different drop spots based on the plane trajectory. And I think that's an element of the fact that we are further into the World League. So teams who are more secure, trying different things.
Or maybe he was eating watermelon, he was a little bit late to join the party, and then he just dropped at the end of the plane path. That could be also.
They do serve pretty good watermelon on the plane, in fairness.
Do they? Oh, no.
Yeah, they do. They do. I can confirm
I want
that.
some pineapple, but you know what? Pineapple gang, watermelon gang, tell us how you're supporting. We love to know it.
Now, Valdez, the murder, the winners of the last game. This is the kind of map where if you control the circle shifts and control the map the way Valdez did in game 1, I can actually feel that you can get a stronger result. I know their result was really strong, but I feel like you could even hit the 20 kill mark because of the way they controlled the circle in game 1. Who knows? Of course, time will tell.
Yeah, the late game control was definitely really good. It's a little bit harder to pull off that same amount of control on Vikendi because you're so usually potential vision coming up from other teams around you. It comes out a lot easier on Vikendi. So they could definitely, I'm not saying no, but the chance of that happening are a little bit harder on the map such as Vikendi. They might have to shift up their playstyle a little bit. But we're going to go actually over to Cement Factory, a team that, like you said, had the Kratos go a little bit another direction. But they're going to get together over there. No team are going to contest it whatsoever. The loot is pretty good over there, especially in competitive settings. So they should be just really armed to the teeth in this game.
One element is, of course, the river in play. That because you could see easily the phase 2 shift far towards the west. So I don't think we'll see RQ go anywhere near the east side of the river. But the question I have for you, like, if you're Megastars and King of Gamers who are pretty far on the west and the southwest, with King of Gamers just above Dino Park and Megastars and Delbro, currently right now, like, how would you recommend they kind of rotate into the circle?
I think that you think I'm going to say Megastars take boat. I would say no.
No, I wasn't actually thinking
okay, just in case. But like, I would say Megastars definitely do not take boat rotations up the north because, you know, Box Gaming, TSM Entity, Reject Scarlet, they are teams that like to drop in the northern side, and it also makes sense with the plane path. So boat rotations this time around aren't out of the question. Okay. Do not play with the boats. It doesn't work out with this plane path.
Because when you mentioned it, I was kind of like, wait, maybe the boat would work. But when you brought up the point of Box Gaming, TSM, and even Reject Scarlet, yeah, it does make complete sense. But now teams are starting to move their way in. TSM Entity, they're in Cosmodrome, which is also an area which is quite, you know, strongly inside the circle. But again, it's the kind of area where it's a little bit in, so you don't see that much around you.
I'm going to go actually on something that Frost said like a few days ago. I think it was like in our second week of league play. And he mentioned that he wants to see TSM Entity holding down compounds that they can easily control as a 4-man team. Cosmodrome is definitely not one of those compounds. It's still the early stage. They're just looting up, and they might try and rotate a little bit early on to get a better compound under control. But it's just, I hope to not see TSM Entity hold on too long over on Cosmodrome because it could be a little bit risky if teams like to rotate there, which most of the time is not the case, but it's PMWL. You never know what's around the corner.
Well, you can see on the map that kind of like they're not really rotating out of it too quickly, and the likes of Reject Scarlet and Valdez are kind of getting a little bit closer along with Synergy down south, but we do see the rotation. If you level up, it's going to come together with BTR.
You level up always do the same rotation, so I think the Bigatron, maybe the intention was to like, you know, okay, you level up, there always come this rotation, we're going to try and gatekeep it a little bit. That could be definitely one of the play styles. They're going for a 2-2 split so far, but you level up now. They got already Jackson and Yuxian already passed through Bigatron, and the two other players behind, they're going to try and weave around it a little bit to avoid the players of BTR, which I like to see. And BTR now, they know that the team is going to respond in a more passive manner, so this is not a fight that they just want to, you know, go engage on really heavily. So they're just going to move out and find a better position in circle, which I like, once again, is the respect of BTR.
And I definitely don't want to see teams too early on take a far coastal line. Like we see Box Gaming going for that north coastal line position, because unlike King of Gamers in the first game, when it was kind of phase 4 and it was still on the coastline, cool, that made sense. But this is only phase 1. You got at least 3 more circles before, you know, it in any way settles in a certain direction. So taking that coastal line and fear too early can punish you.
Yeah, that's what actually shut down King of Gamers last game. They went too heavily next to the water side, and then the circle shifted away from the coastal line, and that's when it can be a little bit risky. It's like a similar situation, but almost like a lot less, you know, aggressive in a sense. I don't know how to really put it, but like it's not going to get rid of your entire squad. But here, actually, Box Gaming, they're actually going to move a little bit more inland, so they're going to follow your point, Imperium.
Well, a caveat to that, and I think it works in Vikendi as well as any other map, of course, but I feel like Vikendi as well. It doesn't matter how strong of a position you have inside the circle. If you can't take advantage of that position, you're wasting it.
Oh, Jackson, he's flying! Oh my god, he needs to that moving. I've seen an ET.
I can fly.
Okay, got that. I was going to be doing a reference to ET right there.
Okay. No, see, actually, no, I'm going to give you credit for that reference, in fairness. I'll give that jump a good solid, without seeing the landing, a good solid 8.5 out of 10, just for the height alone. But anyway,
One's got to edit a meme where he like actually just goes in the sky and just never comes back down. Oh, where is he going?
And you know the thing like Okay, I'll stop.
Stop that, please. Stop right now. Stop it. Okay. But yeah, now you level up. They got the high ground. They got the compound. Bigatron during their rotations. They can get information. Looking for Microboy, but they're just too fast. Fasty boys right there. Luxy and Microboy going to make it over to Ryzen and Zuxi. They're going no compound by compound. And I like to see it. It's very by the book in Vikendi. Where do you just send a few players forward, find a compound, is it free? Send it to other players, boom, 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 one by one.
Yeah, it's just kind of moving little by little towards into a more centralized part of the circle. With the blue zone closing in, and most teams basically heading either into the east of the river, as in mid-center circle, or to the coastal line of the west side, it's created more space for Freestyle and Megastars to get into the circle. Get in there a little bit slowly, of course, maybe for Megastars they could stop just before Podvoso, do a little bit of scouting and see where they go from there. Of course, phase 2 could go anywhere.
It could go anywhere indeed. Mount Kresnik, a position on which normally ROQ Athena like to play around a little bit, try and find some good control over there, but this time around that will not be the case, which I like to see, because you mentioned that and you weren't too happy with it, and now he's actually some on the edge. So I actually respect the fact that no teams, especially ROQ Athena, are not going for that, because it's always risky going downhill from Mount Kresnik, especially when you go to the eastern side or the northern side, because there are a lot of compound next to the river, so it's always a risk. They're not going to take it this time. I like that.
Yeah, no, I do. I was expecting them to stay Mount Kresnik because we've seen it happen before, but the fact that they did it relatively early into the blue zone closing in has helped them, let's say, prepare for the likes of King of Gamers coming in from behind, and even Team Secret. TSM, they rotated and shifted away from Cosmodrome down south. They're quite central inside this phase 1. Let's see what they can do with it. But shots from Viru, not quite connecting all of them under Harmony.
Dance, Harmony, dance. They're trying to get a few nice shots. Put him down to mid-health. You know what? That's going to still force a little bit of a response, and it's going to be forcing a few meds to come out. By the end, Orange Rock, they get themselves some pressure, pushing them back. They can't really get any pressure down. But I'm surprised that Valda's the Murder, a team that we've been praising last game for getting a lot of good control. They're very spread right now. Maybe a little bit too much?
Too spread? Possibly. That's possibly, but of course, depending on where this circle shifts on phase 2, I think now is very important that they commit to a core area if they can, but because the shots have been put out by Orange Rock, and you mentioned about kind of pushing them back, it's also maybe making Valdez a little bit hesitant on moving from their position where it might lock them in. So I don't think they have the biggest amount of confidence, but we'll see what they'll have to do.
We saw the map there for a split second, and we saw that TSMNC actually did move away from Cosmodrome, so you know what? I'm happy with that one. Getting full compound. It's a lot more affordable for them.
For sure.
You know, the rent can be pretty expensive around here on Vikendi, so it's fine to reduce the pricing, because I think going for like the entirety of Cosmodrome, that must be pretty expensive.
It is pretty expensive, I can confirm. But you do get free watermelons. Anyway, Galaxy Racer Celts rotating a little bit closer to T1. T1 are on the western side of Peshkova, and you see the shots from Missile not quite connecting as of yet.
Yeah, taking a few suppressing fires from Galaxy Racer Celts. Galaxy Racers had a little bit of an L last game. They took themselves 2 players taken down by TSM Entity early on. During rotations, they need to be a lot quicker on them rotations and find a little bit of a better rotation path, I would say. So this time around, they got a nice compound. T1 doesn't have it. T1, knowing how this team likes to play, they need to go more and more aggressive, which they've been doing as of late, but still they need to make decisions, and this is a moment where the decision is, just get away from there. It's not worth it.
Well, I actually like the position T1 are in, but once again, it's kind of like I mentioned, you got to be able to utilize it, right? T1 have the high ground, Galaxy Racers have the compound. So, of course, T1 don't have to disengage, but they've also got to be prepared for the fact that a knock might come out onto their team.
I respect that completely. It's just because I see some compounds about that are a little bit
Totally get
downhill,
you.
and I think it's more valuable for them. But you know what? That's fine. That's the important and interesting stuff about PUBG Mobile Esports. There's so many ways to play the game, and there's so many different options. Even though I always disagree with you, Imperium, I think it's going to be
because you hate me.
Yes, exactly. I think it's more the fact that I hate you that
of course,
I disagree with you, Imperium.
Of course. Like, if it was anybody else, you'd probably be like, yeah, that makes sense. But the second I say it, you're like, no, you're wrong. But that's okay. I still love you. That's all. Anyway,
I'm not responding to that.
Like, that got a little bit awkward. But anyway, like, if you look at the position held on by T1, Missile in particular, he has an angle onto the Zima that's held onto by Galaxy Racer South. If he can, I would definitely recommend that he takes the tires out of it or even blows the vehicle up already. He's repositioned once again and actually sending himself further into the circle, scouting. Nice work.
That's what I wanted to see. Center player first, looking out for the compound. That's Missile that always does the scouting work for T1, get the information, and now they send the entire squad. I called it, so my point was validated by T1 Imperium. I'm really happy right there. The Korean team will get a decent position in this circle. Phase 3 is about to pop off. I don't know. That was English. English hard, guys. English very hard.
Do you think it was a bit premature by T1 considering they don't know where Phase 3 is going to be? Like, for example, what if it shifts heavily down south in the favor of Team Seeker? They're going to have to go back past Galaxy Racer South.
And punch him. Oh, okay, I thought he was going to punch him to death right there. He's going to get the headshot with Yuzi. Viri will connect it. That's an extra kill. You know what? I want to see some good games because actually yesterday on Vikendi, I think they got himself like 3rd or 4th position. Let me just check my notes real quick. They got himself actually 3rd position with 8 kills. I want to see himself get himself a chicken dinner on this map, hopefully today. Back from Velmoth. Get a few nice shots down to Varu, but he's going to go straight down on the river. So, actually taking the extra damage right there. He's solo. One more bullet would do its bidding, but Varu... Oh no, that's so sad.
That's it. That's a feels bad man indeed. Now the revive should actually come. Well, actually no, because down the hill,
they're going to want to go
might
downhill.
Actually get caught out. On a side note, the circle did kind of shift up north. Missile did a little bit of scouting, paid the price at the hands of Servi, shooting up from the middle of the circle. But that's okay because now T1 can prepare for that, and they know that Synergy are a little bit to the northwest of them.
Yep, they're going down. They're going to go for the res indeed. Velmoth going to get shot himself by, I believe that was
TSM.
That was TSM Entity. Okay, going for a little bit of a third party onto this one. I do like the fact, even though it is risky to go for the res there, what they're doing, they actually got scout on the higher ground position of the riverside, and that's actually denying potentially Valdez from like pushing, going for those 2 flushes on the 2 players. I liked it. I like it's really well organized and orchestrated by Orange Rock at the end of the day.
Just one thing I did know is BTR, that sweeping rotation from the southeast to the east to the northeast. They have lost a player at the hands of Box Gaming, but honestly, that's okay. I still absolutely love that rotation from BTR because the north side of the circle, basically to the east and west of Cosmodrome, is the least occupied right now. So I really like that from BTR.
Velmoth is bleeding. Wait, Velmoth? He's actually getting res back up, I believe. Yep. Oh my god, I thought he was going to just about bleed out. But yeah, Bigatron, that rotation just mentioned, just going all around the edge of the circle. They don't, on Vikendi, they don't like going dead center unless the circle's in their favor, which we saw happen multiple times when they were playing in Winery, and they're like that big circle magnet going in their favor. This time, it's just not worth it. They know that potentially a lot of teams, because of the playing path and where they drop specifically down south next to Contra, it's just not worth going center because a lot of the compounds are indeed occupied. It's a risk that is not worth taking, so they're playing the more passive game, which, once again, I keep mentioning it, and I think I'm like a broken record at this point, but I love the respect coming up from Bigatron to know when or when not to go center circle.
It's intelligent, and intelligence is such a key aspect of PUBG Mobile. Of course, experience comes into that, right? We saw in the last game with Microboy getting into that vehicle. That split-second decision, that comes with experience, but at the end of the day, intelligence is such a key part. Now, one thing I do like is the fact that I love the fact that Galaxy Racer South repositioned away more towards the center part of where they were down the south part of the circle, because it's now given them a lot of time to prepare more of teams coming in from around. So really nice play from Celts.
Play for themselves, yeah. Like any of that sentence. Yeah, they got a decent position in the circle, and nonetheless, it's pretty interesting. Freestyle, as always, it's freestyle. They're going to play the edge of the circle. It's been working out for them from time to time, so I'm intrigued to see how it can go on for the entire game, because their team that I said I want to see them prove themselves when they don't have the circle in advantage. I want to see them take control and push them forward, just like Valdez did last game. But the circle, Imperium is just going to be putting his magic fingers on the map. Where's it going to go? Are we going to have a Cosmodrome finish on this one? We'll have to have a few hard shifts in a row, but Cosmodrome finish is definitely a possibility going into this.
Now, it does create a cluster of teams on the east side and the southeast side, and of course the direct south between RRQ, King of Gamers, Mega Stars and Team Secret, even Galaxy Racer Celts in play there, but I'm definitely interested on how you level up. And even Box Gamer are going to kind of reposition from the edge.
Just like King of Gamers, that's me driving right there when I'm trying to do a little bit of when I'm trying to park myself up. But they're going to be moving away from that location. They're going to go on the western side of the river. You mentioned they will come into play, and that will indeed be the case. They'll come into play for Megastars, for King of Gamers, Valdez the Murder, and also for Freestyle. But what I like about Valdez the Murder is the fact that they already sent 2 players on the other side just to make that rotation a lot easier on their side. So Valdez, I'm really happy with how they're pulling that one off. And Freestyle, easy rotation up north, not going to get denied by anyone in the lobby. But Team Secret and Galaxy Racer Celts taking a few shots. A little bit of an engagement's happening right now as they do connect a headshot onto MJ of Galaxy Racer Celts.
That's actually really important because Team Secret are outside the circle. So even getting that knock and sending a message to Celts, that's going to maybe push Celts back a little bit more. And we're kind of seeing something similar between Reject and Synergy, although both these teams are well inside the circle.
Yeah, a lot of pressure down. What we want to try and do is pop the vehicles away of the enemy team to make them rotations on Vikendi really hard, because if you don't have vehicles on Vikendi, it's safe to assume that you're going to have a really, really bad time during those rotations and those shifts. A few nice shots coming out from Neurally, potentially connecting, but that's going to be now, so RQ, Megastars, King of Gamers down on the southwestern side. They are going to be having some fights breaking out slowly but surely, and I think we might actually lose a team from those fights. Really intrigued to see how that's going to be happening, as a Beer 11 actually of RQ Athena will indeed get confirmed out of the lobby, but we still got 16 teams Imperium.
Yeah, playing the bridge position at this late stage of the game in Vikendi is always incredibly risky because 1, it's not compound, 2, it's kind of low down, and you have a little bit to play around, but now as Team Secret are going to crash in on the Galaxy Racer Celts, a pre-nade by Ultron. Let's see if it can connect.
Oh, I saw that grenade fighting back. Might put Ultron a little bit of damage down, but no damage connecting onto him just as yet. Team Secret, they've got to go full in. They've got 2 players that are currently a little bit further away, so maybe want to try and send an extra player to join up on the fight, because 2 players fighting in a 2v3 might still be a little bit risky. Ultron, great grenade, perfectly cooked right there. Explodes right in the face of Yuhai.
Don't go for the confirmation. I know it's tempting, but don't, Ultron. Stick up. Notice the fact that you have a little bit more of an advantage in this fight.
Little circle, so shift real quick before we refocus on the fight. Actually going really in favor of Synergy and TSM Entity, but now back on over. Team Secret sending an extra player forward, keeping Matoy on the high ground to get information. But Ultron, he's going for the engage. He's reversing the steam onto Team Secret, making it a double knockdown for himself. They're taking a 5 eye shots on 1v1, but eye shots will be coming out on top with Matoy, and they go instantly for the confirm, potentially going back as a 4-man squad. But Galaxy Racer Celts just not following on the push with Ultron. A big lack of synergy, in my opinion.
Definitely a lack of information, lack of communication, lack of coordination from Galaxy Racer Celts. All those cool words indeed. But you gotta say, Matoy did so much work from the high up angle to provide cover and support for the rest of Team Secret. Great play, but of course the teams have got to be prepared for the fact that the circle had shifted in their favor, which means there's a higher chance that they might get third-partied.
Even though they lost Ultron, they did trade it out by getting the res up onto Rox. He was very low, bleeding out slowly, but surely Eye Shot's going to go for the push, but Rox was to use. He's going to make the plays happen, but gets backstabbed by Yuhai, and now things are getting more and more set in stone. Team Secret still with 3 players. It will be turned into a 3v1, and they've got to push on a Tanky. He just doesn't want to get involved, but unfortunately the fight's coming to him. He doesn't have access to the cars anymore. He's going to have to take this fight.
Yeah, he can't even make his way kind of down the hill. He's a little bit stuck in a rut in this situation. Of course, he's giving time and space for Team Secret to get those revives off.
He's going to run for it.
He looks to try to reposition away. You do have the likes of Synergy and IND down the south of him.
Oh, they know where Tanky is now. They're going to go for the push. Can they get the kill? Tanky's going to get absolutely destroyed by those 3 players of Team Secret. Very clean. No playing together once again, which we mentioned many times. They playing more together. That synergy is coming together, and now allows them to pick up 4 easy kills on Galaxy Racer Celts.
Talk about 4 easy kills. King of Gamers getting the kills on the RRQ. RRQ, like you said, playing that bridge area, but when they have to disengage away, King of Gamers were already wrapped around and they were able to take advantage. So nice play by King of Gamers. Maybe slow reactions from RRQ. Megastars have created that space, though. They are coming in close to King of Gamers. The box are eliminated.
And the circle shifts pretty central. A little bit high up on the northern western side, but still Synergy got himself the only compound remaining in this circle available. Is very on the edge, though. We'll have to keep that in mind. But now all the teams, they're going to have to race on forward because you have not really a lot of streams, not a lot of areas to put pressure from. A little bit of high ground up north especially. Yeah. But it's going to be intriguing to see which will be the first team to try and get that position under control.
Talk about positions under control. 2 of the probably the most passive teams in the PMWL, Freestyle and Reject Scarlet, clashing together. Freestyle down to 2 players. Grenade being thrown out by Kashuf. Can that put the pressure on the Reject Scarlet? Not quite. As the revive came through, Reject have 3, Freestyle have 2.
Yeah. Reject Scarlet going to go for the push. The team that loses this fight will be known as the most passive team of PMWL. But here it is. Nice break coming out from Black, able to stop Sarah from peeking too heavily. Sarah with the M4 trying to get the initial engagement. But it is a 3v2 so far. Imperium, as Kashuth, not going to be getting too far and involved in this fight. But here it is. I like Sarah trying to be proactive, trying to get another angle. We need the rest of Reject Scarlet to go for the push. And as I mentioned that, they're going to be following suit on the engagement.
Black is going to try and reposition. M762 not connecting, as it's going to be Freestyle down to 1 player that's standing. No, Kashuth goes down. Reject Scarlet win out, and Freestyle are eliminated.
That was extremely close. Yurli and Duelo were so damn low. 1 bullet on each player, and that was going to be game over for them. That was very intriguing indeed. But Orange Rock going to take another fight. They took a fight with Bigatron earlier, came out on top, and now taking another fight versus Valdez, the murder. Valdez down to now, I believe that's going to be still 1 player. And nice comeback from behind from Viru, getting the absolute obliteration onto Valdez, the murder, eliminated in 11th.
What goes around comes around. We saw Valdez taking out Orange Rock in the first game. Now in the second game, Orange Rock win out. But this fight continues on now between Team Secret and you level up. Team Secret once again playing the high angle position, but now all members are in. It's just 1 player left standing. Qmao trying to do what he can. He drop shots in, but the man advantage is proved too much, and Team Secret once again win the fight and survive as a full squad.
I really thought Qmao was going to get the entire team flushed out because he was down low. He was again really good spray through, and they were all forcing 1 by 1 through the door, which means you can easily spray them out. But Team Secret at the end of the day coming out on top once again. They took a fight versus GXR in this compound, taking another fight now versus as a squad, and still remaining as a 4-man squad with 8 kills so far on the leaderboards. They are doing insanely good this game.
Megastars avoided King of Gamers, got in a circle before them, but they are now pinched between Team Seeker and King of Gamers. Of course, on the east, T1 and Team IND getting close together.
They're going to be clashing pretty heavily. They lose 1 player, which is Slayer. Indeed will get confirmed, leaving Snacks alone. Getting a push from the backside by ZZP, but actually Snacks going to be redeeming this entire game for IND, and will normally be able to get the double res on 420 OP and also on Kratos. That was damn close. We had so many close fights on this Vikendi game.
Yeah, close but no cigar. Cigars in Vikendi don't really work too well because it's too cold. Team IND are finally eliminated by the guys over in Synergy, taking advantage of the fact that they were able to third party as Megastars, play out in the open. The circle shifted a little bit centralized, leaving TSM in that strong position on the west side of the circle.
And Team Secret with the high ground now get information, but they're actually really far away from the circle, so they want to try and get rid of as many enemies as possible before trying to take control. But one team that's already taken control, that's TSM Entity. Up north on the western side, a lot of control. They got a little bit of high ground available for them potentially. They got all the view that they need on the Valley, especially on Megastars. They could pick up a lot of frags onto this one, but they'll have to share it with Team Secret.
And also even King of Gamers got a knockdown on the Z-God, so that's something that TSM Entity will be aware of. It won't be flushed out, so TSM will stay up as a full squad, but at least they know as Team Secret send it forward. 2 players inside the vehicle. Vexy trying to hold on with the other 3 members. Oh, Megastars coming through, but Paradox gets a knockdown, and now he comes in behind the rock, trying to take down Mad Toy, but now Team Secret Cavalry arrives.
Vexy, he's making it happen. Explosive Car picks up 2 kills. Sexy Vexy right here. Those are the sexy players we want to see. And Team Secret getting absolutely destroyed. 5 teams remaining in this one. That was a huge play for Megastars, and now they can easily rotate down south in the circle, but they still got to get involved with King of Gamers.
Like, I'm not going to give any hate to Team Secret, to be honest, because the way they've been playing in this game is aggressive and controlling, and I know they got shut down, but I definitely got to give them huge credit for that. Well done by Megastars as TSM Entity hold on another player knocked down. King Gamers are going to possibly able to take control as they push themselves forward in the direction of TSM.
Reject Scarlet team very passive, but still allowing himself to get 5th position on this Vikendi game. Really happy with their performance on this second game of the day. Hopefully they'll get a lot better performances in the next 3 games, and now TSM Entity once again the team that got control first in the circle, pulling off a little bit of a Valdez to what we saw last game, but now Team Lost are going to be contesting it and pushing for really good positions. There's so many areas behind which you can actually hide, making it really easy for them to get closer and closer to TSM Entity. The circle shifts once again, and that's even closer to TSM Entity. Are they going to get their 4th chicken dinner in PMWL?
We'll have to wait to find out. But for now, they're still up as a full squad. Swag! And the rest of Megastars punishing Synergy on the north side of this map. That's giving a little bit of space, but as King of Gamers, Jonathan comes in and takes down Braga.
Yeah, Yes, they confirmed indeed. Down onto Puffer 2. They confirmed those kills. They don't want to allow them any room to try and go for the backstab or go for the re-engage. Concept is going to be the last standing player of King of Gamers. Still without a chicken dinner. Maybe this will be the opportunity for him to take it. We'll have to see, but it's definitely not going to be easy whatsoever. Here it is now. Jonathan go for the spray with the G36 and the Paradox. Gets him low. Not quite able to get the flush though. And Megastars, they're still pushing on through. And now they made it over to the side of this little hillside. Now they're actually safe. They can easily push towards the position of TSM Entity.
Yeah, you got Swag and Encore inside the circle, but then Molotov gets thrown out, pushes Encore back, the smoke's being thrown out. Clutch God do what he can, but as Concept gets a knockdown on the Z-God, the thorn in the side for TSM Entity is going to put them back on the back line.
Clutch God try to go for a little bit of an unusual position, tried his best. Concept going for the engage, can he get it? No, Jonathan once again saving the butts of TSM Entity. They're going to be staying up alive now, 2 teams remaining into this one, but now Megastars, they know they're not remaining as a full squad. This is the opportunity for them to take the play. He gets a nice knockdown, but that's all they're shy get. TSM Entity in second position, and Megastars making India proud once again, coming out on top and taking this second chicken dinner.
Honestly, that was one of the most enjoyable games I've casted in the PMWL. Why? Because we saw a lot of teams be very aggressive on their pushes. Right from the start of the game, we saw the likes of Team Secret pushing it. We even saw the passive teams definitely fighting. And then, of course, Megastars pushing through to get the chicken dinner.
A lot of great plays, a lot of teams stepping it up, and that's been great. But we're going to be stepping down, as we said it, over to the analyst desk to break down all of the awesome plays.
I found nothing.
My teammates weren't around!
Have you ever seen a chicken dinner in just 15? Wow, it feels so good!
One more?
Big win by Megastars here on our previous game on Vikendi to find themselves with a boatload of points. But at the same time, a lot of the consistent names that we've seen over the past couple of days really stepping up to the plate here and constantly getting themselves a lot of points. We've got Avenger, we've got Frost here. Another good win for Megastars on the board. Normally, when I think of Megastars, I associate their wins with like Erangel, but Vikendi coming in.
Yeah, but not only that, I don't feel like we see them win that much. We see them being up there on around 6th, 7th position a lot of times, getting a few kills, but they play well this time, make sure that they got the chicken dinner, and of course, get himself 8 kills on top of that.
It's good to see because they're one of the teams, you know, they're sitting just outside that top 2, top 3, and they're trying to get in there, and they're slowly doing really well at it. And like this consistency, they're already putting themselves in a really good position for our league play and for the prize money in the league play. So they're sitting really comfortable in the top right now.
Let's take a look at the points coming in from this map. It's
Yes.
Megastars with 28 points, and then TSM Entity with 23 points. I'll stop
7 teams with double digits, guys. 7.
And yeah, very top heavy, but I gotta give it to TSM Entity. Get himself 23 points in this game. We saw him in the previous game get himself a 3rd position with 7 kills, making that to 17 points. So 40 points in 2 games for TSM Entity right now. That is really good. This is amazing, the step up we've seen from them yesterday and today.
This is a tournament competition level ready TSM Entity. This is what this is the form they want to bring into the league finals. So if they're able to put this already in week 2 super weekend, I think that we're going to be able to see some really good stuff from them in the next Super Weekend and obviously in the league finals. I'm really excited to get these guys in better form because it's really improving, and I feel like they're one of the teams that have improved the most from the start, what we see, and to where we are now.
I'd say Team Secret is better on the improvement though, but TSM Entity is also up there. They're doing a really good job on improvement, but it's not steady enough compared to how we've seen Team Secret lately.
Let's take a look at the Megastar stats coming on in, and as you were previously mentioning, of course. Oh, not even that much damage actually, especially relative to the healing. Very much so, almost 1 for 1.
Yeah, they've been on fights throughout the game. 800, that's very, very close, yeah, for sure. 8 kills, 6 knockouts. Good to see that they're also able to put this in again. The Vikendi game here is, we often see so many fights on the edge. We saw how Team Secret was able to defend a compound, and that's obviously often how you get most of the kills, is often by fishing for it on the edge or fighting with some of the teams that are going to be in the compounds.
I mean, it comes down a little bit. We had some hardship going on in the game, of course, but yeah, here we go. Do the do moment.
Could have almost been a moment.
Yeah, that would have been a sick moment. He hit some shots though, and that's rare.
What I really like is that we saw it first very northern circle, right? And we have teams like TSM dropping Cosmodrome, which is kind of center of the circle. Then you have Reject Scarlet being on the northeast side. That's where it dropped. But what I really like from the teams is that they acted on it quick, and they took a position that is kind of harder to get into late game and try to play that. Now the circles wasn't really favorable for them when it came towards the end game, but we saw TSM Entity, of course, holding out strong.
Also some nice shots plays here by Team Secret. The Ultron actually did a really nice play there with like wibbling wobbling a little bit, as one of our friends would say. Also Megastar's here and Core taking down the RRQ guys, but the GSR Cells fight was really interesting to see how they're able to turn that around.
What was super interesting with that one, of course, super because it's Super Weekend, is that Team Secret came in from the south. They saw the hard shift going down towards the south, and they saw this compound, and they said, hey, we need to take this. This is what we need to do to get further into the game. Now, GXR Cells was already in the compound. They crashed that. They took over it. They got rid of GXR Cells, but afterwards, came U Level Up and said, hey, we want to get in on this as well. And Team Secret says, no, you cannot, but we'll take the kills though.
No. That was well played. No. That was well played by them. I love the defense and the breach from that, taking that away. CCP, nice shots as well. I think he only managed to get one from it though. Ted with a nice nade. I actually didn't catch this one. Oof, that was nice.
This play here from Vexia holding out Team Secret, but also we're gonna see him gonna blow up the vehicle to get the last 2 kills there as well.
Nice, yeah. Great play from him. Clutch God with some nice. This is 6x spray with the MP5.
Yeah, I think
calm down. Like that's just insane.
I love seeing it. We see so much 6Xs on the SMGs. Any SMG will do. It doesn't matter if it's the MP5, the UMP, or the Bison. I mean, they put it on all of them. They scope it out, make sure it looks like a 3X. But, you know, when you need a 6X, you're going to have it right there.
Exactly, for the long-range tapping and executing finishes. Some of those knocks that are lit long.
You say long-range tapping. It's just straight long-range spraying with ridiculous SMG plays. They're legends of this game, and that is how things are going to round things out on Vikendi. Really cool to see. Again, you know, our first 3 circles don't really mean too much for the most part. It's really after that we see a lot more of these decisions have to be made by some of these teams. As we take a look at the top damage here, and Froz can talk to me about what he wants to talk about.
So I want to talk about the first 3 circles, but okay, let's take a look at the damage here first. TSM Entity. 2.6k. It comes down to them taking a position. Again, utilizing that they're in the center of the first circle, taking a spot where they can get a lot of kills, a lot of knocks, a lot of damage, a lot of points.
Nearly tripling the damage of the kills as well. That's insane.
What I wanted to say was that you're saying, Kalaris, that the first 3 circles is a little bit slow,
That's
right?
me.
Yeah. So what you can do is, during that time, go for the kills. Go for a crash. Try to breach someone.
Yeah.
You have all the time in the world. You know that it's going to be very slow first circles. No one's going to be around. Everyone's super spread out. So no one's going to come there to third party. That's when you have the opportunity. Take your time to take a breach. Get those first knocks before you do it.
And 2 teams that at the beginning of our tournament did not have the easiest of times have now pressed that Esports Plus button, and they're revving into overdrive right now, getting a ton of points, Avenger.
It's good to see that they're able to put this out a very high amount of knockouts for TSM Entity, but look at the headshots on Team Secret. They're putting out an insane amount of headshots per game as well. Nice damage. These guys are also, or the two teams are obviously two teams that are very high up right now, so it's hard to say, but 965 damage over 51 games. That is an insane average, obviously.
It's super impressive, but what's more impressive, in my opinion, is Team Secret's ratio on knocks to kills. You want to convert those knocks to kills. If you don't convert them to kills, they don't mean that much.
You're right, there is a far smaller margin of error for Team Secret there, so very impressive stuff. I hope at some point we get to see a little bit of a cheeky look at Bigatron's and RRQ's Athenas as well, because I can imagine that margin for error is going to be quite short too when it comes to how those play out. Let's take a look at the overall rankings. We have, up towards the top, still RRQ ahead by
Insane.
5 points. Importantly though, Mega Stars will move up into 4th position here over GXR Celts.
And only 5 points away from Box. It's very impressive to see Mega Stars. They're slowly sneaking in. They're obviously a nice game from them here, but still they're consistent outside the games they're not winning. They're consistent outside the games that they're not getting a prominent amount of points from placement, so they're always getting in there. So I really like that they continue to do so, and potentially they could, with a pounce at the top, with one more good game here, they would be in the top 3 immediately.
Not much happening in the top, of course, because RQ and Bigatron, they only got themselves 1 point each. And of course, Box Gaming got himself 2 points. The top 3 teams was the bottom 4 in Vikendi.
Yeah.
How close our 3rd to like 7th place is as well. It's still super close there.
And UD Gang will fall down 1 more place here and not participating in it. It's got to feel really bad. Doesn't it have to feel really bad as UD Gang, just like watching you slowly slip down?
I mean, you kind of don't want to watch the games, but you need to watch the games. You need to know what are your opponents doing? How are we going to counter that when we're coming back next week?
This is the coffee break moment when the overall rankings come up. You're like, all right, guys, peace out. I'm going to get a drink.
Let's not watch this part.
Watch the games. They'll be fun, you know. Of course, we see those 2 teams down towards the bottom now, pushing very nicely up, that did not previously partake in our first Super Weekend. So, coming up next, it's your favorite map. It's Miramar.
It's Miramar. Ecstatic for Miramar.
Schedule.
I love the rotations. Let's look at the schedule, though. It is Miramar. You can see over there our beautiful schedule.
Then we'll have Sanhok, and then we'll have Erangel
Yes.
coming up after that. So far, so good for Valdus, the Murder, as well as Megastars getting themselves victories on the board. Kind of to what you were saying before, Froz, about it's not too often Megastars is getting wins on the board. I feel like it's about time that they got another victory on the board. We do see them oftentimes up in that kind of top 5 area in some of these games.
I mean, I do say we don't see them that often getting chicken dinner, but this was their 4th chicken dinner, if I'm not wrong. 2 on Erangel, 1 on Sanhok, and this was the first one on Vikendi. And that kind of shows, because I think we have Bigatron on 9 chicken dinners, and then we have like...
This is nuts, though.
Yeah, we have like a few teams there on 4 or 5 chicken dinners.
Yeah.
So it's very even when it comes to the chicken dinners, except for Bigatron, of course.
Racking up hundreds of points, and at home, you could potentially be top 100 if you're watching in-game as well. All you have to do is gain as many points as possible, and you can have potentially exclusive rewards if you are top 100. None for you.
I already
you
have
know who I'm talking
points.
about without me even seeing.
Process all the points.
There you go. All right, gentlemen, I'm heading on over to our next commentating duo. And you know what? In the spirit of Megastars winning, in the spirit of it being a super weekend, we're going to head over to our super megacasters here.
Super megacasters,
Santa
okay.
and John.
We've hit our next stage of evolution.
Yeah, we're just going up. We're like Digimon at the moment. We're just going further and further. Look, we were at a high yesterday, but I was like, look, I'll come in today. I'll be Arctic Monkeys. This is far better, in my opinion.
You're doing my job for me.
I know, easy.
I didn't get the memo.
No, I didn't give him a memo. I was like, oh, look.
That's a very Arctic Monkeys thing to do.
Yeah, exactly. You know.
Were you really a Digimon kid?
Yeah, I was actually.
Oh, no.
I had all the plushies.
I'm leaving now. I still have my Pokemon plushies. Go away, go on. All right. Oh, dear me. Oh, it's all gone wrong already. I called them Super Mega, and then he was a Digimon kid. We have Miramar on the way, Avenger. What do you want to talk to me about Miramar?
Well, we might be very close to the game, but I want to see some of these rotations here. What we saw on Erangel on the first game, for example, is that they're not taking advantage of when we have these hardships. They're not taking advantage of the space that is available in the second and third circle. So I really want to see the teams make big rotations, make some good macro plays.
Top 10 by damage. Summon on to me as we have up towards the top. G9 with
nice
taking the top spot once again. He's a monster.
Martin as well up there, 16,000 with only 69 kills. That's very impressive.
Look at Jonathan though, and Seagull of course up there on 4th and 9th place. We're talking about TSM Entity. They haven't had the easiest of time in the season so far, but coming back strong now the past few days. But seeing them being here on the top on the damage leaderboard, that is impressive.
Absolutely. And of course, you know, Digimo's not that bad. I just like creating conflict with those guys. That's my that's the thing I love to do most. So we're going to go to the commentator team, and they're going to be the champions, and they're going to Digivolve. Let's go.
Yes. I mean, like, come on. You hear the theme tune, Digimon, Digital Monster. But also, we can have digital monsters in the game. Because we've got people like G9.
There's plenty of digital monsters.
You know, we got them.
We got Jonathan as well, and really for me,
he is probably the digital monster.
Right, that is the story for me here going in, and I'm going to be keeping an eye out for just how TSM Entity are going to be getting on. Match number 3 in the second Super Weekend. Final day, Blank, and we're going to be seeing just where those teams that haven't been competing in the first weekend end up. Of course, U2 Gank still above both of them.
Yeah, just slowly slipping down the cliff faces.
It's like quite a margin, though.
It's like the boys said, it's fairly upsetting. It's not where you want to be, but here on Miramar, let's see if we get another Southern Circle, because that's all we've been seeing. This time though, John, the map itself in terms of the playing path is fairly kind. We can go pretty much wherever we want to. We could go to La Cobreria, thank you very much. El Pozzo, Water Treatment, Cruz de Valle, like all these places are open. But you know, if we're to expect anything, and look, these teams are already expecting, they're dropping out really early towards the cities. They're thinking it's going to be a Southern Circle. Let's see what we get here.
Let's see how many people stay and hold their nerve in the car. In the car? In the plane. It's a very different vehicle.
Car with wing.
Car with wings, plural. Well, you're not wrong, it does have a wing.
Yeah, it does have one wing.
It also has another.
Wing mirrors.
Goodness me, what is this slam?
Give me the circle, please.
Oh my goodness me.
Now!
Yeah. We're going to see where the circle does fall, of course, but you level up, they're staying in late. They are going to hold their nerve, as we were saying, and it's going to be all right. Okay.
Yeah.
Relatively safe for most teams here. Team IND will have to move in from the south. Valdus the Murder as well, moving in a similar rotation path to them. Synergy E will have to move through GXR cells.
So yes, finally we get a circle where most teams can be quite happy with it, and we're not going to have these cases what we're seeing on Erangel at the moment, where we're having these really eastern plains where they'll come down from the north side or the south side, whether that be, and then help to the northwest. And you're having a case where all these teams are having to rotate through the same pathways. This is going to open the game up a lot more for a lot of different teams. It's going to make things a lot more even. Whereas, for instance, yesterday, John, I won't lie, although Reject Scarlet did put some decent numbers, I would have to say that they were gifted a lot of those games. Obviously, in the last game, but TSM Entity won with just Jonathan bundling his way through to the end there.
Absolutely.
Reject Scarlet actually, they landed in Yasnaya. We ended in Yasnaya and they went out 5th. Again, same thing happened on Sanhok, where Sanhok goes off to the east side. Really, Reject Scarlet don't have to do anything, and similarly again on Erangel. So I would like to see how Reject Scarlet deal with this, and we'll see if they can still post up those good numbers today.
And this is sort of what we've seen a lot of the time, is when the first circle pops, they send out wide. I've started calling them the wide swing kings.
They are the wide swing kings.
They are, absolutely, and they sort of tend to just go around the edge and try and get in on an off angle to move into that rotation path that maybe people don't expect, maybe people aren't aware of. So to their credit, whilst they have been getting favored a lot, they have been able to capitalize, and that's something that is not the easiest to do all the time.
Exactly, though, and that's the main thing. I think that yesterday was the best. It was the best opportunity for them, right? Yet it doesn't go fantastically well. They don't even get a chicken dinner yesterday, and there was that chance on Erangel at the start there where Synergy won the game, where they had so much time to move, but they were so passive they couldn't actually get anything done. Anyway, the wide swing, I think, is going to be in effect shortly as they head over to Impala. But again, most teams are actually in here. Oh, T1 taking a singular knock from Huostuan from U Level Up.
It's going to be a flush, pretty easy pickup there for you level up. Obviously dropping out late towards La Cobreria and splitting up as well. playing very quite split, actually. That's only one player there from U Level Up and very close to another team as well. So that was a risky choice, but they managed to make it work.
It's actually hilarious that Huashuan actually meets up with the other T1 player in Seiden, because the rest of U Level Up is in La Cobreria. Yes. The rest of T1 are down towards Hacienda del Patron, so it's kind of like a grudge match between these two players where they met in the middle. You know, like where the sparks fly between the gazes. That's exactly what happened between U Level Up and T1. But like you said, there is another team close vicinity. It is Freestyle. You can see Malik here looking down towards that singular U Level Up player, and he's in an awkward situation. So what will most likely happen is that U Level Up will finish looting, head down a vehicle, and pick up the boy henceforth.
I do love the skirt there that Malik's rocking. Fantastic, fantastic stuff, yeah.
That's good stuff. It does blend in with the desert as well.
Yeah.
It's camouflage.
Absolutely, it's all about that camouflage. You know, everybody wants to go for these super flashy skins, you know, whatever. But what I'm about is making sure my character's camouflage with the surroundings, and you can see Malik is on a similar wavelength. So nice to see that one. Nice to get the tactical fashion on board.
So we just got some quick Frost breakdowns where he comes across with a notebook and writes some scribbles on it.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Trying to decipher.
Huashuan might have just hit a little bit of a badger there, unfortunately. He has to stop short.
Oh, he's okay, he's okay.
Yeah, gets away with it.
But the deciphering that came through from the Da Vinci Code Froz actually was that Huashuan dropped with T1, and then you got Seiden dropping with U Level Up. So they kind of got mixed up on the way down there, and then that's where their cage fight begun. Obviously, Huashuan coming out on top. Oh, nice shots there from Freestyle to take him down as he tries to leave in that party bus.
Now that's the badger.
That's the badger right there, coming on through.
Yeah, so a player from U Level Up getting a kill, then getting killed. 3 players alive from the northern side of this circle. Luckily, they're not really going to have to push through too many people with this current circle blank, because, of course, it is a northern shift. Everybody's going to be coming in from the south, but it's the circles later on where they're going to have to move through locations like Crater Fields or even move out east towards water treatment that are going to be difficult for them without that full line of fire.
Yeah, I think now I can pretty confidently say that U Level Up are just going to stay. They're just going to stay in their current area in La Cobreria. Not really want to go anywhere too much. But yeah, this is fine for the time being. TSM Entity, they're in Hacienda del Patron. That's their usual spot that they do hold in. T1 is very, very much close outside, but you doubt they're going to take a fight with them, John. They're currently down to 3 players, obviously after losing Seiden early on. Quickly, though, as we take a look at the map, just a quick check-in with the players. Team Secret. Now, after looking at the numbers, John, after that 12th round of the Super Weekend, you know, they've only actually placed below 10th 3 times out of the 12. So that's
including today.
Including today. So that's 25% of times that they go down under 12. So they've been placing really, really high the majority of the time. So they're massively consistent. And this is what we worried about in week 1, is that they kept going out early. They weren't consistently getting to the end with 4 players. So there's been a massive shake-up in that side. And, you know, I was talking about that a lot yesterday, but I wanted to come today prepared with a little bit of a fact to just, like, put that into context, because they're doing fantastic and the people need to know.
People do need to know, Blank, and that's what we're here for. So we very much appreciate your contribution to the knowing of people, of things. Fantastic
I do
stuff
my
there.
best. I do my
Los Leones, currently occupied by really only 1 squad. You've got King of Gamers on the western peak of it, but really it's Valdez the Murder who have the majority of control over the area. Team IND did move up a little bit after looting further south, but that's just on their standard rotation.
What?
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 Whoa!
Louis!
What's going on?
What on earth
What
is this? Louis? Oh my goodness me, it's Spider Louis. He's going straight up the side. Oh, hang on a minute. A small ridge has foibled him. He has been thwarted by a small ridge.
Oh, Louis never went to physics class apparently, because it doesn't apply to him.
Oh my God.
What the hell was that?
How on earth do you make that happen? That is insane. I'm lost for words, mate.
I don't know.
You ever seen that documentary About free climbing?
Whoa, free solo. Yes, I have.
Get Louis on it, man.
No tethers, no ropes. Don't need it. I've got a truck that will go up to 180 degree angle.
And that is the power of four-wheel drive, Blank.
That's what they need on the new vehicle aspects. I just drop Louis in there, and you can also drive up a vertical wall should you want to.
That was honestly, that was baffling. Anyway, we're gonna have to log that away, Blank. We're gonna have to save that for later.
Put that away.
Put that one to bed.
God, I'm done. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness me. GXR Celts are like, there's probably 2 people down the bottom of this cliff, right? There's no way anyone's up there. And Louis just like.
Oh dear me. Okay, Louis, mountaintop.
Guys, at me on Twitter, at John Allen Cast, or send them to me on Instagram. I want your best vertical climbing memes.
Please.
With Louis involved.
I just want Louis. But his face is just the picture of a goat at a mountain going up the hill.
That's what we want. Okay, send them to us on Twitter. Send them to us on. Use the hashtag PMWL.
We'll here's up on Instagram. We'll share them where we can on our stories. Just at us. Central circle, though. So most people still very, very happy. Again, this gives the opportunity for a lot of teams to be like, you know what? We don't have to run into too many people too often. I think probably the team that's most happy with this would be GXR Celts, because they've tended to be getting really tangled up in their rotations a lot of times. And it's been a case that, you know, they get a good start to the game. I mean, they should be expecting this by now, especially at Erangel, because they play Milta around BTR, around Box Gaming, around T1. So they're obviously going to get caught up. But I don't think they scout properly enough. Albeit they're putting up some good numbers. They're towards the top of the tables, and here with this kind of circle, they've got free reign to move forward. They've got some really heavy hits on the team. We've seen a Tanky do incredible things, so I'm excited for GXR Celts game. But it seems to me that BTR consistently come up against them, and I think that's what you also have to consider about GXR Celts. They've been fighting the best team in the lobby, probably the best team in the lobby all of these 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's not the easiest situation to be in. Let's put it that way.
Kind of unfair, really.
It's not great. Not great for the health. TSM Entity on the northern side of the road that is kind of not quite in half, but splitting this circle, road that heads straight through San Martin.
Yeah, and TSM Entity is actually an interesting one to talk about, because Miramar was their first chicken dinner, right? It was their first chicken dinner that they'd got, and it was a really incredible moment for them. But a lot of it comes down to the fact that a lot of teams committed to the city early, whereas there was a lot of patience, a lot of discipline from TSM Entity after getting that early confidence boost, the knock-on to Valdez the Murder and getting that squad wipe. And they wait outside the city and then just move across the only compound within the zone. So that's what I'm really liking on TSM Entity. They're being a lot more disciplined, and now that they have that good ping on board, Jonathan is just popping off.
Yeah, there's no stopping them, apparently. They have been... I don't think we've seen a single game today where there hasn't been a green tick next to their name, green up arrow, signifying that they've climbed a spot.
Doing a Louis.
They keep... Yeah, exactly. They are Louising their way up the leaderboards, Blank. It's absolutely phenomenal to see.
That's what it's called now.
It's fantastic. You know, they are such a solid representative of the South Asia region. And I think everyone is sort of really proud to get behind them and support them.
All right, boys. If you're climbing, you're Louising. Let's just put it that way. I'm sorry if you don't get the meme later on in the tournament. You should have been watching today.
It's unfortunate. Oh, Orange Rock just took 2 knocks on the mini-map there. I spotted that.
Yeah, they're currently...
eyes blank.
With your eyes, yeah, they're currently in a kind of an awkward scenario because they're sandwiched between T1 as well as Box Gaming, but they're struggling on the cliff side. They actually held this before, but it's getting tough now because they're on the lower platforms of the mountaintop. Nexo comes through. It does favor them, but they will have to battle off Box Gaming, remove them from this game if they want to stay here.
Oh, a lot of damage coming through from these nades. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a nade that actually got those original knocks. 3 players down now for Orange Rock. They're looking to try and get the res. It's just Marvi standing. Oh no, Gil is going to go down, but both Viru and Marvi are up. 2 players for Orange Rock as Box try and send around the sides. They're spraying into the smoke. Haven't quite got the knocks just yet. Marvi gets 1, but is traded out, and the second is found. Box Gaming eliminate them from atop the mountain.
Destructive Force just descends upon Orange Rock, and they're removed there, which is a very good start for Box Gaming themselves because they've got a hugely strong spot here. Obviously, Louis up on the mountainside. He's watching down upon everyone, basically god of lobby at the moment. So he's having a very, very good time. And, you know, Box Gaming, sure, they got a lot of the really good circles yesterday. It seems that's continuing to be a thing today. Ooh. What they are really good at doing is selecting a location and defending it. It's the box fort we see time and time again.
Exactly. On the northern side of this circle as well, you've got a bit of a conflict between You Level Up and Freestyle. You can see it starting to pop off in the kill feed. This is a team, remember, that Freestyle took that kill onto one of the players from You Level Up earlier, and they're here to finish the job, Blank.
That they are. King of Gamers, they take another knock though, and a flush. So TSM Entity holding on strong towards the northwest side of the map. But it's Freestyle and You Level Up, like you're saying, John, they're now clashing against one another as they've had to move down to the southeast. Head just drops away, turns his head, does not want to get headshot, especially by Luxy, who puts up great headshot numbers all the time. He's terrifying.
The guy at range is someone you do not want to fight. Freestyle continue to get knocks over towards You Level Up, and yeah, it might have just been that. Yep, there we go. 15th place, You Level Up get eliminated. And the northern side is free for Freestyle.
Very, very clean play from Freestyle, removing You Level Up from the board. Obviously, You Level with only 3 players remaining, but great gatekeeping from them. And also great knowledge to stay on this side, knowing that You Level Up must have dropped in La Cobreria, so they can just wait on. Nade Gups on the top side.
Wow, Ryzen.
Jeez.
Oh, you can't do that. That's just bullying. Goodness me, Ted takes a knock. That is beautiful cooking there from Ryzen.
Yeah.
Send him a Michelin star in the post.
That's a Kobe, if ever we saw. And you talk about Michelin star, I mean, it's just as good as a Kobe steak, that thing coming on the top side. Crazy stuff.
Nicely done. But Synergy still with plenty of players in the back pocket. Luxy's cooking one of his own. See if he Ramses his way to another knock. See if he takes a lot of damage, and Zigsaw as well. Not quite able to get the job done, but sometimes the slow cook is best.
I mean, it feels like BTR don't even use the guns these days. It's like, nades are pretty good. Let's just favor them over bullets. It's just so much easier. We don't even have to look at the team we're fighting half the time. Luxy's still going, by the way. Next up comes through hard shift to the north here, John, towards Hacienda del Patron. Now, TSM Entity don't have to move too much. Again, it's that discipline, that patience. They knew this was a good spot for them. They had a lot of landing posts to go forward towards, but now they don't even have to do that. They can move back into Hacienda del Patron, a zone they know like the back of their hand, and play from there. They will have to worry about Megastars and RRQ, who are very, very close to them.
Throwing in a Molotov, trying to slow down this push from Luxy. Ryzen's out in the blue zone, and we'll have to push through. Oh, TSM Entity are crushing. What? On another. Oh my goodness me. RRQ, Athena just go down in the midst of it. A really fast push. Nades still being sent back and forth. Synergy suffering at the hands of Bigatron here. There's a lot of fight to pop it off all across the map as the circle will start to push them up north.
Yeah, BTR just buffeting against Synergy at the moment. They can't really do much about it. And Synergy, you can tell that they just want to leave. The meds are low. Bandage is the only thing on board for Synergy. But we've got to talk about TSM Entity. Now they're fighting versus King of Gamers. They just completely wiped out RRQ. This is ridiculous work that they're doing. Luxy moves out into the blue zone. It's going to look for a little bit of an angle, but look at this. Z-God's still going. This is ridiculous work, but now Freestyle from behind is going to go for the backstab.
Unfortunately, he's going to be going no longer. Does get knocked for now. They'll try and have to get that res on board. Box landing the shot. Pime finds 2. Team IND suffering heavily at this hands. Going to get a couple of replays on board, see which fight we're going to catch up with. Okay, this is You Level Up from earlier, if you remember the northern conflict. You Level Up trying to move across open ground in a buggy when Kashuf had a free shot all the way across the valley. That's you're asking to go down there, to be honest.
Yeah, to be fair, fantastic spray from Kashuf there. Very, very well done. But Pime, we know this guy can snipe. He's just thrown out dead-eye shots after one another. 2 shots to the M24, made nice and easy. TSM is still fighting other teams. They just fought versus RRQ, then they fought versus King of Gamers. Now they're attacking GXR cells. They are relentless, John.
Doesn't stop, does it? Action keeps on popping. It's what you love to see. The finish, relatively urban for now, and Freestyle, they are going to keep going. 5 kills found so far. This is a decent showing for a team that is on the bottom of these Super Weekend leaderboards, Blank. You know, currently sat with 64 points. They need to do something dramatic to try and get themselves secure into those top 16 to get to the league finals.
Which is why you have to start speeding things up here, because if they don't get into this is a big storyline, right, John? Because if you don't get into the next Super Weekend and you are down in points, you are probably going to go out and not make make it to the league finals. So this is actually one of the more important last 3 games of the tournament in terms of getting to that league finals, because you're banking on having a good weekday performance and getting back into that super weekend. But after that, there is no more. That is it. The numbers, they'll be locked in. But here we can see Box Gaming coming against Valdus the Murder. We'll see how Louis can do this one, see if he can climb his way over this fight.
Bigetron fighting against Synergy as well, but for now we're going to focus in on the southern border. There's so many teams around this area, it could get pretty chaotic. Blank. Over the hills, it seems to be nades abound in Miramar for pretty much every squad. The Defilades funneling those grenades in. Break just dodges death by a pixel or two as the nade bubbles over the top there and saves him for just a moment longer. But the next shift comes through and it's hard northwest. Blank.
Oh yeah, Freestar going to be pretty happy with this one. It's going to remove the last player from Megastars. In Paradox, they'll be sitting pretty with a really nice ridge line to play from and good high ground, not to mention. But TSM Entity, they're going to have to be that break that all the teams bash up against as they are holding down the roadside. Do they want to move further into the circle? That is the question. But Team Secret, they've been relatively silent towards that eastern side, keeping their position as Secret here. Now moving in. T1, though, they're moving towards the north side. Team Secret will be clashing into them shortly, and right now they're doing one of those mistakes we saw them have early, which is they're a little bit split up, so they're going to try and get back together as soon as possible because we know that's when they thrive. That's Megastars now going down on the northwestern side of the map. Freestars now claim that entire zone for themselves.
Oh, Pime just gets behind cover there as Goddard goes for the long-range spray. Valdus, the Murder, are going to have that long push to make, but Soda Box, everybody in this area is going to have to leave. That includes the remaining one player of Bigetron. As Jonathan just starts to pop off with the kill feed, gets a double spray down on towards GXR Celts. A split GXR Celts means that they are going to be left with just 2 alive.
Reject Scarlet going down to the play zone. Valdus the Murderer just ahead of them, but they are suffering at the behest of that blue zone itself too. It's starting to really zap at their backs. JXL's trying to make their way in, but now it's Box Gaming moving parallel against them. They currently have 3 players on board. You can see Loki there, Pime, as well as Louis. JXL Celts trying to dissuade them away from this compound. It's their last bastion.
But they need to push in further, Blank. They're not in this next zone. They have to leave this building. It's not going to keep them secure for very long. A lot of teams on the southeast, and right now, I'm looking at Freestyle. They have the high ground. They have control of all of these sightlines. If it shifts out of the city, they're as good as gold.
Yeah, if we get another northwest shift, yeah, Freestyle are going to be sitting pretty exactly like you say. The issue comes is the fact that they're right on the edge of the circle. They need a hard shift to remain on that ridge side. If they don't get it, they have to come down, and it's quite a long way as well. And Team Secret, TSM Entity, if any of them are looking behind them, they should get the shots off of the Freestyle. So they've got to be really careful as to how they descend from this position, John. Louis taking shots towards Valdus the Murder, who have somehow, some way, made their way into the circle from that long run.
They're not quite done just yet. We'll have to move a little bit further and maybe even try and cross the road here, Blank. It will be tricky. T1 ready and waiting, and they're already starting to take that fight. Velmuth tries to skirt around the side, but they spot it out. No problem. We're down to 9 teams in a relatively tight circle.
New circle about to come onto our screen soon as Team Secret have pressed towards the center of the circle. Try and get as good statistical chance as possible. But look at that. It was that hard shift I was talking about. Freestyle could just about sit on the lip of the ridge there. Valdus the Murder, they do go down, but this still favors Freestyle somewhat. But all of the other teams, they're out of the circle. They'll have to move in. Freestyle, this is a really good opportunity for them to start to pepper the teams in front of them with lead.
And they've already had a pretty decent game on the kill counts. That's Bigetron going down, so we're down to 7 teams. In the last 30 seconds, we've dropped from 9 to 7. So we'll see how many more we're going to get into this next circle, because this is the urban crunch that is so tricky. This is why, Avenger on the desk, he says, never go into a city unless you know it's going to finish there. Never go into that environment unless you know that it's going to come towards you. And this is what is going to happen when it doesn't go your way.
You're starting to struggle a little bit. You see that Box Gaming actually taking a knock onto TSM Entity. Now, I was saying that Box Gaming was getting a couple of circles yesterday in the favor, but that's not to say they haven't fought for a lot of their games, and they can certainly do it. They have the fragging power on board. Loki's extremely low, though, and they're taking so many shots. And this is it. This is what we're talking about. Freestyle can start to pepper these teams, try and remove as many as possible before they get too close to them.
TSM Entity managed to steal that one away, but it's Box Gaming eliminated on the crunch. 6 teams now remaining. Team Secret have made their way into the circle. They've snuck through the whole battlefield, and they have 2 kills total, Blank. There's really 3 teams where these kills are focused right now, and one of them just went out. It's Box Gaming on 8. You've got TSM Entity on 11 and Freestyle on 9.
It's a high kill game here. It is the guns that are doing the work, not the circle, as we seem to be used to from Vikendi and Sanhok, who we've seen recently. But T1, let's remember, these guys came down from the northern side. They took a little bit of a damage early on from U level up. Obviously, we saw Sadin go down, but now T1, they're still in the game. They're in an okay position. They could actually even dismount Freestyle. But look at Synergy. They're still in this game.
Zigsaw, the Lone Ranger for Synergy, catches Neo on the off. I don't think they're going to be able to save that. Oh no, it's Jonathan. He's at range. Of course he has the back, but there is shots coming in at him every which way. Zedgod manages to push close. They're trying to dismount Zigsaw here as he's trying to send around the other side, but he gets spotted out. And it's Zedgod actually to finish it, but he gets knocked in response. That's Team Secret starting to come into the fight now, Blank. Synergy eliminated, down to 5, but TSM Entity are under heavy fire.
The bullets are pouring down from everywhere on this map. There's not really anywhere you can go without taking shots. Now, Freestyle, they've made a little bit of a split here. They've sent Malik on forwards towards TSM Entity. So low, one nade would do the job, but it's not quite far enough here. Another goes through, almost well cooked, but it goes a little bit too far. Now, Jonathan zigzagging his way over the top. They jiggle, but he goes down and won't get it. And Ashuf is able to support his team for the backside.
They still manage to get to 5th, Blank, and they still manage to get 12 kills. Fantastic game from them, 19 points, but it's all the game for Freestyle right now. They have 12 kills, Blank. They have 3 players alive on the outside of these compounds, and look at the lines of fire they have set up.
Team Secret, really well done. We do have one player from Freestyle up on the top side watching down with the M4. Got a decent compound, but nothing else. Well, decent.
I am never going to be able to say that name in a play-by-play, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I also opted against.
Oh goodness me! It's just a jumble of U's.
Yeah,
I'm sure it is a proper name, but I'm baffled by it.
An okay nade doesn't go quite far enough to take down any members from T1. GXR Celts, they have a tanky MJ. A tanky, that player I was talking about earlier, really fantastic player. Had a really strong win in Erangel a little while back, even 1v4ing Reject Scarlet by himself. So by no means count GXR Celts out yet. Freestyle are heavily split though. Their players get picked off one by one.
Team Secret, they've taken 1 knock, but they found a building. This seems to be their specialty, Blank. They managed to just sneak through these cracks and get some sort of a position. And it's really what's seen them so safe moving forwards. And they are going to take the fight with GXR Celts, who are themselves fighting off T1 and the rest of Team Secret. Youngjun opting for the heal strat. As the GXR Celts do get eliminated, that will see them higher up in the tables. And now, Freestyle, I think they might have taken a knock there. Yeah, Malik does go down, so 3 players are alive, but 2 of them are going to be in operation. The oversight will be taken away as well, and now it's just Kashuf on the outskirts for Freestyle. Has quite some decent sight lines, but nades can send him away quick as anything.
Goodness me, we saw Rex slam to the floor there. The bullets came at him in a blinding pace. And now Shoof is going to go for that revive onto his teammate Malik, I believe. But Team Secret, they've got a great position to start pushing forwards. Youngjun out in the circle. He's vying for the 2nd place with that heal off. See if he can make it happen. But Team Secret, they still have to res 1 player on board. Madtoy, far behind, trying to play from the high ground. See if he can spot any players. Currently, their high ground approach from Freestyle is down.
We'll be able to gather the info from the player atop the mountain for Freestyle, so they might be able to track some of these movements. The question is, how long does Youngjun last out in the blue? If he goes down earlier, there he goes. Okay, so 2 teams remain. This means that it is 2nd place guarantee for both of these squads.
It is indeed. Now, you see eye shots here looking to find these players over the way. Yuhai, obviously, is really high frag on the team and can start to shine here, start to blossom at the end of this game where he's able to play aggressive. Now there's only 1 other team remaining and only 2 players up. There's iShots taking a few shots as a shoot dashes across, and he actually might get the revive here. And this is where Team Secret know they have to go. This is bold from Freestyle, and Team Secret, they will not allow it.
4-man swarm will start to push out. You can see Yuhai moving up that cliff face, but Malik spotted it out. He's going to know that it's there, looks for the spray. but he finds a couple of bullets sent his way. Unfortunately, they get one knock now. Freestyle try to ascend the mountain, but they get shut out. It is Team Secret remaining quiet until the end. Then they strike. Beautiful stuff coming out from them.
Exactly, brilliant plays there. The slumbering beast towards the end of the game, and then when it finally wakes up, oh, does it wake up indeed? And it roars, because that's a really well played game from Team Secret themselves. Like you said, very, very quiet but intelligent plays towards the end to get into the circle and then just set yourself up for success.
Fantastic stuff. They've always got their eye on you. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to break it down.
Where's that hot spring?
It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers.
It looks really exciting.
Why not have a try?
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
From an undercover organization getting themselves a chicken dinner to defying the laws of gravity, this Miramar had it all. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. I am joined by Avenger and Froz joining me. Oh, you were holding hands. That's nice.
Yeah,
that was weird.
That was weird.
Yeah, I don't know what Froz was doing.
Yeah, that's great stuff. We've got so much going on here. Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game. Brilliant contributions once again to this segment.
Thank you, guys.
28 points coming in for a Team Secret, number one. However, Freestyle and TSM Entity, whack-a-macca phone, as we see Freestyle getting themselves 26 points.
Finally, we see Freestyle living up to their name there, being a little bit freestyling up on the other teams and getting themselves 26 points. But Team Secret and TSM Entity have been two big names here today. TSM so far 59 points, Team Secret 46 points in 3 games.
Fantastic plays from them, and also the push on TSM Entity Freestyle. They're actually holding them. They're denying them this position early, like a very late game, so that was fantastic for them. Fortunately, I think that kind of cost Freestyle the win from doing that, because they got a lot of pressure on it from Team Secret. Very well played, though, from both the teams.
Here's our 9th through 16th as well. I'm sort of sad that Freestyle didn't round that game out.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
I wanted to see them win that game, but they were under a lot of pressure. All the teams were kind of focusing them because they had the high ground. So as soon as they started peaking and anything, all the teams were just looking at Freestyle.
Yeah, definitely so. But Team Secret getting themselves the win. It feels like it's a long time coming here in this Super Weekend, at least. They got themselves a win in our second game of the entire Super Weekend. And then up until this point, they've had quite a few podium finishes, Avenger. So for them to get a win here, and we've seen them be consistently consistent, not taking away from GX ourselves, but we've seen them doing very well in some of the standings. It's about time that another chicken dinner comes their way.
It's good to see, but they're going to be putting themselves even further ahead in terms of the points here, and putting themselves in a great position. They're going to be keeping on a really good average point per game as well in this weekend here. So as Frost has been saying, he's looking forward to these guys. Like, they've been improving massively. For them to get 2 chicken dinners here in just, what, 13 games, 12 games, 13 games?
Will the winners, though, reveal their stats to us, or are they a mystery?
Oh,
they're not. 1,600 damage coming in for Team Secret, as we have almost 600 damage.
Yeah, not too much damage, because we saw them doing some good rotations. They went in towards the east side and it went in through the town. And we saw, hey, no one was in town, so they just kept on rotating in. And we had that hard shift that went up to the north, of course. And in that circle was basically only Freestyle and Megastars that was in there. Oh, sorry, Freestyle and TSM Entity. And I mean, there was, what, about 9 other teams in the south side.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
A lot of teams that just congested in on the south side together.
Time for the Mountain Dew Do the Do moments as we see you level up starting things off.
This was a little bit interesting because we had Zayden. He was not dropping with his team T1. He was dropping with You Level Up.
Yes.
And Hoshuan, he was dropping with T1 instead. And basically just met in the middle and fought each other. Four-wheel driving, James. Don't you regret you don't have four-wheel drive on your car now?
Yeah, you only have rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, I get in a drag race with a four-wheel drive car. It's just not the same. I can't keep up.
Even with Sports Plus, you're not going to be able to do that, James. I'm sorry, but it's kind of amazing to be able to get up there. Not only are you going to get a lot of information, but you can also get yourself a few good knocks. If you play well, you get the circle on top of you. A very big part of the game if you can have the circle and be up top.
Spider car does whatever a spider car does.
Can it go all the way to the top? Yes, it can.
There you go.
We see already here, halfway through the game, we saw the Freestyle was playing on the north side.
That nade, though.
But they just kept on holding the north side, and we saw the Megastars try to crash Freestyle later on there. But they stood tall, they held the ground, and they were just king of the hill, basically.
Did you say King of the Hill for King Gamers?
Hey!
Oh, well, they were showing King Gamers on the stream right there. Yeah,
I'm sorry about Freestyle. This is what I was talking about. Megastars trying to push up towards Freestyle's spot because everyone knows this is a really good spot. That's why everyone wants to get it.
Exactly. They were holding it down extremely well and defending it in for such a long time as well. And I was really looking forward to this Freestyle potential win here because they're actually putting themselves in a great spot. But there are so few teams contesting Team Secret. They were having such an easy time in the city. It was like there was 10 teams on the south while we had 5 teams in the like midst of things, and that's just it's too little. That's what I was talking about before. Like on Miramar, we want to see some of these big macro rotations, take some chances with that. Team Secret, they were able to drive straight through to the city, to the west side of the city without anyone shooting there because there's literally no one in the middle and east side of the city. That was just really surprising to me.
I really like what we're seeing from TSM Entity though. Up until the point that they actually died and was out of the game, they were basically just taking every fight, every single fight they could. That's why they ended up with 12 kills. Of course, they only got themselves a 5th place, but with those 12 kills, I mean, that's going to push them up there.
Yeah, very, very good stuff, though, in the end by Team Secret. Of course, one thing that's important to note as well is that they have a depth when it comes to their roster, too. Obviously, Rex has been playing quite a bit as of late, but Bio is in there as well. We've seen him in a few of the games in the past. And overall, they are now on track to be a contender for that league finals with performances like this. Let's take a look at the total damage as well whilst we continue talking about this point, Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, for these guys to step up to this level, obviously, they will need the consistency. But if we take only this performance, how they've been performing so far, this is literally what we're gonna. If we're gonna see this from them in the league finals, they will literally be a top 3 contender, or potentially a finals winner spot if they continue this performance.
We have so many teams that are showing potential time after time after time, but we only have so few teams that is actually consistent enough to tell us, hey, we are the best. And one of those teams is, of course, Bigatron. But we see here they only got themselves 2 kills, but still. They're towards the top there with RQ Athena.
It's been a slow day today for Bigatron.
Yeah, but look at Freestyle, guys. Freestyle, 2,315 damage, 12 kills. Such a good game for them. A nice comeback. I hope that they're going to be able to continue this weekend here, get a few more games. And I hope that these guys are going to make a good comeback. They have already passed No Chance Team, so they already had a better performance than No Chance Team than their last Super Weekend. So now they're just trying to continue this kind of performance. And if they qualify for the next weekend, they will guarantee themselves a spot.
That's true.
I mean,
It is actually very nice, though, to see that Freestyle has got themselves now into this position after missing out on that first Super Weekend. It's got to feel liberating for them, I would say, for us.
But we need to see more of this from Freestyle. They need to have more games like this. This is just one game. We know that they have the potential to do it. They have really good macro, really good rotations. We see that time after time. This was another of those games where we see them going for a very wide rotation, getting himself into a really good spot. And this time they capitalized on that. They got so many kills, but we need to see that in more games from them.
I want to conjure the top players from this game as well. If we can just summon that. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. We got Kashuf, we've got
Awesome damage.
We've got Pime, and then we've got the man's the name I can't really say.
Say it.
Fuhu Storochu.
Ah, nice. But a Kashuf, 1,000 damage,
that
guys.
was good. I probably can't pronounce it, so I'm not going to try to because I don't want to butcher it.
There's so many U's in there that actually works out when you say it. Fuhu Storochu.
Yeah, exactly. That's you nailed it. Fantastic.
It's really, look at it. Freestyle has 2 players up here. One over 1,000 damage. The other one just below 1,000 damage. That shows you that they have the potential.
For sure.
They got it. They just need to show us a little bit more of it.
Yes.
We want to see more.
Show us more. That's right. But 1,000 damage is extremely respectable, extremely impressive as well. But Pime for Box Gaming, constantly showing up in these past couple of days of NJ.
And we've been seeing, from Break, from Lewis, they're also stepping up. But Pime is stepping up to this, and they're really they have so much, Loki as well, of course. They have so much depth in their roster, and I really like how they've been able to perform so far. And I'm really excited for them to go forward for the rest of this weekend here. I think they can end in a really good spot, potentially, maybe even put themselves in our top 3.
Bold prediction.
Ooh.
Bold prediction. Nice. I like that. All right. Well, before we actually get into our next game, of course, we can check in with the man that I spoke to from Team Secret. It is called BU. Let's go and chat with him.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, it's Kyle Aris once again here, the host of PMWL East, and we are talking to BU from Team Secret. Firstly, thank you for joining me, and the first question I have for you is, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself as well as your role within the team?
All right, so hi guys, I'm BU from Team Secret, and I'm the captain of the team.
First proper question is, how did you get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
So it first started off with my friends and my brother. They got addicted to this game. They started playing this game, and they convinced me to play this game as well. So that's when I tried it out, and I became one of them.
Which map is your favorite when it comes to competitive play, and why?
Out of 4 maps, I would say Erangel is always gonna be my favorite because I think that is the most how do I say it? Balanced, like the most maybe balanced map in terms of you can have long range, short range, you can prone, be a snake, you can be anything in the game, in that map particularly.
Which team would you consider as your biggest rival throughout PMWL coming up?
To me personally, I think that every team that has made it to this stage, every team is very strong. But particularly, I would say the all-time champion like RLQ, they won a lot of tournaments before. That would be our biggest rivalry.
So you guys had amazing consistency in the Malaysia and Singapore Pro League. A lot of first places, a lot of second places, and even when you weren't on the podium, you'd still placed really, really well. How would you rate your team compared to some of the other PMWL participants?
Compared to other PMWL participants, I would say our team has very good team dynamics in terms of the team atmosphere, and it's just positive vibes. So I would say that is our strength.
What would you say is your favorite drop zone location across any map?
My favorite drop spot across any map. So let's say for Jingi, our favorite for now is Gatka. And for Miramar, it's gonna be Hacienda. For Vikendi, it's gonna be Port Boston. And for Sanhok, probably Camp Charlie. Yeah.
I like Camp Charlie as well. It's nice and it's far enough away for me to get my loot.
Yeah.
Final question then. What is your preferred weapon loadout?
preferred weapon loadout for me is M416 and AKM or barrel. Yeah, this combination.
All right. Well, thank you very much, PUBG, and good luck in the PMWL East.
Thank you.
Big fan of Camp Charlie. Don't you forget it, all right? We've got Avenger and we've got Frost here joining me once again. We've got 2 more games coming at you. They didn't like my small quib.
I liked it. I thought it was funny.
No, you didn't.
Especially when you laugh at your own jokes in interviews. I think that's fantastic.
Yes, it's not easy to do all of these interviews back to back.
No, James.
Do a million of them.
You know what? Did you bring something today?
Did I bring something?
Yeah, didn't you bring something special today to the studio?
I brought a cake, yeah.
Why did you bring a cake?
Because...
it's
yeah.
It's actually James' birthday today.
Birthday.
So we got him a little cake here. This is from all of the crew.
He does it one take.
Everyone here.
Look, it also...
Why are your mics live?
That's
my mic's live.
I'm
having a chat
Happy
to you.
birthday, buddy.
Look at that beautiful cake you got.
Any happy returns, James? Oh, hi, Frost, by the way. We're glad to be...
Hi.
guys. We never get to talk to each other,
This
guys.
time we get to talk with each other.
Guys, be quiet. This moment's about James. Happy birthday, James. Happy birthday, James. Nice cake day.
Happy cake
Fantastic.
day.
We're so glad to be celebrating it with you guys.
All right, come on.
I really wanted to put this in my head.
Yes,
It's
do it.
doable.
No, don't. No, it's gonna mess up your
I
head.
can't help
Probably
you.
gonna mess things up. Can I put it in like a pocket somewhere?
Just put it like in your collar, I reckon. I reckon that's the play.
Yeah,
This is gonna be weird.
Throw a buttonhole. Throw a buttonhole.
yeah. Oh, that could be.
Yeah, no, get it right in there. So it
Not
like,
really working out.
so it
I'm
like
gonna be
tickles
honest.
your
Oh, here
beard
it
a little
goes.
bit,
Oh,
you know?
that-
There we
yeah,
go.
that works.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
perfect.
Birthday, man.
Nice. Happy
Nice.
birthday.
That's a good one.
It suits you. It suits you.
Nice. Let's
Yeah.
Let's have a
Thank
look at
you
the
very
overall
much, guys.
ranking. Overall ranking.
Alright, your
guys.
birthday
We're back
birthday
over
time
the
is
desk.
over now. We're gonna look at the
Wow,
overall
look,
ranking
RQ
instead.
at the top.
Enough of that.
Oh wait, you guys are still
live.
What do you guys think about
Turn them
that?
on right now.
Bigatron Red.
Hands off.
Oh, look at
that.
this in the top though. It's tied.
You know what, guys? I'm really glad you all kept that very calm and very semblance of organization throughout all of these conversations. Thank you very much for the cake. I do appreciate it. We've just eaten one cake.
Yeah, now we're gonna have more cake.
It's a different
so
cake this
happy.
time.
Can you have enough cake? The answer is no.
Look at Bucks Gaming, guys.
wrong.
We're 20 points away from a tie.
Are we going to talk about the tie up at the top?
No,
Yeah.
we're gonna talk
Another
about
tie.
Team Secret being on 4th place right now.
Yeah.
Because after last Super Weekend, they were on 13th place. But this is how
an insane comeback.
consistent they've been. And look at how close they are. They're only 30 points behind Bigatron right now.
Right.
That is amazingly good.
And with 2 more games to go, they have actually already beaten the performance that Yudu Gang had last week. So they're looking at an insane performance. That's amazing to see from these guys.
They were 90 points behind Bigatron after the first Super Weekend. Now down to 30 points. That shows the consistency. How's the cake, James?
You're supposed to share that.
That's big. No, it's mine.
Oh, okay.
That's big.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Good cake so far.
Okay.
No. Freestyle moving up 1 spot. That's really impressive by them. Let's move on though, because what else is to come? It's the telemostration.
Telemostration.
I'll let
Avenger.
him do this. I'll join you on this.
Tell me about the telemostration.
Can I have this one?
Yeah, I want to do cake as well. No, I actually first want to point out a little bit here with freestyle being able to hold out and lock down the circle here. Yeah, you guys just keep on. I'll show this. So first of all, you have to look at Malik here. He is sitting over here, and he's actually putting himself in a really good spot to lock out and make sure that TSM Entity doesn't get in here. So the pressure that he puts on them, obviously, Seagull is going to get taken down, and some of the shots are going to come out from the Team Secret guys. But he's going in an aggressive position to make sure that TSM Entity, they are not able to get into a good
James,
spot.
so you're gonna have that one.
Meanwhile, more shots are coming in. Freestyle actually managed to lock this down from the high ground position. Meanwhile, Malik is all making sure that they're not getting close.
Yeah, good.
You guys got anything to say besides?
No, I totally agree with you.
No, keep going.
Are you gonna have that one?
Yeah, that's mine too.
Okay.
I'm actually done here, but great game from Freestyle. I was hoping to see them win.
Nice.
And very well played by Malik.
Really good. Yeah, I like the breakdown there.
Nice. Are you gonna leave that cake over there?
I'm just going to keep hold of it. I'm guarding it now. It's mine. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what's what. We have 2 more games coming at you for today. Of course, Team Secret just won themselves the previous game. We've got Sanhok on the way. We've got Erangel on the way. And Valdez the Murderer Megastars have done pretty well for themselves. What's wrong?
Cake.
Cake?
No.
No.
Maybe later.
Okay.
Maybe later.
Maybe share. Maybe
Calm
no.
down. Calm
Good to
down.
see though from Valdez, and good to see from
Don't drop it.
From Team
Yeah,
Secret.
don't drop it. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to head over to the commentators now briefly and have a little, chat with them. Because, I saw the sadness in Blank's eyes, and I know he wanted a little bit of chocolate.
Can I just get a little bit of chocolate?
Want a little bit of chocolate?
Grab this bit. Oh,
You've had a really little bit, haven't you?
That was unfortunate. You want a little bit of chocolate?
I'll have a little bit. I'm going to snap this
about.
corner off, I think. There we go. Oh, a tiny little bit of chocolate there.
Let me just take this from the way. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Share that one.
Yeah.
That was a whole bit of chocolate.
You want halfsies?
All right,
Go on,
well,
Nancy.
I'm heading back on over here. They wanted a little bit. I mean, of course, there's a whole bloody cake here. Jesus.
You said you were gonna have that.
No. I said the little owl in the middle.
Oh.
Yeah. We're all about wildlife here, apparently, in the past 2 days. That's how it's going to go.
Some badges, some owls.
The host in me has watched this show descend into chaos, and I'm not having any more of it. Calm down.
That's your job, to keep us.
Something's coming up. What was it again?
The game is about to start.
Wait. I need to figure out a transition from all of this.
Oh.
Cakes are great, but you could also be lucky in game as well if you join. Smooth.
Nice. That's the best transition I've seen for you in years.
You could gain some points in game by watching, and you could spend those points on being lucky, just like me. Sometimes, I was lucky to have my birthday today
And win a cake. But if you're lucky in game, you can win skins.
Yes, perfect.
Nice. That's
Imagine
a better
that.
transition than you did, James.
I mean, I transitioned off of it all right.
Nice. That's
Let's
true.
be honest.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, happy birthday. Happy to have you here on your
Thank you, guys.
on your cake day, and again from us and the whole production.
Actually, thank you. I'm getting older now.
Yeah.
Getting older.
Slowly. This stick is coming, and the
Zimmer frame, it's
the
called.
Zimmer frame. That's the one.
Although I found out that was a brand, not the actual name of the item.
Oh.
It's like, a Hoover.
In
Am I
Danish, it's
supposed
called
to
a
be worried
rollator.
now?
All right, well, thank you. Weird conversation. It's time to go over to the commentators. Let's do this. Save me.
I don't think anything can save you at this point,
Very
James.
nice,
Let's be
actually.
honest. It is pretty good. It was pretty good chocolate. That I
It's
really
dark
did
chocolate as
enjoy
well,
that.
yeah.
But you know what? We're not dwelling on the past, Blank.
Oh.
We're moving to the future, and you know what? The future is now, old man.
It is. Cakes are great. We're going to go to Sanhok. That's what's happening.
That was almost as good as James.
I know. It's pretty tight segue, right?
Oh yeah, we've got it on lock here at the PUBG Mobile World League East. Of course, we are going to be getting into Sanhok, and we're going to be splitting the cake right down the middle, top left to bottom right.
Did we are, John? So goodbye for now. We're going to head down onto Sanhok. So bootcamp right in the middle here. We'll see if people try and vie up for controllers. But look, there's one thing I noticed from yesterday, John. It's RRQ. They were so cautious on this map yesterday. They were holding up towards the top of the hill just outside bootcamp, and normally they would go down to bootcamp, wreak havoc, maybe give some people down there a bit of a trouble down here, and then they'd probably have to ring the authorities. But this time RRQ, instead, they have held very safe, and more worried about people third partying on this map coming up behind them. So it's a bit of a different RRQ that we're used to, because we know RRQ to be this heavily aggressive team, and honestly, other than that play with G9 absolutely demolishing TSM Entity earlier on today, we haven't seen that same characteristic come out from them.
See if they're able to display that on this game. Of course, the circle does shift down pretty heavily southwest here. More often than not, it's a little bit further north than this, so we might get a ruins finish finally.
Maybe, and this is actually probably the teams are quite happy about this one, because usually we have the trifecta, as we keep calling it. Most of the times I do like a little bit of a triangle with my hands towards the camera, but I know you guys can't see me, so you'll just have to feel that triangle in spirit. However, this is being quite south-sided. It's a spirit triangle.
Power of the polygon.
Yeah, exactly. Spiritual triangle. Get on board, John. Come on.
What would be each point?
I'll get back to you.
Okay, that's understandable. That was a very tricky question.
Yeah, I was like, I've got to really think about spirituality and how I feel about life, and then condense that into 3 points, John. It's not easy.
PUBG Mobile.
PUBG Mobile 1. Fashion.
Fashion. Anime.
That
is you in a nutshell, isn't
I can't
it,
believe
really?
You've done that to me.
That is you in a nutshell.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually, that's really quite upsetting. Good job, though. Good job. But yeah, as I was saying, it's quite a south circle, right? So this would allow, I think, most teams to be pretty comfortable in the fact that this is probably going to end up on the South Island, more than likely. And if not the South Island, off to the east. I think that it's going to be kind of a ridiculous shift if we do see a Northwest Island, so we can kind of rule that out for the time being until it does happen, which might happen because we're playing PUBG Mobile World League and stranger things have happened.
So what you're saying is we can't rule it out?
Yeah, this is like when I said things that happen once don't happen again. Yes, we can
rule it out except for when we can't, which is now. Okay, look. I feel like we've had a lot of fun. We've been a bit sidetracked, but we do need to get a little bit serious here, Blank. Because of course
I tried, and you said I was a weeb and PUBG Mobile weeb.
That's true. Okay, like there's space for the truth. There's always space for the truth. And one other thing that is true, Blank, is that there is a tie for the top spot. And I know Kalaris wanted to talk about it on the desk, but it's RRQ Athena and Bigatron Red Aliens both sat on 311. Of course, the tiebreaker being the kill points means that it is RRQ as a clear top there. Yeah. 144 kills to 129 on Bigatron Red Aliens.
Yeah, now, look, I'm going to actually... What was the opposite when you throw someone underneath a bus? You like put them on the bus.
Save them from a train?
No, I put you on the bus.
Okay.
Okay, so I put you on the bus, I pay for your ticket right here. Because I'm going to say that you actually noticed this way before anyone else did. You were pointing out to me just as that game concluded. You were like, look, there's a tie in here. The chasers are neck and neck with the leaders right now. So it's an interesting one. And I think if our RRQ kind of want to put up the same points, so it is interesting to see them all the way over towards Lakawi, just underneath Box Gaming. Usually we see them just outside of boot camp trying to play as aggressive as possible. So this is a different RRQ that we're used to, playing kind of a style that's imitating more of that of BTR.
And they're moving a little bit further south as they leave Lakawi. Pretty sharpish, actually, especially considering that the plane started in the north side.
Now, another interesting thing is that BTR themselves are no longer playing that 2-2 split towards Hatin and the Eastern Island. Now, that's interesting because of 2 points. BTR is thinking that they can't be as confident anymore. They have to group up, play together. Orange Rock coming against Team IND, so we'll park that for the time being.
Scout gets spotted out in the water, but he's already on foot. Slayer trying to go for the spray, but he gets knocked. 1-for-1 on the trade. Orange Rock making a bold push across the river here. Gil trying to swim in, trying to get an angle on this. 2 players from Orange Rock go down as they get Marvi up and out the water, but unfortunately Kratos is ready and waiting, and everybody else sends out wide. It's just Gil for Orange Rock, and he can't get it done. Goodness me. IND spot out the crossing, and Orange Rock get demolished.
That was horrendous. That couldn't have gone any worse for Orange Rock there. And you know what? Team IND seemed to be ready for that push, if anything.
I think they spotted it out somehow.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we go back to yesterday, I believe Orange Rock made a similar rotation very early on. So Team IND, they've been doing their homework, it would seem.
I mean, you level up, did their homework against Team IND.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
And as
perfect segue.
Imperium said, what goes around comes around.
Exactly. What comes around goes around. That's how it is.
And it goes around again.
And it goes around and around and around.
And then it comes around.
I didn't say. Thank you for the segue before you ruined it. But like you said, you've given me no time.
Jonathan's dead, which is unfortunate for TSM Entity. Star player there, Star Power, will be eliminated. We'll see what the remainder of his squad can get done on the southeast side of Ruins. They get spotted out by Synergy.
Can I have a chat now? Is that possible? Thank you. What I was going to say is that you level up, obviously, gatekeeping Team IND on Erangel, not allowing them that free reign to go over the Western Bridge, indicates to me a lot more, especially with GXR Celts also challenging T1 in Mill to Power, is that teams are no longer giving the other players free reign anymore, which is perhaps why RRQ is no longer in the middle of the map, perhaps why BTR are now grouped up as a 4, is they're realizing that people are starting to push the edges of their own bubbles. GXR obviously moving out towards Mill to Power, and like I said before, you level up towards that gas station camp on the Western Bridge. So it's really interesting to see now in the second week that teams are starting to enclose a little bit more now. Have you hurt yourself?
I'm all right.
What have you done?
I scratched up my belt buckle. It's fine. We'll be all right. I don't know if you level up are going to be all right, though, because GXR Celts are pushing onto their compound. Harshan, he went down early in Miramar. Looks to be an outpost for them again this time around. And the nade send out wide onto MJ, but he's going to get spotted. Tries to go for it with a micro Uzi, but he runs out of bullets. MJ has plenty more in the back pocket, 6 more before he has to reload, but the kill is found. And again, it's you level up down to 3. Early knock.
Yeah, let's remember that this is the same GX assaults we saw from Miramar, who had really pushed through a lot of dangerous areas to get to where they'd been. And it was some fantastic gun skill been displayed by them throughout the entire game to make sure they made their way through. Box Gaming now having trouble with the truck after it performed miracles for them on Miramar.
It's, you know, when Wingardium Leviosa, unfortunately, doesn't always work. You know, you've got to get the swish and the flick just right.
It is true. It is true.
And you've got to make the gar nice and long.
Did you go to Harry Potter school or something?
I know the book. I know a lot about the books.
It's like Scouts, but Harry Wizards. Sorry.
Harry Wizards. Harry Wizards.
Oh, I thought production just muted me.
They should do, quite frankly.
I was like, wait,
after that one, Harry Wizards. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew you weren't up to snuff with it. With the when you were talking about the house colours.
Harry Wizards Club.
I didn't realise you were this out of the loop. Goodness me. Where have you been for the last 15 years? I guess a lot of the younger viewers probably wouldn't have experienced it. I do recommend Harry Potter, personally, as a John Allen recommendation.
It's okay, but there is always anime.
There's always anime.
God, right, this is kind of an interesting approach here because we do have Team I&D over on the other side of the coast, Valdez the Murder down here, and T1 taking an aggressive approach coming out of boot camp, taking the ridge side. So they have a lot of vision down towards these two teams, but there's potential for Team Secret, who are actually just coming out of Painan to come up behind T1. So if T1 are not careful, they're not watching all their angles, because this is the position that ROQ takes, and also they claimed the exact same thing where a team came up behind them. It just so happens to be Team Secret in this place. So T1, major thing I'm looking out for is making sure they're watching all their angles, making them watching all northwest, east, and south.
Valdez the Murder a little bit spread out, but got their backs to the water here, just southwest of boot camp. They'll have to try and, well, they'll have to see where the next circle goes, and that's really going to dictate how they go about playing these next few phases of play. Bigatron in the north side will have to push down as the circle centres to the southwestern island.
Look, I told you, you could rule it out earlier. It's not going to the northwest island. I was right all along. So we're down to the south. The Oracle himself predicts correctly.
That was a good prediction.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Synergy, quite central. We are going to
5 points for that prediction.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Let's keep track of those, please. Valdez the Murder, I think they take a quick knock there. Team I&D actually counting their lucky stars here. They don't actually have to cross onto the eastern side. They can continue to play this coastal side. And now the pressure is on T1 as well as Valdez the Murder. Because if you're T1, you're thinking to yourself, how do I get across this river at the moment? Purely because Synergy is weighing on the other side of the bridge. Team Secret is ready to push through Painan and also holding any players coming down to Painan. And it looks like Painan is the option that T1 are going to take. So you're coming against one of the most fearsome teams as of recent in this fight. You've only got 2 players doing it as well, Youngjin and Missile.
We did catch as well the rotation coming through from Reject Scarlet, the wide swing kings themselves. And it seems like they're going to be repeating that this time around. Unfortunately for them, across the river, it's RRQ, and they are going to opt to go for the bridge crossing, which might afford them a little bit of safety on this push. But being on the south side, relatively smart. The plane started in north. They know that there's going to be fewer teams down there.
And this is a change of pace for RRQ as well. They don't usually end up in Bantai, so you imagine that Reject Scarlet's going to pass through here very leisurely, very calmly. And you know what? RRQ have got some insane shots on them, so you expect them to be able to completely remove Reject Scarlet if they get a little bit too close to their own compound. You level up towards the center here, but TSM Entity, once again, that confidence seems to be beaming through from this team. They're so central.
I mean, they are down a player after losing Jonathan early, but you're right, they do have a strong central spot. RRQ, oh, okay, they've spotted out the rotation from Reject Scarlet, just like you talked about. Blank, maybe a little bit too leisurely.
Can I have another 5 points, please?
That is another 5 points on the predictions there, Blank. Fantastic performance from you.
I'm doing really well. Oh, can I get, oh, never mind. That's not what I wanted. I said about pun. Right now, but it was actually Synergy. But I did mention that. Can I get 2 points, please?
No. G9 able to get another knock, and it's just Duello now standing. Oh no, Sara is up for Reject Scarlet as well. They're going to be trying to fend off the encroaching players. Nice nade, but not really going to do too much damage there. Duello cooks up another, but G9's got one of his own. Looks to spot it out. Webb does finally tick away. Another nade being sent in through the window. Duello trapped in this single building. Oh dear, he's been spotted out. He's got an nade in his hand, and he will drop to the ground.
And now, it's pretty much over now for Reject Scarlet. I think there is just one player, Reject Scarlet, Sarah, who's made his way north. He said, look, you know, this fight is absolutely not going my way at all. I'm just going to leave. So he will become a solo player. Snakes, not at all unseen on Sanhok itself. This is a really good place for him to go. There's a lot of grass to hide upon, and you can easily get towards a top 8 finish if you play your cards right.
Especially on this side of the island as well, Blank, because there's not too many teams that are rotating through that position. You can play the edge, you can try and sneak in through those hills, through those defilades.
Box Gaming, though, they're going to come close up to Reject Scarlet Sarah as they cross the bridge. They were on the east side towards Quarry. Team Secret still idling around Painan, not doing too much as of yet, but you imagine they might have to move when this next circle comes through. I'm going to say it's going to go further towards the south. Oh, genius gamer. Moves on top of TSM Entity.
I'm going to subtract 3 points for that.
Sorry. I just feel like I can maybe emulate Ocean Sharma and be like the circle prediction god, but unfortunately, I'll never go to those heights.
Goodness me. Well, you're down to 7.
Stop. I need
You
those
said keep
points.
track. You said keep track. I'm keeping track.
Freestyle, on the other hand, let's take a quick look at them to the south of Tambang, John. Now, they're a team that had a really good game there on Miramar. Fantastic control, and like Froz was saying on the desk, it's like they didn't play it like Reject Scarlet would have played it. They were very, very much impassive. They were taking a lot of those fights, trying to get as much damage done as possible, thrashing from the ridge side onto these teams. And it worked out very, very much in their favor, and they were able to get that second place finish with a lot of kills on board. Let's see if they can have a similar approach here again, as they are afforded a decent place within the circle.
Valdus the Murder actually went across to the northern island, to the northwestern island, and then went around and looped in behind Bigatron. Now they're starting to take this fight. Remember, they lost Goddard earlier on, so it is 4 versus 3. The barrage is going to start out the battle. It's sent back in kind by Bigatron, 1 or 2 sent over the top, and everybody being spotted out. One of the nades will tag Erangel and Velmuth as well, so they have some information as to where they are. Zuxi takes a bit of damage as well, but I don't think Bigatron really want to take this fight.
This is such a typical Bigatron fight as well. It's like, we don't need to see you, we have grenades. That's just how it works. Now, BTR are going to start to move away, but they do have that off angle in Micro Boy. A really nice little flank here, and he could get the side swipe onto Valdus the Murder if they're not careful.
If they push up, if they try and follow them over the bridge, Microboy can strike. And what's good is that he can swim across. Once Bigatron have a position on the opposite side, they can protect that rotation. Valdus now out in the blue, and they'll have to push in. They're being tagged away.
Microboy's got to really play this very carefully. He'll have to be quick-witted to make sure he gets all 3 players down. Have a look on the other side of the map here. That's Box Gaming taking a knock, I believe, from Team Secret or U-Level. We didn't quite catch that in the kill feed there, but GXSL still feeling strong, and Synergy. Kind of like the slingshot dragons, where they just swoop their way down into the center of the map, find a decent position. But today, although they've been getting really strong position within the zones, and I love the rotations that come out of these guys, they're very sharp. Unfortunately, a lot of times it's that defensive power that they seem to be lacking. Microboy still behind, biding his time. This is the patience you want to see from your flanking player.
Is he looking at the player up top? I don't know if he's spotted Velmuth. Maybe he's just looking for other players. Okay, yeah, he's seen it. That's Velmuth down. There's no way you survive that, unfortunately. And he'll be able to get those shots in. Microboy gets the kill, but now he has to be worried about the remaining 2 players from Valdus the Murder, as they will try and make that crossing too.
Armjohn just creeping his way through the grass. And now he might have seen the traces from that gun, but it's going to be very difficult to exactly pinpoint the position of Microboy. And just like you said, John, 5 points to you.
Yes.
Microboy will be swimming across after the position on the other side of the zone was secured. Next circle comes through. Pubs down to the southwest. GXR Celts going to be very happy. And again, Freestyle are a really good spot to start popping off this game. This is what the desk wanted to see. They wanted to see them just keep getting those points on board. We know they have the strength in them to do it. They've had some really good games.
It's both them and U-Level Up that we're really keeping an eye on, Blank, towards the bottom of those tables. Obviously, they've only played 13 games into the Super Weekend, so they are at a massive disadvantage compared to the majority of the lobby. But really, the bit that I'm interested in is the comparison between U-Do Gank, U-Level Up, Freestyle, and No Chance Team. At the moment, No Chance Team clear at the bottom, 76 points on 15 games, but U-Do Gank 161. That's the next ladder up spot if you can get up there, you will be in the top 16, well, not firmly, but relatively securely, as a Yudu Gank will have to challenge you out. And hopefully they can have a better week next week, but it all is up for grabs.
And again, you're putting yourself in a position where in the week play, you get back into that Super Weekend and you actually have a strong starting point, a strong foundation to remain within that shooting place to get into that league finals at the end of this tournament. Now, a lot of teams making their way into the middle of this match. See Team IND coming from the northern side, throwing out the smokes, trying to get a train through, but TSM Entity, they have to actually penetrate through here. And TSM Entity, they're like a steel wall. It's going to be difficult to do that.
They're fearsome, certainly, but slightly diminished. And they'll see what more they can do. Bigatron still clashing with Valdus the Murder, by the way, on the northern side. And actually, I think that might be Valdus going... Oh, no, not quite out just yet, but Team IND, they're taking a fight, and they will finish off Valdus the Murder on that push. Nothing to be found there. Team Secret taking an engagement as well at range as the nades start to fly. TSM holding the edge.
I did enjoy that from Kratos. He just sees a random player suddenly fly forward. He's like, okay, I guess that's a kill for us, thank you. Box Gaming, though, taking a fight with You Level Up. You Level Up coming out not so rosy after either. Pime has an off angle behind them, but now we're looking at TSM Entity just ripping apart Team IND here. Trans now trying to throw in the grenades, but TSM, like you said, although diminished, they are still very strong, John.
They have the compound, and that's really affording them a lot of strength. You're right, Blank. Team IND are finding out all about it. Trance now left behind a rock. Last player alive for IND. Has got a couple of meds on board, so he'll be okay for the time being, but his teammates not so lucky. Kratos gets finished out, and that's Synergy actually coming in from the eastern side.
Yeah, Synergy took a knock from Team Secret, but now they're taking the fight with a completely different team, and TSMC, God, they actually spotted out one of those players. Nexo comes through, goes directly central. GXR Celts still control a really strong compound. Rox is out of the way, though, to the south, so you might think he wants to regroup his team towards this northeastern compound, or, in fact, what would be even better would be for the rest of the team to regroup with him. But look at this Synergy now pushing down towards Team Secret, getting a slight bit of revenge here.
Nades downhill, very, very dangerous. Team Secret down to 1, just Yuhai left. See if he swings out wide, wants to try and isolate him, and will be able to get the job done. Synergy take down Team Secret, but now they're into another fight at range with GXR Celts, who are putting down suppressive fire. The smokes will come out, and they should be able to get this res.
Yeah, this is going to be hugely difficult to pull off, because they're going to have to use the smokes now to secure the resurrection, and really what they need is the smokes later to actually get into the circle itself. So Synergy, they've just got to make sure they can buy their time and really hope that someone crashes into GXR Celts earlier on. Team IND Trans trying to take out some players from Team Entity. Oh, almost has it, but TSM Entity fly away but get absolutely rattled down. It's just Z got alive on a sliver of HP here, John.
Speaking of slivers of HP, Blank, Bigatron up on the hillside, they're going to have to move down pretty sharpish as well. Zed got in direct competition. He gets spotted out. There's TSM Entity eliminated. Now the northern side occupied by Bigatron Red Aliens. The solo player from IND will be pushing in behind. Synergy have to move in. This north side is crunching, but the south side, the exit from Nakam, is going to be so hectic.
Again, it's that blue zone doing so much work here, pushing everyone closer together. And you know all these teams, they don't really want to move, but GXR Celts, like I said before, Synergy really had to buy the times. They needed those smokes, but GXR Celts are just ruining them.
Rox is downed in a separate area of the compound, and actually another knock comes through over towards MJ as T1 get eliminated on this push. RRQ going very low, and I think they're going to go down any second now. You level up, falling, and Blank, it's just tumbling down. All of these teams are just getting bumped off one by one.
GXR Celts were taking a lot of fights with a lot of different people, and now return fire has come their way. They've taken a few knocks. Rox is going to try and make his way back over to the northeastern compound, leaving the compound in the middle. I believe he is crawling, perhaps. Yes, he is on the floor. Megastars go down on the southeast side.
I want your Circle 6 predictions in a minute, Blank. I want to know who you think is going to be able to take this one home as Bigatron try and take it home against Freestyle. They're going to be looking for the nades down the hill yet again. We saw how dangerous this can be against Team Secret. Oof. And another one lands. Boom. 2 players from Freestyle hit the deck. Malik soon to follow with the spray from... That's King of Gamers coming in as a third party to this fight. Braga does fall, does get flushed as Box Gaming steal it away. There's about 6 teams, even though there's only 5 teams alive in this fight.
You want running my predictions here. I'm going to go with BTR because they've been without a chicken dinner for so long and they're hungering for the next one. Microboy just rattling down the players from Freestyles. They are now down. The next big target here is King of Gamers, who have smokes all over the floor. They're moving through the clouds here, but BTR, they want to put an end to their flight.
They do have a pretty tricky run here. They might be played spoiler too. Soup crawling around as Luxy goes down to him. Gets the spray, but it's traded off by the nade. Another found as Microboy brings up the rear beautifully. Lovely stuff from Bigatron. The next circle just an inch away from them. Hang on a minute, they're taking the fight. Oh, they continued it. They managed to take it. Goodness me, GX ourselves, I didn't even realize they were that low, but Bigatron had aliens. They managed to take them down. I thought they were in the compound. I thought they had the cover.
You see, John, what you didn't do is believe in me and trust my calls. But the thing was, is GX ourselves, they'd taken a lot of fights. They were in that compound, but Rox was in the middle, and I think what needed to happen was stop taking so many fights and prioritize getting towards that compound that Rox was in, which was towards the center. They were a little bit too split. They took some knocks here and there, and they just weren't together in those last moments where it mattered most.
Well, there you go. Your prediction was right. You did get it right at the end, so another 5 points for Blank. We're going to send over to the desk.
Oh man, riding mountain bike around a volcano is no joke.
Can you believe that? It was freezing on that mountain.
Driving a motorboat is not easy. Oops. Can I have a drink?
Sure. Enjoy it.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
That's right, blink and you'll miss it, just like we missed the final words of John there. As you see, as we GX ourselves getting themselves the chicken dinner at the very end. It was
Bigatron. It was Bigatron.
Getting themselves the chicken. See, I blinked, you know?
Yeah,
I missed it.
Missed it,
It's just like that. Bigatron getting themselves the chicken dinner. Is that the 10th chicken dinner on the board for them through the
It is, actually. You're totally correct.
Amazing. What do you think about that?
It's good to see from them. Also, I believe it was 4 of them has come in our Super Weekends, so it's good to see that they're now leading the winner chicken dinner kind of leaderboard with that.
Yes.
So, and that's going to put them on top as well.
Let's take a look at the points coming in on this. Today has been crazy, not only in the games, but also here in the studio as well.
Absolutely.
32 points.
Bigatron get himself that 12 kills on top of that chicken dinner. Pretty amazing considering that we saw them fighting against Valdus on the bridge towards the Northwest Island on the north side there for a long time in the blue as well. They had a really good 2-1-1 setup though that led them to actually get out of that fight with all 4 alive, and then they had to push down the circle, but they had a rough time, but they did it so well.
Yeah, managed to finish it off easily. Again, Cells, extremely consistent. King of Gamers, extremely consistent. Box, we're not getting too much variation because we're seeing the same forerunners, and they're putting themselves very far ahead of our mid pack.
I'll tell you something we're not used to see here during this Super Weekend. It's Team Secret and TSM Entity towards the bottom there, but hey, everyone has a bad game from time to time. Valdus and Murd as well. Some of the teams that we're seeing towards the top throughout the whole Super Weekend so far.
That's right. So unfortunate for these guys not getting themselves that many points on the board. Team IND though, 5 kills, so 6 points in total for them.
And it comes down to them having the fight against Orange Rocky in the trifecta early on in the game. It looks like Orange Rock didn't catch that IND actually parachuted down there and started looting him, because we know that IND usually would go to the Northwest Island on top of it.
Let's take a look at Bigatron's team stats here from this game and see what numbers they were able to put up.
Oh.
It's very Sanhok numbers.
Yeah.
Very Sanhok
I was hoping for
numbers.
1700 again, but
So was I.
slightly, slightly lower. But a very similar ratio as well. 1450 healing here. Very, very close to each other, these two numbers. Obviously, because they've been fighting so much, they've had to heal up from 1 to full with the first aid nearly 20 times here.
I mean, basically, after the fight against Valdus, they were in the blue, and then they pushed down. They had to fight TSM straight away. Not an easy fight to take, but I mean, they make it look so easy every time. I don't know how they do it.
True. Very, very true.
All right, here we go. Do the do moment. How to do it better than letting MC Birthday Boy doing it. Show us what you got, James.
Okay, it's going to be a trifecta circle here as GXR Cells, jeez Louise, trying to get themselves a little bit of a spray down here, but G9 once again with the M4, brilliant spray down on towards that vehicle, and he can continue to
give us the beat
towards Reject Scarlet here, and actually pushing through and finishing that fight off. Again, once with the trifecta circle, even taking a little bit of a bridge advantage position, but it's going to leave you susceptible and open to anything that BRTR are going to be able to pump out there, as Microboy was able to take out Velmoth very, very swiftly and then get the full kill onto him. IND didn't really get themselves entirely placement, so they find themselves over in the ruins, but it's not really going to work out too well, as Box continued to be consistent throughout the day here, getting themselves even a few knocks here and there, while Neo as well, not really finding himself too much throughout this game, even though a good spray down here on towards Kratos. It was an okay start for him, but really not following through. Here's Servia as well, though, getting himself U-high, another big factor kill coming in for him, as RRQ once again in another fight with the MK14, and actually had to switch out because he had to reload, knowing that he was in a 1v2 situation. Had to switch to the second weapon, wasn't going to be enough there, and will get taken down. Here's our real estate developer ZZP trying to get another spray down there. Microboy likewise finding himself a good entry into the circle here. At this point you had COG, you had GXR Cells, as well as Freestyle in the circle there, in circle 4, and then you actually have BTR coming in around circle 5, piercing that circle, getting themselves into a very, very good position, and from there they were able to deal with GXR Cells, even though GXR Cells actually got themselves some good spray downs on towards some of these teams later on. King of Game was trying to play a little bit of spoiler against BTR, but it wasn't going to be for anything here, as once again Microboy was able to really shine out with that M4, and then everyone died.
Hey! Fantastic. Clapping from afar. Thank you, guys.
Those are pity claps right there.
I appreciate it.
Good beatbox as well.
Yeah, I tried. I'm terrible at it, but I think I did add a little bit of spice.
There wasn't as much strategy to this game compared to some of the ones that I've broken down before. It was just shooting.
You know what? We can do it more times.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Well, maybe in the future.
We've got to save it for the super weekends. Save it for the super weekends. All right. Well, let's take a look at the total damage here for this game. And
very Sanhok-like.
Very Sanhok. Yeah.
Very Sanhok-like.
This is just a new phrase now.
Yeah, it's just very Sanhok.
Very Sanhok, yeah.
No, but we saw a lot of teams, of course, they were fighting for different positions, and the circle went towards the west side, which caused a lot of trouble because we don't have too many teams dropping there. A team that actually opted to go somewhere else, I think it was RQ Athena, they went for Lakavi on the east side instead. We normally see them going towards Painam, but they seem to have lost that fight against Synergy. So basically they had a very rough rotation, but I mean, I gotta say, they made it work.
Yeah.
They did.
They did.
Yeah.
Very
you know what I liked? Southwest finish instead of, our east, that we always go east.
I mean, the trifecta circle did pose some problems for some teams here, but it was very kind towards the end.
It wasn't centering too much up onto trifecta in the first two circles at least, so I like that. More spicy Sanhok circles.
More top players from this game. Let's take a look at those.
Let's look at those.
The numbers coming on in. Microboy, Break, Zuxi, MJ on the way. MJ's a name that we don't see up here too much, but manages to pop on up.
Yeah, I mean, good job popping up there, and that's what we want to see from players, even if they don't always being consistent up here.
Yeah.
Seeing them pop up from time to time just shows you these guys are really good players as well. They just aren't always up there,
Very true. I was hoping maybe in the future I could get some lessons from some beatboxing maybe. Do you think one of these players might be good at beatboxing?
You said you had a good friend that was good at beatboxing, right?
Yeah, but he's not going to teach me.
That's unfortunate.
No, I asked him already.
Imaginary friends. Microboy, Microboy being on the top there is good to see because we know that Ryzen has been one of the MVPs so far for the weekend. But seeing Microboy stepping up, we saw him also having that off angle towards Valdus, which is really nice to see because he utilized that so good, having the cover from the other teammates as well, making sure he got that knock, and from that he could just move on into the water and group up with the others.
Do we have a breakdown of one of these moments?
No.
I was told we had Telestration.
We don't. Not of this game.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I guess we have something else then coming up. Let's take a look at the overall ranking then. What was this? This was weird. The day's so strange.
The birthday bait.
I'm being trolled left, right, and center. Bigatron, though, is not trolling with their performances so far. 343 points up towards the top, and they will take 4 chicken dinners on the board. Not only the 4 chicken dinners there, but they're for the first team to breach the 200-point mark in terms of placement points alone. So that's very impressive.
That's super impressive, but it's also, I mean, one of the best teams we have here, and they show it time after time why they are so good. They're so consistent throughout the whole season so far. It's unbelievable, I'd say.
It is indeed. Also, welcome to the 300-point box gaming. You guys are performing very well. You have one more game to go. Could potentially take over RQ Athena if you have a great game.
Yeah, and we see GXR Celts, of course, just 1 point away from joining the 300 Club. So they will join in after the next game no matter what happens.
I must say it's extremely impressive by King of Gamers that they don't have any chicken dinners, but they're still in the pack with all the other teams that have got themselves at least 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, they're
pretty ridiculous.
They're tied with Team Secret, and considering how wild Team Secret have been playing, it's just... It's crazy to see that they're not tied, sorry. There's Megastars Team Secret that's tied. They're 2 points ahead, King of Gamers.
Yeah, and there's only 4 teams currently playing in this stage that do not have a chicken dinner in the Super Weekend thus far here. With them, Team IND, Reject Scarlet as well over there, and another team that I can't remember the name of because I can't see it. But that's regardless. We are going to take a little trip. We're going to take a look at how the Royal Pass shapes up. Let's check it out. That's right, drive away with the level 3 backpack. Don't take any guns with you. Don't bother. All you need is that level 3 backpack. Don't do that in game. Make sure you have a weapon.
Yeah, you have teammates.
Yeah, you have
teammates with shotguns, that's fine.
You get the level 3 backpack, you go and grab a lot of loot after that.
Since it's your birthday today, you can have a level 3 backpack, and Frost and I will protect you.
I want a gun!
Oh, no.
Let's protect the VIP. Protect the birthday boy.
Oh, okay, I see. That's an old game mode. Holy moly. All right. Well,
fun, though.
Let's take a look at the schedule then. We have one more game coming at you for today. As I mentioned previously, multiple times, today has been weird. But it's been a lot of fun with you guys. So thank you very much for making my birthday an interesting day. We have Erangel coming up here, guys. What are we thinking?
We can't have, we can't have a hanging over us that you're not enjoying your birthday. So we have to make it a bit fun and weird with you.
I'm ginger. I'm soulless. There's nothing here. I'm a husk of a man.
Oh.
So, enjoyment, every emotion doesn't exist to me.
Oh, okay.
There you go. No, it's been fun.
I feel like we've made you a little bit happy. But I want to see from last game here, I obviously want to see some more spice. I want to see them shake up the top. Also, we have our Super Weekend top 3, $2,000 for first place, for $1,000 for second, and $500 for third. So that's still up for everything and up for grabs.
Very much so. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head to our commentators for one more time for our second Super Weekend here. It's Xander and John.
Thank you very much, birthday boy. We're going to be getting into the final game of the day. It is going to be Erangel once more. Blank. Back to basics.
Back to basics. I think we've made a nice day for Kalaris over there. It's such an Avenger thing to do as well. It's like, no, you've enjoyed yourself. No.
Look, James likes to make
You're
people,
wrong.
James likes to let people think that, he doesn't really mind what they think, but really there's that warm, fuzzy feeling that everybody has inside when people appreciate them, and we appreciate you, James.
I think I'm ginger as well, because I don't get that. You're weird.
Well, I guess I'll just I'll just get on the plane to Erangel with the rest of the players who are going to be heading on into map number 5. Yes, Naya to Hospital Plane.
Oh, this is far, far better. Yes, this is what we like to see. This has been a nice day for planes. The captain, we'd rung him up yesterday. We said, look, man, things are going wrong. You need to chill out. You need to chill out with the plane paths. Give us something slightly different. Give us something a bit more palatable for these teams. And now we're getting them. Obviously, yesterday we had that weird plane from Nova up to Kameshki all the way on the east side of the map, which really didn't favour very many people at all. And then we ended up in Yasnaya at the end. And then Jonathan exploded at the end and got that win, which is crazy good. But yes, now we are heading straight over the top. It's going to open it up for everybody. So now I am just expecting the Sosnovka circle.
I'm over for a Zaki circle.
Zaki circle,
because we haven't had one. In all the time I've been casting PUBG Mobile, I don't think I've had a Zaki circle.
No, I don't think I've been blessed with a Zaki circle either.
Have to wait and see. It would also be cool to see a quarry circle. We haven't seen one of those too commonly.
Quarry circles are pretty generally fun. It's like a lot of fighting around the actual edges of the quarry itself and seeing if you could survive if you are inside the quarry.
It's how far down the quarry can you get before you die.
Yeah, exactly. It's a fun game mode. Promise. We should introduce it to PUBG Mobile.
Absolutely. Quickly, where do you think the circle's going to go? 3, 2, 1.
Shooting range.
Shooting range. Shooting range circle. You heard it here first, ladies and jelly spoons. We are going to be getting into
jelly spoons.
Into these rotations a little bit later on, obviously, when all of these teams have landed, have looted, have got those positions on board. T1 a little bit further north of Melter Power than maybe you want to be, but they grab some vehicles and they will be heading down south. TSM Entity back to South George.
Yeah, this really only favours...
No way.
Whoa.
25 points.
Wow.
25 points for you, Blank.
Take it back. I'm pretty good at this thing. Let's go. Megastars, on the other hand, they had a decent start to this game, obviously dropping in Kameshki. It starts off well for them, as well as Synergy. They're going to get that mansion split early on, and get nice and looted up. Because if you actually hit the mansion split later, obviously you're trash looting, so you're not getting as much loot as possible, and you need to regroup. You regroup later as well, so it means that teams like TSM Entity, if they drop out early and they loot George, they're fine to start rotating early on. For Synergy, it's going to give them a lot more time to get this rotation under wraps. So because of the playing path, the actual movement, the actual herding of themselves over towards the circle is much easier, John. So they're having a decent time. Box Game, on the other hand, they're not directly all the way across the coastal line here. They're much more together. As you can see, Microboy starting to put out his feelers towards Box Game and see what he can find out.
See if he can get that information on board, information key.
This outfit's cool as hell. I want this, but real life.
All right, Rock's top tier outfit, fantastic.
Yeah, nice
to be honest, I'm loving the clownfish as well.
Yeah, that one's pretty cool.
It's the sort of outfit that I'd wear to annoy you. You know,
I don't like that.
Which is what most of my online characters. Whenever we play an online game together,
yes, I hate it so much.
I always just put together probably the worst outfit I could imagine. And just play with that.
What was that one time where you were in a balaclava and sunglasses?
Yeah. That was PUBG Mobile.
I hated that so much.
It's great.
That's all he was wearing.
It's so good.
There was nothing else on him. And I'd put a load of time in. I'd got this really cool outfit. I'd got,
match the boots and the bangles.
Yeah. And then I'd like, oh, John, let's play some PUBG Mobile. That's a wacky car, wacky bike there. I said, play some PUBG Mobile, and he loads up and he's just there like, yes, it's me, John Allen. I almost didn't want to play with him after that.
That is, you know what, that's fair enough. And maybe, some would say that maybe that's the whole idea.
Yeah, it's just to annoy me. That's fair play. I appreciate it. I do need annoying now and again.
All right, let's refocus onto the game, because I've just spotted something on the the map here. You level up. They've gone to Severny, and so they are not going to be guarding Team IND on that push up north.
No, but it doesn't matter regardless whether they're not doing it anymore or not, because they've actually... See, the thing is that Team IND, first game, right? Team IND spent so much time out in the blue, and that's just because of the threat that you level up might be there. And what it's doing is that we're finding Team IND, on Erangel at least, find their way into a good circle early on with great loot from Sosnovka. Okay, kill. With great loot from Sosnovka. Right. Now they're having to take on the repercussions of playing in Sosnovka, which is which is the fact that it's going to take you a while to get into the circle, and you need to be cautious about going across that bridge. You are going to hit there late, but with good loot.
Orange Rock are playing without Scout this time around. There are 3 players in the lobby, so we'll see what they can do. They are very central into this circle, Blank, so they are in a pretty crucial location. We'll see if that comes back to bite.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they have moved down towards the bottom of the river here. They are, like you say, without Scout. Vanos the Murder gave them a little bit of grief last Erangel today, so we'll see if something similar happened. Obviously, that happened mainly because so many teams were forced into this area with the weird playing path we had at the start of the day, on Erangel at least. Synergy, though, like I said at the beginning of the game, they will have got up looted very, very easily, very, very quickly from Mansion, and now they're instantly moving their way over towards Severny side. Let's see if they come into contact with you, level up early on. Megastars, on the other hand, they're Kameshki, they're still keeping it chill. They head up towards Stalber, get an Overwatch point, get the binoculars out, the telescope, see where the rest of the teams are, and then play from there. Vitic Scarlet, more passive play in Yas9. Let's take a look at this team on screen. Actually, no, go ahead. What did you want to say?
So I was just going to look at the scoreboards in general, and I'm looking at UDO Gank. They're basically confirmed to be in 15th place.
I'm coming over.
There's no way that you level up are going to be able to leapfrog them in one game. They're currently 59 points behind, which means that UDO Gank, lucky this week, able to stay in. So hopefully they'll be able to get into next week's Super Weekend. But it is crucial that they do so, Blake.
Yeah, just a real testament to Jumper and the team's ability, and on that first day getting a triple chicken dinner. I'm not sure what happened to Jumper really, because he was probably one of my favorite players from that first day, and I was like, wow, that is incredible. This is a player that can really have some superstar value, right?
That's what we love to see, all about the comebacks. And speaking of, obviously we have to mention TSM Entity, how fantastic their return to form has been over the last few days. They've been climbing up and up and up. They're in 8th place now, with about, I believe that to be a 23-point margin between them and Megastars, who are just sat above them. So beautiful stuff for them to be able to come back swinging, obviously, with not the greatest performance earlier in this tournament. So it's great to see them.
This is a team that we can talk about really quickly. It's T1. Now, T1 a little bit scared about really GXR Celts, because they've been the one prodding them down in Milta Power. This time, they're immediately heading towards the north side, past Lipovka, going to head up towards Salba. And we know they go underneath the mountain here. They probably will clash up against Megastars. Sparks might fly a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see. GXR Celts are also on the same warpath, it would seem, towards that side of the map. But the majority of the contestation is going to be towards the south of shooting range, where there's a lot of that tree line available, a lot of forest you can play in, a lot of hills to gather that information. Synergy are pretty firmly planted there right now, with Freestyle as well as you level up, trying to vie further position in that area.
You say you level up, looking to get those crossings controlled, really. They're trying to just scout out that information and see who's going to be pushing up north towards them. But they are grouping back up as well. Oshuan a little bit lower on HP, actually. He took a little bit of a tagging early on. He's gone down twice as the first player to go down in the squad over today. So hopefully they're going to be able to keep him alive for a little bit longer this time around. Yeah. T1, as you said, making that rotation up across Stalber, and actually GXR Celts making that same rotation as Megastars have moved in earlier.
It's a little bit difficult from this place onwards, because if you look at the way the roads intersect just to the west side of Yas9 and Polyana, it creates like this pizza slice. You can see it on your screen there, just to the west side of Megastars Paradox, and it's really tough terrain to go over because it's so flat, and you'll just get shot at by anyone who's watching that way. So you gotta be really careful. You can see T1 heading over the north side. You can see GXL Celts doing a similar thing. Vexy drops down the mountain himself and starts to get on with it.
Just sends away. Neither of these teams really want to clash at this stage. Zoltron took a bit of damage there. I think he tumbled out of the vehicle and will get picked up by a teammate and get back on board with the rotation. Everyone on the eastern side. Actually, this northeastern side is uncharacteristically packed, Blank.
It is, yeah. And I mean, Team Secret are going to be happy about this one. For one, I mean, they might have a similar approach that they did in Miramar, where they played it very, very very slow, very careful as they move into the end, latter parts of the game, right, and then just strike from there. Obviously, they know TSM Entity should be around this vicinity, so it's a team they have to be careful for, as well as RRQ. Neither teams to be really turn your nose up at, because they're very, very strong. So Team Secret, they want to play it safe and quite really discern where they want their next rotation path to come through.
Reject Scarlet have got themselves position on the western side of Severny. The GXR Assaults cross straight through Synergy. Goodness me, how have they managed to get away with that? They managed to get relatively unscathed. I mean, you can see the health bars there. Synergy, I think, didn't even believe that GXR Assaults would go for such a bold move.
I know, but that is bad for Synergy in a way, because now GXR Celts have a bead on their position and can start to make some insightful play towards the end of the game.
And so do all of the teams around them as well, because they shot off a couple of bullets.
Yeah, which is not good, especially with the position they're currently in. It's very strong for this northern side of the map. But again, this might not even be a shooting range finish. Sure, I called at the beginning, so it has to happen. But you know, we can rule it out still.
Can we rule it out?
We can rule it out.
Absolutely. Ruled out immediately. I've forgotten what it was that you said. Is that ruled out?
Wow. That's serious. That's a serious ruling.
Louis with the DP, not quite able to land the spray onto Trance as he sails across the hills with the buggy bouncing about and making sure he's getting to safety, it seems. Not out of the woods just yet, quite literally. But he is going to get through. Okay, good job. Able to make it to the other side there. But the rest of IND, they still have to make this cross.
I just want to quickly say that the circles aren't predetermined before the game.
Oh!
Yeah. I don't have any insider info, I promise, okay? Please believe me.
Well, it does center up towards shooting range. Interesting there, Blank. I'm going to have to... I will conduct an internal investigation.
It'll be an interrogation room.
Absolutely.
What did you see that we didn't? Tell us now.
What do the numbers mean? What do they mean? Where's that come from? Oh, goodness me. Predicting the circles. To be fair, you're on a level with Ocean now, aren't you?
I know. I am actually on a level with Ocean. I would say getting towards it. I'm louing my way up to a level with Ocean.
Yeah, maybe not just there quite yet.
Not quite there yet, I would say.
He's taller hair.
Well, way better track record than me. RQ actually now behind Team Secret. Team Secret made their way across the bridge. TSM Entity now very much towards the center. And look at all these teams. There's lots of area around on the west side, the east side that no one wants to play in because it's so open. It doesn't have that compound area for them to hold down in. It's very, very undefensible.
God, these hillsides are packed to the south of Severny. Look at this. There's just, goodness me, call the red arrows. This is some coordination going on right now. King of Gamers pop out and they want to take some shots over towards Arnjone, but they have to get their own troops to safety first. A little bit of a defilade, a little bit of a building as Valdas post up by shooting range. RRQ take a knock as G9 hits the deck.
That's a big pick off onto RRQ. G9 is probably the only player that's really been showing up today from RRQ, and the fact that he's gone down first is a really good omen for Team Secret in this fight.
Beautiful stuff indeed. Orange Rock on the western side, and they might just be in with a shot here, depending on how our RRQ Team Secret fight goes. They might be in with a chance. If they take a couple of knocks on those two teams from the south side, they're going to be in with a chance of holding them off.
Well, we've seen Orange Rock do stranger things. I mean, the first game of the day today, John, remember they went down to 2 players, just Viru as well as Gil, I believe it was. Oscar, no, it was Viru and Scout at the end. And they only had 2 players, and they still made it all the way to 4th place. So, yeah, I wouldn't count Orange Rock out just yet, just because they're missing 1 player at the start of the game. I still think they have a really good shot here. And it feels like Orange Rock are starting to pick up the pace a little bit today.
Yeah, Bigatron have picked up the pace in terms of kills as well, Blank. They're on 141 kills now to RRQ Athena's 149. So they are absolutely starting to rack them up. Maybe in this last game of this week's Super Weekend, they'll be able to overtake RRQ Athena in that kill count. That would be phenomenal.
Yeah, and RRQ, they got G9 back up, so they're 2 4 members, but they seem to be just limping along in these final games. Not to say they're not still a great team, but it's just not what we expect from them whatsoever. Reject Scarlet very much on the northern side of the map, but it's Synergy, the team that we can see right now, who are super duper central, and they're so good at doing this, at finding very, very strong positions within the circle and then defending them. Unfortunately, like I said before, when they start to becoming under a lot of pressure, sometimes they don't always step up to it, but they just have these massive pop-off moments. And you know when they pop off the most, John? It's at the end of the day, or they're at the end of a Super Week, or at the end of a league play. So you know what? This, if everyone bodes correctly, I think that Synergy could have a really, really powerful game this year. Powerful game here. There we go.
Much better. Bigatron, they've been having some pretty powerful games of their own here, and they are going to be moving in from the south side. They're playing Edge this time around. They're around the foothills on the eastern side of Everest, and they're going to be looking to cross the river, potentially looking to go a bit north. But Team Secret are just across the way. You can see Rex operating that Harry Potter tower there, and the rest of them will be in the compound just out to the east and able to back it up nicely. Rex, not really at too much risk here. They can just get in those vehicles and send on if they need to back them up.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that it's getting slightly dicey for Team Secret, just in the sense that they're a little bit far at the circle, and you've got Team I&D and BTR both coming in towards their position, and really they're going to try and gatekeep BTR. It's a difficult team to gatekeep. They're very, very good at changing up the play on the fly. You know, they're quite quick when it comes to that.
And they've spotted out Team I&D as well, the other team who was moving in from the south side. They're taking a couple of shots as the nades go back and forth near shooting range. Valdez the Murder exchanging with GXR Celts, and they have to just back it off. I don't know if these smokes are to push or to cover them off, but I don't think that GXR Celts want to go for this hold. This push, sorry.
I would say not right now. BTR, though, still between the fight between Team Secret and Team I&D, but Team Secret should know their position after all those shots did come through. I think that I think that's on top of shooting range.
Is it on top of shooting range?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a little bit to the west, right? The shooting range, the west on the circle.
Yeah.
But it is going to be in there. Blank, have you done it?
I don't know. I don't know what's gone on. This is
fantastic
weird
stuff.
This is weird kind of look coming through. I should probably go get a lottery ticket.
You should put that other shirt on. You're Mystic Meg today.
Mystic Meg. I am Mystic Meg. I've got my crystal ball in front of me and everything. Megastars moving up from the southeast, having a good time. But BTR now moving through, and this is the clash between them and Team Secret. Team Secret currently battering against BTR.
And this is the hold. This is a strong spot that Team Secret had. They managed to get Ryzen and flush him down as well. The rest of Bigatron can just mount up and leave now. They'll probably loot their fallen comrade and send on out with those meds, with those supplies. But it's not the best of situations. However, 3 players from Bigatron, it's worth a whole lot.
It is indeed. I mean, like, Bigatron, you can't count them out until they are finally out of the game itself.
There we go.
As I say it, there it comes through. Matt Toy goes down to Luxy. Rex is just flying in.
I don't know if you want to do that, Rex. That might just be pretty tricky to make work. Luxy's going to dispatch you. Lickety split. You high now, trying to get the off angle as he pushes down, but Microboy is ready and waiting to hold it off. Luxy's there. And they're just going to keep it down. Oh, no, he pulls out a nade. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Oh, goodness me.
That's their trick. You can't do that against them. Yuhai goes down. There is probably their best shot into this game. And talking of shots, iShots is just going to leave this fight. He doesn't see any use in staying around any longer. He's just going to go for those placement points towards the end of the game. TSM Entity, they go out.
Oh, no.
And I was going to talk about this. They went out early last game, and now they're going out early again. Has perhaps that confidence dipped off a little bit?
Well, I'll have to wait and see. They've had a very good day already, Blanket, has to be said.
It's been a really good day so far.
They've had a phenomenal day, so hopefully they'll be able to rest on that laurel. That's going to be their Super Weekend over, so we'll have to qualify again if they want to rack up more points. Bigatron, they say if you take one of ours, we'll take 2 of yours. Thank you very much, Team Secret. Down to 1 player. iShots remaining for them.
Yeah, he will have to just play for placements here. And, you know, even if he gets towards the top 8, Team Secret will be feeling very happy about this week. I think this Super Weekend has just been fantastic and really shows... Ooh, that was a nice nade. Really shows to a lot of teams that even if you don't get to play on that first Super Weekend, even if you don't get to play on this Super Weekend, you could still make up for the points in the last one or the next one.
Velmuth does get flushed. G9 picks up yet another kill, and they will be moving forwards from the western side. It's RRQ Athena with 4 players. They did manage to get that res on the knocked G9 earlier, so they'll be happy with that one. Arm Jones still trying to plink a couple of shots, but you'll be lucky, my friend.
Goddard just watching over the fence. A quick replay on our screen. It's Viru versus TSM Entity. Obviously, Orange Rock absolutely crushed TSM Entity on this top side. Viru with the drop shots.
Nicely done there. Able to swing out wide, get the flush as well. I think there was another team as well coming into that fight to help them out, but TSM Entity, they do go down. It's just a really strong position now for Orange Rock on the northwestern edge, where they can operate. They can start to decide where those rotations are going to come through. It's a nice base of operations for them.
Yeah, they can start to run off this hot streak from that initial squad wipe, just like TSM Entity said they did yesterday on Miramar. And even with free players, yes, don't count them out yet. They still have a shot into this game. Next is going to come on the screen soon. Hopefully I am disproved, and I am as it heads up towards Severny side on the north side of the map here. Box Gaming, they're on a southeast spot, but it's Reject Scarlet who get the circle once again. Now they have to do something to the circle. They need to play like Freestyle does on that Miramar map today. They need to start taking an advantage, start taking off teams. Orange Rock, on the other hand, immediately go over to the coastal side. They know there shouldn't be too many teams here, as this playing path was directly in the middle. So this is really smart from them.
For me, there's a race between two teams in this lobby, Blankets. You level up in Freestyle. I talked about how I was looking at the bottom, and and they are sat currently straddling 16th and 17th place, right? There is 4 points between them. There is a total of 4 points between these two teams, and that is minuscule. When it comes to the scale of the tournament that we're talking about, 4 points, it may as well be 0.
I think that's the second time I've seen Megastars really whiff a spray there. That should have definitely been their kills. Unfortunately, not able to bring those ones through. Now, Val's the Murder, they're also in close competition for holding on to Severny itself. Orange Rock instead have opted to go slightly more towards the high ground, and Synergy have tried to rotate towards the east side and north, and they're rotating parallel alongside Megastars at the moment. We'll see who comes out on top of this one.
Synergy trying to make the mad dash now across the field, but they do get spotted as King of Gamers who pick off Schreider. Megastars might try and pick up some of the pieces, but the east side of Severny is prime real estate right now, Blank, and Orange Rock occupy a really central spot in it.
He sees Ted, though, hurtling his way towards the coast on the north side. He's the last player for Synergy other than Schreider, who is on the eastern side of the map over here. Reject Scarlet, though, here is that's the aggression I want to see from this team.
Nicely found. Reject Scarlet able to take on GXR Celts. Ultron goes down and Tanky goes down, and they are eliminated in 15th place. They are unfortunately found. Aston side still rages on. The battle is still fraught. There's Bigatron. They're down to 3, but they're still slinging out the bullets like no tomorrow. D2E trying to challenge on the corner of shooting range now. They've held this position for quite a while, but they will have to leave as the blue pushes them in. It is 4th phase Blank, which means the circle will start to really chunk away, and something that you cannot ignore, something that you can't just sort of heal up through. You level up taking a fight as well with the Megastars. As they turn up around the corner. Chashin will go down first. Huoshuan soon to follow. And you level up. They're getting torn apart. Winter, the last remaining player. He's all the way out in the back and won't be able to save them.
And this is a massively important fight as well. You level up, go out. Freestar's still alive on the south side of the map, so there's a potential for them to head up towards the upper parts of these points and placements.
It's more than likely as well. You level up didn't even get any kills, so they only get 1 point on the game. Freestyle, it's their time, their chance, but unfortunately they're locked in a pretty sticky situation of their own. On the south side, just Bubba alive for them, hiding behind the U as they know they just need to survive here, Blank. They just want to disengage as fast as they can.
Trying to get out of there. Team IND still have actually managed to make their way in. Not many players whatsoever. BTR moving their way in from the western side. That's IND now out, but Val's the Murder coming up against T1. Martin takes a huge amount of damage.
Oh, he's going to try and blow up the UAS here, try and take down Sadam, but he can't get it done before Break chimes in with the third party. Box Gaming taking shots onto the fight, but so are Reject Scarlet. T1 getting peppered down. Val is the Murder trapped in a valley, but they are in the next circle. Crucially, they'll be able to survive there for a little longer.
Just managed to get underneath the ridge side, but like you say, John, they're really right on the side of the circle itself. But it's RQ have managed to make their way through Severny itself. Ted is hiding in the wings. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for RQ, but King of Gamers taking a massive amount of damage from BTR.
Bigatron on the coast side will be having to cross the road, most likely. But the nades, they're going to support them beautifully. Luxy just slings one out, and King of Gamers, 2 of them down across the way. Only Soup left for them. As the Megastars get spotted out by Bigatron as well on the northern shore. It seems like, you know, Bigatron, they got the last chicken dinner. They want another one, Blank. They want to keep it on rolling. You talked about teams with momentum. I think no better example than Bigatron.
Yeah, they tasted victory and they've realized just how much they've missed it.
Oh yeah, we're really good at this video game, aren't we? Fantastic stuff. Megastars roll up onto the downed Braga. They pick up a point.
BTR, slightly rough position. They will have to use these nades to their advantage. 789 damage on a single player already in the game is ridiculous and very luxy of him.
Micro Boy, he's got the K9. Oh, he's shooting out the feet there. I think he did go down before that, and actually Zuxy's just stealing this one away. Micro Boy trying to line up the shots. He's like, I'm going to get this. I'm going to make sure, you know, my breathing's all in time. Is actually like, my point.
Yeah, Zuxy maybe peeking a bit too much over the top side, trying to get those points. Does get knocked down, but Viru knocking Zuxy himself. Orange Rock still in this game. They are very, very close to Soup from King of Gamers, and the circle moves ever north towards BTR. Now, I said they might have to cross here, but now they've got such a strong spot.
I said that.
Sorry?
I said that.
When?
When I said they had to cross. Well, they might have, and it doesn't matter, Blank. What matters is one of us said it. You got the points for predicting shooting range. Let me have this one.
Okay.
Fantastic. Orange Rock, they're still going. Viru will get rezzed as well. They'll have to make a cross as T1. They're going very, very low on the south edge. Reject Scarlet as well have to move on, and they'll be guarding out Seidan on that rotation. The question in my mind is, can Orange Rock get into this next circle? Will they be able to push Megastars out from that position where they have to move a little bit west?
Yeah, Megastars are in a tough spot here. BTR just trying to find some zone, but I think they are low on medication. Luxy only with 3 med packs. Micro Boy here with just the 1 first aid kit. That's Reject Scarlet taking a huge amount of damage. And still have to make their way into the circle. Ernie down to just the 1 player on RRQ, but looking to find their way up the rankings. Top 5 finish would be
zone as well, so it's just Marvi up and kicking for them. RRQ Athena get eliminated on the west side as Ernie finally falls. The next shift comes, and again, it's towards Bigatron, Blank.
It is towards Bigatron. They're so happy with this one. They've been... I think the win has come wrapped in a nice little gift basket, and there has been a bow on top here. BTR will happily take this one away from the other team, so it's up to them to spoil the party, spoil the Christmas day.
It's going to be Bigatron with the turkey at the end of it, but it's up to the rest of the teams who gets what scraps, who gets what's leftovers in the Tupperware to take home. And we'll see just what they're able to save and pop in the freezer for next week.
Or see if it can be a cat who jumps onto the side and eats all the turkey before they even get home to have even a look at it. But this would be a really good back-to-back for Bigatron from Sanhok to here. Now on Erangel getting the second chicken dinner. The circle favouring them makes things so difficult. Reject Scarlet currently in a pretty rough spot, and Marvi trying to throw some nades over towards his position. Ted on his lonesome. We talked about this guy earlier. Actually got himself towards the north side of the map and is staying alive. This is actually really good for Synergy, despite them losing so many members early on. Well played to you, Ted.
8 kills for Bigatron, I believe that was, if my eyes didn't deceive me, but they're looking for plenty more. Their base of fire is so strong here. They have this entire ridgeline under their control. There is no one who can get across at this stage. Investing the smokes would be folly. Marvi looks to be healing out in the zone. I don't know if he's going to try and pop up and run across at some point. Has got 2 first aid kits left, so he's going to go up and try and go for the run. Actually, oh, he picks off Reject Scarlet.
And they rank up as well. They rank up.
So important. I don't think he's going to be able to get that one off, but Orange Rock make it to 4th and pick up a kill point. That's beautiful stuff coming through. Bigatron now controlling the opposite side, and this is the killing field for them.
Yeah, it's going to be impossible to actually dismount BTR now. They're in a fantastic spot. They're even starting to cross the road and take even more aggressive positions. Ted, though, he'll be looking for that second place. Vexy drinking the energy drink, trying to stay alive as long as possible. I think BTR have an inkling there is a player on this east side. Ted goes for 1.
Vexy's actually peppering from the side, and Zuxy takes a lot of damage. Ted gets eliminated. Luxy's been knocked. Zuxy is low. there is a chance here for Vexy. Remember, Blanky is a really quite, well, one of the star players for the Megastars. Micro Boy gets knocked. Luxie's getting rest. Zuxi was going for the heal, so it means they are just one player strong. He's looking for the spray down, knows that they're near the smoke, not opting to put an aid in, and Zuxi wants the 1 versus 1. He wants to go head to head. He can't get it done. Megastars! Oh my goodness me, Blank! They come back, and Bigatron, they had it in the palm of their hand.
I mean, we might be the super mega commentators, but he is the super mega star player on that team. What a fantastic finish.
I don't believe it. How on earth did he manage to make that happen? There was a couple of mistakes there right at the end. I mean, Zuxi went for the 1 versus 1 instead of rezzing. He went for the heal instead of rezzing.
Overconfidence, John, massively.
Well, they still have a good game, but it is Megastars who snatch it away from the jaws of defeat. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic way to end out this second Super Weekend. We're going to head back over to the analyst desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
It looked all but done in the final moments there as Bigatron was on their road to get themselves 2 wins in a day, the back-to-back. However, it wasn't that team that got themselves the 2 wins in a day. It was another team. Megastars, Vex shining bright like a diamond. Jeez Louise. Oh, amazing. I'm speechless.
The late game there was just super interesting. You saw how well they were able to take control of Bigatron, but they got overconfident. They didn't wait with scouting. He was sitting on top of the buggy too early.
Yeah.
Like his teammates are still knocked. You have to play safe until you have all your players up, so you can actually play as many versus 1 as possible. But so well played by Vix.
Yeah. You can say whatever you want about Bigatron kind of throwing that game, but in the end, they did some phenomenal rotation once again to get himself into a position where they could win the game. Again, they're doing their game-winning moves here. Of course,
all the time.
It didn't end up with a win in the end. But
I want to talk about that a little bit more later. But first, let's actually take a look at the points coming in from this game and give kudos to Megastars, especially Vex, for the performance that we just saw put in. Of course, when you clutch, usually there are some mistakes on the other side, but it still requires you to frag out and perform out of your mind.
A lot about Megastars and Bigatron, but Reject Scarlet, a big winner of this game, of course, as well. Getting himself 12 kills. That is something we don't see every day from them.
Yeah, it's great to see them end on a high note here for the second Super Week, and they're going to be putting themselves in a more comfortable spot compared to where they were before. So nice to see them 12 kills, the highest kill game from them so far. It's very good to see. Orange Rock 11 points, considering their situation, playing with 3 players that game, and yeah, total 8 placement points, 3 kills. Very well played by them as well.
Yep. Yeah, and we're down to Mavi as well, and Mavi did a good job clutching a few more placements here, getting a few more points. Here towards the bottom, we see a few teams, Box Gaming of course, still getting themselves 7 kills. Kind of the average that we see them do in a bad game.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive to be fair there. And then from 10th downwards, very few points to be had here overall. So, but I do want to bring things back a little bit, as much as we're probably going to end up highlighting some of what Megastars did there. We were discussing Bigatron throughout this game, and so far for the PMWL East, this kind of consistency that we're seeing from them, as well as this prowess in rotations, this prowess in fighting, they are just above and beyond what a lot of the other teams can put out right now. It feels like they're playing the game in 2021, not 2020.
Right. The thing is, they're so far ahead of all the other teams when it comes to rotations, where to play, when it's time to move. We start to see some teams trying to copy them a little bit. Megastars being one of the teams. We know that Megastars drop on Nova on Erangel, and you have Bigatron just across the bridge there. We see a lot of times Megastars being just behind Bigatron because they're trying to copy them. But that's not the way to go. When you're copying someone, you're always going to be behind.
Exactly.
You want to be in front. So you got to make sure you copy the best part and make it better.
It's the Mountain Dew do the do moments. Avenger.
Overall, I will say though, Bigatron, they were playing extremely well here. Their mid-game rotations is just unparalleled to anyone right now. They're taking control, they're getting kills mid-game while they're waiting, and then once they see shifts where it's unexpected shifts or hard shifts that goes away from where you expect the majority of the players to be, then they'll make an insane rotation, putting themselves in a really advantageous position.
Also, they have such a well-rounded team with 4 very, very skilled players.
Yeah.
And that's not just in terms of aim. Aim is just a very small part of the whole thing. It comes down to having the team synergy, knowing exactly how to position yourself when you need to sacrifice yourself to help the team and so on.
They are the complete package. We've said it multiple times here throughout the PMWL East and then continue to deliver. However, someone that did deliver throughout this game, of course, was Vexy. And for Megastars, gentlemen, I do want to say that he has been one of the standout players that we've been looking at constantly. So it is very apt that he then comes and shines in the very last game here to be able to take out Bigatron.
Yeah, it was down to the 1 versus 1 against Vexy there. But I mean, Vexy actually, it looked like he had so much control over the whole situation. It looked like he was so confident going into the last fight there.
Yeah.
And he was just in the open. He had nothing to play with.
Yeah, and also the position that they took there, Megastars, was actually like it was the kind of last chance to try to get into the circle to kind of survive for as long time as possible. And we expect them to like try to heal a little bit, try to get into a better position, at least out-survive some others. We did not expect the win from them. You can also hear that from the casters, John and Blank. They were also very surprised by their kind of take from this.
It's also not bad that Megastars actually managed to win this game because from the start they actually dropped in Kameshki instead of Novo because of how north and the start of the plane was. They also go Kameshki.
That play right there, Microbogey going on top of the buggy, that is the aggressive move that is too early, yeah, because you have a knocked player, you want to try to play 2 versus 1 or 3 versus 1, but his teammate was over resing, so you're putting yourself in a 1 versus 1 situation, and you're exposing yourself by sitting on top of the buggy.
Damage time from this lobby. Sorry, Froz. We'll check in with you in a second. As very Sanhok numbers. No, we're not going to talk about that. Froz, what did you want to say?
I want to say about Microboy there. Sometimes you get a little bit overconfident. It's not a bad thing.
No,
it happens. Everyone makes mistakes. It's not a bad thing to get overconfident. Overconfident means that you're going to be confident. You want to take the fight. When you're confident, you're going to hit your shots.
Exactly.
10 times more than if you're not feeling confident. So it's a good thing, even though it ended up bad in this situation.
This is where it puts them in a situation like this as well, right? Being confident that you can win fights will make you win more fights because you're engaging and taking more of those fights.
Look at Reject Scholar here, though. I want to point it out.
Yeah,
1450 damage, and they got 12 kills.
Yeah.
Efficiency.
That is efficiency, to say the least. That's
like a well-oiled machine.
That's bullet train efficiency right there from our Japanese team. Very good stuff.
Ah, nice.
Always on time.
Maglev train.
I like that. Yeah.
Loving it. Yeah, very, very impressive stuff by them. And of course, I think that when we take a step back here, I think Reject Scarlet has been even one of the quiet winners of the day. They've been able to get themselves some decent placements, some decent points.
And it's, once again, it's really good to see a team like Reject Scarlet actually stepping up. They come again from a region that is outside of South Asia, Southeast Asia, so they have a little bit of a harder time. They don't play against these teams as much, meaning they don't have the experience. When they play against their region, the enemies are not as good as they are here.
Let's take a look at our top 4 names here from this lobby, as I can only imagine that Vex will be in there. Luxie, Sarah, and Ted join us. So big numbers coming out from Luxie, but not to put the cherry on top with the 1,000. Unfortunate.
I mean, you don't need to hit the 1,000 if you can get yourself 6 kills anyway. I'll take that any day.
And also nice. I mean, Sarah, I like that Sarah's up there because he got such a great performance in that game, and they were able to round it real nice out in Cerveny. Ted also surviving for that long, getting a 3rd place for them, and also managing to put out 3 kills.
Very well done. Very well done. And this is technically the end of our Super Weekend. And it's been interesting to compare to our first Super Weekend. Because I feel like our first Super Weekend was very dominated by a few names here or there, but there has been such a wealth of experiences throughout this second Super Weekend where you're seeing the entire lobby kind of grow alongside one another here in this kind of like microcosm that we have. But before we even talk about that, we have a breakdown to show us. What have you got?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys a little scenario here we had in the game, and it's gonna be Reject Scarlet and how they were holding out against GXR Celts, of course. If we take a look here right now.
Right now.
right now. So Reject Scarlet was, of course, playing here inside Severny, but I want to show you how they were playing. They were playing this area, and what that means is they're going to leave this house right here open. Why they're doing that is because from this, they can have so much control, and they know if someone breaches that the house in yellow there, they're gonna be stuck inside it. They have nowhere to go. They have full control. They are basically telling people, hey, come here, we're gonna get some free kills if you do.
It's like a trap.
Yeah, it's basically a trap. And we can see straight away here, I also want to point out here, we have Urali up there, keeping an overwatch over the team while they're pushing in here towards Jigsaw Celts and basically just putting more and more pressure. Look at all the nades coming in. Sarah putting out more and more nades all the time, Webb as well. Throwing the nades, again, will create chaos in the enemy team here. And Jigsaw Celts, they kind of, hey, where are all these nades landing? But we also see here, of course, Webb getting really close, Drelu coming in a little bit further, spreading out, making sure that if there's counter nades, not all of us goes down at the same time. And basically, they're just gonna chuck the nades. You don't need to peek if you chuck the nades, and that's the way to play it. You don't wanna expose yourself. When you expose yourself, you can get knocked. If you don't expose yourself, well, the chances are much slimmer that you'll get knocked. Such a well hold and play from Reject Scarlet, basically putting up a trap against Jigsaw Celts.
The perfect trap is also that you're aware that you're controlling kind of 180 degrees of the other surroundings, because once they get into a house, they feel safe. But if you're controlling like half of the north side of it and everything like that, you're just able to go outside, nade inside, and they're already confined in such a confined space that one Molotov, one nade, two nades, you'll get at least 2 kills or 2 knocks from that.
Let's take a look at the overall rankings then and see who's been able to win things out. Of course, it will be Biggitron holding on to their #1 spot here, especially after the last 2 games that they just had, blasting with the 367 points. RQ Athena will continue to hold on to that 2nd place spot, but Megastars moves up to 4th. It was 1 point away from being in that 2 points away because of the kill points, from being in 3rd place for us.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing, because a lot of the times we talk about Biggitron, we talk about RQ Athena, we talk about GXR Celts, but then you have Box Game, you have Megastars, they're kind of sneaking in there between all of that. But look at Megastars, they got themselves 4 chicken dinner. That's tied up with Biggitron, and we always talk about how good Biggitron is. Well, Megastars is showing up big time right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're showing up mega time. That's right. Very, very impressive stuff by them. Jigsaw Celts will fall down just a little bit. Here is the overall standings in the bottom, though, as well. 11th through 18th, of course. Do remember the Udo Gank as well as No Chance team are not playing in this Super Weekend, or have not played in the Super Weekend, considering it's over. But you level up Esports as well as Freestyle, getting themselves points on the board. Now, for Freestyle, this is interesting because they were not able to breach into the top 16 during this Super Weekend, which means they have to qualify to try and survive.
You have to qualify, but right now they're only 4 points behind you level up. And of course, Udo Gang dropped down from a 4th place. They were 4th place after the first Super Weekend. And of course, not playing here, 15 games. That's a lot of games to miss out on.
So interesting to look at. The team that got triple chicken dinners in our first Super Weekend was only not taken over by teams that have only participated in that 1 Super Weekend across the board, be it the 3 teams. So very, very close. It shows how Udo Gank's performance ranks up compared to some of the performances we've seen this week.
We're also seeing a lot more from Freestyle, from Reject Scarlet here today. And that is a glimpse of hope, because they can still make it. They need to qualify for the next Super Weekend, but seeing how they were playing today, I feel like they have a huge chance to do it.
Let's take a look at the overall damage done from some of these guys as well, as Luxy will take that top spot. I mean, after doing 900 damage in this previous one, I think that was the ace up his sleeve to be able to attain that top spot, Avenger.
insane to see these numbers here. These guys are the top 10, right? But we have 80 players. We have 70 more players, and they're so far ahead of these other guys here. They're sitting on 17,000. There's a lot of players that haven't even breached into the 10,000 damage yet.
Zigod showing up.
Yeah, it's good to see Zigod pumping in there, getting in there with 14,000 damage with 45 kills is absolutely insane.
I mean, again, not just Zigod, but Jonathan as well. Yeah. Considering TSM had a super rough time in the start, them being up there, not just being up there, but sort of tied with some of the BTR guys.
Yes.
We know how consistent BTR has been. We know how TSM Entity started on a very, very bottom low. But since the season started, they've been just rising and up and up and up.
Guys, what a great Super Weekend.
What a great birthday, huh?
What a great birthday.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest, it's been very nice.
Thanks.
Sharing it with friends. Actually, for the last 7 birthdays, I've been working. I've been on a show, be it in China, be it in Singapore, Germany, and now here in Poland as well. So thank you very much for making my birthday special. And thank you very much to everybody else out there for sending me birthday wishes. I normally don't do this. This is a bit like off the actual beaten path of what we're talking about with the show here. But it's been a great Super Weekend, so thank you very much for tuning in for that as well. That is the conclusion of our second Super Weekend. We're going on a day hiatus, and then we will be back to get week number 3 started, where crunch is really an issue. Everybody is going to be looking to qualify for our 3rd Super Weekend to try and get themselves into that grand final here for the PMWL East. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys. We shall see you in a few days' time for more PMWL.
Are you ready? 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 Are you Are you ready? 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 Are you Are you ready? 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 Are you ready?
Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go for the engagement. Seeing his score out. Oh, big shot. Welcome back, everyone, to another day of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm still your host, Jason Kaplan, and I do have to apologize if you hear any sounds that aren't of normal. It's a nice bright and sunny day here, and by that I mean it's raining and pouring like crazy, just like the hopes of a lot of teams in getting those points poured into their overall standings. And of course, I can't do this show alone. I have to bring in two lovely people to help me break down all of these matches we have going on throughout this entire month of the World League. We got 7 Worlds Gaming, we got Glitter Explosion. 7, you are looking even more swole today than you were yesterday. Did you work out again today?
I did. 3 days in a row.
Oh my gosh,
Let's go.
man. I am impressed. You're looking fantastic. You're always looking great as well. But what do you think about coming into our 3rd day here for second Super Weekend?
I'm excited. You know, because there's only so many more opportunities for some of these teams to get some points, and we have seen a lot of teams start stepping it up this weekend. So I'm ready to see how they play on their final day here.
Okay, well, on the final day, if you guys are wondering what that means, let's take a look at the format to give you an idea of what we mean when we say final day. We have 3 Super Weekends, and you have to qualify through into them by playing in the league matches, which is across 2 different days. Not only the top 16 teams will be able to advance through while you're playing with 20 in total, and the Super Weekend days will accumulate throughout the 3 weeks, whereas the league play will reset after every week. And once we're done with our 3rd and final week, which will be kicking off next weekend, we'll have our top 16 teams to make it into our 4 days of the league finals. So a lot of games to be played, a lot of games already played as we have passed the halfway point throughout the entire tournament. I think actually we passed the halfway point maybe after today, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not a math expert. I didn't get a degree in math like Glitter probably did, one of her 7 degrees that she got. But then let's talk about how they even get into these. It's obviously by points, right? We talk about placement points, we talk about kill points, and 7, you can see here that chicken dinners is still worth a ton, but kills is always where my attention is going to be.
Yep, if you do good, guess what? You get 20 points. If you suck, you're going to end up getting 1 point. And if you're actually able to go ahead and get some kills, you're going to get 1 point per kill, which we've seen in a lot of teams. One that comes to mind right away, I know we always talk about it, is Loops Esports. They just take full advantage of that 1 point per kill.
I feel like you're calling me out with the, if you suck, you get 1 point. I mean, at least I'm happy I get a participation point, right? Let's take a look, though, at what they're playing for. Obviously, a lot of money on the line. We've been talking about it day in and day out. $425,000 to be picked up across the board. And Glitter, we can see here, I mean, I think Cloud9 and Loops are 2 teams really gunning for that 50K here at the end of the 3rd Super Weekend.
Absolutely, and I think that's something we're probably going to start paying a little bit more attention to with how much closer we are getting towards the end of the main portion of the season. Like you said, $50,000 will be going to the first place team who's able to get the most points after all 3 of these super weekends. And then there's also, of course, the weekly bonuses, the participation bonus, then the finals, plus the MVP. There's so much money on the line here. So I can only imagine how some of these teams are feeling if they're struggling to get into those top spots.
They got to be stressed, right? Like you said, it's a lot of money on the line. And not only is there a lot of money on the line here in West, it's a lot of money on the line in East. If you guys haven't been watching the show that's been going down there, a nice little clip for you to kind of sum up how I guess the entire week has gone for them. Let's take a look. I mean, we could talk over this all day, but I just want to enjoy this gloriousness of Lewis just climbing straight up a wall here on Miramar in their first game of the day.
Wait. Yo, Tim the Tapman will be happy about that.
I mean, I think this is straight up mountain goating right now. And the best part is, if you guys didn't see that live, you can head over to Esports PUBG M and actually listen to Blank and John's reaction while casting that. And I can tell you right now, it's a lot of whats and a lot of questions of what the heck was going on. But you know what? That was the show. You guys can check that out. That was before the show starting today, or you can just check out the VODs. But we're focused now on West and West only today as we take a look at the overall standings right now of how the Super Weekend has gone from last weekend and through the first 2 days of our 2nd Super Weekend. And we can see here, Loops Esports maintaining that #1 position, 7.
Yeah, I think they were actually able to go ahead and pass yesterday, Cloud9. We saw a little bit back and forth between the both, but as we mentioned, Loops Esports has been taking just full advantage of the kill points with 167 points. And look how Cloud9 only has 121, but they do have more placement points. So if Cloud9 is able to step it, I know they're one of those passive teams, is they're able to just improve on their kills, they're going to go ahead and propel to that first place. And as we've been mentioning, you want to go ahead and end up in being first place, because guess what? That's going to be $50,000 that you're going to be able to win at the end of Super Weekend number 3. And then some of the other teams that we're seeing here, Football has been very consistent. I love seeing them there in 3rd place. Pittsburgh Knights, that's going to be an interesting topic in a little bit. And then we have a Temple Storm. Glitter, we always mention how Temple Storm is kind of quiet, but they've just been putting performances after performances.
It's Temple Storm here in Poland right now, I'll tell you that.
You know, it's probably nice and soothing though, Jason, but Tempo Storm has definitely been one of those teams that has been a little bit quieter, but they've just been consistent enough, right? They've been getting just enough kills to keep themselves in that top 5 position, and then dropping down to that list. You see Team Unique actually holding on to 10th place. And then moving on to the second page here, Konina Power did start picking it up a little bit, but it's just not enough yet to break into that top 10 position. And then we're looking at the likes of Nova Esports, Team Umbra, Yala Esports. These are all squads that have needed to pick it up and have started to actually be successful in some more aggression. It's been working out for them, and then SWAT 69 was the only new team that we saw coming in here to our 2nd Super Weekend, and they are currently trying to close that gap between themselves and UDR Killers.
One team I do want to talk about really quickly, just for the sake of mentioning them, not as if we don't talk about them enough, is Loops Esports, because we saw them in the first Super Weekend, right? 0 chicken dinners. They were in 3rd place. They were already a scary team then. They had so many kills. But now in this week, they've gotten 3 chicken dinners. They've jumped up to 1st place. This team is looking deadly, 7. And if I was anyone else out there trying to gun for that #1 position, or even for the 1st place going into the league finals, that's a tough team to beat.
Yeah, and that's something that we kind of touch on throughout the whole weekend, and then being able to get 3 wins so far this Super Weekend with still having a full day of gameplay left. It is definitely a scary team. I just want to go ahead and see them control their aggression a little bit. Something that we've seen out of them that just hasn't been as consistent is sometimes they do end up getting kicked in 13th place, maybe 14th place, and I think we saw them once in 16th place as well with 0 kills. So just being able to control that aggression a little bit more, if they can get more placement points, oh man, this is just such a scary team with already the firepower that they have in Carrillo, Dadin, and all the other players.
Yeah, and you talk about like adapting styles, maybe pulling the aggression back. One team we have been talking about with adapting styles is Nova Esports Glitter. We talked to them, we talked to GFan in an interview talking about how they switched things up from league play into the Super Weekend here, and it's been working out so well for them.
It most certainly has been working out for them, and I'm glad that this is a team we get to touch on again. So specifically, Nova Esports is a team that we were kind of waiting to wake up, right? They were really struggling just generally at having any super strong games. Now, yesterday, they ended up having 23 kills overall compared to only 8 on Friday, which is a huge jump already, and that's not even taking into consideration their performance on the previous Super Weekend. Their best kill game prior to that was 21 kills on day 3, and that was with a 12-kill second place game. So this was also their first chicken dinner that they were able to pull down yesterday, and this is a massive change that we've seen so far coming out of them 7.
Yeah, and something that I really enjoyed about the team was they ended up getting a win yesterday, and this is something I was actually talking with C-Fan. I was telling him, hey, I know you told us that you were going to be a little bit more passive. I'm seeing more aggressive out of you guys, and you guys seem to be performing really well when you actually become aggressive, kind of giving me flashbacks to what I saw from them going back to PMWL Americas. And he told me that the reason why they were being so aggressive at times was because of that win. It gave them that extra confidence boost. So I'm wondering if that's going to go ahead and translate to today as well. Are we going to go ahead and see that confidence? Are we going to maybe go ahead and see more aggressiveness out of that as we are going to go ahead and see the player stats? Because that's something to go ahead and keep an eye on. How are you going to be switching those gameplays from day to day as we go here to their stats? And Easy, I think one player to go ahead and mention out, even though he doesn't have the most amount of kills, he has sit out a couple of games, but guess what? He's still able to go ahead and output 6,000 damage. That is huge for a support player, considering he missed yesterday. He wasn't able to play yesterday because he was subbed out, and that was their best day. So I think overall, everybody, this team, we know they're capable of so much, Glitter, and if everything starts falling in place, if they stick to just one game plan and also they get confident, it's definitely a team to go ahead and look out for.
Absolutely. The fact that you have the other 3 players almost identical in damage right at that 10K mark is really speaking to the consistency that they're working on after they've changed up their strategy. They have managed to do very, very well, especially in situations where they have some of their players knocked out. I had asked GFan what it's like kind of having that pressure on your shoulders when you are the last player alive and you have to snake for points for your team. The game that they won, there was only 2 players left for their squad, and GFan was one of them. They have been working very well with limited resources, so I'm excited to see what they can do in a situation where they potentially have a full squad at their disposal.
Yeah, and we can actually even see a little bit further on into the stats of the team and kind of compare themselves from their first day to their second day. We can already see such a massive difference when it comes to damage alone, 7. Ooh.
Yeah, and what is that? Almost double the damage that they went in here to put out on the first day. That's just insane. And you see they're getting into more fights because they're having to go ahead and get more damage received. So they're going to have to heal even a lot more. But something that I love and something that I always preach about is can teams carry momentum over. If you get the win, or maybe if you can carry over the confidence. And guess what? They were doing that so well yesterday. And I'm hoping they're able to do that today as well. As they were able to, they ended up with 25 knocks and pretty much achieved 23 kills. I think that's huge, and that's just such a big step up from what we saw in the first day of this Super Weekend that I'm so excited to see what that team is going to be able to do here today, Jason.
The thing is, that consistency is going to be really hard to maintain when you're playing against the caliber of teams that we have. We talk about our top 4 right now of who we have. We got Loops in there, we got Cloud9 in there, we got Footballs in there, we got Pittsburgh Knights in there. These teams, at least I'd say the first 3, Pittsburgh Knights has slowly started to come into their own, have been so consistent at putting up big numbers where it matters here that I'm a little bit worried for teams like Nova if they can't, compete against the likes of the big dogs right now.
Yeah, and it's something you have to stay super consistent with. That's something we have not seen out of Nova, and we have seen out of these 4 teams that we're currently seeing on the screen, especially Cloud9. Cloud9 has always been consistent at staying alive towards the end of the game. Footballers is always consistent at least getting over 5 kills a game. And then Loops Esports, I mean, if they go on a tear, they're going to probably end up winning and then just get a bunch of kills too. Pittsburgh Knights is one of those teams that I'm going to be looking to see how they adapt, as Sixless is not going to be able to play the remainder of the 2020 PUBG Mobile Esports season. So I want to see how that team is going to adapt losing a player of that caliber, because remember yesterday he was able to go ahead and clutch it for them. Even on the first game, he was able to get them a couple points in kills and also in placement points. Something I do want to go ahead and point out from Pittsburgh Knights that I ended up pointing out yesterday was Carnage. I feel like Carnage needs to go ahead and step it up. He needs to go ahead and find his rhythm again, because they need to have that firepower from him. And yesterday I saw him scouting a little bit too much and getting caught off guard. So I hope they do adjust to that. And then with Loops, I feel like Loops is maybe that team that can maybe get 3 wins in a row. I want to see it at some point this Super Weekend, Glitter. Hopefully Loops can make it happen, if not Cloud9.
Oh yeah, I feel like when we look at all 4 of these teams, you see almost 2 different playstyles kind of separating the 4 teams. You see Loops and Football as being super aggressive with their playstyle, really strong with nades, and sometimes that aggression kind of just bite them in the butt a little bit, because we've seen them have some games where they struggle, and then some games where their kills are just off the charts, and it's worked out super well for them. And then you see Cloud9 and PK that are a little bit smarter, a little bit more safe with their gameplay, and they focus a little bit more on those placement points, and that consistency has really helped to kind of keep them in the position that they're in at the top of the leaderboard. Now, we did see Pittsburgh Knights specifically pick it up a little bit, starting to get more kills and feel more comfortable with themselves, so I'm interested to see how they handle this roster change. However, all 4 of these teams are very, very strong across the board with what they've needed to do, whether it was getting those kill points or getting those placement points, and that's why they are where they are.
Well, I'm curious to see what's going to happen with PK in particular, considering they were just finally meshing together as a team, right? We talked about them getting their reps in, getting accustomed to playing with each other as they're set forward, now having to swap a player around. I'm not sure that's going to affect them in the long run when we do get into our games today, but they're already looking pretty confident making the finals, so maybe they can work on that consistency now with their new 4 over these next few weeks. But we've been talking about teams. We got to start talking about individual players, right? We took a look at the top 2 players from West up against the top 2 players from East, and we kind of made, fun enough, a little bit of a dream team here, actually. We had Carrillo coming in big as the MVP from the first Super Weekend, Adder, who was topping the kills originally, and then we have G9 and Luxy. We talked about G9 yesterday, but Luxy is someone we haven't mentioned too much here, Glitter. Half of the pair of the twins of Luxy and Zuxy.
And I think, at least I know, I was surprised at first that he hadn't done a little bit higher kills than G9, just because, like you said, such a powerhouse with his brother. But across the board, if you're looking at all 3 of these players, the fact that we've got 2 coming out of East, 2 coming out of West, these numbers are absolutely insane, period. The damage is so high. The kills is so high. And what's even weirder is how consistent across the board it is for all 4 players. They're all within pretty much, 1,000 damage received of each other, and their kills are no more than 10 spread across all 4 of them apart. That's just insane to me, 7.
Yeah, and honestly, from seeing G9 before, from seeing Luxy before, I'm not surprised. I'm honestly not surprised at all that they're currently there. I am surprised by some of the performances I seen coming out of the West League, which is pretty much going to be Carrillo. Carrillo has shut up on the scene. This is one player that, honestly, as someone who has followed PUBG Mobile Esports for a very long time, I had never heard of this kid before, and he has just stormed it. He has absolutely destroyed, even when his team is not doing good. And Adder, a player that used to play in Europe, now playing with the North American team, I think that is just such a huge change, and something that I love to see with the potential of that fragging power, and with the smarts of Beowulf being the IGL for Cloud9. Everything is just working out their way, and I am gonna go ahead and take a little bit of credit. That is my dream team right there. So for everybody currently watching, please send us who do you think is gonna go ahead and be your dream team. Let us know right now in the comments, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or if not, go ahead and send it to Twitter at Esports PUBG Mobile. Send us who do you think is gonna be your dream team, and maybe you'll get a shout out.
I'm trying to think, who would my dream team be? And I think I'm already looking at it. I got 7 and Glitter next to me. I mean, that's already pretty dreamy as it is. Let's take a look at our schedule for today's last day of the Super Weekend. We'll be seeing the exact same 5 maps in the exact same order as well, starting things off on Erangel and ending things off on Erangel as well. As we move into our first game of the day, I really am kind of thinking back to who could be one of the top performing teams in this match. Again, SWAT 69, a team we have to really focus on. They're currently sitting 59 points behind UDR Killers, who's not even playing in the Super Weekend. So my eyes are turning towards them as being a team that definitely needs to step up if they want to have a chance. Because not only do they have to close this gap, they have to hope that they re-qualify and UDR Killers doesn't if they want to have a chance to make it into the league finals, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be definitely hard for them. We've seen over the past couple days that they've been very consistent, but it just wasn't enough points overall with that consistency. We were seeing them get, 2 to 3 points every single game, but it wasn't what they needed to average out if they wanted to close that gap with UDR Killers at the point threshold you were talking about, right? So today they are, 60?
34 points and they need 59 to catch up.
Okay, right, yeah, so they're 60 points away from where UDR Killers is, right? So they need to have, if they only have 5 games today, that's a lot of pressure to catch up. So what do you do, right? We did see them start to take those engagements. We saw them have a fight with Loops where they did take out Loops. We saw them take on some of the stronger teams, and because of that, it potentially boosts their confidence a little bit if they can just continue to do the exact same aggressive playstyle today.
Well, speaking about aggressive playstyle, someone we haven't talked about yet today that we did talk about quite a bit yesterday, Kanina Power. This team has been very quiet up until, the second day of the opening weekend, and then yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was the day before, where they started to really show up in the first day of the second Super Weekend. But since then, they've gone quiet yet again. I mean, the thing is, they're going to be through the finals. There's no way they can drop out of top 16, so it's not that big of a deal. But from a team that we saw be so strong in the beginning, 7, I was hoping we would see that strength continue on like we've seen out of Loops, like we've seen out of Cloud9.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that is just very consistent at being inconsistent for me. For some reason, this team can get very hot. I think in the first day of this Super Weekend, they ended up getting back-to-back 11-kill games, which that was huge for them. For a second there, we're saying, oh, it's Kanina Power back? And we even saw a player go ahead and just whip out a Car 98 and absolutely destroy somebody without even having to aim. Just a nasty no-scope. So we thought they were maybe getting that swagger back. We thought maybe they were getting that power back, and then yesterday things just weren't going their way. They just haven't been really consistent at all, and there's something I want to go ahead and see more out of that team. Maybe don't try to go for just the big kill games. Maybe don't try to go for like that first place. Just try to get into a rhythm where you can at least get yourself into the halfway mark, maybe like a 7th place or something like that. And then once you start getting that consistently, then guess what? Then you can go ahead and step it up your aggression. You can see what works, you can see what doesn't work. But I want to see a lot more from this team, especially because the way it's looking, they're probably going to end up making it to the league finals after all this is done, and I think that'll be just such a scary team if they are actually able to be consistent with their placement and also their kills.
By the way, I went back and looked at that clip about the car play that he pulled off, the Car 98. He was out of ammo in his primary. So he actually switched over to it and he had to go for the shots. And he hit them, so you can't really argue with him too much. Again, another team I want to talk about, another 2 teams I guess we should talk about is, of course, Loops and Cloud9. Again, they're obviously number 1 and number 2 on the table. But these 2 teams in particular have been battling it out when it's come to this second Super Weekend so consistently, whether it's in the late game or in the early game. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Glitter, about if you're at the top like this, they definitely don't need to show any more depth in their strategy because what they're doing right now is working. However, do they prepare now for the future of something of their style being figured out or their style not working? Do they try to play some things out here the next few days to kind of maybe have some backup plans?
It's definitely something that they will probably have started thinking about already because moving forward, like you said, they clearly don't need to make too many changes to what they've been doing because it's already been so successful. But there is the concern of, almost people kind of having so many opportunities to play against them that they figure out their play style almost too well. Right now, we see that Loops is almost 40 kills above Cloud9, so obviously, like I said before, Loops is one of those aggressive teams, right? But Cloud9, I think, has consistently had higher placement points than Loops. So Cloud9's been more consistent across the board when it comes to that, and we've said many times, if Cloud9's up with 4 members past that mid-game stage, they are so scary. They make smart rotations.
Like yesterday, because that happened.
But it's true. Like, minus your bad luck, as long as they're up with their whole squad, they do incredibly well. They're so smart. But we have seen, and it's been very entertaining now, we've seen quite a few times Loops and Cloud9 run into each other in game and have to kind of take that fight head to head. And it hasn't necessarily always worked out in Cloud9's favor, Seven.
Yeah, and something I want to see is teams taking note of that. I want to see if teams are ever going to go ahead and try to third-party that, because something you want to go ahead and do with those teams, especially when they're hurting, hey, take full advantage of it. If you can maybe go ahead and knock even one player down more and finish him off, that's another player from Cloud9 or Loops Esports that you're not going to have to worry about towards the end of the match. And that's already a huge advantage for your team. But that can also backfire, because these teams have just been so good at being able to recover from when they're down. Something that we have seen Loops Esports do so well is if they're down 3 players and 1 player still alive, you're not counting them out. You're saying, oh, they can probably reset from this. And when I say reset, they can probably get all their players back up and then just readjust their game style. And we've seen the exact same thing out of Cloud9. But it is something that I'm going to be looking at more. Maybe they're going to go ahead and get into more engagements. I'm pretty sure Cloud9 is going to be looking to just win more of those engagements and just prepare for what might happen in the league finals, because I wouldn't be surprised if we see more out of these 2 teams in the league finals.
Well, this is fantastic because I've actually lost all audio, so I have no idea what you guys are saying at all. So hopefully my microphone's still working. Hopefully they can still hear you guys as well. So we're just going to go straight into predictions real quick, and I'm going to have to just go off what I see on the screen, and hopefully you guys don't throw it to each other because, again, I can't hear you. So Glitter, go into our first match. Who is our first? Don't do this to me, Seven. Who's our first team that you have predicted?
So this is the same team I've predicted every single first Erangel match of the day so far, and I'm sticking with it because they haven't let me down yet, and they finished strong again yesterday, and we're going with Loops.
Okay, my sound came back on randomly. I heard you say Jason is your favorite host ever, and you're picking Loops, so great stuff out of that one. Seven, as you're going into your pick here, who do you have?
Wait, Jason, go first. I'm trying to remember which one I picked.
I think you picked. I'm just gonna guess. No, you want Team Queso, so let's get Team Queso up for 7.
Let me double check
to give us his prediction. My prediction is gonna be Loops as well, because you know what? They got me a chicken dinner yesterday. They start off strong. And 7, you picked Team Queso, right?
No, I didn't. I picked Cloud9. I'm gonna go with Cloud9. They just perform so well for some reason, this team is really consistent on the first game. Every single time. I don't know how they do it, but they do it.
I mean, you say that, and then Loops yesterday kind of beat them. So, we'll see how that's going to work out. We'll check with you guys after the match is done.
Peace.
All right, so it's time to talk about something that you guys at home can win. Again, as we do have tons of things being given away over the course of the entire World League. If you're lucky enough, you can get into the lucky draw here and win a limited time outfit as long as you're watching within the game and within the Esports Center. And also at home, if you guys are sitting around watching the show, you can tweet to us at esportspubgm with the hashtag PMWL. Give us your thoughts about the show, maybe support your teams, and maybe we'll get you on the show as well with a nice little shout out via 7, most likely, since he loves to do the shout outs. Let's bring in our commentators, though, for our very first game of the day. We got in Virum, we got Cameron Davis going to be joining us, looking handsome as ever, I have to say. In Virum, did you dress up all nicely for me today?
I did. It's definitely not because it's, the final day of the Super Weekend. The plays are going to be excited. It's for you. It's for you, Jason.
I think so. I believe so, and I hope so. Same for you, Cameron. I can tell. Even the way you're looking at me right now on the camera, I can just tell you're like, Jason, please give me attention.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all that I want. It's the only reason that I'm here. Everything that I do is for you, Jason. Just give me attention.
You know what? You're my new number 1. Forget 7. He's aside. I don't give a crap about him anymore. It's all about you. Well, let's talk about our first match. We've been talking about quite a few different teams. Maybe get your guys' opinion coming into Nova Esports here in Virum, since this is a team that I've talked openly on the interview about how they're adapting their style, and it's shown that they've improved over these last couple days.
Oh, for sure. I even just think the idea that the team has enough confidence to say, look, we appreciate that what we're doing isn't working, and we just need to change it up. I mean, that takes guts. A lot of teams would just sort of keep grinding and, no, it's not our strategy. It's the other teams that are wrong. But I respect the crap out of it. The fact that the idea that they're going to come into it and say, nah, we need to make a change. We're going to make a change. And clearly, it's an instantaneous response. Yesterday was so much better.
It was so much better. And then we have to look at, maybe Kanita Power or Cameron, because they played well on day 1. Then they started tanking day 2. Again, this is a team, they should be through to the finals. I don't see anyone dethroning them here anytime soon. But we're not seeing the consistency out of them that we were hoping to make them one of these top contenders.
Yeah, Seven's comment about them being the most consistently inconsistent team is pretty spot on. And for both Nova and Konina Power, you asked me yesterday, I believe, about the nights, about how long you want to, like, how late into the event do you want to peak? Konina Power and Nova, the question is, are they going to be peaking too late in terms of actually being a full powerhouse? Yes, they're probably going to qualify, but they obviously want to go for more than just qualifying for the final grand finals.
I thought you were going to be super harsh and be like, are they going to peak at all in this tournament? I thought you were going to go like super
I mean, that is another question.
But look, I want to chime in on that actually, because the idea of the consistently inconsistent, if Konina Power is vying for that title, I think that Tempo Storm is the other team that we need to talk about, because I am such a fan of Tempo, like as an organization. I've been casting them for like years at this point.
Their manager's a little...
And they are either in first place or they are in 15th place.
Yeah.
I literally looked back when I was like going through my pick'ems for today. I was like, oh, who are we gonna? I'm like, Tempo Storm, they have a couple wins, but then I looked, it's either a win or it's like, it's 15th place. So they're another team that I think needs to not vie for that #1 spot with Konina Power. They need to try and be a little more consistent.
Well, I mean, you're talking about Tempo, and we actually had Kalaris, guys, my recognition from the East League or from PMPL Americas, who actually got to sit down with them and ask them a few questions about this whole event.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Laris. I'm one of your hosts of the PMWL, and I have with me HH24 from Tempo Storm. So thank you very much for joining me to start things off. And my first question is, why don't you introduce yourself to the world as well as your role within Tempo Storm?
Hello, I am from Tempo Storm. My name is HH24. I am a co-Erangel, fragger, scout. I can basically just do anything as a role. I like to achieve top fragging in tournaments. I try to do my best.
Awesome. Well, yeah, we saw a lot of that in PMPL Americas, and it was exciting to watch you guys throughout that. The next question I want to ask you guys is, how did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Oh, I got introduced from my friends. I was playing Knives Out as another Battle Royale for mobile. My friends wanted to make a team, so I came through. It was very entertaining, so I just stayed. And I see a lot of goals of players, so I continued and I wanted to achieve those goals.
Which team would you consider as one of your biggest rivals throughout the PMWL?
Our biggest rival is all of them, because we shouldn't really be judging who's best or who's the scariest, because we can just die from any, to be honest.
Do you feel that a lobby on a world scale can be a little bit unpredictable sometimes? You obviously you have scrims with them, but does it get a little bit more hectic in these kinds of lobbies?
We try to stay calm, so yeah, it still does. Still pressure, but we try to stay calm and concentrate.
All right. Well, that's all the questions. So thank you very much, HH24, for joining us, and best of luck in the World League.
Thank you.
Yeah, at HH24, we got to talk to him there in that video. We also got to talk to him on the show as well, talking about how he's been having some internet problems, how he's having some tough time when it comes to being able to play consistently. I'm looking at you, Adverum, don't worry. And hopefully they've been able to fix a couple of their problems coming into this, because they have been performing, I'd say, a little bit better. But this isn't necessarily maybe the tempo that we wanted to see. We want to see more consistent and more of a stronger team overall, especially in the opening weekend, right? We talked about Tenza so much about being such a heavy fragger, but he's fallen off since then.
Yeah, Big Daddy Tensa, you know, that name doesn't come accidentally. He has been such a force in the NA PUBG mobile scene for so long. Just always one of these top fraggers who shows up and can go clutch. And I know that's something that Hot Jukes has talked about a lot, the idea of the clutch factor. A player who can just stare down an impossible situation and come out the other side on top. And I feel like we're going to need to see more of that here. And just the idea that, especially, you know, even if they make it to the finals, either being first place or last place isn't going to get you the win. You need to be consistently like top 4. That really needs to be the sweet spot if you actually want to become the PMWL West champion. So that's kind of what I need to see more from them. Less 1s or 0s, more just wins.
I feel like go ahead.
No, we are criticizing Tempo Storm for being inconsistent, but at the same time, they are in 4th place. They do still have those games that they're able to get like a good number of kills, even if they do go out quite early. They're not a team like, I don't know, wildcard that like we had expectations and then are closer towards the bottom of the leaderboard more often than not. But it's true. They do need to find just that one final piece to get to that next level, whether it is consistency or just having more wins, because even the most winningest teams in Cloud9 and Loops, they do go out in 15th or 16th every once in a while.
I swear I could hear a glitter in my headset saying, whoa, 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 when you start talking about wildcard there. But let's maybe start to get in predictions, because I think we're about a few minutes out till we do kick off this first match. And I'm going to start with you, Cameron, because you know what? You're looking handsome today. I mean, you're both looking pretty handsome, but I'm going to give it to you this time of who you think. I'm sorry, Enviram, don't worry. I'm still here with you. Of who's going to take the first match and why.
Sorry, I got to get back into it. I didn't hear anything you said after you said handsome, but I tried to be cute yesterday and saving Cloud9 for the very end just because they didn't look super strong towards the end of the first day. It ended up really biting me. So I have to open up with them. Cloud9 are so bad on the final game, and those are the only 2 Erangel matches. It's either game 1 or game 5. It's the best play. It's the best play. Cloud9 game 1 all the time.
I'm so glad you picked Cloud9 because I'm feeling more confident in my Loops pick. And Vera, who's your choice?
Don't feel confident for long because I'm right there with you, Jason. Loops Esports, let's go.
Man, I thought you were going to go Cloud9. What happened?
Normally I do. I'm changing it up a little bit today because they've done well. They have done super well, but they haven't like won a game 1 in a while. And Loops has. And Loops has been like really stepping up the last couple of, really stepping up the last couple days. We saw the epic 1v1 conclusion on Vikendi on day 1, C9 and Loops. They keep running into each other. Loops tends to get the better of those exchanges, so I'm going to go Loops today.
I'm sensing a little tension now between you two when it comes to casting. Let's kick off our first match, though. Why don't you, gentlemen, take us into game 1 here of our last day of our second Super Weekend.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get things started. Let's get this underway. The players are ready, and so am I. I'm ready to get into this. We've been like chilling. We had rehearsal. I had my cup of coffee. I've got wine. I'm like ready to go, man. I'm ready. I hope these players are ready. I hope you're ready to go.
Yeah, I know. I'm ready. I'm rolling. I am 100% keyed in, and I just hope that Cloud9 are as well. That sort of Cloud9 Loops rivalry, not just in the game, but also on our prediction charts, is a very interesting one, because I'll admit Loops let me down in a big way on Vikendi yesterday. Vikendi is their map. They're usually so good on it. Win or not, they pick up a fair number of kills whenever they play there, except for yesterday's Vikendi game. So we'll see if they perform badly on game 2 of the day as well. I'm going to take that title of Vikendi Masters away from them. But I'm still for the final day. I'm saving Loops for Vikendi. I have to.
I'm actually swapping up. I'm actually going to go with C9 on Vikendi. Oddly enough, weirdly enough, though, as you say, Loops is just so fantastic on it. I'm just going to try and mix it up today a little bit because this is getting exciting. You know, we're now starting to get so much personality out of these teams. We're now finally starting to like really be able to, especially as casters, there's this idea that we can just like start to derive, again, a personality from the plays and from the players as they go along. Now that we've seen so much of them here in this group on the world stage, I think we're really starting to see that. And so then for us, it's fun because then we get to start making some other fun decisions like, well, what if they're over here? And how are they going to respond to this? And that's where this gets exciting. But let's talk about game number 1. Let's talk about Erangel. This plane path, not the least friendly we've ever seen.
No.
But if this is a north shift circle, oh, it's going to be traffic.
I'm not even worried about that. I'm more worried about the south shift circle because I feel I gave Wildcard a little bit of shade. I should probably give them a little bit of love in return in my own special way. They are consistently, I feel, on the back foot when they're coming in late. And so, yes, they have to drive all the way up to Severny, and this circle is actually pretty good for them because they can hopefully quickly find vehicles around Rozhok where they're landing just east of it, where all these roads cross together, drive up to Severny, loot up super quickly, and then find a place on the hill just south of shooting range. My question is, though, could they might want to consider for future games, for future events, of finding a different loot spot on Erangel. But Acer, this is a good start. Grabbing a little bit of DMR, can't quite get the full knock, but he has a second chance and he has teammates that all have guns. This is awful for Alpha Legends.
Okay, Drops finds a mini with a scope and an AKM.
I don't get a knock.
And they don't. Well, I mean, that just would have. They just would have put him out of the sky. That just would have been a terrible start for Alpha. They were just given. Alpha Legends was just given a gift. And you know how you're talking about you were going to give Wildcard some love? Maybe don't now, because they. I know those are hard shots to hit, but you're literally
Not that hard.
You're literally one of the best players. Yeah, they were like stacked on top of each other. I think maybe I could have hit one of those, and. I'm not good at shooting in this game. Okay, if I'm being fully honest, it's real. The fact that
they
these
had
guys
like 2 or 3 guns.
They did
towards the last couple of parachutes.
Yeah, not ideal. All right, Wildcard, shake that off. If you're Alpha Legends, take a sigh of relief. Get back into this game. Drive up to Severny. Reset a little bit here. But game number 1 is already off to a start. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it's only a couple of seconds, but Wildcard didn't get anything out of just stalling, taking those shots, and that's only going to slow down their loot rotation a little bit. It's these things, they add up. We talked about the other day, a 1 second, 2 second tier can really add up and change an entire game for a team. And when Wildcard, they really need, I think, to feel comfortable in a game to be center, to not come in late. And this is the perfect circle for them from their loot position. What's not good, though, is for B4. However, this is a team that is used to coming in late as well, and they don't seem to be tripped up about it because they look for opportunities to take those aggressive fights. They're not like Loops where they will every single time choose, despite having an entrance to the center, pick closer towards the edge in order to farm kills. But I mean, come on, they have, both those teams do still have similar play styles, and they will both go for kills when they find the opportunity.
Oh, for sure. And I think it's interesting that the 2 teams who tend to like to eat the blue and light rotate are Footballists and B4, and they're the ones who have dropped down around military and in Novo. So I think they're going to be fine to wait a little bit longer. Konina Power, potentially SWAT 69 or Nova respectively, could play Gatekeeper on the other side of the bridge, but I don't think that's going to be a huge factor. But a team, I called them out a little bit. I know it's because, and again, if I call out a team, it's because I have high expectations because I know these guys are stars. Tempo, of course, just chilling at Pachinki. This is their spot. Nobody contests it anymore because they know that if you fight Tempo early here, 9 times out of 10, Tempo is going to win that fight. They have taken so many of those over the course of scrims, teams trying to hot drop them, teams trying to get a little cheeky, that they win those almost always. So they're going to be in a great spot for this next circle, and we'll see if they can continue to have some success in Pachinki if the circle rotates there, or just have some success today, because again, they're in 4th place, but they could be doing better.
Footballists right now, this is a very interesting decision that a team would have to make, because they actually landed on their loot spot before anyone else, just looking at where their playing path was, where they're looting up in Novo, and so they could actually begin, I'm assuming that they're looted up enough to begin to move now. The problem is, they're not going to have, even if they move faster than anyone else, they have to move a further distance. They're not going to have priority in the center of the circle at all. So do you really just want to squeeze out Novo like a sponge, grab every single piece of loot that you can? Because in a way, if they move too fast, they also could come into contact with a team in Milta, which is going to be Konina Power. It's these sort of things that you have to have in the back of your mind, but yes, Loops. This is a great spot for them to take. The Cube Compound is a great spot to just hold teams out, try and catch people on rotation, and that's what the Knights are doing as well.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights. We've been kind of quiet about them so far. Didn't really get a chance to talk about them much going into the day. Of course, they're going to be playing with Jagger. Again, another player we have a lot of experience commentating. He's been a part of this roster forever. One of the OG members of Pittsburgh Knights joining us here on the world stage. And let's see if PK, I mean, they've been one of these teams, again, that's sort of like, where does a team peak over the course of this? They were starting to get things together. We'll see if they can continue to keep that forward momentum, even with making a roster shift. So definitely need to keep my eye on them for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting situation for them. It's almost they just got their feet under them, it feels like. They just finally got the chemistry all aligned. And then a roster change happens. Yeah. We'll see.
We'll see. I'm not going to... I think they definitely have the potential. I actually think that Jagger, in his own right, is a really stellar player. I think he's maybe not as flashy as others, but is definitely really a little more consistent. He still hits his shots, and he's an OG when it comes to this PK roster. So I think that having that familiar presence on the team is not like they're bringing in somebody totally different.
Yeah,
I think it's still going to be a stabilizing factor for them here. But I just really need to see Carnage step up. for that squad. I mean, it's so like, you know, he's a big guy, you know, but he's got this quiet, calm personality. When you talk to him in real life, he's just such a nice guy. I need to see him be big and loud here on the map. I need to see him make that presence felt. And somebody who's feeling a little bit of a presence now is Yala Esports, taking some shots from Team Umbra. Umbra, who had a bit of an awakening yesterday, Cameron. They were just looking for fights. It was great to see.
I mean, that's the first thing that you need to do when you're a team that's struggling. You can't, if points aren't coming to you by just your regular gameplay, you got to go out looking for them, and that's what they're doing right now. It's a full surround onto Zana, and Yala once again in a really, really rough situation. I feel like we see this all the time. A good nade's going to finish him off, but I don't think the rest of Yala is going to be in any situation to punish Umbra for this push. I'm looking at where they are on the map. They're just to the east of this position. They're too far away, though. I just don't think the sightlines are there. What? Oh, it was a smoke. I thought that was a grenade. Okay, the shots are coming in.
He's setting up the smoke so that he can loot him. But he's
the shots. Okay, yeah. So Yala were able to find a sight line. The shots are there. It's going to be too risky. I wouldn't loot up just one box for this. And yeah, you can see Zero's specific angle that he's holding right now.
They're making a lot of noise, and you can see Tempo Storm off on the angle as well. So they may look to third party on this, but Yala Esports losing to somebody early. Not an ideal situation, and Yala is definitely one of these teams that we need to see do well coming into the day in 15th place, only able to get a handful of kills yesterday. I truly mean a handful, like 10 on the day. Their game number 1 started off well. They had 6 kills, finished in 6th place. We'll see if they can replicate that here on Erangel, but of course, it is going to be so much harder to do with only 3 players.
I like this split by Nova. It's a little 2-2 split on the north of Pachinki, but more shots coming in from Konina Power. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Football is moving in, and Konina Power didn't move so far into the circle that they have an opportunity for a couple of shots. Luckily, it wasn't a full camp. It was more, those shots looked more shots of opportunity, and Football's had more than enough room to move around and get away from that, but the circle is going to center up. It's not going to affect anyone too much. So many teams really aren't going to move at all, but the teams that were maybe hoping that a hardship towards the north would put the north of the river in play, they're going to have to cross through, and this is where Loop's bridge camp comes into play.
That was huge. Ayala is already down, and now Carrillo is continuing to put the pressure in with the DP. Just a hail of fire. And now Mystic is caught out in no man's land. Oh, I can't believe he was able to survive through that. But now Dadine is trying to find an angle and is able to do so with the grenade as well. Such good coordination from Loops. The distraction on one side while the nade goes through, continuing to finish it off. That is 2 kills now for Loops Esports to start this game.
I think there's going to be a third. I don't know if Marco's going to be able to get his way out of this. He has no vehicle. He's on foot. And Wildcard, they crossed in on the left bridge, but Nova, they also have an opportunity. They haven't had to move at all. They're taking advantage of a team that's just pushing in. Dream Eaters, again, not able to find a position. First the Knights, and now Nova.
And you were complimenting Nova's 2-2 split, Cameron. You were talking about how you like this running with this buddy system. I'm a huge fan of it as well, and we're kind of seeing it now. They did bring it together a little bit more, but what's great about this is you're still able to find these off angles, but you're not putting yourself out too far. You have somebody to still back you up. So you work these flanks, work these angles, but not only do you have way to fire, you also have somebody there to support you, and I'm really liking this decision from Nova Esports, and Dream Eaters is in a rough spot, but the kill feed is starting to light up already here. Game number 1, only 10 minutes in, multiple players have gone down.
There is a little bit of pressure on Nova here to clear out Dream Eaters, because if this position stays in the game for too much later, it could become an issue for them. But for right now, they have more than enough room to take them out, just like Alpha Legends are taking out Footballists. Football is still unable to find a position. I don't know how this fight started, but Rom, he's coming in to try and protect and potentially revive his teammates. But how do you had a Dacia like this, and his teammates all out in the open? I'm assuming they were shot out of vehicles. Alpha Legends have such a good angle.
Yeah, Old Man looking to continue to confirm this kill. Alpha Legends is pushing in. They were given, again, a bit of a gift at the start of this game. Wildcard not confirming those kills. Let's see what they can do with the gift that was offered them. Kato is way off on the flank, though. We'll see how they opt to play this. And Old Man is finally going to confirm this. But we'll see how far they're willing to push. It actually seems like the rest of Footballists are just going to try and relocate his realm. Everyone else is leaving as another fight's breaking up. This time it's between Wildcard and Pittsburgh Knights. The action does not stop here in game number 1 for the West. These teams like to scrap, and we're seeing it here as Acer going to look to try and find the nade. Not going to be able to do so. Is cooked well. as Pittsburgh Knights is definitely in a bit of trouble here. Sam and Spring on the flank. Slicky up close. Slicky is one of these players who just hits his shots. I don't care if it's close. I don't care if it's far. He gets it done. And PK, I think they know this because they are just going to run. They have to try and reset this fight, Cameron.
They're bailing, but Raven, once again, is leaving way too late. I feel like he's always a little bit of the slacker in terms of driving away, and he's going to get caught out. No knock just yet. Oh, there it is. J7 does go down as well. There was a bit late of a rotation for the entire team overall. The pressure from Wildcard's 2 players on the north side, just they didn't feel comfortable in that fight despite having a man advantage in the close quarters. And here comes Sam and Slicky up close, fully taking this compound away from the Knights. Trying to give it up, but they're going to be wounded. That nade looked good, but not good enough. It's going to be Slicky on the flank.
Oh man, and this is another time that we see Pittsburgh Knights try desperately, scrambling to get the res, and it costs them so much. More players being thrown into the meat grinder. Carnage, though, the player I called to step up to make his presence felt, actually goes on a wild flank with the vehicle, takes out one member of Wildcard. So now Acer's got to try and deal with this. 3 members, though, are down for PK, and I don't think Carnage is going to continue this. No, they are just going to sacrifice these kills on over to Wildcard. They struck back a little bit, but once again, PK is in a situation where one player is tasked with staying alive.
Yeah, and it's usually not even Carnage that's in that, so I don't know what to expect of his snaking abilities. As if it's J7 or Raven, I'd have a little more confidence, but he's having to drive through ruins as well onto a medium ship. It's not the best. It's gone from bad to worse for the Knights, but B4 is sitting on top, overlooking SWAT 69. Footballers do go down in the meantime.
Oh.
Actually, a good flank from N7R.
Yeah, and that nade, oh my goodness, Levi's got to be careful, but now Pedro is going for a flank of his own. Down towards Squat 69, BRT is taken down. Beautiful shots from Pedro, the man who's always off on his own. Not necessarily somebody I'd vote for in some of these situations, but he's stepping up today. He's trying to win that vote back. And now N7R, the last man standing for SWAT 69, the team that has so much to prove. They barely squeaked into our super weekend, and they need to make more than just a squeak here in these 15 games. They need to be allowed. They need to show up. And this is their opportunity to do it. If they can stabilize here, if they can win against B4 Esports, that would be a huge boost to their morale.
Pedro took way too long to decide if he wanted to revive his teammate or go for the full wipe. And now look, there's multiple players up. Carnage does go down. That's 2 teams out so far. But SWAT 69, the indecision by Pedro gives them a little bit of a lifeline, and they're going to get all 4 players up. Yes, B4, I think, are going to stay as 2. Yeah, okay, so Levi was revived. He was in the process of first aiding right then. And the nades are now coming out, but is it all too late? B4, they see an opportunity to retreat, so they're not going to get the team up. They're not going to get the points. I say that, Pedro. Okay, I'm done. I don't know what they're going to be playing at this point. Are they going to fight? Are they going to leave? Who knows?
I think part of the problem is, Cameron, they don't know. And you talked about the indecision. That's costing them so much here. They have a great angle. It's these steps, these sort of series of ascending rises is going to do a lot for B4 here. And look at the circle. They know they have SWAT 69 pinned. Maybe, just maybe, if they can use this to their advantage, if they can play these angles well, they can find it. But with the smokes going in from SWAT 69, they're trying to create as many possible angles as they can. And now, Pedro, it's sort of a one-man army. Where is his teammate? Okay. Levi is there, and they are finding this. This might actually be a great opportunity for B4. If they can win this 2v4, that would be massive for them. SWAT 69 is pushing and continuing up the hill. They do have the slight angle on the blue, and Pedro needs to hit his shots. There's one down. Can he find Blue Fly? Yes, there's 2. Pedro making up for it earlier. One last shot. Can he do it? Yes, the 2v4, basically a 1v4 as Pedro goes off. All right, buddy, you get my vote.
Yep, that's it. That's why he let SWAT 69 revive the entire team, because he wanted to make a highlight reel for himself. I get it. Yes. I understand. I get it. We all need those social media interactions. It's part of the industry. They use the blue and the high ground.
I just got to get those impressions. I can't blame the man. Oh, my goodness. Acer. Nerves of steel, Cameron. Oh, my goodness. Become the bush. Become the bush.
But what else can you do?
Nothing.
There's a point in your PUBG playing career that you stop getting nervous in situations like that because there is no other option. It's just full-on euphoria. But yeah, it's not a good position for Wildcard either. It's not a good position for a lot of these teams with this hard shift over towards the northeast, while we see a replay of Pedro really giving it to task. And you can see that it's not just the high ground that's at his advantage, it's also the blue. I was worried about this shift because both these teams would need to clean up this fight as quickly as possible. But the of course, the blue pushing in and actually being inside the blue, dealing that tick damage, made it worse for SWAT 69.
I will laugh so hard if they like accidentally run him over with one of these vehicles. Never mind, that's not going to have a chance at all because the third party is coming in from Loops Esports. And now Yala, they've just been hearing gunshot upon gunshot from up this hill. They're just wondering what is going on. They're seeing Tempo Storm, they're seeing Wildcard, they're seeing Loops, and they're just staring on going, oh boy, something is happening. And it is, because now that Loops have got that first down, Cameron, what are they doing?
They're pushing! They do what they do best, and this is a great position for them to clean up these kills if they can land the shots, but Loops are the team that I would give it to them 9 times out of 10. Maybe even 10. Who knows? Well, that fight against Nova makes me question that a little bit, but nonetheless, they're going for the push, they're going aggressive, and look how open this is. We've criticized this plateau so many times, this sort of, I forget what you call it, the steps, whatever, doesn't matter. Oh, the overlook, there it is. Loops are pushing in, Spec spots it. There's a player that pushes past. I don't know if Kayowski's gonna see him. Yes, he does.
Oh my goodness, Spec getting a little bit cheeky there, letting the one player go by to try and come up with some sick play, but then Kayowski rotates in as well. Now Carrillo is able to push, but Dream Eater's potentially coming in on the flank as well. Another team might join in the fray. Dadine though, Dadine playing scout, but taking a lot of damage in the process, giving so much intel over to the team. What a play with the vehicle. The Dacia goes in, he spots out exactly where everyone is, but Dream Eater's coming in on the flank, and Rain, pinpoint accuracy with these grenades, taking a coup from Footballists as Loops Esports, as Dadine's able to pick that one up. Tensa trying to get himself down as well. Actually finds 2. That's another one down. Tensa, Big Daddy Tensa to start the day off well. Trying to do something for Tempo Storm here. 1 down, 1 dead. Oh, no!
Yep, that was the worry. The minute I saw Kayowski prep that grenade, I knew that it was up for Tensa. Those shots, yes, he got it down. Yes, he confirmed a kill for an extra point. But now he just gave his position away. And that push by Loops was so beautiful to watch. Communication is so important in this game. And when it's that much action going on, you need to be able to deliver information in a quick, concise way that the rest of your team understands. But more than that, you just have to be on the same wavelength. They all knew what was going on. There was only so much time there for the information to be given over, for the plays to be decided. They just did it by pure instinct.
Yeah, that seems so coordinated. Like Dadine, no hesitation, goes in for the vehicle spin, points out, okay, he's behind that rock and he's over there. He's able to instantly relay that to his team. And now they're continuing to take a fight against C9. Like, they do not stop. They do not slow down. They are a juggernaut on Erangel to start off this game as the rest of these teams are rotating in. This is a bit of a hard shift to the northeast, just southwest of school. And now Alpha Legends has eyes on Konina Power. We'll see if they decide to take the shot.
Alpha Legends, they've been playing this game a little differently from the previous, a lot of the other teams. Part of that is because of their drop position and the way the circles have gone, and they have a little more area to play with, not like the west side, where it's a lot of teams pushing in. Easter, that wipe onto Tensa gave him a little bit of a life raft. A little bit of a floaty, let's call it. It's like the water wings. It's not a full-on, like what are the red and striped little donuts. It's a little bit of a water wing. I say that, I think he's actually getting a little bit of trouble. He gets a knock against Loops, though.
Now C9 does clean him up. That is going to be wildcard eliminated. C9, they had a few players down, but we're continuing to take these fights. Now Konina Power and Alpha Legends, the fight is breaking out here. A lot of these teams in sort of the middle of the pack. Oh, Gonzo! My goodness, just pops right behind that rock, just like the Reaper of Death coming on in. The sickle goes down, and Loops Esports is also eliminated 8th place, despite getting quite a few kills. They just took too many different fights. Got a little bit scared because C9 got the knock, and then they just rotated in too far, didn't get the scouting down. And oh my goodness, not an ideal situation for them. The teams that were able to get in early had a little bit of circle luck, doing so well right now. Team Unique, Alpha Legends, Konina Power, whoever can win this fight now, Cameron, is probably set up to win this entire game.
I worry about Konina Power because Alpha Legends, they only have one direction that they need to look, that they need to protect themselves from. Konina Power, they're kind of in the middle of everything. That is, of course, if Unique can be able to finish out Yala. Yala, who have been able to stay alive in this game for quite a while, despite losing an early player, but how long is that going to last? The nades are coming in, the shots are coming in, and now it's all on to Anas. Is he going to try and revive Zero? The Blues pushing in, too.
And this is not in the next playable zone. Zero's got to try and rotate around. The nades are continuing to fly. Continuing as Anas has got to get in with the smoke. Almost goes down, but lives to fight another day, at least for a few moments longer.
More nades coming out from Unique. It's punished a little bit. but no knock, at least onto the players in the building, and Elise, of course, is bleeding out just on the exterior. And Nova, they're actually going for the aggressive push. It's outside of the circle, but they need to clear out Unique first before they can focus on anything else in the game, and more nades come on through.
This is the Nova Esports we wanted to see. Great coordination, stellar nades. The perfect push. One player sitting back to try and continue to hold the angle, giving intel to the teams that are pushing on in. The players, they're trying to rally. G-Fan on the outside, though, the way he's rotated, he gave up the high ground position. Lightning sitting in the cheeky spot up here on the outside. They do find him, though. They've been there before. They know exactly how that plays out. And Nova Esports lighting up in a way we have never seen them before. Team Unique is down, and now they have that compound. They're looking to be in a pretty darn good spot.
When I said that Alpha Legends had the advantage in this fight against Konina, that was only for the previous circle. Now that the circle has shifted away from both of them, it's all on them to move forward, and they've lost 2 players. Konina Power still have 4 up. That is, they can revive Gonzo. A good grenade leaves it all up to Shay, so he's going to go for the revive, and he has enough time to do so. But is Tixie going to punish?
That is the big question. Tixie, of course, being one of these top fraggers for this squad.
Oh no, there's a heal strat.
Yep. Oh, they're just going to commit through. But the nades from Nova, oh my goodness. They do not stop. Anas looking to try and get involved, but I think he's actually giving, I don't even think they realized anybody was out there. Unless they already took shots at him before, he might have actually been able to survive a little bit longer, Cameron. I'm not sure if I love this decision from him. He's just one player.
It's a lot. He's got to move forward. I do agree, though. It's the same situation that we saw with Easter from Wildcard, who even actually got a kill onto Loops because Loops had no idea. But Anas prepping the grenade. He knows where HCL is. I think it was cooked well, but it does land well. Doesn't get the knock, unfortunately. And is he going to resign himself to heal stratting the same way that Alpha Legends were?
I don't think he's got a ton of a choice here. I think the second that nade went off, I probably would have pushed on the back of it, tried to force him out to the left, maybe try and get a shot of my own. Through that, the bounce is not going to go over the wall. G-Fan is there. They've pinned him, and he's just going to deny to the blue. Not a bad decision there, all in all. Again, maybe could have played that a little bit slower, unless Nova had already taken the shot. We don't have all the intel on that one. Maybe that was the best decision he could have made. In either case, he got Yala Esports to 4th place.
Now it's all between Konina Power and Nova, and how long Pyra can stay alive. Konina Power do have the high ground.
I cannot believe Pyra's still in this. They lost Bayos early. They lost
that's
early.
So Konina Power have the high ground, but they have very little cover compared to Nova, and they do have Pyra right next to them, who, again, like Acer from Wildcard, like Anas from Yala, could be a complete, just a knife in the side of Konina Power. He already gets one.
Ooh, I think that outstretched arm actually got tagged by one of those shots, but they're going to know he's there now. And Rob taking a bit of damage. Pyra deciding he wants to thirst that kill. Getting involved. This is great. If you're a fan of Nova Esports. Oh, but they do take him down. Pyra survives. Get another point. Gets those placements. Cloud9, game number 1. Cameron, you called it. They are always impressive.
Yeah, they're always impressive on Erangel unless it's the last game, because I think at that point, they're tired, they're sleepy, they got stuff to do.
Mm-hmm. They're still long. Eventually, it's like, it's game number 5. My thumbs are sore. What can you do?
But what's also good is seeing Nova in the end game. We've criticized their macro abilities, but when they are in the final position where it's all about the fighting, then they become a completely different team. And not only do they have the circle in their favor, they have the manpower and they have the positioning. Cat going on the wide flank, doesn't want to give Axer any chance, any opportunity. And that's going to be a 2nd win for Nova.
Huge start to the day for Nova Esports. It's feeling like it's starting to click. The fact that they have somebody who's comfortable in Cat going in with HCL to take this is G-Fan's on the outside delivering intel, securing those long-range shots like we know he can do so well. This team, they talked about the idea, it's like, we're maybe going to play a little bit less aggressive. That aggression's not working out for us. I don't think it's actually one or the other. The idea of calculated aggression needs to come to play. I think it's something that Loops does a lot, and sometimes they tote that line. But it's knowing, okay, we have the numbers advantage, we have the knock, we need to push and put the pressure on. We saw B4 hesitate with that. They still were able to clutch it out. Pedro went huge, but that again, maybe it wasn't necessarily a fight that should have won. Maybe could have capitalized on that earlier, gotten those kills, and it feels like Nova is starting to get, I want to call it the killer instinct. I feel like they're starting to develop that as a team here, especially in the 2nd Super Weekend.
Well, we'll see what happens if they aren't given that many endgame circles in their favor. Not to take away from them, because they did push and steal that compound away from Unique. The question is well, not even question, it's the point that you cannot rely strictly on your gun skills and your fighting ability. Macro and rotation is still a very important part.
Oh, it's huge. And I think that's part of the reason why we consistently see C9 in these final circles, because their rotations, I think, are second to none to any team in the West. But that's game number 1 in the books. Oh my goodness, what a banger. Let's send it back over to the analyst to break down that first game.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, hey, and we talked about them at the top of the show, and they've shown us yet again they have come to play. Nova, stay in hashtag NovaStrong in chat, able to pick themselves up another chicken dinner and do it in pretty good style. 7, we've been talking about how this team has adapted their style. We talked to G-Fan, he even said it themselves. They've changed things from league play till now, and it's starting to work out for them. It feels like we have almost another PK on our hands here, and how they've been able to step up and get better and better and better.
Their gameplay so far has actually reminded me a lot of PMWL America's Nova Esports, or what I used to see from them, and I absolutely love them. And it's something that actually, I don't remember if it was in Verum or if it was Cameron that said this, but it was right on the money. It might not just be their aggressiveness or their passiveness, it might just be a mix of both, of just being able to go ahead and turn on that switch, be aggressive when they have to, and if you don't have to, just kind of stay back and be passive, be patient, because I remember C-Fan telling me that patience was their strongest asset. Well, there you go. It's working out as they were able to get that win. And then another team that we've been talking about, saying that, hey, they were a bit slow yesterday after starting out hot the weekend, was Kanina Power, being able to also get 8 kills and 22 points total. Cloud9 with my boy Para being able to go ahead and collect some extra placement points there for his team. I thought that was great. And then Loops Esports, we saw a play there, Glitter with Loops Esports and Tempo Storm, that was just insane.
Yeah, definitely. Loops definitely got caught out there after that fight specifically. The rest of the game didn't end up working out in their favor, but they were still able to pull down 7 kills. Overall, if you actually look at the kills in that entire first page, it was a very aggressive lobby this time around. Huge for Yala to be able to get 8 placement points. I think that's going to be very, very good for them. We see Wildcard and Tempo both pulling down 4 kill points, just unable to get those placement points. But super surprising, looking all the way down at the bottom, to see Football as one of our current top 4 teams overall starting off the day in 16th place.
Even SWAT69 in there, I have to talk about, only getting themselves 1 point. They were 59 points behind UDR Killers. Now they're 58 points with 4 games left to play here in their very first Super Weekend, which is really worrying me. And UDR Killers are probably sitting there enjoying every single time SWAT69 go out early, because that means they're going to have more of a likely chance of getting through into the finals. We can see here the stats coming in for Nova Esports: 1,500 damage, not a ton. We've seen wins with less damage. We've seen a lot of wins with more damage, but I'm really enjoying to see them be a little bit more consistent, and it feels like to me, Sam, they have worked out the kinks of their new strategy.
Yeah, kills wise, they have been very consistent. I believe the last 2 matches, even after they got their win yesterday, now being able to back it up with another win today to start off the day, I think is going to be just such a great confidence boost. Remember, something that Shifan even mentioned to me yesterday was that getting that win yesterday actually boosted their confidence. Well, being able to do that from the get-go, that's something that you definitely want to go ahead and have, and being able to do that, it's impressive, man. I'm happy for this team.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy for them as well. I want to see if they can continue this pace as we take a look at our do-the-do moments from our first match of the day and talk about a lot of action that we did have go down here. Again, a lot of nades going to be coming through. It feels like every match, Glitter. I mean, it's very seldom we ever see a game that they don't have a nade killer too.
No, and we saw some very impressive nades actually coming out of loops that I'm sure we'll see later on in this highlight package. However, you had mentioned Nova. I just want to touch back on Nova for 2 seconds. Nova had only gotten 8 kills on day 1. We saw that in the graphic from earlier on in the show, and they already just pulled down 8 kills in this first game alone and got the win. So talk about picking up the pace at the very, very final day. This is huge for Nova. And then we're also going to be seeing a ton of highlights here from Wildcard. Wildcard was getting themselves into some very early on engagement, 7.
And something that we actually wanted to go ahead and point out of that engagement, as we're going to be seeing another great engagement here between B4 and SWAT69. You know what, let me go ahead and mention this, because this was just an amazing 3v1. He used the height advantage that he had to perfection, and for some reason, the players from SWAT69 were just pushing one by one. I don't understand the mindset behind that. I wish they would all just try to give him different targets at the exact same time, because they would have just overpowered him in numbers alone. But being able to go ahead and clutch that up for B4 Esports, I believe it was better. That was huge. But going back a little bit to Pittsburgh Knights against that fight with Wildcard, you kind of saw them kind of like a chicken without a head, just running around. They didn't really know what was going on. And keep in mind, they don't have their IGL that they have had so far in 6lets. So I do want to go ahead and see them use this next games or this next show days before League Finals, because I think it's safe to say this team is probably going to go ahead and make it to League Finals. There's just no way in heck they're not make it. I want to go ahead and see them use this show days to maybe improve or try out different stuff with now Jagger being part of that team. I think that would be huge, and it's amazing that actually happened now and not so later on, because that would have probably hurt the team even more. And then I know we were mentioning here a fight between Unique and then Yala, and then Nova was able to third party that in a way. Nova almost ended up getting extra kills on Yala too, but sadly for them, the Blue Zone did all the damage in that fight, Glitter.
Yeah, but to Yala's credit, they were ready for those engagements. They did manage to get a decent amount of placement points, but the fact that they're coming into day 3 and already playing aggressively, I think is going to be very, very smart for them. They started doing that yesterday during the Super Weekend, and there were some engagements that actually paid off in spades. So I'm excited to see the teams like Yala, like Umbra, a lot of those teams that were picking up their aggression yesterday, and hopefully they can carry that into today.
Well, we even saw Kanita Power coming in there as well. Another team we talked about towards the top of the show about we saw some, well, I'll just say what Seven said. They're consistent at being inconsistent, as they were able to show up on day 1, day 2, they kind of disappeared, and yet again, day 3, able to get a top 2 finish here. Let's take a look, though, at the damage overall and see how things compared, because I would imagine we're going to see quite a bit of damage, not only out of Kanita Power. I'm assuming Loops is going to have quite a bit as well, since they have themselves, I believe it was 8 kills on the match. But this is really weird. I don't know. I feel like every day we're like met with like a different surprise, you know, like Nova playing well off the bat, Kanita Power playing well off the bat, Cloud9 having a pretty decent game considering all things, but Tempo Storm, I mean, Glitter, that's even another team we talked about a little bit as well.
Yeah, they had a strong early game. They got into some fights and they were able to do a lot of damage before they went out. But I think a ton of teams did a surprising amount of damage. Looking at Alpha Legends with only 3 kills, but almost 1,400 damage. But Yala Esports, almost 800 damage, no kills. And then moving on farther down, we're going to see Queso with 0 damage. Both of those are very, very surprising.
And for me, something I want to go ahead and point out, we're not used to seeing this many teams over 1,000 damage.
Yeah.
This is something I love seeing, the aggression, especially on the final day for Super Weekend 2. Remember, they're only going to have one more Super Weekend, and it's not guaranteed that they're going to be able to make it. So they're pushing for those, pretty much for those performances. And one that I do have to point out, as much as I hate it, Team Queso getting 0 damage there. What's going on, Team Queso? I honestly expected more out of you guys right now. They're just very underperforming, and I hope they switch up things, because they cannot afford to go ahead and continue this trend, especially if they're going to make it to League Finals.
I mean, I think they're going to be relatively safe. We can take a look at the overall standings and see where they currently do sit, but I'd agree. If they want to take home a big lump sum of money, they're going to need to really improve the performance over this next week and even here in the last day as well. But we can see Loops Esports can be maintain that #1 position. The only team to move here on the first page, as we can see, it's going to be Dream Eaters, as they have gone up to 5th place.
Yeah, and I think Dream Eaters being able to get those extra 8 points in that last one, I think that was huge. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see them challenge Pittsburgh Knights a little bit more, as we saw Pittsburgh Knights kind of fumble getting pushed there from Wildcard. But Tempo Storm, even though they did go down, you guys mentioned it, they ended up getting a lot of damage, and that's one team that's is always like a sneaky surprise for me. They're able to do so well, and then they just kind of disappear. You don't know how they're doing until they end up winning the game here or there. And then B4 with Pedro being able to go ahead and clean up those kills on SWAT 69. I think that's what's huge as we go here towards this second page. And this is the one that I'm going to be kind of focusing on as we see SWAT 69 just getting only one more point. We expect, we need them to go ahead and pick it up. It's not guaranteed, Glitter, that they're going to make it into the next Super Weekend. And I'm pretty sure if you're Utah Killers right now, they're pretty happy with SWAT 69's performance.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be watching SWAT 69, seeing just how close they are able to get at the end of today. But there's not too many shifts here. Nova obviously does bump themselves up in the rankings after that second win, so that's going to be good for them. Definitely starting to give themselves a little bit more of a cushion when it comes to securing that top 16 spot. I think that's going to be very good for them, but still looking to see just a little bit more out of Queso, Umbra, and Yala.
Well, I think speaking of seeing a little bit more out of some people or players, maybe seeing a little bit more out of our predictions, because it didn't work out too well for all of us, I'd say. Not terribly, as we did get 11 points for Loops and Cloud9 getting 16. But then again, the way the predictions are working out, you can only choose a team once in a day. So that means Glitter, myself, and Aviram cannot choose Loops, and Seven and Cameron cannot choose Cloud9 anymore. But we'll see how that's going to progress throughout later on the day. And of course, if you guys at home haven't played PUBG Mobile in a while, I have to ask, well, why haven't you, first of all? And second of all, the Royal Pass Season 14 is available. And if you haven't checked it out just yet, lucky for you, you have a chance to right now. Well, if you guys haven't caught that yet, make sure you do it right now as we head into our second match of the day. Let's take a look at the schedule yet again so you guys at home can see what will be coming up throughout today and around what time as well. And since we're going into our second match, that means we're going over to Vikendi. Things are getting a little bit cold as it was rainy earlier on today here in the studio. Things are going to be cooling down a little bit here onto our second map of the day. I want to see, though, for me, again, I want to see Nova pick up some consistency. I want to see Konina Power get some consistency. I want to see SWAT 69 get more than 1, 2, or 3 kills in a match. I know they had a couple of, I had a 9 and a 6 yesterday, but they need those points if they want to get through into the top 16. And looking forward to now our second match. How do you think things are going to go here for these teams that I just talked about, Glitter? What's your feeling? What's your gut telling me? Telling you, I guess.
My gut.
It'd be weird if your gut was talking to me.
Yeah, that'd be weird, right? My gut's telling me that actually I might end up choosing one of the teams in your list of teams to be looking out for moving into the next match. So I'm hoping that they do well, because we love to see those teams have the ability to kind of pick themselves back up after a rough start, right? So I'm definitely looking forward to the next map.
Okay, well, let's get our predictions in then. And since you were talking about choosing one of those teams I just mentioned, which one is it, Glitter?
Going to be Konina Power.
7 in the club right now? Sorry, I just looked over and he's sitting there getting a little groove on.
He's vibing.
I'm vibing,
Seven's
baby.
vibing. Okay.
I'm in first place right now.
Thinking about cotton candy ice cream. Konina Power, okay.
Yes.
So a little bit of a bold pick, but I respect it. 7. Besides cotton candy ice cream, who's the team you think is going to come through?
you getting me the cravings here, man. Turning out
have ice cream for breakfast
right now, wanting some cotton candy ice cream. Yes, I can. I'm gonna go ahead and go with Loops Esports. Loops Esports. I think they usually perform pretty well. They didn't. They actually kind of let me down yesterday in Vikendi, so I hope they go ahead and improve on yesterday's performance today, going into Vikendi.
See, this is gonna be, I think, one of the first times we've had a full split here on the desk, because I actually went with football lists. So we have a different team for each of us, and that leads me to wonder, what has Cameron and Viren chosen, since they had Cloud9 and Loops as well. And we'll check in with you guys after the match, and we'll see how our predictions will go. I feel like Glitter's going to come out on top here. 7 is definitely going to go order himself some cotton candy ice cream. If you guys at home are watching, not only can you order food for yourself, but you can also watch and earn points. And the top 100 viewers will have a chance to get themselves exclusive rewards. Not even a chance, they will be getting those. So make sure you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. Remember, you can tweet to us at Esports PubGM with the hashtag PMWL. Maybe we can feature you on the show if you have something good to say. And I'll tell you this now, if you say something something good about me, there's definitely a good chance you'll be on the show. Let's bring in our commentators, and Viram and Cameron. Hopefully you didn't hear me say that. How are you guys doing? One game done. We had Nova pick up the victory here. That's impressive, Cameron. It's good to see some consistency bouncing back.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, I'm going to say what I said again already. I would love to see them include better macro play into the play style, but it just, yeah, when they're in a fight, they're looking more confident than ever, and I think they might start to look like the other breach-heavy team that we like to compliment so much, being at the top of the leaderboards in loops, just because that push on Unique was so good, so well done.
Yeah, I definitely got to follow up on that. That was really just, I think, we're starting to see more of their style come in. Nova always was like a team that was like okay at everything, but not great at anything. They were kind of a jack of all trades, but unless you're excellent at everything, that doesn't really work. But now starting to add in a little bit more aggression and playing sort of a 2-2 style that other teams they could sort of strayed away from. If they can really own and rock that and they can capitalize on players that are playing off on their own, I have some high expectations for Nova. Let's see if they can deliver.
What about Kanina Power? Do you guys think, I mean, we had Glitter predict them to win the match. Do you think they're going to be consistent yet again here in Viram? Do you think they're going to get themselves a decent place in here?
Yeah, I think that they're definitely going to be one of the teams up there near the top. They traditionally do pretty well on Vikendi. Again, it's one of these maps that has a lot of early fighting, which I think that they tend to do well in. They did well day number 1. Those first 2 games are really, really solid for them. Let's see if they can replicate that here again today.
Let's see if we can replicate some predictions, maybe. We saw it's kind of a split on the desk here so far. I'm curious if it's going to stay split or if Cameron's going to pick one of the teams we already chosen. Who do you got, Cameron?
Listen, I don't understand why 7 is in first and I'm close towards the bottom, because for the past few weeks, we've been picking the same team so many times.
Exactly
I'm also going in loops. It's the Vikendi map.
Okay, so we got loops for you.
That's actually 100% why, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Cloud9. You keep picking the same teams, the split's going to stay exactly the same, Karen. I don't know what to tell you. No, I'm going to go Cloud9. I think you may have gotten the better of me on this one, and maybe you'll get the better of me on both of these first 2 games. It's kind of a toss-up between these 2 squads because they're both just that good.
Well, Cameron, I think desperately needs to start catching up on us some points here. Though he's not as low as Mustache Dave. Don't vote for him as the new officer, I'd say, commissioner in our talent prediction. Why don't you guys take us into our second match of the day, though?
Thank you so much, Jason. Game number 2 already underway. One of the things I love about this show, Cameron, is the fact that we take no breaks. We just go. It is gameplay, it is breakdown and analysis, it is cool content, it is stats, and then it is right back into the gameplay. No timers here, no breaks, just all fighting here for the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. So let's get into our second game on Vikendi, which I think between the 2 of us has definitely become one of my favorite maps to cast.
Yeah, I mean, we just cast so much of it. At some point, you got to fall in love with it. And there's a lot of interesting things that go on in this map compared to the other ones. It's great how all the different maps have such unique identities. There's not a lot of crossover once you get past the base level of PUBG Mobile that you're playing. But this first circle, we finally get one that doesn't have a bunch of water. Yes, it is heavy towards one side of the island, then the other. But I don't think this is going to be pretty even because the teams that have to travel the furthest are the teams that dropped first. So in a way that makes it sort of even, makes it sort of fair.
Yeah, they get a little more time to loot. But teams that are going to be maybe scrapping for some loot, just looking at this initial drop, is SWAT69 and Team Unique. They've dropped very, very close to each other here in Dobro. Of course, there's a lot of buildings still to work around. It's obviously a very jam-packed city, but we'll see. And then, of course, I know what our observers are going to take us next because we have to have that epic start. Konina Power. Oh, we didn't know the Konina.
Whoa, debated there.
I debated us. Listen, to be fair, I called this. They listened to me. I ruined this. This is my fault. I did this.
Also, come on. Wildcard had only just now landing in Volnova, and surprise, Konina Power aren't there. But over here in Dobro, we've seen this once before. Unique usually drops in Hot Springs, but when the plane is not in the favor to do that, they will go to Dobro. And I believe the last time they may have scrapped a little bit, but it wasn't a huge fight here. But Unique, they're cornering SWAT69.
And I mean, if you're the team coming into this in 16th place, you barely just scraped into the Super Weekend. You did take down Loops yesterday through a couple of insanely skilled or a little bit lucky grenades, maybe a bit of both. Maybe you're going to be feeling a little more confident. Maybe you're like, all right, we see you, Team Unique. You haven't been necessarily quite so hot either. Maybe we'll take a little bit of a fight. But I think if you're a SWAT69, you only do that if it is 100% on your own terms.
Yeah, and that's basically how you want to fight in the early game, no matter what. They're not fighting for a position in the circle. They're not even close to the circle. They're all going to have to move. And so if someone overextends, they get a free kill that takes maybe 2 seconds to shoot and flush, then yeah, you take that. But you're not going to set up. You're not going to commit to anything. But Lord here, again, Yala, time and time, they get called out.
Potentially. At least Lord has a friend nearby in Zana. This is actually a 2v1 situation for them, so maybe...
But yeah, but look at the rest of Nova. They're not far from this. It's not a 4v1 like we saw last time on Vikendi when these two teams found each other in the early game, but it's still not favoring Yala.
Especially now that everyone's moving in. Cat on the flank. G-Fan is here to help mix things up. Lord is getting pushed on. But when they heard it, they know exactly what's going on here. They know they are not alone.
Molly comes in, doesn't find anything just yet, but it's a multi-man push. They're going to find one on the outside. Oh, but AZ goes down, but a lot of damage to Zana anyway. It's going to be an easy trade, and Lord doesn't have the angle to assist. He's going to drop down, try and take advantage of the distraction, but now his position is given away.
He's going to try and thirst the kill. HCL trying to block it. Okay, hang on a second. Oh, Lord, barely missing those shots. As HCL, actually, no, he does connect onto HCL, actually, but Cat is going to come in. Cat.
Oh,
wait
Lord.
a second.
That's 3 points. Cat's late to the party. AZ's going to bleed out. He hears the footsteps. He's going to run away and try and reposition himself, try and heal up. But he is just taking these fights. He should not have won those. But no, it's the teammates driving in that wipe out Cat. Nova are out in 16th place. They had the advantage, but the shooting from Lord saves Yala.
Look, if I wasn't a bit of a Lord fanboy before, I certainly am now. My goodness, those shots were clean. The way he was able to use the third-person mode, get right in and out of the doorway there. Normally see players playing around with the idea of the up and down. They play around these defilades, these rises. They use their ability to crouch, and then they pop back up again. They leverage jump shots. We didn't see that at all. We just saw clean shots timing out what they're... And that's a mind game, too, because you're pushing in when you think they're not going to be shooting, playing around reload timings. And that was with an... That's not even with, like, he had, like, an Uzi at point blank range. He did that with an AKM, which has that super slow fire rate. But when he can connect with the shots, it hits like a truck. And Nova Esports, the team that we were complimenting, the team that just won the last game, is now out in 16th place. If you'd gone in the window to Dean, I would have, like, baked you a pie. That would have been sick. That would have been so cool. Could have tried to show up the East for that crazy, you know, drive up the wall play that they had earlier today. I mean,
is ballsy by Loops. They go drive dead center through multiple teams. And I understand that Vikendi, there are a lot of ways to break line of sight. Quick replay of Lord's shooting. Yeah, you mentioned it's the AK. And he didn't even have any time to heal up. He had to take those fights all in succession. But Loops, they sent it here with only 2 players. The other 2 are only they're not even close to arriving just yet. I mean, yeah, they weren't clown carring it. If they drove into trouble, they at least had 2 on the north to stay alive. But that is, for a team that likes to play on the edge, I feel a very uncharacteristic play. I understand that in phase 1, you still kind of want to take center no matter how you like to play it out.
Yeah.
I picked them, and so my heart did stop for a second when I saw the drive. That's all I got to say.
Especially just given what happened to them on this map yesterday. They pushed into SWAT 69, tried to do what they do best. 2 players went down instantly to grenades.
That was a comedy of errors in so many different ways.
That was just so unfortunate. I mean, SWAT 69 almost barely didn't win that despite all the advantages they had in their favor. But they ended up outlasting Loops by quite a while. The players, I don't say it was a clean win by SWAT 69, but they forced such a late rotation, destroyed the vehicles of Loops that they literally just burnt out in the circle, and that was it.
Yala right now still reeling in their victory, or at least, well, Lord's victory. Though it's all a team effort. At least that's probably what his teammates are all saying. We were cheering you from the sidelines. It's all into us too. Driving up to Winery, trying to find some information because that fight with Nova did sort of keep them from rotating as quickly as they might have wanted to. They're gonna have to take restock of this entire server, and you can see a number of teams on the south as well as the west begin their rotation. But Alpha Legends, again, holding center compound. This is really strange. Half the teams that were close to center immediately went to center. The other half of the teams that weren't took their time.
And we're going to look back at Kato, actually from Alpha Legends, trying to find the shots in Kowalski there. and able to do so, able to pick up that first kill. The Loops not getting through unscathed. Not ideal situation for them at all, Cameron. And starting, again, if there's any team that I think can make best of these bad situations, it's definitely going to be Loops, because as much as we hype up Carrillo, I feel like everybody else has been really stepping up. Dadin, sort of as the leader of this squad, not afraid to put himself out in positions to put his team in a better positions. Even if he goes down, he trusts in his team. And then you always have Federal. He's in the back. He's on a roof. He's got an angle. That's just... They just seem to know their jobs so well. Yeah. It's like a symphony of skills. It's just so beautiful to watch when it all clicks and when it all comes together.
Before here, they don't want to clown car this. No. They find a vehicle real quick. I was curious. It looked like they were running into Obro, but I think that was just to try and find a vehicle. And I'm going to call that out a little bit. Finding a vehicle should be the job in the very, very beginning of the game. Sure, sometimes they just don't spawn where you think they will or where you hope they will. But it is still the thing that you want to have first thing on your mind, because you don't want to loot up and then have to worry about that. But Wildcard, they're also rotating in, and they have vehicles for days, as well as Queso. Both teams make it a very smart rotation coming in from the southeast side. And Wildcard taking advantage of this hill to overlook the center of the circle.
Marco gets fine. He's fine. He's fine. I feel like we're watching the Fast and the Furious, because whether it be B4 and C9 or now... Wildcard and TQ, but they're just like next to each other, like staring at each other across the way, like giving each other like death stares, like, hey, I see you, I'm coming for you later. And, that's just what, especially along the coast, because it's just like, hang on a second, like one wrong turn, and you can see what happened to Marco. If one of those cars actually had flipped, Wildcard would have taken full advantage, but they pulled up on a pretty stellar compound here for them. They're looking darn solid. Just have KP and Unique, as well as SWAT 69, who are going to play the late rotate, the long spawn. The long bomb, I should say, coming in, going to eat the blue for a while, trying to find a position, but rotating in late on Vikendi. There are a lot of compounds. Chances of you pulling up on one that's already occupied, though, at this point, probably going to be pretty high.
Yeah, we'll see where the circle shifts, and I'm more worried about Kunita Power and Unique actually taking this fight, because they are all entangled up with each other. The shift is not going to be too heavy one direction or another, and it's such a small shift compared to Phase 1. No one really should be all out of sorts. But I'm seeing some damage in between Unique and Kunita Power. No one's really stopping, though. I think this is going to split bridges. Kunita Power taking the south one, Unique taking the north one. But I do wonder, Unique might have an opportunity to, once they get inside Phase 1, stop and wait for Kunita and forcefully take that fight.
And that might be the situation that this area just outside of Villanova gets really, really spicy. As now Team Queso, Loops, and Alpha Legends are all getting involved. This is what I was talking about, showing up late. Now Team Queso, they're going to try and rotate, but again, they're along the coast. They don't have a whole lot of places to go. Their areas are limited, and now they're split between two different compounds, potentially. Mystic's got to get back in line. Ayala is down to a scrap of HP, and they're just deciding they need to split this up because of how much pressure is around them. And Mystic, he's not even sure this compound's empty. See how long he took to scout that still in the vehicle? That's just a heads-up play.
Yeah, and you can tell that Queso are coming in with very, very little information. When that happens and you have the vehicles, sure, send it in a conga line, essentially, and the people that get shot, they tell you, hey, there's a team there, and yes, you might have to lose one player, you might even lose two, but when you're lacking information, that's kind of the only thing that you can do, because you don't want to be crawling in at Phase 2 just on the outside of the zone. Risky play, but it's a necessary one if you want any opportunity to actually have a foothold into the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that's huge. I mean, we talked about the idea of just setting yourself up for success, of getting the work in early. You talked about one of those things being getting vehicles, but there's so much more to it. Not only just the early stages of making sure you have enough utility, but it's putting yourself in a compound that's not going to get punished later on. That not only you're setting up for how the circle is now, but you're giving yourself options on rotations for where you might want to go to next. And you're being cognizant of where the other teams are grouping up around you, and you're trying to find the next path forward, because that's one of the great things about Battle Royales, PUBG Mobile in particular. It's all about a game of momentum and moving forward. It's not just about the first step, it's about the next step and the one after that.
Looking at B4 here, they have a good spot to overlook a lot of the circle. The shift somewhat in their favor, and it's really free around them in terms of area. They're not anywhere close to the whole cluster of teams that we're seeing on just east of center, just east of that river. Queso, though, wait, who is this pushing in onto them? It's Umbra. Umbra I did not see where they came from, but yeah, this is the problem with having a scout, is that one can get taken out. Fortunately, now they know where Queso is, so they can hopefully use that to their advantage.
Isn't this exactly what you were just talking about, Cameron? Like, oh, you might lose one, maybe two, but,
but if you have no other option, then that you have to do it.
Yeah. Bonita Power is still out in the blue. I hope they had a lot of stims, just so many stims. Unique have come in, but no, that was Pro Lord and crew. The Nade Master. Sorry, I'm going to give you some flack for that still from yesterday. Pro Lord, you're great. I love you. Coming on in from Cement Factory in the south. And all of these teams, teams have really not had to shift the last 2 circles, Cameron. They've been very, very fortunate. These have been pretty loving, tender circles. They're not going to put you too far out of position.
Yeah, most of that what happens just because these first couple of ships don't actually shrink that much. It's only a real issue when there's a lot of water in play, which we have seen a lot on Vikendi, or there's some interesting terrain to play around. This time, it's, as you mentioned, it's pretty standard. So outside of a couple of scraps here and there, no team is really going to have to push in too much. B4 trying to deal some damage to Cloud9. They're in a 2 split. The first 2 here, Pedro, and I forget, I missed who he was standing with, went in first. Now the rest of B4 are going to be following up to get inside, but everyone else is in. But Halls, where are you going?
Down.
Where is he going? He at least had a position with his teammate.
I don't know, man. Umbra's just been a comedy of errors. They had a compound, they pushed onto Queso, lost a couple members, then they're just driving around, and now Tempo Storm and Yala Esports are going toe-to-toe. Anas is here. Lord is already dead. The hero who clutched out the start of this game is down. Tempo Storm starting to step up and get involved. They are able to trade out some downs, but Spec, I think, is reviving HH24. Arain is going to do the same potentially to Tensa, but it is Anas. Lord is down on the outside. Lord,
I love it.
Player we already saw clutch up earlier. Can Anas do the same? No, he cannot. Tempo Storm, with not even a full HP bar between them, able to keep all 4 members alive. Spec, oh my goodness, just barely. And that is Yala Esports out of it. The team to get the first squad wipe is the next squad to get wiped.
That is, it's kind of heartbreaking for Anas because it was such a good play and he seemed to execute it so well. But he jumped out of the window 1 second too late. He dealt 1 less bullet to the first target, 1 or 2 fewer bullets to the second target. And that all culminated with 0 points in the entire, and Yala going out in 15th place. Dream Eaters here as well. We saw that easy, quick tag onto Toffees. Didn't see who
Fede Rao with the M2
got the shot. It was. Okay, all right. Loops, making a stand in the center.
That was again, I always talk about the idea. Fede Rao's up on a roof somewhere looking at you.
He's always on a roof. He's the guard.
He's always on a roof somewhere, and he's looking for you. Another player who's doing that potentially is Beowulf, the IGL, the shot caller, one of the shot callers for Cloud9, the big brain player. And it's so funny. I remember watching Beowulf like last year, beginning of 2019. He was on another squad, and I still have this memory in my head of him jump shotting around a corner, point blank range with an M4 to clean up 2 players and get a chicken dinner. And I think watching him mature over the last year has been so cool as like a fan and a spectator, as a commentator, to see him pull it back a little bit. He still has those aggressive tendencies, but he focuses on his role of IGL, I think, even more so, and he's had to rein that in a little bit. But when the rest of his team is down and he's in some of these later situations, watching him still be able to pull out that aggression, be the Saga of Legend, be Beowulf in that moment is still pretty cool.
Okay, this is an interesting shift. It's not so much that it's a medium to hard shift southwest. It's the fact that the river is becoming a very, very prominent part. Podvosto, dead center, and that's going to be a number of teams from the east especially trying to push in, but the terrain, it varies, of course, because it's still so large of a circle, but on average, it's almost like a valley on both sides. So it's going to be a big fight for these compounds. Tempo have a great opportunity. Dream Eaters have a really good opportunity, but we're already seeing a couple of teams dive in, Cloud9 being one of them.
Oh my goodness, they're just sending it. They're just sending it so early. And yeah, Tempo Storm, they're in such a great spot. They are dead center of this. They are right on the river. They're in a fantastic position, but everybody is just dog piling in, trying to take over what little terrain is left out there. Look at this. Thank you, observers. Look at this valley you're talking. It's gorgeous. I want to go skiing there. Not want to have a gunfight there so much. Maybe a little less ideal. Less ideal, Cameron.
Yeah. Great play there from Cloud9, though. They were able to scout out from the north side. That compound was perfectly free, and they sent it before anyone else has even tries to fight them for it. And Tempo, they're now getting engaged by, it seems, Queso. It's only 1 player at the start, and Marco, he's going to get burned to death. What are the rest of Queso going to do? Just stop early and take this compound. It's not a bad position. I don't know if that was worth it. The information was worth giving a player up from that. I feel like they would have had a better opportunity to actually properly scout and not just send with vehicles. But alas, still, 3 up, good position. They could be in a significantly worse situation, such as going out in 13th place with 0 damage.
Oof. Calm out, Cameron. No, I agree. I don't think Marco had to die there. I think it's just that simple. I don't think Marco had to die, but you know who has to die, apparently? Alpha Legends, says Pittsburgh Knights. As this looks like a 2v4 situation. Where's the rest of PK? They're all just playing around this rock, trying to go for the high ground. Not able to land any shots, though, and now Raven is stepping up. Alpha Legends trying to rotate on the outside. Uzi's around, but no! PK getting the best of this exchange. Faker, one of the last man standing in the back. Carnage is going to be able to step up, and there we go, PK. Pittsburgh Knights, death by the sword to Alpha Legends. All 4 members still up. Only Raven even downed. And that was basically a 2v4 for a lot of that, Cameron.
Yeah, but the rest of the Knights responded so quickly. There's no conversation about, oh, do we go? Do we send it to the circle? Or do we come back? And how they just immediately went. And part of that was because Alpha Legends just seemed to have difficulty utilizing the rock to their advantage. And the Knights played defensively very, very well, as well as in the vehicles. But that fight gives information to the Dream Eaters. You can already tell that they're looking in that direction, waiting for the Knights to approach them from that very same angle. The circle did ease over towards the east side, where we see Cloud9 Tempo, Queso, and Dream Eaters holding the most powerful compounds. But Queso, they're maneuvering their vehicles around. I think they're just trying to protect their tires, but by doing so, HH24 spray through that tiny little itty-bitty angle of the door frame is going to get a knock onto Ayala.
I saw it, and he's tracking him too. He knew where the teammate was. He had no vision of him through the smoke, but he knows where the most likely path of rotation is. So he was following him through that. Just so much game sense from Tempo Storm, from all of these top players, as now the fights are breaking out. Multiple downs popping up in the kill feed. Back and forth shots. All these 4 teams, you talked about it, the ones playing around Podavisto and the bridge, the center of this circle, they got there early. They have a great position, and now they have to fight for it.
Wonder what's going to happen to the teams on the west side of the river. Looking at B4 Footballers and Squad 69. B4, well, they're having a rough push of things. Footballers, they're just barely inside the zone. This is all on B4 to sort of break way. You try and crowbar an entrance. They're not given the opportunities. They need to land some really good grenades, but they already lost a player. Another player also got downed. And just the hard cover, the Footballers. But the Knights may have something else to say. Coming from a separate angle, this could alleviate the pressure onto B4. But J7, where's your backup?
It is very, very delayed. And now because they were not in sync on that push, everybody is watching from that angle. The rest of the vehicles can't even come up to help him. And now J7, the one who usually is so known for snaking into the circles at the end, is now the first man in, which is not necessarily ideal. Yeah, you can see the smoke coming off these vehicles. PK do not feel comfortable following up on this. They got into the circle for now, and they have had wins on Vikendi. This is a map where they have done well. But the problem is they do well when eyes are not on them, when they're able to come in and capitalize on chaos. And chaos is what we're seeing right now as Konita Power. No, Gonzo through the smoke. Unique Lightning is there on the flank, has the high ground as the angle through this destroyed wall. Where is the rest of Konita Power? That's what he's trying to figure out. And they're there. It's Axer. He's actually getting the res. And this might actually be a better position for them unless Unique can go huge.
Nade comes out. Memphis is crawling to him. He wants to get the revive. He wants to at least make this a 2v2. Or a 2v3 it seems. Axer has all of his teammates up and now they're going on the push. This could be really good angle that Axer finds.
Yeah, we're seeing multiple fights breaking out here. You can see the picture-in-picture on your screen. Memphis is able to get back up. Axer giving away the position, but they are just going to be able to push in. They have the meds. They have the angles. And Unique are setting themselves up an avenue of escape. Multiple smoke grenades coming out, but I don't think Konita Power Cameron is going to give them the opportunity to take advantage of it.
Axer finding information, sees they're crossing, and he's going on the flank. Oh, it was a fake, or it was something. He's just going to be pushing straight in through the smoke. They're running out of time because of the blue. Memphis should be hearing the footsteps. He's just waiting for someone to fall into his trap. Backing out of Konita. They don't like this fight. The blue is about to start coming in, and so they're getting vehicles, and they are just making a break for it. Rob is giving the information, but a fight's also breaking out between Wildcard pushing in onto Queso.
And just Team Queso got melted. Just melted. That is burnt cheese all over the bottom of the pan. Scrape it off and start again. Wild card made that look so solid. They got an initial knock and then pushed on it so beautifully. As the fights continue to break out, it is Tempo Storm now going into Konina Power, loops into Dream Eaters. Carrillo and Federal, point blank range. Federal, who started this off with another beautiful headshot with the sniper to get this on to Dream Eaters, as Matic and Meku are pushing on in. Loops, of course, lost a player early, and now it is another 2v2 situation. Carrillo is prepping the nade. Federal taking the shots. No, he does not lose those. Not even into Matic, one of the top fraggers. But Meku is doing the work, and now Federal has got to go off once again. The jump shot from Toffee is just those sheer weight of numbers. As Loops goes down, eliminated in 11th place. Dream Eaters go clutch.
Such a great start once they actually got into the compound, but they lost the first player way at the beginning of the game, and then their second death was approaching the compound, and only so much you can do at that point. Dream Eaters, they've regained control of the northeast side, but they're going to have to push in away from their compound. And Konina Power found a position in the basement of Tempo's mansion. They don't want anyone to take this from them, but they've been swatting away rats this entire game, and look at this circle shift towards Cloud9. Ted's the wrong way, wrong direction. You have to coin flip for that, and Robdini is going to take full advantage of it.
Oh, he had a 50-50 chance on that one. He had a 50-50 chance, and Rob, the perfect positioning. They knew he was there, but he was still able to take advantage. And also, Tempo Storm was fighting against Wildcard during that, who still has all 4 members alive. But this is such a crazy fight. We talked about the idea of urban warfare yesterday, Cameron, and it seems like Sunday wanted to continue to deliver. But wait a second, who's sitting here next to SWAT 69? Is that Team Umbra? What is going on?
Just chilling. He's letting 69 do all of the work against Wildcard, who open ground push. Not only so much you can do from that one, trying to go past Tempo Sword into Cloud9, but Cloud9 are still the only team inside this circle. B4, for some miraculous reason, able to make it into Podvosto. I think it's just because Football was so distracted by the Knights push that we saw in the picture-in-picture.
Actually, 3 still alive, too.
Yeah.
They managed to keep all 3 members alive, despite the fact they had a terrible angle for a while there. They had to cross the river. Now they become, maybe not necessarily the most fortunate situation, but they become neighbors with footballists, Maybe they're loud, maybe they play late music late at night, parties on weekends when you should be in car. I'm just saying, I feel like B4 is going to need to do something about this if they want to continue to push in.
Footballists trying to run away from this fight because they got to send it in. The Blues pushing it at their back. And now B4 running over the frozen river. It's not a fun time to have. And you can see the damage that they're taking. This is exactly why. It's not just Footballists. Pedro's trying to find an angle to put pressure, but it's also Cloud9 shooting at them from across the way.
Oh my goodness, Cloud9 just getting circle after circle. They've been the porcupine in the center of this every single time somebody tries to come into their zone. There's no. Talk about the idea of swatting them back. That is what we are continuing to see. Potential a little bit of a heal strat. Levi goes down. Pedro, the last man standing. Of course, SWAT 69 is getting eliminated as well. Footballist in a terrible position. They're going to just put down that smoke and keep this going. Uneven did drop, though. They're going to have to work to get him up. And these buildings, they're interesting, Cameron, because they offer a lot of sight lines, but they also don't offer a lot of cover. And that's a second member of Cloud9 knocked. Hang on a second.
Oh, yeah, this is bad. I like how, you're right, it doesn't offer a lot of cover, it just offers different cover from other buildings. You need to be very, very aware of the angles that teams are going to be playing on. Konina Power do get eliminated. And Cloud9, you saw the biggest threat to that building was from the north. That is perfectly clear, and they should know that because they can see outside of it just as easily as teams can see in. And now we're looking at the top 3 right now. Wildcard, for some reason, able to stay alive inside a little bit of a bowl that they're hanging out in. But it's still going to be all Cloud9. Wildcard and Footballists need to attack at the same time. But Adder still needs to be revived.
Slicky, such good shots. I remember commentating him back in ESL 1 New York. The guy hits his shots on one of the biggest stages in North American PUBG Mobile. It continues to hit them here on the world stage. Footballist Cameron, I cannot believe they lived. They did that cheesy little send into the river, smoking themselves up behind the vehicles. I mean, Pyra's aware of this, but I cannot believe it. They outlived B4. They outlived everybody to get here into the top 3. Footballists, they are scrappy, and I love it. Same goes for Wildcard. Both are in precarious situations. But this time, C9 got some of the circle, but not all of it. But they're getting the shots to back this one up. The box goes down. They're hiding behind it, but Footballs is in a rough spot, and that is Football. It's eliminated, making this a 3v4 situation with Wildcard. They're pushing into the circle early. They have the angle. Nice job from Sam. The covering fire from Acer and Slicky was there, but this is still not a great position for C9, who have to push out of this building. Bayo goes down. Wait a second. Cloud9 potentially could throw this, but Adder, the myth, the man, the legend, the shots, he is taking this game over all by himself, and that is going to be it. GG, Cloud9 get it done. Oh my goodness, Adder, uneven. They go off, they find the shots, and with what, 12 kills? That is a stellar victory for Cloud9.
Such a good push at the end there by Wildcard, but just unfortunate. Adder went super aggressive onto it to counter it out, and the cover was in Cloud9's favor. They picked up all the kills, and they get the win here on Vikendi. It was a hard-fought battle. There was a very difficult area to hold against that many teams all attacking you at once, but Cloud9, there's a reason why we talk about them so much.
I mean, to be fair, they got that circle again and again and again, but it happened because of that early send they did right down in the valley. They took over that compound, and they were rewarded. They identified their power position. If Football has to live for even 5-10 more seconds, that could have been a completely different finish with Wildcard pushing in any case. What a stellar game number 2. Feeling very fortunate to get to cast that one, but let's take a look at some commercials, then send it back over to our analysts.
I found nothing.
My teammates weren't around.
Have you ever seen a chicken dinner in just 15? Wow, it feels so good.
One more?
And Cloud9 have to be feeling so good as well, considering they take themselves another chicken dinner and maybe surpassing Loops on the leaderboards to take themselves back into first place. I'm still Jason Kaplan, still got Seven, still got Glitter here to be joining me. Seven, did you change shirts?
No, what you mean?
I thought you were wearing like a white shirt, and then I saw like powder blue. I don't know, maybe it's just my eyes going in my old age. Hey, yeah, that's very true. But we had quite a game again. Cloud9 looking a little bit more, looking more to their true form, I guess we should say, after yesterday in particular. But getting themselves 32 points, those 12 kills, Glitter, they have to be so happy about that.
Definitely happy about that, especially after they kind of fell off at the end of yesterday. You know, the casters have mentioned it a couple times. Cloud9 seems to get a little bit tired at the end of the day. So this was a great start for them, especially on a map that I don't think we typically see them do too well on. I think everybody was really prepared for them to do well on Erangel, but this is a nice showing for Cloud9. And then Wildcard Gaming, we've been trying to talk about them a little bit, waiting for them to kind of wake up here. And this is a very strong game for Wildcard moving into the rest of the day. And I think that these points are going to just help with that little extra bit of cushion. Football bouncing back nicely after the first game and then moving back on down the list. It's good to see Konina Power in the top 5 now, Seven.
Yeah, and Konina Power being at least getting 3 kills. Hey, guess what? They're starting to be somewhat a little bit consistent with placement alone, so I'll take it. I'll take anything they want to go ahead and give me. And then with Tempo Storm, I think I have to go ahead and give a huge shout out to HH20 HH24 because he ended up getting 867 damage himself. And one of the surprises that I'm actually going to be seeing here in the second page, it's going to be Nova Esports. I expected Nova to do really well here, as they were able to do yesterday in Vikendi. They actually ended up winning Vikendi, if I'm not mistaken. And something to go ahead and point out is that Cat almost clutched up there at the end for Nova, and I feel like Cat now playing twice with them, yesterday being the first day that they get a chance to play with the team, is they have improved so much better. So that's definitely a storyline I'm going to keep a close eye on. And then Pittsburgh Knights, it seems like they're currently hurting by only being able to get just 4 points total, Jason.
Yeah, but you see SWAT 69 at least getting 6 points for themselves too, and that's kind of nice to see. Again, they have a lot of points to make up here, whereas Pittsburgh Knights, they're relatively safe into making in the finals anyways. Just more about, working with their team. I think we're going to see a lot of, bad results for them, just trying to figure some things out for themselves within the team, considering what will be coming up in the near future. But we can see the stats here for Cloud9, 1,700 damage, only 580 healing, but they get themselves the 12 kills. And for me, Glitter, that was the important part, showing that they can frag out and get back into their former form.
Yeah, they definitely needed to kind of show that, especially now that we're starting to pit them against Loops, and Loops is known for their aggression and for their kills. So that's very strong for Cloud9. And we also saw that they were able to utilize their positioning very well in this particular game. And I think that's why it ended up playing out so well in their favor. But that's important moving forward because, like you said, they're already in a position where we know that they're making it into the finals, or they should be able to.
No, they're
top
100%.
1 and 2. Right. So they now at this point have to kind of tweak whatever small, minuscule mistakes they see themselves making. And I think that this was a great way for them to get on board with the aggressive side of things.
Speaking about aggressive side, we have our do moments, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see Nova up against Yala in the beginning of the clips as well, considering how that worked out in favor of Yala. Yeah, you're seeing it exactly right here. Zana just off the bat, as well as Lord. Actually, I messaged, I think it was Lord earlier on, saying, I want to see you guys get some more chicken dinner. He said to me, like, I got you. A little bit of work left to go here, though, for him 7, but at least able to win an early fight.
Hey, at least being able to go ahead and get four kills right there on Nova, the team that won yesterday, that's impressive. That's impressive. And something that we saw there was that Cat was alive until the end out of the Nova team, and I thought he was actually going to go ahead and clutch it because he's known as a clutch player too. He's a great Chinese player. As we go now here to Tempo HH24, something that I mentioned, he put out a lot of damage. My boy put out about 800 and something damage, but he was only able to go ahead and get 1 kill out of that. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be a little bit upset about that. He wants to go ahead and confirm those skills. And players that we've been talking about now for a long time in Solke, in Raum from Football, is they just been so consistent themselves as well. And it's something I want to go ahead and see more out of their own teammates. As we see here, Pittsburgh Knights just getting rushed in by Footballers, and Footballers is just too much for them. They were not able to control them. And then we had another fight there between Dream Eaters and Loops Esports. That was an interesting fight. Loops Esports was just 1 man down, and I think that was a disadvantage there. They weren't able to be as aggressive. And that's actually something that I noticed throughout the match. Loops Esports was playing very cautious because they didn't have that extra player there. And every single time we see them, Glitter, they play cautious, especially here in Vikendi. It always ends up backfiring for them.
Oh, yeah. And I think we actually just saw there for a little while with SWAT 69, while they were in the building, they were able to dish out a lot of damage. They were being very, very aggressive from the angle that they have, putting damage out onto Wildcard and any other team that was in the area with them, which I loved seeing out of SWAT 69, because this is what I was talking about. They started taking those riskier engagements yesterday when they were going up against some of the top teams in the lobby, and they have continued to do that today. And not only is it paying off in damage, but we saw in the overall standings, it's paying off for them in points. So as long as they continue doing this, they'll at least be so much closer to closing that gap on UDR killers, and then all they have to do is re-qualify into our final Super Weekend from there.
I mean, you're talking about damage. Why don't we just see the overall damage from that last match and see where they ranked up against everyone else within the lobby. I'm assuming we're going to see some big numbers coming out of Cloud9 right off the bat, and you can see there they get themselves the second place on damage as Footballers get themselves 1,900 damage, but only 7 kills at the same rate. Look at Tempo Storm 7, 1,600 damage, only 4 kills.
Yep, and remember, 1,600 damage, 800 of those to HH24. And I'm pretty sure they've been getting a lot of damage here today. So I think they're gonna be a team to go ahead and look out for. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they end up getting a win today, as we're now looking here at the top teams. And Dream Eaters, I know we don't really get a chance to talk about them that much, but they're just such a consistent team as well. They're usually able to go ahead and end up within like top 5 and also back it up with some kills. Only getting 4 kills there, but that's still impressive for that team. And then other teams that we've been talking about that we haven't really heard of much, about was Team Unique, and then Kadena Power was being able to go ahead and output their 1,000 damage. It seems for me Kadena Power Glitter has finally improved in their fragging potential, and I wouldn't be surprised if in the future maybe we go ahead and see something insane out of them.
Yeah, definitely excited to see what they have for the rest of the day, but even looking at the rest, that second half, we saw SWAT 69 and Yala Esports both at or above that 1K damage mark. So like I said, SWAT 69 is definitely getting more aggressive. They're starting to convert on more of those kills. I just hope they continue to do so in the rest of our matches here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need it. I think they got, 6 points from that last match. And, well, speaking of points, how did we do in points in our prediction game? And you can see, well, 7, not faring too well for you there with your Loops Esports, but Glitter getting a solid 9 on the board with Kadena Power and Envirum. I mean, you went with Cloud9 at the right time, gets himself the chicken dinner and 32 points to add to his name. And, of course, me in the middle, around 17. I think this actually might have closed the gap between us, 7. I think I might have passed you.
Ooh.
I think maybe. Yeah, I think you might have passed me. And Cameron
now.
Davis always jinxed my pick, man. Every single time Cameron Davis and myself pick together, that man always jinxed my pick.
Well, you know what? Just don't pick what he picks then. Or don't let him pick what you pick.
I'll think about it next time.
I don't know. Maybe that's
All right,
the plan going forward. Let's take a look now at our overall standings from the teams now as we are, 5 days deep, almost 6 days into our super weekends. We have Cloud9. Well, they've reclaimed their glory back into first place with a 20-point lead up against Loop 7.
That's right, and it's something that we kind of expected them to go back and forth here going into the super weekends. And I even mentioned I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see some of this stuff out of them in league finals. As you see some of the other teams, guess what? Pittsburgh Knights, with the performances they have had before, they have allowed themselves some cushion by not maintaining that fourth place, even after having back-to-back none of the best performances. And Wildcard, after getting that 7 kills, 21 points, second place in the last game, they're going to go ahead and shoot themselves out to 5th place. So really enjoying that. One of the other teams that I'm going to be looking at, I know a lot of us are going to be looking at going into the next match, is going to be B4 Esports. They've been kind of quiet today. They really haven't done anything in regards to the leaderboard, so I'm going to be seeing how they react going into Miramar Glitter.
Yeah, and kind of following up on B4 as well, they're still one of the top 8 teams that does not have that chicken dinner on the board. So I'm really looking to see if they can manage to pull one of those down for themselves here today. And then moving on to the second page, we see all of these teams not shifting at all in the rankings, period. So things are starting to kind of settle here, getting into the second half of the final day of our super weekend. And it's kind of interesting to see where some of these teams are falling and then what they will change in moving forward.
You know, it's also cool to see, if you looked at the difference between second place, which is Loops, and third place, which is Football, there's 56 points separating the two. That's a lot of points. That's more than SWAT 69 has after 12 matches played. Like, that's a massive gap between second and third place. I mean, I just have to use them because they're there on the board. But that's a massive difference between their second and third place, and that really does worry me for the teams maybe trying to get themselves into the top 2 if they can't really hinder the progress out of Loops and out of Cloud9. And again, like we mentioned before, there is a new Royale Pass Season 14 out there in the game. If you guys haven't checked it out, we're going to show it to you another time of what you're missing out on if you haven't picked it up yet. All right, we are now approaching our halfway point here of our final day of the second super weekend. Let's get the schedule on the screen so you guys can see what map will be coming up next. And of course, like always, it's going to be Miramar once again, which really makes me wonder of who's going to be the team to come out on top in this battleground, considering the points can be shifted up. And we still haven't yet to see, like you said, Glitter, much change up in the standings, unfortunately. We're seeing like one here or there switching, but maybe we're going to see some more if teams can be, again, that C word, being consistent. And speaking about consistent, how are predictions going to go? Are they going to stay consistent today? I've been doing fairly decent. I'm kind of happy with myself. I think Glitter's been doing pretty good as well. 7's been like a little bit of a roller coaster.
Rocky.
Yeah, a little bit rocky. I'm surprised you're tall enough to actually ride that ride. But let's talk about your prediction, 7.
I love you, man. I think my prediction for the next map is going to go ahead and be 4.
I mean, so to be fair to you, you might not be tall enough, but I'm a little too tall for rides. I don't have leg room or head room, unfortunately. So we got B4 picked by you. Glitter, what's your choice?
B4 all day.
Oh,
this is like the one map that we always pick B4 for.
B4 all day, but she only picks them once and in the third game. What? Did you pick them
I
yesterday?
picked them the same map and the day before.
Okay, well, at least you're being consistent. I'm going to stay consistent as well. I'm going to go B4 too. So we got the matching predictions, not the matching outfits today, but at least the matching predictions for ourselves. We'll see how they're going to do, and I have faith in them. They always seem to slow start, but always seem to rise up. Oh, you're not leaving just yet, Seven. No, you got to stay here a little bit longer with me. What? Okay, now you get out of here. Now you get out of here. I had to wait.
Get out of here.
I had to make you leave on my terms, not your own. And you guys at home, there's still a ton of things to win if you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You have a chance to win a limited time outfit if you're lucky enough to win our lucky draw. So make sure you're watching it there. Also, you have YouTube, you have Twitch as well. And you can also have a chance, if you're lucky enough, to maybe get in on the show. If you tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL, maybe we'll feature one of your tweets. And like I said before, if it's about me and it's good words, I'll try to make sure it gets put on towards the air. And speaking of looking good on air, we have to bring in our commentators yet again for another time today. And their first time. It's like you guys never left from yesterday. We got Hot Jukes and Mustache Jave. I'm just going to mess up your name because I don't want you to win this commissioner battle that's apparently going on. You're saying I don't know math and I can't do addition. That's why I got spreadsheets to do it for me, Dave. But how you doing, man?
I mean, I didn't say that. You said that in the analyst desk, the pre-show. So I'm just using your words and just letting the people know who they didn't elect in the first place and who they should elect now.
Well, at least I'm real. There's no proof you're real. You're sitting there like on a camera. You could just be completely made up in graphics. So I don't think people would vote for you. You know who's not going to be made up in graphics? It's going to be the man who's been able to put out his house tour video tonight, Hot Jukes. How you doing?
I'm here, ready to go. What can I say? You know, my dog ate my footage, you know, but
it happens.
It's tonight. Tonight is when it's going to come out. So that's, yeah, let's go.
Is it actually coming out tonight? I got to ask you.
It actually is. It actually is coming out tonight. It actually was
find it.
Yeah. YouTube.com/hotjukes or Twitter.com/hotjukes. You will find a link there to my YouTube, and it's going to be sick. I'm hyped for it.
All right, well, let's talk about the elephant in the room here. Pittsburgh Knights, no longer a 6-list. Let's talk about how they're performing today and how we see them performing over the course of the remaining time left within the World League. We'll start with you, Jukes, because this team hasn't looked too strong today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's definitely demoralizing overall for the squad. I mean, you already had to make a big adjustment to kind of get him on in the first place, and they seem to finally be able to pick up stride, and then now this happening, it's got to be tough for them. So they're going to have to kind of redo everything and get it done quickly. At the end of the day, they're still some of the best players that we've seen in the West. If anybody can do it, it's them.
What about you, Dave? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, they're in 4th place right now. All they really have to do is maintain it, right? Realistically, just, you know, get consistent placements. And not only that, Jagger, the fragger, I mean, he's played with this squad before. You know, it's not like it's a completely new player trying to build up that synergy with the team. I mean, they have experience playing with Jagger, so that's going to be working for them.
Okay, well, let's get in our prediction game time. Hot Juice, we're going to start off with you. I don't know how kind it's been to you so far today, but who's the team you have to win match 3?
I'm going to go wild card.
Oh, wow.
Here. You know, I think that we've definitely seen them have some pretty good solid matches here in the past. So I think that now, considering it's, you know, the end here of Super Weekend, I think they're going to get it done here.
What about you, Dave? Who do you got?
Konina Power, my man.
They haven't been playing too bad today. I can respect that pick just like Glitter did earlier on today. But now we have to drop into our third match of the day and see how things will end up. Why don't you guys take it away for us?
Let's go. Match number 3. It's a Miramar 2.0. These squads are all loaded up, locked and ready to go here. Man, a lot of things have happened here in the past 24 hours, Dave. Miramar 2.0, a map that we've definitely seen a lot of different squads be able to have success on. Wonder, you know, which top 3 teams you think are going to make it out of here alive?
Listen, I'm just hoping, you know, Cloud9, Loops, Football List, those are the top 3 right now. I'm hoping all these teams were able to watch the East League earlier on today and took down some notes when it comes to driving off-road, or some would say up a mountain with those trucks, because I'm telling you, that's like some next level meta play that we haven't seen here yet in the West.
And that was so sick. You know, for anybody that's watching right now that doesn't know what we're referring to, you got to make sure you're following Esports PUBGM on Twitter right there, because the clips and highlights that you get to see there are just phenomenal, especially coming from the East. We saw great rotation coming in right there, something that I definitely haven't seen too often. So yeah, I think that, you know, any kind of intel, you gotta add it into the playbook right there. That's
add it to the playbook. Yeah, and whatchamacallit, Ocean told me only the trucks. So don't try to do it with the buggy. Don't try to do it with the Marauder. Only the trucks works. Looking at this game though. The four-wheel drive. Yeah. You clock that bad boy. You can do anything. Looking at the actual circle, looking at the zone, the Knights going to be the first team to drop on out. SWAT 69. They talked about it on the desk. They've been picking up. When it comes to unloading the beast and getting a lot of damage underneath their name.
Yeah, and you know, I think it could be a little bit too late, I think, for them, if I'm being honest. You know, I really like to see them be able to get it done. I just think that we need to see a major pop-off game from them if I think they're really going to start having success here.
This is the game, Hot Jukes. I mean,
see it.
They're pretty center. You know, they got footballers, they got wildcard, they got tempo near them, but they can take one of these teams out real early on. I mean, that's gonna start to at least gain some respect for other squads out there, kind of looking at the kill feed and, you know, seeing SWAT 69 pop off early.
Yeah, I think that they're in a little bit of trouble right here. It reminds me of like yesterday's games. Remember Sanhok? We saw one of the teams from Dream Eaters, right? One of the members knock a Loops member. And the second they got that first knock and realized it was Loops, they instantly retreated. They just took off. They're like, we don't want this fight at all. And I think it's kind of the opposite right now, if I'm being honest, with SWAT 69. I definitely see some teams, the second they get a knock on them, they just kind of want to just full press, even if they're not in the best position right here. And I think that's going to make it harder for them overall.
If they hunt down SWAT 69. I mean, as the days progress, I start to feel, and especially last game when it comes to SWAT 69, I think we're starting to see these teams bloom. You know, they're coming into their own. They're getting a little more comfortable here within the West League of the PUBG Mobile. And I don't know. I think that's what's happening. I think SWAT 69, they're feeling themselves, and now they're going to be, you know, starting to take off. I don't think you should sleep on them.
Hey, I want to see it. I just have to see it to believe it, you know, especially considering, you know, what stage we're at in this entire tournament. I think this is the essential game. You have 3 more matches left to go. If they're able to get 3 solid performances, I mean, they could easily put up 60 points. And that would just be insane for their overall total score. So if they're able to do something like that, man, I'm all for it. And I'm hoping I see it. But at the end of the day, seeing is believing, at least in my book.
So if they get 60 points in one game, will you get a SWAT 69 jersey?
Oh, dude, I'll get a SWAT 69 jersey, and I'll send them my crown.
Oh, you'll do that?
I'll send the crown. Overnight shipping, dude.
Overnight, dude.
They got it.
That's going to be expensive.
Oh, dude, hey, you know what? I'm willing to pay it. That's for sure.
All right. So SWAT 69, we're looking for you. We saw last game, Cloud9 end up in the late game. Pretty consistent team when it comes to Vikendi. Pretty consistent team when it comes to all the maps. Let's be real. I mean, that's why they're in first place right now.
Oh, yeah. You know, and it's so interesting. When I've kind of harped on it a few times, and every time I look at Cloud9, I always want to compare them to Loops. Because these are the top 2 squads, obviously. And they have such, I think, a big contrast in their playstyle. Cloud9, just much more diligent in their execution. They play really careful at the start. They don't make a lot of mistakes. But then when it's time to put on that aggression, boom, they flip that switch on. When it's time to kind of retreat and go passive, they can do that as well. And Loops, they're just like full aggression, no matter what. And sometimes I think that it works in their favor because some teams are just like, nah, the team's not going to push up right now. And it's almost like watching Loops play it like it's a pub match. But for some reason, that kind of like ridiculous aggression, it just works for them. It just works, Dave.
Yeah, and that's pretty much, it's reflected in the total stats from Super Weekend, right? Cloud9, they are going to be in first, but they have 139 kills in total for Super Weekend. And behind them, Loops, they're in second place, but they have 176 total kills. So, I mean, this is just an aggressive team all around. They love taking the fights, especially, I've noticed if they get like a couple, like a win, like maybe even 1 win, all the games after that, they're crashing, they're sending it, they're doing whatever they want to do. Like you said, like it's a classic match. Like they are just going all over the place. They are going ham, and they don't really care. They don't really care.
I mean, that stat alone is ridiculous. It really is. Think about it, almost 50 points worth of kills and separation. Just to kind of make that up in placement, you got to get 2 first-place chicken dinners. So they are just fragging out of their minds. At the end of the day, though, you still often have to say, like, dang, that just shows the consistency from Cloud9, that even though they have that much of a kill point lead, they're still in first place. And I just think that's also kind of like that double-edged sword when it comes to loops. That overly aggression, it does work out a lot of the times. At the same time, though, we have seen them get caught out in these early random matches by getting a third party or one random grenade, changing up the fight for them. Yeah. And those 1 points, man, they're just devastating to your score.
Yeah, so far, at least here, and we've seen in the past, like the one counter to Loops. So if you're a squad and you know for a fact is Loops pushing on up, have your grenades ready. Have those things ready, underhand them, overhand them, just pile on the grenades onto Loops, because chances are, if they're pushing you, they're going to be pushing together, as a unit, which it works. It works 9 out of 10 times. But that one time it doesn't work, that one grenade, I mean, we saw yesterday with Wildcard, it turned it all the way around.
I mean, they worked with Wildcard before. I think, remember when we were doing the scrims, it worked with Team Queso. I think Team Queso threw one nade and wiped the entire Loops team right there. So it's just insane how, like, that one little play can take out one of the top teams in the Western Hemisphere right here. But, getting back into this match, Tempo pulling up on a SWAT 69, and he's just a solo member, all on his lonesome.
Didn't even take any shots yet. Did not even take any shots. Will be relaying this information back to their squad mates, but we see they have their vehicle right behind this. So if they do some scouting, if they recognize that there's going to be a player up there, okay, they recognize. They hear the molly. They hear the movement. Rain right now going to be tossing some grenades, trying to get that one to blow up right up there. And look at this. SWAT 69, the remainder of the squad, all the way up there in the hills, overlooking this.
Ooh. That nade from Rain right there almost rung true. Zayda, he's just trying to find an angle right now. Not sure exactly what he's doing.
Looking around, going to be tossing a molly back and forth. Another nice grenade connecting from Spec right now. And they're going to be opting to get that reset with those meds. But I don't predict SWAT 69. I don't see the other 3 members coming on to support this. Yeah, Spec right there. Easy point in the bag.
Yeah, and this is what this is what I was talking about. Like, we had to see to believe SWAT 69 if they want to start, really having some great performances. And this kind of separation this early on, I think it's a blunder. I think it's a definite blunder from this squad. And you can just see right there, losing a member early. It's so devastating, especially in a map like Miramar.
You're right here. Looks like Cloud9 and Alpha Legends are going to be right on top of one another. They're going to be sharing some of these buildings, these concrete structures for the time being. B4, Monte Nuevo. I think we got a couple of B4 fans on the desk, hoping that they continue to survive. Looking on over here, looks like Umbra going to be unleashing some grenades onto Loops.
Oh, yeah, I see some mollies going out in the field right there, starting that little grass fire. Loops able to pick up Carrillo right there. And it looks like you can see Dadin just throwing out some smokes, trying to reduce those sight lines. I like the fact that he's throwing them in the mid-range as well to not kind of reduce his eyesight as well. And yeah, Loops able to get that member up and that ejection going.
Yeah, this is a real interesting fight, because even if one of the teams get a knock, like, there's a wide open field in between the two. And pushing, getting aggressive over that field could spell disaster.
Definitely. And the big thing, I think, is that both of these squads are still out of circle right now. And this is still early in the game, so I think that there's definitely a lot of opportunities for Loops to be able to go ahead and switch here. Xana. Look at that! Xana alone to Rob Danini right there. I mean, he was just holding it down. I mean, I think he counted down from 3, 2, 1 before he pulled that shot right there onto Rob Dini. And yeah, here comes Yala pushing on a Konita Power.
And Anas, everybody in these vehicles making the approach, making the push. Xana gonna be cooking this grenade. Needs to toss this right on top of Gonzo's head right here. Gonzo's gonna be chucked down pretty low. Gonzo pretty much getting caught off guard right now, kind of separated from the squad mates. Tixley gonna be attempting to go for that revive. Xana on the high ground. All it takes is an easy peek down, an easy look down there. will be connecting onto Gonzo. Tixie getting turned on themselves by a Nos. And yeah, that initial snipe, pretty much disaster for Konita Powers. Rob, still alive, fortunately, in the vehicle, in the truck, full-on retreat mode.
I mean, that Car 98 snipe right there, that was like a battle cry right there. They heard the battle drums coming, that hyped up Yala. They just kind of full sent it into there. And you just saw Konita Power, they were really split up in that particular situation. And they just got completely caught off guard. And you just one little misplay like that, boom, 2 members gone and thirsted.
Boom. I mean, they're going to have 2 more games to go. And that's interesting because I spoke to Gonzo today. And Gonzo from Konita Power told me the squad, they're looking to finish top 5. They're looking for some chicken dinners. And their main goal here today is to stay grouped up. And work together as a squad. And we saw right there, they were kind of separated. So I don't know if they're executing their plan here yet.
I mean, I think it's kind of, I'll give them a little bit of a pass considering it's still so early in this circle. So I think that they were just kind of separating to kind of get some sight lines and hopefully cover as much ground as they possibly can. They just did not expect Yala to just spot them out so early. And man, great eyes there from Xana. And he just held that Car 98 right on his head, pulled the trigger, and then they just full sent on him. So man, you gotta keep your eyes peeled.
Eyes peeled, head on a swivel. Toffees from Dream Eaters right there. Going to be getting a knock on to Frozen. You see the vehicle explosion. Verset making the push-up, trying to get the confirm. But Ayala going to be out there taking some shots, third party. And Annalise as well, taking some shots from Team Unique. And quickly getting in that buggy, quickly going to be turning around as we do see that next zone.
Yeah, and at least got some good hit markers right there. I think regardless, though, yeah, he's just going to kind of use that to be able to just rotate away and back over to his team. And yeah, we do see a brand new circle happening. It is central to where all these squads are. We still have B4, Pittsburgh Knights, Yala, Konita Power, quite a few teams that are out of this zone right now. And I think we're starting to get into that dangerous time, Dave, where, you know, these rotations are going to start getting really, really tough. And I think we're going to start seeing some vehicles blown up really soon.
Danger time is my favorite time. Dream Eaters. 3 of them in this compound right below Annalise. Annalise still keeping their eye on Matic all the way out there. Annalise currently by themselves, awaiting the support from the remainder of the squad.
Yeah, kind of a weird position, I think, where he's at right now, because there's not a lot of cover from his back, but he does spot Dream Eaters on the rotate. Puts some shots down range. Unfortunately, they don't connect for Annalise. Still puts a couple down, but oh, he just got tagged right there back. And yeah, he just looks like he's just going to opt to kind of hold cover right now. Doesn't want to get knocked.
Wow. Cloud9's position, I mean, this is a tough compound to crash, to push on into, because all those barricades, that fence around the perimeter, they're going to be able to spot out a crash a mile away. Not only that, the open terrain around this position right here.
Yeah, and I believe this is a new building right here from Miramar 2.0. And this is a really great spot. Yeah, that entire fence line around, that's going to stop from just having teams just full send onto your building and buy some time. So I really like this position from Cloud9.
I mean, look at it. It's crazy. Nothing but open terrain, the barricades, the fence. I mean, talking about being able to defend your location. The only downside to this, it's on the edge. It's on the edge. So unless they get a hard shift that will favor it in the next zone, they're going to have to come up with some type of evacuation plan on how they can relocate themselves. And talk about evacuation plan. We already see a couple members from B4 maxing. They're all in their vehicles. They're ready to go.
Yeah, I think that's so smart because they know what this next circle's going to go. I really like that from Pyra right there. He was holding that angle, and we saw a shot come right at his head onto the wall. Oh. And look at that, Rob Didi blown up. Oh, Konita Power taken out in last place.
That was the team out. I said it was going to win. That was the team I said it was going to win. They went out first. Okay. Okay. It happens.
I'm gonna blame the commissioner on that one right there.
Commissioner.
His fault. 100%.
His fault, man. Dave 2020. I'm telling you.
Sorry, Konita Power.
Konita Power fans, this would not happen if I was commissioner. That's just a fact. That's the truth. Talking about the truth, everybody waiting for the next zone. It's going to pop here in just a moment. There we go. San Martin. Looking good. Looking like a vacation spot right now.
Oh, yeah, and that's a big break, I think, for Cloud9 and B4. Anytime you're holding the edge, you really don't want that hard shift away from you. And for Cloud9, this is going to be a pretty decent rotation for them. You can see right now, Loops, a lot of these squads on the outer rim are going to push in, but Team Queso, all these guys are going to gatekeep the heck out of them.
Loops, they're really low. The whole squad we saw there just a moment ago, really low when it comes to the health department. They do have 2 vehicles to work with. Dream Eaters, they've been moving. You know, they got their own little convoy going on. Ooh, Dadded from Loops getting taken out to the blue zone. I don't know what's happening with that squad.
Tough rotating. It's difficult to rotate when you got so many squads just gatekeeping right here. And Team Queso holding down Hacienda as Wildcard are kind of encroaching on their territory right now. And Axel said, no, sir. Could Sam get the return knock?
Look at this. Wildcard are going to be making their way on up.
Got some help from Tempo.
Making their way on up. Acer bleeding on out. Sam going for that revive. Axel also bleeding on out, so that should allow the perfect opportunity. Slicky trying to take some shots, trying to allow this revive to happen. Marco on top of the mansion. It's going to be tossing some grenades over there, just trying to land them right on top of Wildcard. Axel was able to get revived. No, was not able. Actually pulled off that one. Wow. Talk about the time being used right now from Team Queso, or wasted.
I mean, they have no real choice right now. They got Tempo Storm just, kind of third-partying them from that corner. They are able to get the revive with all those smokes. But, man, look at this Wildcard team. Just pushing it together as a unit and pressing right now. Oh, that could be a huge nade.
Marco jumping off the roof, going to be tossing a grenade, going on that full retreat mode, kind of pulling back. Axel also cooking a grenade.
Look at that
angle. Tossing it right on through that window. Ooh, Wildcard connecting a nice one on top of Axel as well. So looks like we're going to come down to somewhat of a nade battle. And once when we get that initial knock, I have to say, we're going to have a full-on set.
That's right. A battle of the Hacienda right here. Wonder exactly where we're hearing these shots coming from. Does look like Team Unique is now starting to get into the fight with Pittsburgh Knights on the edge as well. It's a battle of Hacienda.
We got Knights on the edge. We got Team Queso unleashing it, unleashing the spray onto the Knights. And Wildcard seeing that in the kill feed, looking to capitalize on this one as well, looking to get some kills. Loops going out to themselves. Kowalski, I saw dropping out of a vehicle, going out. Huge mistakes being made.
This is such a difficult rotation, I think, for all of these squads. This is not a zone you really see too often right now. Team Queso, they haven't had to move an inch. This is their house. This is where they love to drop right here, so they're going to know it really well. Wildcard able to make it in, but look at this. They're all surrounded. Completely surrounded. And Ayala, the fourth member for Team Queso, is on a crazy off angle right now. There's no way he's going to be able to make it to his team.
Wow, the Knights were able to get revived. We're able to get the revive. Spring going to be tossing a nice grenade right on into that garage. It was cooked, but it blew up, and looks like the Knights have some nice cover to work with. Unique over here. Everybody's picking on the Knights right now. Everybody's picking on the Knights, tossing grenades into that garage.
Well, we'll see right now where this next circle goes. If it stays on them, I think we're going to see a lot of that happen. If it does hardship, which it did, oh goodness, this is going to be, this is the worst case scenario for all these teams. Oh, no, no, no. That's exactly what all these teams are saying right now.
Dude, the Knights. Everybody wants to take out the Knights, but yeah, everybody over here in the East, they need to make their move. They need to make it now. We heard right a second ago, Wildcard already taking some shots. Now, Unique, I don't know if they gave away their position yet. I don't know if Wildcard are expecting the backstab over here, and at least going to be prepping this grenade.
What do you do, though? What do you do? There's only 18 seconds left on this zone. You're on one of the thicker sides of it, so it's going to close pretty quick on you. And zone number 5, this blue zone, is devastating right now. So, man, I like Team Queso. They disengaged perfectly. That's going to probably give Wildcard a little bit of an opportunity to press in. But look at all these teams that are the gatekeep right now.
Yeah, Team Queso definitely capitalizing on the chaos and going to be using that to rotate on out of this mosh pit of chaos. And Elise was making the push on up, but not supported from their squad mates behind them. Memphis going to be connecting on to Raven. Jagger going to be connected on as well, trying to make their way on into Raven. And there's only one more member alive for the Knights, and it's coming down to this. Here comes the blue zone to add injury to insult. Lightning forced to heal on up. Dream Eaters getting involved over here as well with Wildcard. Slicky cooking on the grenade landing right at the footsteps of Slicky, and first set Miku. Oh, grenade central out here It's party time, baby.
Let's go! Wild card putting in work right now. They are being affected by the blue zone, so they need to get these pickups and get moving quickly. I'm not sure if they can, though, because this is zone number 5, baby. This one hurts right now, and man, what a crazy play right here.
Blow it up. Oh, Carnage is still alive. Memphis not able to get the final shots. Football is stealing, and then Football is taking out Unique as well. Umbra, everybody's dying. We're only down to 9 teams remaining right now.
This gatekeep is just ridiculous right now. Football is in a great position to get a huge amount of points right now. Wildcard currently with 6 kills. They are making it into this circle. Still their whole squad alive. Team Queso is all up as well. Man, this is one for the books, Dave.
Nade City, man. Nade City. Wildcard's still going to be alive out there. They're going to have the opportunity to get the rematch. As I say that, they're not going to have the rematch. Team Queso going to be putting a halt to that one. Mystic with Barrel. Clutch play.
Look at that right there. I mean, Wildcard is just pinched so hard, both between Team Queso and Footballless, but Yala just gave Wildcard quite a bit of a break right there as we're shooting onto Team Queso, but here comes Footballless with the full press onto Slicky Nade, locked and loaded.
Up, 3. Oh, the molly, and the grenade. Ayala and Rom from Footballless. Both these players trying to take out the last remaining member of Wildcard. Slicky, get out of here. Oh, such a challenging position for Wildcard. Not only that, we get another hard shift out there to the west.
And Footballless able to get that done right there, and I think at the perfect time. They got 20 seconds left on the clock. Rom, he's hitting the shimmies hard, trying to survive and make it out of here. He does get caught out, and I think that's Footballless is going to have to just let him be and start trying to get into this circle.
Let it go. 3 up for Team Queso. They got 2 kills so far. They didn't appreciate the kill steal earlier on from Footballless. Footballless looking to get the revive. We see Team Queso getting the wrap around. Ayala going to be tossing a molly. 2 mollies. Some grenades getting tossed out as well. Only 2 up. Right now for Footballless. And here comes the spray down. Mystic connecting on another one out here, getting that swap arena with that scar. And they do not want to allow Footballless to make it out of here alive.
The blind fire right there for TK, so coming in clutch big time. There goes 3 members of Footballless. I definitely thought they should have just left that member from Rom, but they're like, hey, you know what? We ain't going out we can't leave our homie hanging behind here, but now it's just up to Soul K alone for Footballless.
Homie's all dead. That's what Soul K is saying right now. Soul K left a long time ago, gonna be playing that circle game. Gonna be right near Maxon from B4. Alpha Legends, they still got 4 up. And they got a fighting chance. What they need to do right now, gatekeep Team Queso. Don't let them in.
No, that's exactly what they're looking to do. You got Kato on that off angle. Oh, he does get knocked from the blue zone right there, and he's not going to be able to get picked up. So right now it's just up to him to try to give some intel to the rest of his squad. And yep, there it is. Big shots as Team Queso tries to cross the road.
Big shots coming out. Here comes the old man with that grenade. Only 1 more up. Mystic trying to make it on across the road, but Alpha Legends, they got a taste. They got a taste for the blood, and now they're going to be pushing on out of their compounds, prepping these grenades, tossing these grenades. Mystic, about 5%. Mystic, no longer percent. You're out of here. Team Queso, down.
See ya, Alpha Legends just getting it done right there. Great intel, great work, great execution, and just solid nades overall.
These nades, man, talk about the clutch factor. These nades are coming in clutch this game. Here comes the blue zone, taking out SWAT 69. Baker from Alpha Legends. Perfect sight lines. Going for that spray down, connecting on the 2. And there they go. Yala Esports, the blue zone. Alpha Legends, their demise.
You got that blue zone on your side, man. It's just like shooting fish in a barrel right there. And you saw just Faker just straight beaming Yala Esports. And with no cover, they had no choice just to try and run and make a play. Didn't work out for them, unfortunately. Look at this, though. Something it did work out for is Cloud9. Zone 9. They might as well be called for this one right here, as this zone has locked onto them. So they're going to be in a pretty solid advantage. The main concern is, though, they can't leave that building. There's nothing but open road right there. If they try to cross, they're going to die, so they have to hold that spot.
It's Miramar. And you know what, Cloud9? You know what they're saying? They're saying they want to boil. They want to boil their enemies out here. It's already hot enough. They're trying to boil everybody. Alpha Legends, they got 3 up. Maxon's still alive from B4. Just trying to navigate their way on into safety using these buildings to avoid being spotted. Soke from Football is still going to be up. Still going to be alive as well. 4 kills, tossing a smoke. Wow, right on the ledge right there. That
was clean.
That's a clean smoke. Yeah, you're going to be able to vault on out of that bad boy. Nobody's going to be spotting you. Soke actually spotting Faker from Alpha Legends.
That's going to help out Cloud9 quite a bit right here as they're still in this circle. They cannot cross, so they just have to kind of hold this. It's going to let teams push up on them. You see Maxon on that off angle as well. Old man. Oh, can he hit this nade? Throws it through the window. Doesn't catch.
Got that molly for follow-up as well. Has the molly for follow-up. So, see Adar already trying to catch an alternate angle. Beowulf in the middle, uneven. They're all spread out. They're all spread out. They have the zone. They have the southern part of the circle. And it seems like Soke was able to make it on in here. Same thing with Maxon.
Good shots from Bale right there. Just kind of putting the pressure onto Alpha Legends. A lot of smokes coming out right now. And you can just see Cloud9, they're just trying to hold different angles and just trying not to get knocked. I think that's their most important thing right now. And look, Soke. Oh, here comes the blue zone on the Soke.
Blue zone is coming on Soke, but Soke is getting aggressive. I mean, Soke knows at least where 2 of these members from Alpha Legends are, and here comes the grenade battle. Adar across the road. Oh no, the ledge made it deflect and bounce into the air. Faker about 1% HP right there. Gonna be taken out to the blue zone and then confirmed. Yes, we're able to get the confirm out here. Now, Alpha Legends, they have the concrete wall to work with for cover, but guess what? Cloud9 looking to boil them, looking to barrel them. Adar going to be getting the final blow right there. Alpha Legends taken down and out. Maxon, the last one alive. Maxon could clutch this one out though. Uneven behind this tree, behind the palm. Grenade going to be landing on in that window. Maxon tossing one of their own. Grenades are flying everywhere. Uneven though, has the angle. Maxon needs to heal on up. Adar back there getting the revive, getting the reset onto Beowulf to make this a 3v1. Here comes another solid grenade. Maxon's in the corner, looking at the grenade. Open. Oh, that one deflected on the window still. There you go. Cloud9. Winner, winner, chicken dinner here. 3 versus 1. Miramar. Woo!
Oh, that rebound was just straight disgusting right there. They had the comms. They knew exactly where he was right there. Cloud9 able to get the zone, hold that position, and the second they felt that the door was open, they just full sent it. And Adar showing why he's one of the top players in this tournament with a clutch turn right there. Great performance from Cloud9.
Yeah, Soke as well. Soke really being a thorn in the side of Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends, they had 3 up there at the end, but Soke just wouldn't let it slide, wouldn't let it go, and made sure to just, inflict as much damage as possible right there.
Hey, you know what? This is money time, baby. We're about to end the PMWLS coming up really soon right now. So these squads are just doing everything they can to get any point on the board. And we saw, especially early on in the tournament, how much just one kill, one extra point could mean to your entire squad right here. So great to see these kind of plays coming out from these teams. But yes, that's going to be it for this match number 3. Let's go ahead and see what the desk has to say right after this quick break from our sponsors.
Where's that hot spring? It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers. It looks really exciting. why not have a try?
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, that's now 2 matches in a row for Cloud9 as they take themselves the chicken dinner yet again. And the question is, can they potentially do it a third and match Udu Gank over in the East League for picking up 3 straight? Jason Kaplan, 7, Glitter Explosion. We break down that last match, and Cloud9, I mean, it's obviously a great performance out of them, but I also want to give credit to Maxim from B4 because he really stayed alive for such a long time and got them that second place finish. We talked about how important it is a couple of points can be, and we see him pick up a second place, Glitter.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for B4. They definitely, Maxon just played that so well. He was able to make sure that he rotated at the right times, held these little buildings at the right times, and used his smokes efficiently to continue the rotations in that very, very final zone against the rest of those squads. But huge game coming for Alpha Legends as well. 8 kills, that's really, really strong showing. But look at Yala Esports. I've been saying how many times that Yala needs to have a really aggressive game. They need to have a strong showing. 7 kills coming out of Yala Esports is massive for them, 7.
Yeah, and with something going up against any team that came around them, they would just go ahead and shoot them, and they will try to go for that for that killed. And then another team's Footballers being able to get 4 kills. I know we saw them in an engagement. Then Wildcard Gaming as well being aggressive with Team Queso. They were being able to go ahead and pick up 6 kills, and I think we have to go ahead and give some props there for Pittsburgh Knights, even though they ended up getting just 1 point in placement. Them getting 6 kills, that is good to see, man. That is so good to see, especially with the changes that have been going on with that team as we go towards the second page. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be seeing some surprises here, and then something that we kind of seen over and over again, especially in Miramar, is Loops Esports not performing well in Miramar here. I believe yesterday they ended up getting 14th place and then 3 kills, and then today they ended up getting 14th place again with just 1 kill. Tempo Storm is one of those teams that I've always mentioned they get kind of quiet. I'm hoping they do a lot better in Sanhok. I think they're that team that can just go ahead and get their win. And then Nova Esports, once again, only being able to get 1 point there, not being able to carry the momentum they had after getting that first chicken dinner of the day.
Hey, but SWAT69 picking up a couple of points as well. Again, trying to close that distance up against UDR killers. In Cloud9, that's probably some of the lowest damage we've seen out of a chicken dinner for a team, but they get themselves 6 kills with the 3 knockouts, and honestly, they're going to be very happy about that. We kind of wondered yesterday, Glitter, where has Cloud9 kind of gone? They lost a little bit of their consistency. Little did we know they would bounce back with full consistency here in day 3.
Right, back-to-back wins. Talk about, kind of making us eat our words a little bit. That is very, very impressive. And like you said, now the real question is, can they do it 3 times in a row in one day? That's going to be a big feat if they can manage that, and it will seriously just kind of let all of the other teams know they are a squad that everybody needs to be afraid of.
And the thing is, 7, not only are they getting wins, but as you pointed out, Loops isn't performing well. So they're really trying to lengthen that gap between them and second place with Loops Esports and maybe get themselves that 50 grand in their pocket. Before going to league finals, let's take a look, though, at some more stats here from that map. We can look at our top players. It's going to be Anas, actually, going to be number 1 on the board with 704 damage here, 7.
Yeah, I'm currently not able to see those stats. But something I did wanted to go ahead and mention in regards to Loops is that they haven't been performing that well in Miramar, and going into the next league play, guess what? They are going to be playing a lot of Miramar. So how are they going to go ahead and react to that? Because remember, it is not guaranteed that they're going to be able to make it to the next Super Weekend. So I would expect for at least Loops Esports to step it up here in the last 2 matches.
All right, you can see Shator there, 522 damage with the 4 kills. Oldman with 600 actually on 2 kills. And of course, Adder getting themselves the 550 damage plus the kills on top of that. Let's take a look now at some of our do-the-do moments from that last match. We can break down some of these, and I'm sure we're going to probably get a little bit sad seeing B4 lose quite a few players right off the bat, but we're starting things off with Tempo. Well, I'm hoping one of you guys
at the moment
are working.
I cannot see.
Okay,
We're not
well,
able to see.
that's interesting. It's
all you, Jason.
Well, in that case, you can do like a nice little map breakdown. That's going to be great. You can see Dream Eaters here. I mean, Verisit was able to be pretty consistent, at least getting some early kills, looking for that early damage. Umbra, you kind of have to wonder. We see most of their progress come when they play towards the later stages of the game, when they play for placements and not in terms of kills necessarily. But we have been seeing them sort of get a couple of kills here and there. And then, of course, Pittsburgh Knights, they're starting to really struggle today. We saw them have a decent result, I believe, in the last match. Or was it this one? I can't remember off the top of my head. But they are definitely struggling to have that same kind of form when we saw them, with sixes on the team yesterday. I mean, you got to give some credit to Jagger. He's been subbing out for the majority of the plays, so it takes some time to kind of warm up back within the team. And I think that's something that we can maybe talk about a little bit is, how will Pittsburgh Knights develop their chemistry when it took them already this long, a week and a half or, kind of 2 weeks through to even get themselves into a position to be looking consistent and good. Is it possible for them with their sub now coming in as their main roster player to step up in the shoes that Sixes left?
And I think it is. I think given the time it is, they still have 2 days of league play. And then if they end up making it to Super Weekend, then they're going to have extra 3 days to go ahead and prepare. And as we've been mentioning, guess what? They are probably going to go ahead and qualify to league finals. They are pretty sure going to go ahead and work on some stuff to maybe go up the ranks or maintain their rank in regards to the leaderboard for Super Weekends. But if they're able to go ahead and use this upcoming league play to just try out new stuff, try to get that chemistry back on track now that they lost a player, and it was a main player, it was the IGL of that team, if I remember correctly. That's what Carnage told me. So it's a huge adjustment for them, and for them to be able to pick up 6 kills in that last game, I think that's good. I think that's good news for any PK fan out there.
Well, Kalaris over the week, and I think even the week before, was doing some sit-down interviews with some of the teams. And luckily for us, he did have a chance to sit down with Pittsburgh Knights to talk about them coming into the tournament.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kyle Aris, once again here, bringing you J7 from Pittsburgh Knights as they qualify through the PMPL Americas into the World League. So first off, why don't you introduce yourself as well as your role on Pittsburgh Knights?
Yeah, so my name is J7, my handle is J7, and I play for the Pittsburgh Knights, and I'm the IGL for the Pittsburgh Knights.
How did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Well, I've been playing mobile games for a while. Like, I played other mobile games, like, professionally. So when PUBG Mobile came with their mobile version, like, that was really huge at the time, and everyone started playing it. I really got into it, and it started with a group of friends, and I just really was passionate about the game, so I decided to play professionally.
Awesome. What would you say is your favorite memory relating to the game?
My favorite memory is definitely all the LAN events we've been to. So, like, I never thought that a mobile game like that have, LAN events or, like, big crowds, like, with fans supporting. So that was pretty cool, like going to LAN events and meeting people in person.
Yeah, some of the LAN events have been fantastic. People working on AR and stuff like that. It's been really cool. Which map would you say is your favorite when it comes to competitive play?
Oh, definitely Erangel. I mean, they're I think we're like the second best Erangel team in terms of kills wise behind Loops. So we definitely perform in Erangel.
Okay. Is there any specific reasons why Erangel, or?
I'm not sure. I think we're just really comfortable with that map. We played it the most, and I think just more comfortable, yeah.
Which team would you consider as one of your biggest rivals through the PMWL?
Definitely all the North America teams. Definitely Loops now, since, they're up there, but definitely all the North America teams because we play them all the time. And we scrim them like every day. So,
how would you rate your team compared to some of the PMWL participants?
Well, I think so far we haven't looked good in PMPL, but with the new addition of Sixes, I think we can be very strong and potentially like one of the best NA teams in the scene.
And what is your favorite drop zone location across all maps?
We like going Gakka. I think the Gakka split that we have in Erangel is really good for us. For like rotation wise, it's kind of like in the center of the map, kind of to the west. And we can really get to like any spot with the split we do.
That's fair. And final question for this is, what is your preferred weapon loadout?
Preferred weapon definitely it has to be the DP. DP or M4. Those guns are just really meta right now, especially the DP recently. They just do so much damage and they're very versatile with long range.
Especially when you're lying down, you can get that little bipod out. Very, very strong, I suppose.
Yeah, you just laser kids like really far.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, thank you very much, J7, and good luck in the PMWL.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Again, again, really cool to hear from J7 as he talked about the tournament coming in. So, of course, hearing about how they think Erangel is actually their best map, or actually I think they said they're like the second best team in kills on it behind Loops. Though I don't know if that's going to be true anymore, because I feel like a big portion of the kills that did come through were off the back of the player who unfortunately is not going to be playing for them anymore here, 7.
Yeah, and I think that's one great point that you mentioned, and actually I'm kind of happy we got to see J7 there, because now he's going to be stepping in again as the IGL. He used to be the IGL, so overall this team is just going to have to readjust a lot of roles that the players have. I know yesterday we were even seeing Carnage go ahead and try to be a scout, and that was backfiring in a way, but overall I think we have to give them some credit again for that performance in Miramar, even though they were not able to get the placement points that they wanted. At least getting some kills, and at least knowing, hey, we can still frag out with this squad that we got going on here. We just go ahead and need to readjust on our rotations, or maybe strategies on tactics, on when we need to push and when to hold back. So I think this is one team that I'm definitely going to be looking at very closely to see how they perform in the upcoming days.
Well, you mentioned, getting kills on Miramar. Let's take a look at the damage they might have done actually on Miramar compared to the teams as well, so we can really get an idea if they were able to get up there in terms of numbers that they need, if they can kind of make up for what they are losing within their team. You can see B4, hey, second place, going to be proud of that. It's the 57 damage they got. I don't think they're going to complain at all here. Cloud9 with the 900 damage, of course, with the kills on top. But Absolute Legends, where has this team been? They have themselves to 1,800 damage and the 8 kills.
Love to see that coming out of Alpha Legends. This was a squad that, we had talked about a bunch of times. 7 kind of had dubbed them the gatekeeping team for a long time, and then they fell off a little bit. So this was a very strong showing coming out of Alpha Legends. But look at the numbers coming out of Yala Esports. Almost 1,700 damage, 7 kills, like I said before. This is what Yala Esports really, really needs if they can continue this type of a performance to keep propelling themselves up in the overall standings. And then down at the other end of the leaderboard, I think it's kind of surprising we see Loops there with only 1 kill, 160 damage. Nova and Konina, very low amounts of damage and no kills to their names. I think this map was a little bit of a struggle for some teams.
It was a crazy one.
I think, yeah, a little bit of a struggle for some teams is definitely the right way to word it. I feel like we've had some games where teams will struggle, and unless you're Cloud9, then you seem to just win everything. We can take a look at where they are now in the overall standings, and I can almost guarantee, without even seeing it, they're going to be first place, 413 points. They're like 40 points ahead of their counterparts here of Loops. That's ridiculous.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Cloud9 just smacking people left and right. Not only that, they've also closed the gap in regards to kill points too. And I love to see that, because that was something I mentioned at the beginning of the show, that if Cloud9 was able to go ahead and start fragging even more, even though they just got 6 kills in the last game, that's still a lot more than what Loops Esports was able to put out. So great stuff from Cloud9 there. Loops Esports, I mean, they got just such a huge cushion right now that they're more than likely football is just not going to get close to passing him here unless they have an amazing game or something that we unheard of. And then Pittsburgh Knights, something that has played out so well, something that I even mentioned earlier, was those 2 great performances that they had yesterday and the day before yesterday. They have given them so much more cushion to just kind of work stuff out here between that team, since they have doing a lot of changes, and I can't wait to see here the second page, Glitter.
Okay, honestly, so far, both of these ranking pages haven't shifted any of the rankings at all. No one's gone up or down. Everyone's just kind of increased their overall point standings, which is crazy to me, because you see the very strong game coming out of Alpha Legends, a very strong game coming out of Yala Esports, and it's just not bumping them enough up the list yet. And I think another thing that was kind of wild to point out is looking back on that first page was, while Cloud9 is closing the gap in those kill points with Loops, they're almost 70 placement points above where Loops is right now. And that's just, harkening back to what I had said earlier in the show about how when we're looking at that top 4, it almost felt like Loops and Footballs were on the aggressive side and Cloud9 and PK were on that placement point side. The disparity is really starting to illustrate that, but those teams aren't going anywhere when it comes to the top 5 area positioning.
Well, speaking of lengthening their points when it comes to placement points, let's see who's lengthening their lead when it comes to our prediction game and see who predicted what and how many points they were able to accumulate. And you know what? We all pretty much had B4. The smart one chose B4. And we got ourselves 14 points. Not bad, guys. Good job. A little bit of a self-high five. That's a clap, and then 7 didn't do anything. So if you guys are interested in becoming analysts here on the World League, just tweet to me at Jay Kaplan, and maybe we can put you on the show and replace these two. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave not having a great time with their picks Wildcard and Konina Power, but I respect the picks. I mean, Konina Power have been pretty decent today. But you know what? Let's see if they can be decent into our fourth match, as we're going to be going over to the schedule now to see what map will be coming up next. And you probably out there, if you've been watching the show, I think you know what's coming up. It's going to be on Sanhok for our fourth match. It's always the fourth match when it comes into it. We had it played every day in League Play multiple times, but we won't be seeing it come into the League Play next week. So we've had Cloud9 with 2 chicken dinners. We've had Nova with the initial one. Obviously a big adjustment out of them. Nice to see them kind of rise to the occasion and show us that they can compete against the best. But as we get into this one, I did my predictions at the start of the day, and now I kind of wish I redid some of them because I didn't expect Cloud9 to win 2 in a row like that. And if we can get into predictions, I'll just start off by saying I chose Cloud9 for match 4, which kind of makes me a little bit sad. I don't know if they can pull off the 3-peat. We've seen teams do 2. We haven't had a single one do 3 in West. We've had U2 Gang do it in East. And Glitter, I feel like we kind of maybe made the same prediction here.
We did. We're in the same boat right now, Jason. I picked my teams early on. Did not know that Cloud9 had back-to-back wins on those specific maps in the bag. And now I'm here. I'm in for the long haul. So I didn't pick them yesterday. We are very committed. So I hope that, maybe we do get the 3-peat.
And Seven's just sitting there smiling, just like, it's not going to happen. Who do you have, Seven?
I'm actually hoping they do get the 3-peat. I'm pulling for you guys, and I would go ahead and pick Cloud9, but I already picked them. The commissioner's rigging it here, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to have to switch it up. I'm going to have to go with the team that it's been a while since I actually picked them for Sanhok. And it's going to be Footballers. Footballers, I feel like they have been just so consistent, and I feel like they're that one team that they're looking to get the win, just things haven't gone their way. And I think it's going to maybe come down at the end for between Footballers and Cloud9.
No, Footballers versus Cloud9, the very end. I can't wait to hear how aggressive Glitter's going to get, saying, kill him! Cloud9, kill Soul K! I wish you guys could hear what goes on in our comms whenever she's watching and the team she has predicted is in a very tight situation. I'm surprised I can hear anymore, to be honest. But anyways, we'll talk with you guys after the match. Hopefully we can still hear after it as well, and we don't have any relationships broken as well if that does happen in the end-to-end zone. But of course, you guys watching at home, you can accumulate points the entire time you are doing this and also have a chance to win a limited time outfit if you were just watching within the game and watching in the Esports Center. You can get that limited time outfit potentially going your way if you're lucky enough. And maybe if you're lucky enough, if you tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL, maybe you'll be on the show as well. So make sure you get those tweets in, make sure you get those follows in as well. You can follow me at Jay Kaplan. Don't worry about the other two. They don't matter. It's all about me. That's why I'm the center stage here on the show. Let's bring in our commentators though. Hey, Hanchukes and Mustache Dave, what's going on? I wasn't saying anything bad about you guys.
Of course not. Only all good things, all good things. At least I would expect nothing less from our amazing commissioner.
Did I hear a little bit of sarcasm in your voice?
No, they're totally being authentic right now. I think you're a great commissioner so far. I love the fact that when I was on top and you went down, you changed the rules. That was my favorite part. The best policy that you put in so far. I'm all up for you.
That was a reasonable rule because you would have picked Cloud9 every match on every day, and that's not fair to the other teams, even though Cloud9's stomping it.
Hey, you know what? What can I say? Hey, I'm all about making predictions that I think are going to happen. And Cloud9, look at the way they're doing it. They're making it happen here today.
Thing is, you're such a Cloud9 fanboy. You got the Cloud9 underrun, I can tell.
They're winning!
Wait, what?
They're winning! They're so strong right now. I mean, it's so hard to not pick up their consistency overall. I think if you pick them almost every single game, you're going to be guaranteed some points on the board. So, it's kind of hard not to, I think.
Well, Dave, I was happy to see you pick Konina Power, not because they didn't perform well, but because I like seeing you have these predictions that are a little bit more wild. And I'm actually curious going into this match if you have a wild pick yet again, or if you're going to be leaning towards, the Cloud9s. Jukes.
First of all, as commissioner, I don't think it's appropriate to be talking about Jukes' underwear. Second of all, I'm going for Loops. Loops, they did really bad last game. Some people in the chat were saying they were throwing. Well, you know what? Hopefully that was their game that they did throw, and this game they get that chicken dinner, baby.
Well, I will say this, Dave. It's not my fault I'm talking about it when he sends you pictures of them. Not in them, of course, just laying on the bed, ready to get put on. Jukes, who do you got for this
Leaks?
Hey, I'm just trying to get this policy changed as fast as I possibly can. But you know what? I got to go with Loops, too. Got to go with Loops as well. I mean, I don't know how anybody can say they're throwing, especially considering how they performed so far in this tournament. I think we're all going to see some teams just kind of have some tough games, tough circles. But yeah, all Loops all day, baby, in the jungle.
Well, let's see how it's going to work out when we get into the jungle here in just a few seconds. Gentlemen, take us away.
Here we go, match number 4. Only 2 matches left here today. And we're taking it to the jungle, baby. One of my favorite maps to watch competitively. It's Sanhok. I mean, it's definitely one of my favorites to watch. Not a favorite to play, I think. All these teams, this is that one map I think they all kind of fear and dread. At the same time, I think it's a great opportunity for, you know, a team that's kind of struggling right now. If they get that right zone, they get that right position, this could be a huge chicken dinner for them.
I'm still looking for loops, you know. The last game, they didn't do too hot. Yesterday on Sanhok, we all saw what happened with that, with those grenades from Wildcard. I think they learned, though. I think they learned coming into this Sanhok map. And like you said, there's 2 more games to go here today for the Super Weekend. Team Queso, everybody's dropping out right now.
Yeah, here they go. They're all starting to spread out the map. And now yesterday was really unique, I think, for Sanhok because we saw it so slow off the bat. Look at this circle. I think this is by far the toughest circle and out of all the maps. But we can see right now that, you know, Football is just hanging out towards Hating. This is kind of their map, their zone right now.
Their map to play. Football is in high 10. Going to be in a pretty centralized location. Unique out there, Camp Alpha. They are going to have that whole entire area for themselves. Then we got the Knights on the east side of that Death Valley that we've seen here a lot of times be favored and played in the West League.
Yeah, and this is I mean, anybody that's in the East right now is going to be really tough. I mean, they're just going to be kind of upset, I think, with this circle, especially considering that this zone, the reason why I say it's one of the most difficult is due to the fact that there's only so many places you can actually try to get into it from. That bridge, all of that's going to be very, very well protected by a lot of these teams right here. So trying to cross that water, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some boat strats come out right now.
Bow strats. Right now we're checking in McZero with that tuck strat. Not something that we've seen here used quite often. Loops down here in boot camp. They're going to be getting their loot. They're going to all be jumping around the place, trying to get that shopping list checked out. Team Queso right to the north of this. Maybe we'll see Team Queso potentially gatekeep them. I'm saying it like that because I don't think it's going to happen. But Team Queso, where are they right now? They're like 13th on the overall leaderboard. So, I mean, with 2 more games to go, I feel like you can't be letting these opportunities slip past you too many times.
I think right now, if you've definitely been watching the VODs, you have to know where Team Queso is. They have dropped in the same location, done the same rotation, every single Sanhok match that we've seen so far. So I like the fact that Loops, I think they definitely did their research because they're not even going near that area. They're just opting to go ahead and cross the water really nice and early. I love to see that rotation, especially considering where this zone is most likely going to go.
Yeah, Team Queso already going to be making the swim across the channel, Dream Eaters and Loops. Yeah, so we got 3 teams all right now swimming across the water. And you know what? They're swimming right towards the direction of the Knights. And Miku right on top of J7. J7 hears this. J7 is going to be spotting out a worm, a snake in the grass. And there goes a point on over to the Knights.
And here comes the thirst, the finish, the nade for 3. Bang! There it is, done. Miku down and out. And oh man, you get to see right now, Pittsburgh Knights. That's how you get started.
And this guard tower too that J7's holding, I mean, it just has the perfect sight lines on the swim that those 2 from Dream Eaters were doing right there. So I mean, these guard towers, personally, I'm not the biggest fan, but that one, okay, I'll put that one on my list.
Makes sense. It makes sense totally. I mean, because they have to actually, you know, jump out of the water, and by the time they're able to get out, they're just ripe for the picking right there. So I think it's definitely a good position. I think that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of this, I think, for the rest of the map, because when you get this kind of circle right here, all these teams that, like I said, there's only so many places you can try to cross into to get into the zone, and we already see like how quick all of these squads, especially like Loops, Team Queso, were on the ball to get this rotation early because they knew that this is exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of that. We see Team Queso over there across the field from Loops. The Knights, we saw just a moment ago, J7 was able to get a nice little point on the side of the board for the squad. All the Knights, all holding different corners, playing 4 corners right now, making sure they got all the angles to ensure that nobody pushes on them.
Oh, look at Federal. He's got the eyes right now. Oh, it looks like the grass was just tall enough to let Mystic squeak on by right here. And Team Queso, They're making this really insane rotation. Matic, they spot him. Oh,
yeah, Mystic,
Dadden.
Mystic.
He's waiting on it.
You're dead. You're dead.
Oh, wait, it's on single fire. It had to be on single fire.
What?
It had to be. Oh my goodness. Mystic has some mystical powers right now. Somehow, I think Dadden accidentally put his M4 on single fire. That's the only explanation. 100% right there. It happens to the best of us, but dang, oh, that had to hurt.
Now we see Team Queso slipping on into the dark side of the Death Valley. Going to be using that one for cover the trench right here as they reposition to find themselves a more northern position in circle number 1. I can't believe, I mean, talk about some luck right there. Mystic, I mean, had 2 members from Loops looking right at him.
That's a huge blunder. That's a huge blunder right there. And honestly, I mean, I think the reason why I got so, like, you know, animated about that particular play was because it's Loops. You know, you expect that's like the last team I think you would kind of expect that kind of happen to. But man, like that button, you know, it's so easy to click on when you switch guns. If you're not careful and you don't hear that click when you switch it over to single fire, yeah, that can happen to it. And I know it for a fact it's happened to all of these players. That's for sure. It's just, oh man, when you're playing with so much money on the line and we see how important 1 kill is right here. So, I'd hate to see that 1, point be devastating for that team.
Playing with fire out here. And you know what? Dream Eaters, they're playing with fire. To the side of Footballish, yeah, we saw just a moment ago. Dream Eaters, 2 of them, they were making the swim across the channel just a little north of where they lost their first member. But unfortunate for them, they ran right on into the hands of Footballists. And now they only have 1 up top. He's going to be swimming right underneath that bridge, trying to remain undetected. Footballists taking some shots across the way onto wildcards. Some friendly shots like, how's it going, neighbor? All the way over there. How's it going?
And, I think Footballists is doing a really good job of just kind of holding this position because they know that teams are going to most likely really soon have to cross into this territory right now. So Footballists, especially with all this hill coverage right here, they're just sitting pretty. They're just sitting pretty and gatekeeping right now.
And this is where they dropped too, so that's where they looted. So really, Footballists, they haven't really had to do much when it comes to the movement, the rotations, which is always good. I mean, the less times that you are forced to rotate, pretty much that's the less riskier option of getting spotted in the process. Spring, though. Spring in a boat all the way up there to the north.
Oh, plays.
Okay, doesn't see that.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what angle Spring is holding.
Umbra?
Where exactly he is. Yeah, Umbra?
Umbra on the boat?
That's their strat.
Umbra on the boat?
That is the tried and true boat strategy coming from Umbra right here. So I would not be shocked at all if that's what they go for.
Everybody in the lobby is seeing how Umbra does it. Now they're like, oh, I guess we can use boats now. I guess using boats in Sanhok is cool. So let's all do it. I mean, you know how
all the kids are doing it these days.
All the kids are doing it, so we gotta do it too. So we'll see. I mean, honestly, it works out for Umbra, at least when it comes to placements. I mean, that one time, like 2 days ago, they almost had a first place. They had second place because of the boat play. So it's interesting to see.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see like how just a strategy like that can be successful, especially on a map like Sanhok of them all. And you kind of talked about earlier of how important not having to do so many rotations is, and I think that's especially imperative on a map like this because that zone timing, it's critical. Sanhok is so much faster paced than any of the other maps. As soon as that zone pops, these squads have around 30, 45 seconds to move into the next zone. And if it's a hard shift, that means you have to run instantly. And if you have squads gatekeeping you, you can't run. So you're just kind of trapped right there. And look at this. Speaking of trapped,
yeah.
Look at this. Yala and Cloud9. Oh, getting too close for comfort.
Yala with the soft 2-2 split. Zero was, I thought, spotted, but maybe not. Zero's going to be behind this concrete wall. Xana making the push up, and it does seem like Cloud9, they're going to be using the shore. They're going to be using the shoreline for cover. They're going to be making their way on up. They hear the shot, so this soft 2-2 split. Oh, Zero's
Good
position
shot.
immediately spotted by a Bale right there.
Yeah, that's going to give away his spot. I don't think they know exactly where Xana is, so he could do a really disgusting angle if he's able to get these spots onto Cloud9 right now. But man, the one thing that Cloud9 is so good at doing, they're so good at fragging in these quick flicks right here. So I wouldn't be surprised even if Xana gets the first shot. You'll see a couple of members from Cloud9 do a quick turn and return fire. But
a
They caught a Nos.
Let's see what Xana could do, though. I feel like Xana's a little too thirsty, but we'll see if it pays off. Xana with the M4 in hand is going to be recognizing the position of uneven, but look how aggressive Xana is. Pyra right behind this boulder. Pyra going to be hearing the shots, going to be hearing the footsteps popping out. The Corn God themselves like, listen, that's my squad mates you're shooting, but unfortunate. Uneven was thirsted in the process.
Tempo
and
Loops
popping on over here. Tempo Storm versus Loops. Spec really low, Rain chunked down, bleeding on out. Same thing with HH. Kowalski bolted on in, saying welcome to the party. Dadden up there, spraying away as well. Sprek unloading the mag, not able to do so. Tempo Storm annihilated at the hands of Loops.
Tempo Storm with the last place finish right here. Devastating for that team. I mean, this is the Loops is probably the last team you want to go up against, especially that in Sanhok right now. But man, Loops, they're holding the inside zone. They end up losing one of their top fragger, Carrillo. Not to mention their top fragger, but the top fragger of the entire tournament right here. So this is Sanhok, and this Loop squad is going to have to get it done with 3 members left.
A lot of teams lost one member already. Tixie, what is... Oh, Tixie jumping in the water, trying to get the position, the coordinates of Prez. That swim paying off right there. Konita Power, 1 kill, 1 kill. Umbra. Oh, no, Umbra. Where's the boat?
No.
They're swimming. Not like this.
No, not like this,
Scuba
Umbra.
Steves.
Oh, look at this.
Konita Powers.
They got a boat.
Stealing the boat from Umbra. They're ready to go. We're playing battleships out here, Juice.
Battleship, you know, look at this right now, and you can see Rob Didi calling out the numbers right now.
On the
trying to get a hit, and it looks like Vindex is hitting himself right now by just drowning. He does not want to peek his head up at all. Konita Power, they're on a boat. They're just hanging out right now, and it looks like they will starting to press here soon as this blue, it's starting to tick on them.
This is Konita Powers in the boat here. We got the coordinates of Pro Lore looking to launch a missile. Copy that, roger that. Copy, 10-4. Vindex swimming out there to the left. We're going to go and send it.
That's a big old 10-4 coming out from Umbra right now, trying to go ahead and do, wibble and woggle our way to success right now. Oh, Konita Power, break it in the water. Oh, we got an ejection.
Got an ejection. We're going to send Rob into water to gather some more intel, and Vindex going to be drowning out here to the water to themselves to 9 points. Copy over.
That's a big ol' over right now. Will it be over for both of these teams, though, as this zone is starting to close on all of them? And, yeah, Konita Power, we're out of here. Yep, we're going to leave Umbra to their own strategies and try to rotate this blue zone.
Can't believe that. Crazy. They're all on a boat. I mean, Umbra, they're pretty much just going to get taken out from the blue zone out there. I mean, that's what happened.
And look at Konita Power just opting to just kind of hold this edge zone on the water side. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him, especially considering this circle and how insane it's about to get right here. They do need to start making the rotation in. They have a minute left on the clock. And look at Halls just
camping Halls.
They just want Team Umbra really bad.
I know. They're camping Halls. Like, Konita Power, let them live. Let them live. They're out there trying to find some treasure, trying to find some UC that's buried underneath the sea. Just let them live. And we do see that next circle to make matters worse for Umbra. B4 out there making the push as well. Umbra, they just can't catch a break.
And Konita Power, they looks like they decided to put their Coast Guard uniforms on right now, and they are trying to put that into full effect.
I gotta save them though. Coast Guard save people. Juice.
The problem is the difference is, Dave, that there was a sign that said no swimming. You know?
You know what? Okay.
There was a sign on the edge that said no swimming, and Umbra is swimming right now. So Konita Power, they're just trying to enforce the law.
Enforce the law. Yep. A rule is a rule. You know, a rule's a rule. And you know what? It comes back to the commissioner, Jason. Right? His rules. So if I was commissioner, swimming would be allowed. I'm just putting that out there.
And who doesn't love swimming?
Halls! What's Halls doing? Halls might a boat explosion from Maxon! Taking out the boat! Taking out the boat!
Maxon catches Pro Lord too! Whoa, my goodness, right now. Look at Konita Power. They did the full-on ejection, and now they're getting gate kept from before. Now they're swimming. Now they're breaking the rules.
They're so thirsty for Halls. They actually went back out there to try to get Halls. Halls was like swimming, saying, hey, help me. Let me get on the boat. I promise I'll be nice. But Maxon going to be spotting them out, getting that vehicle explosion. We have so many people swimming right now. Like, this is so unusual.
And they're all swimming together right now as one. And look at this. You saw Konina Power getting gate kept from B4. Now B4 is getting gate kept by Footballless right now. All these teams are just stuck out in the open. It's up to Maxon right now, the only land member from B4 to try and stop this pressure onto his squad.
Dude, B4's swimming. They're trying to pretty much make it onto land before Halls and before everybody else can. So interesting out here. Meanwhile, Spring still out there just going for placement points. Very interesting strategy coming out from Wildcard as well.
Oh, yeah. You know, this is going to be intense. This is that one zone, I think, that we definitely see the entire just game shift into overdrive right here. We're going to start seeing teams go out like crazy right now. And you can see right now, Loops, 69. Look at all these squads, how close they're together right now. And then you got this. Oh, there goes Halls. That's it. Team Brown.
Oh, Konina Power.
Out and out. And Konina Power going to take it out, too.
They lost 2. Yeah. Honestly, I forgot about the rest of the game. I'm not going to lie. I'm so invested in this whole this pirate mayhem that we got going on out here. Konina Powers, I mean, they have spent so much time out there trying to take out Halls. And then the next zone shifts. Oh, this is horrible for Konina Power.
Horrible for all these squads that are in the north right now. Footballless, Nova, Wildcard. They're going to be in a big world of hurt right now. Loop's sitting in the circle right now with Unique. Cloud9 also. Looks like Adder's the last one up right now. So, dang, this is about to get intense.
Another one. It's just up to Gonzo now. Meanwhile, Maxon out there just doing some skating. Pedro gonna be swimming. Maxon able to get the heal off right in time. Very fortunate for them. But like we saw, the zone, it is so far away from both of these players out here. Oh, Gonzo, Ronnie though. Ooh, Ronnie coming in close.
Ronnie of Truth. Could this be the one? And he looks, yep, he hops in it right now. He's hitting the gas. He's got it pedal to the metal to try to get it to this next circle because look, only 2 seconds left on the clock. And once this circle hits the center, it's going to hurt.
Let's go, Gonzo. Let's go, Gonzo. You could do it. Gonzo's probably going to be making their way on over this bridge that is currently going to be gate kept by Wildcard, but Acer will be spotted by Maxon, the Dream Destroyer out here. Maxon was the player who took out that boat. Maxon will be receiving some shots. Here comes the blue zone as well. Gonzo prepping this grenade. Gonzo doesn't need to use the grenade. Gonzo, the zone, the kill feed. Come on, he's down. Oh no, Gonzo's spotted as well. Gonzo's gone. No, Gonzo's still alive.
Oh, he's full boosted. He's full boosted and gonna survive right here. That is so huge. It's only zone number 4. Once zone 5 hits is where it's gonna be really tough. Cloud9 taken out early as well. That just goes to show you how insane this circle is, ladies and gentlemen. Team Unique in a great spot right now, holding this hill. It's just gatekeep city right now.
Dude, Gonzo's still alive. Healing up, has the Ronnie. Gotta kill on the board
across the bridge too. This is gonna be a tough one. Oh, yeah, just doing anything he possibly can right now. And you can see all these squads they're on their toes right now. Head on a swivel. Frozen, he's got no helmet now. So if he gets one shot from a 7.62 weapon, that's AK M7, anything like that, he's going to be instantly knocked. So he has to be really careful.
Looking cute, though. Looking cute, though. Look at that. Looks do matter out here. Going to be connecting, taking down one from Alpha. As Alpha are going to be making the push up this hill, up this very challenging terrain. They got 3 up. Sam in the kill feed with the Uzi connecting, getting the knock on to Raven, and then Slicky getting the confirm. Frozen looking to get this thirst on the old man and just trying to make sure nobody surprises them.
Definitely. Team Queso also in the circle right now. Oh, nade from the laydown onto Footballless. Oh, that looked like it was about to connect. It doesn't, though, as Footballless have to hold it into the blue zone. This is circle 5 right now, and you can already see it starting to tick hard on these teams.
Gonzo's still alive, just in case you wanted that update. Footballless out here, currently throwing a bunch of grenades out there. Soul K connected onto Gonzo and Konina Powers. Yep, they're going to be done. Team Queso, though, hearing it. Rom out there getting a little separated from the squad mates, going to be thirsted immediately. So, okay, using bandages, the med situation not looking the best here, and they are far from the next zone. Spring right behind this rock, waiting, biding the time right here.
And here comes the blue.
3. He sees 3 from Alpha.
He sees the 3, but he has no time. He has no time right now, especially considering. Look at zone 5. Look at his health bar. It is just getting chunked down right now. Oh, and he knows it. So he puts the shots down.
Oh, the suppressed. That's going to go down. Kato.
You might go down just due to the blue zone right now.
So Faker knows exactly where they are, but Faker's like, hey, You can take shots on one of us, but you can't take shots on all of us. And we're going to be making our way on up the hill. Oh, the play zone, though.
All you got to do is get him low. All you got to do is get him low and let the play zone do the work right now. So I love the fact that Spring, in that trade, the second he heard bullets, he instantly went for cover. And just like that, Spring was able to get two kills onto Alpha Legends right now. And he's trying to get the last member up.
Spring's healing game is on point right now. Talk about the healing game. I mean, look at all the people. You got Pedro, you got Slick, you got J7.
Oh, that's it. The zone. Look at the
zone. Uphill. Yeah, it slows you down. And yeah, but like you mentioned, he was able to get 2, right, from Alpha. So I guess it's a win. It's a win.
Yep, and for those of you guys that are just kind of tuning in to competitive comp, PUBG Mobile, you know, when you have that blue zone closing in on you, it hurts really bad, but once it actually centers out and goes to the next circle, it ticks for even more damage right here. And once you get to zone 5, zone 6, you cannot stand to be in the blue zone for any time at all. And look at Loops having to make the push out in the open. Great turn onto Yala.
Yeah, and they saw Team Queso earlier on. Remember, they let Team Queso kind of, you know, slip on out of their grasp, and now it seems like Team Queso are going to be right behind them with that duo. And a nos from Yala. Here comes Loops trying to get the confirms, trying to get the thirst. And they got 6 kills so far. They're going to be going for that wide. Yeah, wide rotate. I mean, what are your thoughts on that one?
They have no choice. I mean, look at this hill, exactly where it is. They've already committed to go up here. It's already too late to turn around. They're going to have to eat a whole bunch of blue zone damage. And, oh, man, look how much this thing's chunking down, even though they're fully boosted. Federal, gun out. I mean, gun off, just completely full sending it, is able to get into this next circle. But, man, Nova's on the top right now. And, yeah, here come the shots.
Nova immediately spotting out the reposition. And Ananice with the Vector popping up from the rock. Surprise onto Loops. And Loops, they are going to be getting wiped clean right there. Nova, they got 4 up. They got the zone. We still have 5 teams alive in total. But this looks like it might be Nova's game. Next zone does going up. Nova, once again, on the edge. They are going to be overlooking everybody right now.
I don't even think the rest of these teams can get up into this next zone. I don't think they can. Especially considering where Nova's position is right here. This is Nova's game in the bag right now. So I think Nova just needs to focus on getting as many kills as they can and making sure they do not fall off of this mountain.
Yeah, don't fall off. Don't fall off. Note to self, don't fall off. And I like how they're all kind of, you know, splitting up. She-Fan out there trying to make sure nobody's going to be up there to the north to backstab on Federal. Still alive. Mystic and Yala, they need to pass off their meds to one another. Lord, looking to get aggressive, looking to maybe get 1 point, and
just hit a
Blue Zone
lead.
is going to be taking them down and out. Here comes the Blue Zone. It's starting to shrink. It's going to start to hurt big time here, and we're going to come down to a med-off. Nova up here on the high ground, feeling good. They got 4 up here.
Hands up in the air right now like you just don't care because you're not just a 4-man squad, you're a 5-man squad, especially considering with this blue zone right now. Federal using all the heals he can, and he does secure at least 2nd place, and looks like doesn't get the thirst on the cap.
Oh, no.
That is all Nova.
He could win. Nova. They only got 2. Okay. Nova's getting it. Okay, I was getting really nervous at the end. Oh, man. Nova.
I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, you said you were getting nervous, but I'll tell you one team that wasn't nervous, and that was Nova Esports, especially considering where that circle was, the position they had. I mean, this is what I was talking about, Dave, is that any team, and especially in Sanhok, if you get the right circle, you get the right position, it's an easy dub right there. So being able to see Nova, especially a team that's been kind of struggling so far, to get those kind of points, that's huge. That's huge. Can't wait to see what the Des has to say after this insane Sanhok match, and we'll find out what they have to say after this quick break from our sponsors. Let's go.
Oh man, Riding mountain bike around a volcano is no joke.
Can you believe that? It was freezing on that mountain.
Driving a motorboat is not easy.
Oops. Can I have a drink?
Sure. Enjoy it.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
You know, if you asked me at the start of the day, Jason, do you think Nova's going to take home 2 chicken dinners? I would have said, nah. Maybe 1, because we saw it yesterday, but they get themselves a second on Sanhok in such a good position as well. Seven and Glitter, we have to be so proud of them. I mean, that at the end for them, a little bit sad they couldn't get the kills, because obviously people are going out of the zone to deny the points, but they had the right position, and they played it perfectly, Seven.
This has been a completely different team ever since they put Ken in that team. And I'm so happy to see them get those 2 wins today. That is huge, man. I'm starting to jump in the Nova train. I'm starting to see amazing
Nova
stuff out of them. Although, yeah, hashtag Nova Strong in the chat. But to give credit to Nova, they did end up getting the circle. There was a lot of other teams. And something that you even mentioned there, Jason, towards the end, is that they were trying to get that last kill. It almost backfired because you can't be messing around when Loop's still alive. It almost backfired a little bit, but Loop's being able to get those 6 placement points, I think that was good too. Team Queso, one team that we really haven't seen much of lately. Them getting those 5 points it's good. It's good. They've been so quiet that it's going to go ahead and be really good for them. Actually, 15 points total. I mean, 5 points in regards to kill points alone. And then some of the other ones be for Esports, Jala Esports are starting to become, in a way, my gatekeeper because they have just stepped it up a lot more, getting those 10 points. And then Football is the team that I pick. Listen, they made up for it because they got 5 kills. So I'm cool with the Glitter.
Yeah, that was just unlucky placement. They were having really good fights up until that point, so at least, you know, they got you a couple more on the board there, Seven. And then moving on to the second page here. Once again, we're seeing SWAT 69 higher up in the rankings. They're starting to get more kills and more placement points. They're being a little bit more consistent. We just need them to just do that one little extra step of aggression more to kind of get themselves in a safer position than where they are right now. And then I think kind of the surprises that down there at the bottom of the list are Cloud9 and Dream Eaters and Team Umbra all going out very, very early on.
You guys jinx Cloud9, just saying.
I know, because we even said going into it that like this, we had already picked our picks, and it was going to be hard having it to be a back-to-back-to-back wins. That Jason and I both knew that was going to be difficult.
I think they just didn't want to do it for us. I think they're like, you know, forget Glitter, forget Jason. We don't want to give them another chicken dinner. Let's look at the damage, though, as we see coming in for Nova Esports. 1,100 done. Again, not too much damage, not too much healing, but they did close out these kills here, Glitter. I mean, you see the 8 kills and the 7 knockouts. They're at least able to be aggressive, which is so weird because in the interview, they said they were going to be less aggressive and playing more for placement. So
I think part of that has to do with the fact it's almost like I feel like they found a hybrid, right? So I think in the early to mid game, they're making smarter decisions. They're not taking those early rushes, which we've seen them do in the past. And that's like the portion of the game where they're playing for placements. Then they get themselves far enough into the game where they can start taking those engagements and then using their aggression into their favor at that point. This is their second win. Both of their wins today were with 8 kills. This is already significantly better than we saw them do the past 2 days alone. I don't know where this team came from, but I love it. I love that they're finally finding confidence. There's no way it's just one person. Everybody has to gel, you know?
It's Cat. It's Cat. I'm telling you, it's Cat. It makes a huge difference. And on top of that, when you get a win and the confidence starts going on, because I know Shifan told me that the confidence of the whole team was going up after that big win yesterday. Oh, it's a whole different team now, and it's one that's it's gonna be scary. They go ahead and continue to keep this team and improve. Because remember, Cat, this is only the second day that Cat's playing with that team. If they're able to go ahead and get their chemistry together even more, be able to go ahead and call out even better for each other, oh, it's going to be a scary team.
I mean, okay, so assuming Seven's right, I'm not gonna take sides in this. I'm gonna be the mediator between. If one player can have that big of an impact on a team, I wonder if you take, Adder out of Cloud9, you take Carrillo out of Loops, how does the team fare without them? That's something maybe just for some food for thought for you guys to kind of think about. Let's take a look though at our do the do moments from our 4th match of the day. Obviously, we can talk about quite a few of these as well. But I mean, we can't deny we've seen a massive improvement for Nova with the addition of Cat here in the last 2 days. My question is, can they continue to play as well with him? And will they continue to get better, Seven? Like, what's the limit for them?
I sure hope so, man. Like, that's one thing that I'm really hoping they kind of go ahead and keep this team, especially with the performances they have put out. And something to mention that we keep referring to the interview. Guess what? The interview was before they even played with Cat. So that might have been the strategy they were trying to work with that team when it was still there. But now with this addition of Cat, one of the best Chinese players out there, are you kidding me? This is just an insane addition for this team. And if they are able to go ahead and continue to play together, if they're able to improve on their chemistry, because I think that's huge, and if they're able to carry this momentum and get more wins, guess what? The confidence is just gonna keep on going up. They're gonna become more aggressive. And something I've always been talking about Nova is how much better they are when they are aggressive.
Ooh. That B4 just blowing up KP's boat right there in the water, that was very unfortunate for Canadian Power. That's not exactly the way you want it to go out. I also loved, we saw it a little bit earlier in this highlight clip, but I loved the kill coming out of Tixie in the water. That was just super unfortunate for that other player. But Footballist, this is another team that I think, everybody was expecting to do well on this map. And like we said, they did get 5 kills. So they were playing very aggressively early on. They just unfortunately did get caught out and they weren't able to kind of finish up with those placement points as well. But they are a team that's been very consistent in the aggression side of things anyways, Seven. So I'm not surprised that they're starting to kind of pick it up here at the end of the day.
Yeah, now that I'm actually able to see the do moments there, I enjoyed that Federal was even trying to go for that kill. He did end up getting picked off. He was almost able to get that extra point for his team. So impressive from Federal to be able to do that.
I mean, I think my highlight of that was the battleships we had going on with Canadian Power out in the water here, and Dave, commentated on that, trying to act as if a submarine captain. He's still not going to take my commissioner position. I'm sorry, Dave. It's not going to happen. Let's take a look, though, at the total damage from that last match and see who did reign supreme when it came to Sanhok, and see those numbers up there on the screen for you guys at home. And you can see it's pretty even through quite a few different teams. I'd say between 5, 6, maybe even 7 teams in there. We saw relatively equal damage. It wasn't leaning towards one way, but you can already see one team in particular, Glitter, that we haven't talked about much or haven't been able to talk about much because of recent performances is Queso.
And it's nice to finally see them up here in the top 3 position. Not only that, but they still put out a decent amount of damage. 5 kills, almost 800 damage. They're a team that we've seen in the past have some very, very strong games. And then, they kind of just fell off here a little bit for us, Seven. And I think that was something that you were kind of bummed about because you had expected them to be doing a little bit better. And they showed us a glimmer of that, but couldn't stay consistent. So I think this is just an overall really big boost for their mentality.
Yeah, and I think it's something that they needed to kind of get them out of the rut to kind of restart the engine in a way, because we've been seeing a lot of last places or a lot of team finishes, 14, 15 plays, 16 plays, and that's just something that maybe they don't even expect out of themselves. And just with the same thing that can work for a team when they get a win, it's gonna boost their confidence. Well, guess what? When you don't win, it's gonna go ahead and harm your confidence, and you might not be able to feel as confident as you used to when you did better. But overall here, as we're seeing the performances, I believe this might be the performances for the whole tournament. Some players have been very consistent. Remember, at one point at the start of the tournament, Axel was the only player that was showing up for them. Look how much Ayala, I think we have to give credit to that, even though they haven't been performing overall. Ayala and Marco being able to step it up, and also Mystic. Overall, the team is now starting to collectively have the same stats, which is good. But I feel like this team is one of those teams that just has so much potential. I want to see more out of them, and hopefully with them in a way having a secure place now to league finals, they can maybe try new stuff going into the next week of league play.
I mean, the thing is, for me, as we take a look at the overall standings, is there's a lot of teams out there that right now that could be playing just to improve their own game. I mean, you have Cloud9 and Loops trying to battle for the #1 position to make sure they can get the 50K. But if you're Team Unique right now in 10th place, you're safe. You have 226 points. Everyone in the top 10 is like 1,000% safe. There's no way any of them are going to be knocked out when we get into the final Super Weekend. So for me, it's about maybe they're trying to adapt their style a little bit, try a couple of things out that they normally wouldn't do if they had to play for getting into the Super Weekend, and maybe see if that's something they can transition to coming into League play, Glitter. At least that's my opinion on it.
No, I couldn't agree any more with that, especially like you said, for all of these teams that are at this point 100% making it through into finals. Specifically even the Super Weekend, because that's probably your next Super Weekend will be like your last opportunity to see the most likely pool of teams that you're going up against. Try some of the crazier strategies, potentially take fights with teams that you've been avoiding this whole time strictly because you didn't think they might not play out in your favor, and something like that, because you won't want to take those risks. You won't want to take those engagements when it comes to finals. So the final Super Weekend is going to be your last opportunity, especially with how many games we do over the Super Weekend, to test out any of those new strategies or take those risks.
One team that keeps enjoying their performances, I was going to say Nova keeps going up that leaderboard, and then SWAT 69, I know for you and I, Jason, they've just been so disappointing, man. We thought they were even going to maybe go and challenge UDR killers that aren't even playing this weekend, but that's just the performances they're putting out here, and I'm not trying to be toxic or anything, but it's just very underwhelming. I expected a lot more out of that team.
I mean, they are playing better today at least than they were at least on day one. I mean, they got 1 point in first game, 6 points in the second game, 7 in third, and 4th in the last. So they're improving. I mean, they got 13 points total, and they have, I think that's 18 if I can do my math correctly, coming into today. So they've gotten better, but it's not enough, for them to threaten UDR killers. And now the thing is, they have to hope to requalify and kind of hope UDR killers does it, unless they can chase maybe who currently sit in 15th place, which is going to be even harder because they're above 100 points in. But you know what? Time will tell how things will work out when we get into that third Super Weekend, and obviously the league play that has to come before it. For now, we're going to, again, show you what you're missing out in the Royale Pass Season 14. If you haven't picked it up just yet, do it now, and you can watch the video to help make you want to buy it even more. Now it's time to take a look at the schedule for the last time here in our second Super Weekend. We still have one more to come up next weekend, so make sure you don't miss out on that yet again. But you can see here going into our last playthrough of Erangel today. And we've talked to, what is it, J7 in the interview that Claris is doing, saying that's one of their best maps when it comes to fragging power. We'll see if that can come true here in the last time they're going to play it today. But let's get into our predictions. I think I'm going to start things off, actually. I'm going to be a little bit crazy here. I'm going to change things up a little bit because I already went with Cloud9. I already went with B4, Loops, Footballist.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling PK today, to be honest. So I'm actually going to go for Tempo Storm.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why as well. I feel like this is maybe the chance for Tempo to step up here in this last game of the day.
I like it. I respect it. Hey, they have had good performances, and I was going to pick them too, but they just kind of really underperformed there in Sanhok for me. So, Glitter, who do you got?
Oh, come on.
I picked him yesterday, and I'm sticking with him again today because I know that they have the power to do well, and they've been doing way better overall today, so we're going with Wildcard.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I second that pick. Wildcard too. Hopefully we don't jinx them here. I think Wildcard, they've just been performing so well. I'm going based on data here. And today too, they have had maybe one of their best days so far in Super Weekend, so I cannot wait to see maybe pull off that win, do that clutch factor that they had to do in that last week of league play, and pull off an amazing win, or at least a lot of kills. One of them.
It's fine. It's fine you guys don't believe in my pick of Tempo, because when I win, it's to make it that much sweeter. So get out of here. We don't want to hear that wild card stuff anymore up in here on my show. No, I'm just kidding. It's not my show, and Wildcard have done well. I'll give them that. And you guys at home, if you're watching, remember, you can still be earning points this entire time as long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. The top 100 viewers will get exclusive rewards. If you haven't done it yet, do it now. You still have a chance to make it into there if you start today. Don't start tomorrow. Start right now. What's stopping you? It's time to bring in our commentators. For the last time today, we've got Hot Jukes. And we got Mustache Dave. And Mustache Dave looks like he's already praying for a good match here. I'm curious, what are you praying for? To take my commissioner spot?
Dude, I'm praying for you to stop questioning my submarine abilities and skill set. All right, man? Relax. Relax, Jason. You're getting carried away out here.
I mean, you know submarines go underwater, right? Not on top of the water. That's a boat.
Talking to me?
Yeah,
Put it this way, this man's
you want a
so on point,
commissioner
every
who can't
sandwich
even
you make
listen
is a
to you when you
sub
talk to him? Do you guys really want that? Nah, not happening. Hot Jukes. I did love to see Canada Power there battling with the battleships at the end. That was, or not the end, during Sanhok. That was really cool. But as we go to Erangel, we have Nova. They've stepped up a ton today. Cat has been a fantastic addition to the team. I'm curious, as we talked before, Seven said he thinks Cat has helped change the team for the better. Glitter was saying it's more of the team getting the synergy down. I'm curious, what's your guys' thoughts on this?
I think especially considering how their playstyle has been, you see Nova, they've been playing kind of separate. They still work as a unit when it comes to really integrated fights. I just think now with Cat as the addition, I think he's been doing a really good job of being able to stay alive. And when Nova's able to kind of work as a unit and fire on all cylinders, they could definitely get it done. Honestly, with that last one, with that kind of zone, I think anybody in that position could have won it, But at the same time, though, it's good to see Nova put some big points on the board right when it counts.
What about you, Dave? What's your thoughts on Cat?
Yeah. So what blows my mind really is I asked Shifan yesterday about Cat, and he said that yesterday was their first day playing with them, their first day ever. So for them to be able to have yesterday and then 2 chicken dinners here today, it's actually insane. It's insane.
It's definitely insane. I mean, the 2 chicken dinners, they have to be feeling very good if they can continue this pace going on forward. But as you move on to Erangel, I want to hear your top 3 teams, Hot Jukes, to be looking for here on this map. I don't want to hear your prediction just yet. Just your top 3 teams you think you're going to do well here.
Anytime you're in Erangel, you got to go with Cloud9. That's without a doubt. I think that they have been having a really good performance thus far. I also got to look at Loops. They're very aggressive. They get it done as well. And as the 3rd squad, I honestly think B4 might have a breakout game. I don't know why. I have a feeling in my guts that B4 is going to have a big game here. Regardless, that's not who I'm picking. And I'll tell you here in a second.
Okay, well, Dave, I'm looking towards potentially SWAT 69 of having a good game. I feel like, you can obviously give me your opinion on this. How important it is for them to end things on a high note here with a big game. I feel like if you're them, you almost just go flat out aggressive and try to get big points.
But just to be clear, you're picking them for your pick, right? For this
No,
game?
I was asking your opinion on SWAT 69.
Very brave of you,
order
Jason.
for
Love to hear
Jason
that.
to get points, SWAT 69, I think this is their final game of the Super Weekend. Drop on somebody, get the 1-up on them, and get the insta-thirst. I mean, hot drop somebody. I know it's not something that we see a lot of, but when it comes to SWAT 69, like you said, we don't know if we're going to see them here next Super Weekend, so they might as well go out with a bang.
All right, well,
pick,
Dave,
Jason.
let's go.
Great pick, Jason, yeah.
Let's hear your prediction. They already saw my prediction, so it's not working, guys. What's your prediction?
I'm going wild card. You're going SWAT 69. What are you going, Jukes?
I think I'm going to go with Footballist. So, that's a team that I think is going to win it. And I'm really proud of you, Jason, to be able to pick SWAT 69, especially considering how they've been performing so far. So, really great job.
Good pick.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave's last cast here on the World League West Season 0. But why don't they take it away here on Erangel now?
Here we go. Last match of the evening of week number 2, the Super Weekend. Let's go. Taking it over to Erangel, the map of map, the king of them all. This is the one that every single team just kind of hopes to play on because at the end of the day, they've had the most experience on it right here. So I wonder, are we going to have a troll circle this time to finish off week 2 of Super Weekend? Or is it going to be, back to basics right here? I don't know. Regardless, I'm hyped up. Let's go.
Super Weekend! Let it go, let it rip, and we're gonna have a solid plane starting on over there in Georgia Pool, and we'll be ending over there just south of Kameshki. Things are looking pretty solid. 24 karat gold right now, Hot Jukes.
Let's get it going right here. This is going to be a great drop for the likes of Wildcard since they go Severny. Of course, Cloud9. All these squads are going to be in a really good position for this first circle. Now, it's going to hurt, I think, B4 a little bit since they normally like to go to military. At the same time, though, I mean, they have all... This is the map where they have every contingency plan. All these squads do. So I think right now I'm just interested to see where this first circle is going to drop.
Hopefully military base.
That would be troll, especially considering where this playing path is. That would be ridiculous.
We're going to find out here in just a moment. Nova, they're going to be right on top of a football list. Okay, so I won't be getting that circle. Looks like it's going to be going up there to the north. And I mean, I picked wild card, so honestly, I should be pretty happy with this zone. I mean, they're going to be in it. They're going to be favored, and it's going to be easy street for them as long as no one pushes on top of them early.
Yep, you're right. This is their perfect zone right here. And every time I see this circle, a little part of me inside just wants to see the Zarky end. You know, it's so rare. I think personally in my entire career of playing PUBG Mobile, both public matches and the little time I played comp, I think I've only seen Zarky circles. I can count them probably on one hand. So, if I were to see that now, I would just explode with joy. Regardless, though, I mean, this is a great zone, I think, for a lot of teams.
Exploding with joy. Get the hashtag trending out there. That's what Hot Jukes wants to see. SWAT 69, Jason's squad. Already gonna be taking some shots on the B4 out there, just making sure to scare them away. B4 right now, right between both SWAT 69 and Team Queso, just trying to survive. Pedro on that 3-seater bike. Nothing to their name. Nothing.
Yeah. Not a single item so far, but he looks like he is going to upgrade, though, from that 3-seater onto a dossier. Hopefully they're able to find a spot and get looted up quickly. But man, yeah, Jason picking SWAT 69, honestly kind of surprised. Surprised for him to see him do that. But you know what? I like the fact that he gave them a chance.
Yeah, and that's what the commissioner should do, right? Always give everybody a chance and cheer for. I mean, they had game 3? They had a bunch of damage, and I honestly felt like they were picking it up as well. Picking up that steam. And with this being their final game, I'm hoping they make some moves. Because who knows? Like the desk mentioned, who knows if they'll be here next Super Weekend? I mean, it's going to be a challenge once again.
And they have to make it, I think. I think it's no choice right here. And I think it's going to be huge just on the grounds that since they are playing these matches, they're going to be way more warmed up and prepped coming into these next the weekdays that are going to be coming up right here. And that's only 2 days of matches. So those are going to be extremely critical for them regardless. They got to have a pop-off match right here if they want to kind of feel at least comfortable going into next week.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. And looking on over here, Halls didn't really get the opportunity to fire their gun much last game. Yep, going to be swimming, but this time around has a DP. That DP is loaded. It is locked. It is ready to go. It's ready to let it rip. Kowalski tossing about 2 mollies on into that second story. Will be forcing Halls to continue going for the jukes and the jives, and their position compromised. The pre-fire coming on out, opening the door. Halls with the DP, trying to unload it onto the 2 members right now of Loops, and the BM spray down. The BM confirmed right there. I mean, 1 versus 4, and those 4 are Loops. I don't know if you can make it out now alive.
I was about to say, he had a DP. I think you needed a DP and Gandalf's staff right there, and I think he would have still had a tough time, was considering how well Loops has been doing right here. And that's what it pains me to see that from Umbra. They like to do that, kind of split loot strategy off the get-go. I just think that maybe they try kind of mixing it up a little bit as far as, either going 2-2 or doing a split loot that's a little closer together. Because if you get caught out, especially for that long, yeah, there's nothing you're going to be able to do in that situation. You're just going to be down a member early.
Listen, the dude needed a BRDM with a rocket launcher. Let's be real.
That's true. And a helicopter.
And a helicopter. It needed the helicopter to be flying with the BRDM carrying on it, and then the rocket launcher is just auto shooting out the sides. I mean, only explosions can really take out Loops. I mean, I really haven't seen Loops lose an actual gunfight. It's always the explosions, the fire. I mean, they're the Ice Kings. They're the Ice Kings out here.
I think so. I mean, and you know why? Because they're cold, man. They're cold as ice. When it comes to making plays at the end game, there's just so much pressure on all these teams. There's a life-changing amount of money on the line right now. And considering that you were in the final stages coming closer, you got a lot of teams that are nearby you in points. For Loops to still have just insane games, insane performances, and just ridiculous plays at this stage, it's just so impressive.
Oh, that Corrijo trying to maintain that MVP role. Oh, yeah. 1 more week to go. MVP.
10 grand.
10 grand. Okay, this is always my question. If you're the MVP, okay, I know you're on a squad, but do you share the money? Do you split the money with everybody else? Or you're like, nah, I'm the MVP. I'm the one with the $10,000. I'm the one with the trophy. You guys help me. Thanks for being on my team, but Hot Jukes, I mean, you were on a team. Like, would you share the money?
I think it depends on what you're looking to do, right? So at the same time, if you go ahead and get the MVP and you don't share, you're the MVP, right? You're getting the money. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you do share, you are now the MVP of your team as well. That's for sure. Look at that old man getting the knock onto Ayala really quick. Oh, tough break for Team Queso. But yeah, going back to that, if you share that money, you are by far the MVP in multiple ways. So I guess it depends on how much you want that title.
So you don't have to. I guess you would say you don't have to share it because you are the MVP. But if you want to be the MVP of the squad with your teammates, then you should share it.
Sharing is caring. You know, I always say that. So if you want to go ahead and split that loot amongst your teammates, that's definitely going to, I think it's going to build a lot of synergy, a lot of trust, I think, and, you know, some love for your squad. So that, for all you know, could be a difference maker in your whole entire team's morale. You know, and it can help them kind of rally behind you. And especially considering that, guess what? 10 grand, I mean, that's a lot of money. At the end of the day, though, with globals coming up, there's a lot more money that's going to be on the line for sure. So, I mean, comparing to how much money can be made, it sounds ridiculous, but 10 grand, it's just pennies in the bucket considering how much these insane prize pools that PUBG Mobile is putting on. Man, it's
well, then that's what I would tell the team. I'd be like, team, it's pennies in the bucket, guys. I'm just going to keep the 10 grand. I'm just going to keep the 10 grand. It's pennies in the bucket, team. I got 5 kids, all right?
That's
you
the
understand.
argument.
You understand.
You know, bounce it back and forth right there. He said, hey, man, I tried hard, dog. Come on.
It's pennies in the bucket. You heard Hot Juice.
A couple pennies, you know?
Just a couple pennies, guys. Not that big of a deal. Bale out here trying to get some of these couple pennies. Trying to get those pennies. So, okay, one of the top players from Footballist, anybody, ask anybody, they'll tell you that. So, okay, going to be caught off guard right now. Pyra going to be making the pull-up with the buggy. Oh, see you later. Oh, it's actually, what is going on? Pyra trying to jump on into the water, get that drop shot. Talk about the highlight play.
Man, look at that. You can see Spray getting a quick shot right there. Not sure exactly what happened. Bayo, yeah, you saw, you know, Solke. You wanted some pennies, but Bayo said, I ain't got no change right now. And he got a really good knock. And you can see the rest of football is just trying to collapse and get their teammates up. It's just not working for them right now. Cloud9, they do not want to let them get away with this.
I mean, I like the teamwork. I like the teamwork, the communication for them to all pile on and attempt to get their survive. Honestly, Pyra right there losing their vehicle, that's going to set Cloud9 back just a little bit for this push, for this aggressive thirst that they want to get right now. Uneven, tossing some grenades.
Definitely see right now Cloud9 are just holding this position. They know it's Footballist. Footballist is pretty high up on the leaderboards right now, so I think they want to take him out. But look, this is why I think Cloud9 is one of the best teams right now when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile. The circle hard shifted away from them. Even though this could be some pretty simple kills for them, they opt for the blue zone. Blue zone over everything. Quick disengage. Not a lot of teams could do that right there.
It's that spoiler, man. That spoiler makes this Dacia faster, confirmed, but is it going to be fast enough? No. Oh, Unique with the bridge camp. Going to be connected onto 2. Make that 3 members from Cloud9. Unique with the plays right here. Cloud9, they only got 1 up.
Unique waiting for that bridge camp, and this is so rare right here. I think that is why Cloud9 just kind of full sent it into this position. They did not expect Team Unique to be here by any means, especially at this stage in the game. I think you would have seen almost every single top squad would have left that position and just gone on over into circle, but Unique, they just kind of held out. And this time, it ended up paying off for them.
Unique with the unique plays, all right?
And they got some unique loot right now from Cloud9.
Unique loot, yep. Unfortunate for them, they blew up that unique Dacia with the spoiler, but you know what? Spoils of war. You know, it happens. It happens. They got 3 kills. Nova! 2 chicken dinners here today. Nova Cat in the house. Second day ever playing with Nova Cat. And they are just, they're zooming. They're zooming up there. I mean, talk about investing into some stocks. I'm investing into Nova today, tonight, right now.
Here they go. You know, could this be the 3-peat? Could it be the turkey right now for chicken dinners right now? That would be just cruel.
We haven't had a turkey yet. We haven't had a turkey yet.
And if Nova does it before anybody else, oh my goodness. I mean, that's a tale of legends right there. And for it to happen with Nova Cat on the squad right here.
You saw Cat's picture? He's meowing. You saw his hands?
He is meowing. Yes. Is it meowing or roaring?
I think a cat.
This could be a big cat.
Roars. Oh, true. I guess. Felines. I'm not a cat person, so I don't know. Not gonna lie.
Interesting right here. So I want to see how that does play out in Nova's favor right there. Now, Cat is a player from the East right there. He's played on some big teams prior. So just to see that kind of shift rotation and to have this success with the new teammates, got to give this whole squad a lot of confidence. Look at Raven.
What do you think about Raven right now? What do you think about these shots? What do you think?
I think Raven needs to throw that 2x on the floor and never look back. That's my opinion. You know, I hate the 2x, but other than that, you know, Raven, I mean, this man is got so much skill. This is just my pure opinion. You know, these guys know what they're doing right here, and yeah, just trying to put the pressure on a footballist.
Jagger the Fragger turned into Jagger the designated driver here. We saw him with that buggy, ready to go, awaiting to see where this next zone takes him. Wildcard, I mean, this is real interesting. I'll get your take. I mean, they dropped Severny. They moved out, and now look at that. Severny right in the middle, Jukes.
Wild card right now. They got to be just kicking themselves.
What happened
right now? They wanted to go for a rotation that they felt was a little bit more central zone. I don't blame them, especially because this is part of the game right here. You just kind of have to play, you know, you have to look in the crystal ball and just try to assume where the circle's going to go. And yeah, sometimes it just doesn't pay off. You try to play that aggressiveness and try to get that prediction going. But yeah, wild card, they just ended up right in their original drop location. So you can see right now, they're trying to make a return on over. The one thing they do have their advantage, though, is that they know this side of the map really well.
Well, I hope they have their receipt because that crystal ball, it did not show them the way. They are going to have this edge. Like you said, they're going to be making their way on in, popping on over here to Team Queso Mystic. Hopefully that Dacia is going to be insured because it's going to be taking a lot of damage from that rock, from that big, giant boulder. And you got the Knights out here. They are set up. They are in the trees. They're going to be spotting the push, the rotate.
Wild card,
wild card.
Full sending it back to their house. And they get there safely. So insane. What a big rotation for wild card. It just happened to just pay off for them right there.
I just saw Hall's helicopter right there. He parked it back there. Remember Hall's from earlier on with Loops?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, we get some fights. Lord, taking little shots, little warning shots right there on the Lutz. Lutz, I saw that AKM Iron sight. Iron gonna be spraying that one down. Lutz chunked down quite well. Lord forced to pull back and heal on up as well. We've seen the kill feed. Yalazana fragging out onto Slicky. Zero inside the shack. It's going to be safe, calling for that revive. Lord popping on out, making sure the push is not going to be occurring, and here comes revive.
Yeah, you can see right now, Football is just using some good synergy right there. Their teammates are just throwing some smokes, and it looks like they're doing that in order to get Lutz back over to his squad. I really like their position, considering that it is a really good solid dip, but they got B4 in the back. They're partying. Lutz
in the
house.
Laying a rip. Lutz in the house.
Supporting his team.
That's what you're saying. Lutz is in the house. Here, my M4. Run away in terror. Anas, lean peeking that door. Huge grenade from Lord, taking down Lutz. And the remainder of Footballers, the 3 up, are going to be right in that dip across the street. Anas's position compromised by one of the members from Team Queso having sight lines onto them. So they might not be able to get this thirst.
That might be the opportunity. Will we have a repeat of yesterday's match where Footballers did some crazy smokes and their team was able to cross the road and get picked back up? I'm not sure if it's going to happen right now, especially they got B4 behind them. Man, Footballers, they're just pinned right now.
Pinned. They're pinned. And amidst that chaos, you know, wild card, they were able to secure themselves a solid position. And here comes the play. It looks like they want to get this revive onto Lutz, and Lobzin going to be taking some shots onto Maxon out there from B4. So
they're going to get the pickup.
They got the 2-2. They got the 2-2 split. Here comes the pickup. Anas going to be cooking his grenade, going to be tossing that right on into the doorway. We'll be putting a stop to the revive onto Lutz. And now Rom really low in the shack.
Anas has got another one locked and loaded right here. Will he be able to thread the needle through the window?
Through the window?
If he does hit it. Oh, he missed it.
In the smokes.
Hit the wall. Yeah. And it looks like Rom, he's cocking a nade of his own right now. Trying to throw one back at him.
Look at this. Rom's like, look at this. AZ, though, pinned in the corner. Tempo with 3. Tempo 1 kill so far. They're going to be making their way on into Severny, claiming a building for themselves. We see Sheepman.
All these shots.
Retreat right now. HZL holding it down, but the grenade onto HZL. HZL spotted, tagged, and almost bagged. Spec going to be following up with this one, trying to get the thirst, trying to get the confirm. And look at the chaos. Team Queso pushing onto the other members of Nova and up to Sheepman. Sheepman trying to stand their ground. You got 3 members from Team Queso pushing the pre-fire. Axel AKM Out of here. Out of here. Nova, not going to get that turkey.
Love to see those plays though from Team Queso, playing it safe, jump shot, pre-firing corners just in case right there, paying it off big time for them. Now they got to deal with Tempo Storm. Look at all these teams rotating into this zone, Dave. Oh my gosh, it's chaos in Severny.
It is crazy. Konina Powers are doing donuts around Severny, getting the attention of everybody. Team Queso, Tempo Storm, everybody's going to be taking shots. Becker connecting on to SWAT 69 with the vehicle explosion. That's Jason's squad. They're going to be hurting.
Poor Jason right now has got to be feeling really tough right now. SWAT 69 are in big trouble. Mystic with the DP trying to get it done as well. Big shots coming out from all these teams right here. They got squads everywhere, Dave.
Bale. Is Bale the last one alive for Cloud9?
He is.
Out there.
And that's a good location. That's actually a really good spot right there. So he's just trying to get as many points for his squad right here. I'm going to be really interested to see exactly where he ends up placing. But here comes Yala with the Uzi. Pre-firing on a football list.
Football list.
Football list.
Football list. Okay, going for that revive. Okay, revive successful, but zero. Anas trying to get the flank, trying to get the sandwich, right now. 3 up from Yala. They got 2 kills so far. 0. Uzi on that second story. They're going to be keeping football as pinned down for the time being, and this is on the edge of the zone. Nobody's behind them. Everybody else is inside Severny right now.
I mean, where else can you go? They're just trying to get any cover that they can, and this is just an insane match so far. Look at all these teams just kind of bunched up together. Footballists are holding the edge right now, but this zone has shifted onto this side right here. Look at this Pittsburgh Knights versus Loops.
Pittsburgh Knights. J7, DP, Carrillo spotted behind that buggy. Gonna be tagged, and here comes the push. Loops, they're not gonna be giving up. Becker tossing the smoke. Becker wants to get this revive, but J7's going to be baiting this one out. Going to be prepping this grenade, tossing that right onto Becker's head. That could be good. The bounce.
So close.
Here comes another one.
The red zone, though, from Pittsburgh Knights. They're going to throw all the kit they have here. They want to take out Loops the best they possibly can. 7 going for the quick revive onto Carnage. It's going to be close. They do. 7 connects onto Carrillo. That's the best player so far in this tournament. Take it out right there. So now it's up to Loops, the 3-man squad, to get it done.
They got 3, but they got 7 kills. They're feeling good. Kowalski going to be popping up with that Scar, just pre-firing on into the smokes. Going to be spotting out Vindex all the way downtown on the edge of the blue zone. Oh, Carnage is alive right now. Carnage with the double knock grenade onto Loops. Only 1 up for Loops.
And here comes Carnage with the Uzi in hand, ready to get those hip fires and get the flush onto Loops. Only 1 member up left. You know he's got to be on the run. PK, they're out for blood right now.
Raven with the wraparound, trying to cut off the snakehead. Oh, vehicle explosion from Dadden. Is going to be chunking down Raven, but there goes Loops. And who is Footballist coming for that third party? They are sending it on over the hill. We see J7 with the DP able to connect on the 1. Rom is going to be down. Solke with the final blow. The M4. Jagger. M16 instantly spotted. Done!
Pittsburgh Knights, not like this. Not after that insane play right there. Footballist with a quick rotation. Oh, it's not over yet. Look at this. This is starting to get, this is just the beginning.
What? Footballist, they saw that. They're like, yeah, boys, let's go. Let's go, boys. They went.
Full set, perfect time right there. Was able to catch Pittsburgh Knights off guard after such a huge play from Carnage right there. It's got to be a tough break for PK, but man, we still got a lot of match left over as these squads are just trying to hold this position right here as this circle is starting to collapse on all of them.
Oh, Lavison, vehicle explosion. We see some mollies coming on out right now from Unique onto Maxon, keeping Maxon pinned down. Annalise just firing on into these windows with the AKM, trying to inflict as much damage as possible on the B4, but Acer coming up for that backstab, going for that spray down, getting that confirm onto Maxon. Now B4, they only got 2 up. They got the smokes. They're going to be pushing. They're going to be right, lock and loaded in the middle, in the smokes between Unique and both wildcards. Sam cooking this grenade, tossing that grenade. Lightning going back down to the first floor. Sam's going to be spotted though. Acer, clutch revive right now. Clutch revive.
Quick revive coming out from Acer right now as Wildcard is just trying to get this reset and press. It looks like he's the only one up, but they got B4, Unique. All these teams going at it right now. Here comes Acer for the third party by himself.
Battered battered down. Acer trying to survive, going for that spray on over that broken wall, trying to get the thirst, trying to get the confirmed. Memphis still alive. Uzi in hand. All three members right here from Unique done. Frozen on the coast right now, trying to provide the support, the anchor position for the squad, but can't do nothing about it. Going for a swim. Konita Power was third party in that one. So yeah, now it's all up to Frozen for placement points.
What else could you do, though? Look at this circle, Dave. We said it earlier, right? Was it going to have a good old-fashioned zone, or we're going to have a troll one? It looks like that's exactly what he got, as this circle is wide out in the open in between all of these teams right here. Oh, my goodness. This is the worst situation for Wildcard. Can they hit a big knock onto Tempo to open up the door? Tempo does not want to leave this door open at all.
Everybody's going to need a good old-fashioned after this game. This is crazy. We get that hard shift out there to the west. Smoke's going to be coming on out from Wildcard. Wildcard, they know they need to make the push, but they also know there's still an enemy out there on the coastline. They know if they push on out, they might get taken out. Axel from Team Queso going for that spray down. Team Queso still with 3 up, 3 kills so far.
Oh, this could be a big game for Footballists as they are in this circle, the only team that's actually in it, and the rest of the squads have to run out in the wide open and deal with all the surrounding teams right here. Sam, I think he's just going to go opt for the heel off right now. There's no way he can cross the street. If Sam crosses the road, he's gone.
What happens when the Sam crosses road? Well, probably another point going on over to Tempo Storm. Tempo repositioning, smokes out everywhere. Team Queso using these smokes to get more into a better centralized position. They're going to be using that dip for cover. Axel, anchor position, taking shots out there onto Footballists. Footballists are still alive. Tenta behind this sheet metal gate, going to be squaring off against Axel. We'll be getting the quick flick on the Axel, chunking down Axel to about 50% HP. Axel gonna be purpose grenade, gonna be tossing that grenade right past Tenta's head. Tenta right between the RV and the sheet metal wall. Can they continue to survive? Meanwhile, Tenta is in their own engagement. Tempo sending 2. HH and Spec going right on into the middle. Lavison from Footballists spotting them out.
Look at this, 1v1.
Oh, Axel with the spray down. Oh, there you go. Tensa, such a strong player for Tempo Storm. Instantly thirsted by Axel.
Man, you can just see right now, Tempo, they're grouped up together, smokes going out, full lay down, engage. Nothing that the rest of these squads can do, just try to hold their position. HH2
revenge!
The revenge on the Axel said, you killed my buddy? Well, I'm gonna kill you right now. But man, look at this, Team Queso, Tempo Storm, they are stuck wide out in the open right next to each other.
Frozen is still alive as well, just watching this, like, going crazy right now. 4 teams remaining. Lobson from Footballists has his rock, has his boulder to work with. Here comes a care package right on top of Solke and in between Team Queso. Marco extremely low, going for a revive. This is so risky, my goodness.
What else can you do right now? If you're wide in the open, just try to survive the best you can right here. This is one of the toughest zones for all these teams. Frozen, he's got a big off angle right here. Oh, this could be huge for Tempo if he's able to get those shots onto them. That crate drop is going to be huge as it adds level 3 gear and another position for cover. And you can see Lava's in the wide open. Gets caught for Frozen on the off angle.
Oh no, Frozen connecting onto Lobson. That could spell disaster for Footballists. Now Frozen tossing some grenades right onto the duo from Tempo. Team Queso trying to fish them out as well. They see the smokes. They have a good indicator on where they might be hiding. It's coming down to it. The calm before the storm.
4 teams left. 4 teams.
Oh, vehicle
he
explosion.
actually gets the knock. Oh, and there's a vehicle.
Mystic, where are you going?
Oh, the push.
Mystic, where are you going?
Okay, it just pushes up. Oh, that was... I thought we were about to see something really crazy right there as Mystic reloads that DP, uses that dossier to get some position, and they're trying to finish out Tempo right now.
All right, Mystic swapping on over. Solke getting really aggressive with the Uzi. Has to swap on out, but the risky play not going to be paying off. Footballists taken out, eliminated, 4th place position. Looks like a revive attempt from HH. It's not going to be successful. Frozen is still behind him with the backstab. Frozen is just racking up the points right now as they creep and crawl their way on into the next zone. That grenade from Marco going to be deflected off that burning US. HH pulling back, but remember, Frozen is right behind him.
And he's in the circle. These two squads have to go at it right now. He could be in the perfect opportunity at third party. What is with Team Unique this game? They are like the third party surprise attack kings. They did it under Cloud9 at the start. They bullied footballists here at the end. And look at this. It's all up to this one member from Team Unique to get them big chicken dinner for his squad. Oh, and here comes the nade. Locked and loaded.
Grenade.
Tossing
it. HH. Oh, right past HH.
So close.
HH saw it, heard it. It's like, holy camole. Marco, really low with the HP. The MK14. Oh, the spray, the auto on that weapon. Wiped, clean, annihilated. 2v1, Unique.
MK14, one of the so close. The pre-fire coming out. The senses are at peak capacity from Team Queso right here as Frozen's doing his best he can to try and get this spot onto these members here. But I call this cut the Bob Barker. You know why? You could hear it. You could hear this thing scream right here. It does so much damage as Team Queso, they're snaking, spreading out, trying to get the best position they can. Frozen, he's got the nade. Oh, if he doesn't move right now, he's going to get caught.
I don't know if Marco has heals. I mean, they've been the hell for some time now. You know what Marco does have? That MK14, the butcher of Erangel.
I'll tell you what, right now, Frozen, he's screaming Polo right now. He's screaming Polo, trying to find Marco as he is trying to get any pixel spot he can. He's only got this little hill for cover, but this zone, it really sued here. It's gonna close completely. So I think that I like Team Queso, how they're split. At the same time, though, it could open the door for Frozen to make a big play.
Frozen's red helmet out here. Oh, the trade onto Mystic. That is huge. Marco, no heals. Has a couple boosts, but there's no time.
Grenade.
Frozen going to be cooking this grenade, tossing that right on top of Marco. Will be putting some damage onto Marco. Here comes the follow-up. Frozen has the HP advantage, has the M4. M4 versus MK14. Frozen trying to get the thirst real quick on the Mystic, not to let this point slip on out of their hands.
Is Mystic giving away his teammate's position, though? That is what's the devastating part right now. He's going to his squad. He should probably just be running up and get all the intel he can. And that's exactly what he does. I think he realized he was getting too close to his teammate, shifted away, and now it's just a snake battle between these last two members. Who's going to win it? The last match of the evening. Frozen.
Marco's repositioning is really good, really good. Frozen is still looking in the wrong direction where he saw the body from earlier on. Marco trying to listen, real careful. Frozen gonna be spotting or at least hearing out something over there, getting a little paranoid, gonna be taking some shots. Marco popping up with the MK14! There you go! Get it done! Marco!
Oh my goodness, Marco with the big play, big spot right there. I just think right at the end, Frozen just got lost trying to find out where the rest of those members were. But man, what a crazy, intense game. Team Queso, wow.
MK14, baby. MK14, baby. You love to see it. I mean, Marco, no time to even heal up right there. But regardless, I gotta give it to Unique. This game, what was it? Like in Circle 1, they bridge camp Cloud9, right? They repositioned. We saw Frozen watch his squad mates just get annihilated in front of their face, but instead of getting aggressive and, you know, trying to get that revive, instead pulling back, playing the waiting game, playing the zone game, and playing that beach so well. I mean, backstabbing tempo as well. Huge game for Unique, Jukes.
Huge game, huge game. I think that they, you know, speaking of Team Unique, I think they had some unique rotations out there, but it ended up working for them in the end. Great day of games overall. That's going to be it for myself at Mustache Dave. Got to see, of course, what the scoreboard's going to look like as we're going to go back into regular league play. Guys, can't wait to hear what the desk has to say right after this quick break from our sponsors.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, we've been asking where Team Queso has been this entire time, and it looks like they decided to show up in the final game of our second Super Weekend. They take home the chicken dinner, make it all so cheesy, and also pulling off that very close 1v1 at the end. What a crazy way to end off our day as well, Glitter. That was super exciting to watch.
That was just a great game, especially at the end. Every single team was playing so well in that final zone that it was just exciting overall to watch. Marco ended up having a little bit better positioning on Frozen, but that was really good, honestly.
And I think for me, this is something that we kind of been expecting out of Team Queso. And for them being able to finally get that win. Today was by far their best day so far, I think, out of all the Super Weekends that we have had so far. And this is great. This is just gonna be such a great confidence booster there for them. And Team Unique, we got to go ahead and give them some shout out, because even my boy Hot Jukes mentioned it. They were just third-partying everybody left and right. And for that player to be able to do that there at the end, that was just so impressive. I think he lost track of where that other player was gonna go to, and that was the downfall right there. And some of the other ones, I know Jason's gonna be happy about this one with Tempo Storm there in third place. Yeah. There it is. I
think someone entered my score wrong.
You didn't really do that bad
in the document. I gotta add on those points for myself when I get back to it later on. But yeah. Wildcard did well as well. I mean, you see the 11 points. They didn't have too bad of a game. They, for some reason, really start to show up when it comes to the last Erangel, Glitter.
No, they're definitely starting to pick up some momentum, albeit it's kind of at the end of the Super Weekend. So I think moving forward, what Wildcard needs to work on is starting off a little bit stronger. We've seen them do it in the past. They're more than capable of it. They've bookended with wins before. So that's just something they need to get a little bit more consistent with. And then moving on to the second page here, definitely surprising to see Nova and Cloud9 at the very bottom of this list, considering that up until this last map, they were the only two teams that had taken down any wins.
Yeah, and I think for me, another one, just mentioning out of that, I think with Nova, just giving them a couple more days, they'll be able to build up more chemistry and be able to just execute a lot better. And then Pittsburgh Knights being able to get 5 kills there. We saw them go ahead and wiped out Loops Esports, which that was super impressive. And I'm receiving reports here by our submarine operator that, Jason, I think you changed your pick to SWAT 69. Is that right? Am I hearing that
Dave
wrong?
is no longer going to be on the show anymore. I'm sorry. I hope you guys did enjoy his commentary. Make sure to don't follow him anywhere. We can see our stats, though, for Team Queso at the end of that last match. You can see 1,500 damage being done. Some decent healing against some kills as well. But the thing is, this team, for me, Glitter, has just been so inconsistent. I mean, I know they're sitting like decent in the overall standings, but they haven't been the Team Queso I expected, who have been together for such a long time as a team.
No, and I would agree. And I think that's probably got to be frustrating for them because they know they're capable of so much more. We've seen them do so much more. So maybe they're going to be going back to the drawing board coming into our final week of league play and then the final Super Weekend. Hopefully they can kind of shake up whatever things they need to change, but then keep the good that came out of this game, because this was a much stronger showing for them compared to literally the rest of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, definitely one of their best games. Let's take a look at our do the do moments. And I'm assuming we're going to see Team Queso bridge camping Cloud9 as they try to get out of Georgia Pole, and that was a little bit unfortunate for them, but you know what? That's what's going to happen if you try to cross the bridge pretty much at all in this game, 7.
I thought that was awesome to see, man. It goes to show that, hey, bridge camping does work. For anybody out there that plays Classics, try it out yourself. You might be able to actually go ahead and collect some kills there on your name. And then as we're seeing there, Bell just absolutely smacking that dude. And then Acer, Wildcard, being able to get 4 kills considering everything that happened with them. They usually land Severny and they rotate very early. Well, guess what? The final circle started being very close to Severny. And right here, J7, I think with the grenades, J7 that he was able to put out and then also cause some damage on Loops Esports and finish most of those players too. I think they were able to go ahead and SWAT wipe them in regards to Loops Esports. Pittsburgh Knights just got super unlucky because as soon as they were done with that fight, then guess what? Footballers just came in and absolutely smacked them. And as you see, once again, Unique was just kind of gatekeeping people there that were trying to push up to the zone. And then another team that you saw gatekeeping was Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm was able to go ahead and be successful by picking some people here up from Wildcard, Glitter. And then they were able to last very long, considering that I honestly thought they were in a bad position. But Axel, Marco, and I forgot who was the other player from Team Queso. They were able to go ahead and just do really good with what they had on their side.
Yeah, all of the teams rotating out of that one specific area. There was B4, there was Unique, there was Queso, Tempo. Everybody kind of was there in wildcard and getting stuck in these fights. So it was Frozen had managed to get himself all the way on the other side of the zone and was able to start weirdly aggressively asserting him into these fights. We saw at one point that it was actually 2 up from Queso. I think there was 2 up from Tempo, and then a solo from Frozen, and he wasn't afraid of that. He took out a Tempo player. He took out, there were footballist players even earlier than that. He took out a footballist player. Frozen was putting out damage as that solo snake all the way up until the end, and then almost pulled down the win for Unique.
And I want to talk about Tempo a little bit as we take a look at the total damage as well, is because they lost a player really early on, and then they had a really awkward position when we got into some of these later zones, and they went for the super long rotate, going counterclockwise around like 3 or 4 different teams and snuck themselves into a really good position as the zones kind of shifted in their favor. They definitely got, I'd say, a little bit lucky there, but we can see the top 5 teams all doing over 1,000 damage apiece here, 7.
Almost all over, what, 1,500 damage, with Team Queso just being 2 damage away from 1,500. That's insane, man. That's actually, I think that's the most we've seen from just the top 5 situation there. But going to what you were saying in regards to Tempo Storm, I think they played that so well with that long rotation, and I think it's something you have to do, especially when you have more of a city ending as well. As we saw at one point, it was just mayhem. Everybody was shooting at each other. Everybody, like, there was just non-stop gunshots all around. And then one team I do want to go ahead and point out today that we've been talking about them in the first day. We talked about them a little bit in the second day as well. Umbra just didn't show up today. We saw a lot of times not them, pretty much exactly right there, not being able to get any kills and very low damage. Not sure exactly what happened there. Hopefully they can fix that going into league play.
Yeah. Did you guys notice on there though that SWAT 69 had 6 kills?
What? I mean, they had 7 points overall.
In the very last game of the day, pulled out a 6-kill game, which is definitely something that they needed to do. I think they had almost 1K. I think they were around 900 damage. But for them, after the performance we've seen all weekend, that's what they need to do, and they need to take that momentum, carry it out through league play so they can qualify into Super Weekend again and get more points for themselves.
I mean, that's what we were talking about.
I was gonna say they always have to like do good on one thing but slack on the other. I feel like they have to start being consistent. Hopefully, I give them props for getting 6 kills. I think that's huge for them. But hopefully in the future they can just start worrying about their placement, and then the kills will come towards the end, especially if you're able to go ahead and position yourself in a good spot as well.
Well, so the thing is, we were talking about SWAT 69 and how like maybe they just go crazy in the final match. I think actually one thing they lacked on 7 is their like head-to-head fighting power. I feel like they almost need to practice getting kills more often because they seem to be overwhelmed by quite a few different teams, maybe out-aim, out-positioned. Definitely whenever Loops got near them, SWAT 69 would fall. But they're definitely starting to rise up, and it definitely came towards the last day of the Super Weekend, which will keep them, unfortunately, a little bit farther behind UDR killers than they want to. But let's take a look, though, at our overall top 10 players and see who's going to be currently in the lead. And yeah, none other than Carrillo. Of course, it's going to be him, Glitter.
First one to break triple digits for those knockouts. Look at that. You know, he's triple digits with the kills as well. Honestly, the damage, actually, though, if you look at everything, look at Adder's damage and Adder's nade kills. We have been watching these two fight it out for that #1 position the entire time of pretty much the entire World League West right now. These are just impressive stats here, 7.
Yeah, and the nade kills that we're seeing there at Vader are impressive. And something I also want to go ahead and point out is the headshots that Carrillo is able to go ahead and output. He has 10 more headshots than what Adder does. I think that's just impressive. It goes to speak of just the full control that he has when he plays the game. And some of the other players, Solke still maintaining that top 4 situation in Tensa. Even though Tempo Storm, we always say Tempo Storm is kind of quiet, they do end up getting kills. Well, guess what? Tensa has been able to perform the whole tournament. So I love seeing players like that from them. And then one that's actually surprising me even more as he's able to maintain this spot is going to be in 9th place, Beowulf. Beowulf being the IGL, he has continued to go ahead and and frag on, and I love seeing that because that man is one of the veterans, especially from North America. I love that he's able to still perform to this level.
Feels like he can do almost everything, to be honest, for Cloud9, for Beowulf, and we'll see if they can continue on their pace. Obviously, as we get into league play coming up next week, but let's take a look now at the overall standings, and keep in mind, there's still money to be won from this. First place got out $2,000, second place $1,000, and third got $500. So Cloud9 locked in that first place, Loops in second, and Football is here in third, but we have seen a little bit of a shift, Glitter, in some of the standings.
Yeah, Team Unique is actually getting themselves up into 9th place. We see a little bit of movement in 6th through 8th. Those teams have kind of been hovering in the 5th through 8th positions, battling it out with each other. Alpha Legends they actually dropped down a few places, which is probably what allowed Unique to jump up, especially after that performance from Frozen. But I think what's super impressive is that you're seeing the 5 chicken dinners out of Cloud9 so far overall. No one else, Footballs has actually stayed at 4 for quite some time. No one else has managed to get to even close to that 5 chicken dinner mark here on the first page, especially when you see teams like B4 still struggling to even get their first chicken dinner, but somehow consistently managing to stay in a top 8, top 7 position.
Yeah, for me, one that I wanted to point out of that first page was Dream Eaters. I think they started the day off in the top 5, and now they go down to 8th place. That's one team that's just was super quiet today as well. And now going to the second page here, Team Queso with that performance, being able to go ahead and launch themselves up to 11th place. I'm pretty sure with this scores here and with just one super weekend left, we can say that it's probably safe that Team Queso is going to go ahead and qualify to league finals. And then as 100%. We see Nova Esports just had, 2 wins today? This was the best super weekend so far. This is one team, honestly, I'm going to keep a close eye on, especially if they are able to go ahead and keep the roster with Cat. Something that I mentioned over and over again, even if Cat doesn't end up getting the big kills, it's just the experience that a player of that caliber is able to bring into a team. To give you a little bit of an inside information or just more information to anybody that might be new to PUBG Mobile Esports, Cat used to play for XQF in China. XQF in China in 2019 was maybe considered, besides Bigatron, one of the best teams in the world for PUBG Mobile. Even though they play a different kind of PUBG Mobile in China, he was still just out of this world. So for him to bring that knowledge, the rotations, even if he doesn't get that many kills, it's huge for that team, and I hope they go ahead and get to keep it, and I hope they go ahead and get to practice even more together.
Yeah, I hope they keep getting better, because then we could have a challenge for those top 8 positions. And speaking about challenging top positions, we do have our talent predictions overall throughout the day and our current standings across the board between everyone, as we're going to see here. I'm going to wait for it to zoom in. I'm not even going to say it. I'm going to let you say it, Seven.
Ooh.
Oh. Who is that in last place? Mustache Dave?
And you want him to be commissioner?
Is that what you want to say? Is that what you wanted me to say? Oh, hey, look, I got 575 points.
There's
hey, we're looking
the little
good,
yellow
Glitter.
indicator above you, Jason, to show that you're currently in first place.
I actually went into production. I was like,
about.
can we highlight my name just for the sake of it, you know?
Yeah, I'm not surprised because they did not have that before, dude. Yeah, please remove it. Remove that little yellow thing from the top of Jason's.
I mean, it's just an easy way to
let it get to his head.
Place, right? I mean, it takes a long time for things to get to my head because of how far it has to rise up, right? But yeah, obviously we're keeping track of those throughout the entire event. We'll continue to do that when we get into league finals. Maybe we should have our own, ending, and we should end it off when we're done with the third super weekend, and then have a separate one going to league finals. Maybe Dave can finally catch up somehow to the rest of us. But last thing before we do head off, I want to give you guys a chance to say something before we do have our one day off and then get into league play here. So Seven, anything you want to say before we close out the show?
Yes, there is. I think I mentioned it in regards to Nova. I want to see what they're going to go ahead and do here in the next couple of days going into league play. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they go ahead and switch up a lot of stuff. And hopefully for just teams watching in general, teams that are already kind of guarantee themselves to go into league finals, guess what? Take this next league play matches, or at least that first day of league play, just as a chance to go ahead and try new things before you go into the final super weekend if you're able to make it there, and before you go into the league final, which is going to be the big prize pool. I think it's $100,000 if I'm not mistaken for first place. So try to take that first day of league play that's going to be coming on Tuesday with just a variation. Try something new. Test stuff out. Maybe be more aggressive, or if that doesn't work out for you, maybe be a little bit more passive.
Okay, well, Glitter.
I agree on the Nova points, but also I think I'm going to be looking to the teams that are, the Yala Esports of the group, Team Unique. We see them have almost kind of this yo-yo performance where they have a very strong game and then they kind of fall off a little bit. And like we've been preaching from the very beginning, it's consistency that's really kind of separating the top teams from the rest of the pack. So these teams clearly have the skill to have very strong games. It's just about nailing down what exactly is going to make that become the norm as opposed to the outlier.
Okay, well, I do like, as we can lead things into our next week of league play. Thank you guys very much for joining me here on the desk. And I'm sorry you guys are currently behind me in the overall standings. But hey, you have a chance next week. It's all good. And again, Seven was just getting off of his Apple box. That's actually how short he is in real life. Obviously, a big shout out to all of our commentators and, of course, production crew here live in Poland for making the show possible. And for all you viewers at home who have been watching as well. That's going to wrap it up for our second Super Weekend. We'll be back on Tuesday at 11 a.m. PDT for a final week of league play. This is the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0, and we'll see you then.